Relying on looks alone is a dead end is a saying wildly popular on the internet, yet it seems to apply only. Zhang Jiyu was an utterly ordinary young woman in a small city, an average face, an average figure, attending an utterly average junior college, living an utterly average life. The word beauty had never had the slightest connection to Zhang Jiyu, and she had never seemed to care much about that. Yet when she scoured shopping apps and still could not find a single piece of clothing that suited her, when she was completely overshadowed in group photos with her colleagues, when her dimmed phone screen reflected her own face back at her, even Zhang Jiyu could not help feeling a fleeting stab of sorrow. Why wasn't she a pretty person? If only she could be like those beauties with flawless faces and figures, any outfit would look good on her. She would not need to agonize over clothes for so long. Her stride would be more confident and spirited, and her personality and life would surely be entirely different from what they were now. Such sorrow never lasted long. Almost at once Zhang Jiyu would drag herself out of it and throw herself into something else with forced enthusiasm, as if she were a carefree optimist who had never cared about beauty or ugliness, lifting her plain face to greet life with a smile. Yet those fleeting seconds of sorrow accumulated little by little, and in the end brought about an utterly unexpected. If one day you suddenly found yourself back at 17, what would you feel? And if one day you changed from a woman into a man, what would you feel? If one day you changed from a forgettable background passerby into a peerless beauty, so stunning that even a 9-year-old grandmother with poor eyesight would be transfixed for 10 full seconds, what would you feel? Each of these things alone would be enough to make you scream for 10 minutes, then either panic and sprint 800 meters to the psychiatric hospital yelling for a doctor to save you, or laugh manically with ecstasy, like a newly appointed scholar being dragged off to the psychiatric ward. But what if all three things happened to the same person at once? Facing the devastatingly handsome face in the mirror, Zhang Jiyu first tried to calmly think, whose celebrity poster has been stuck onto my mirror? How was she supposed to use the mirror like this? Then she thought, how could there be such a gorgeous man in the entertainment industry, and she had never discovered him? Impossible. Wasn't she a level 10 internet surfer? Yet the man on this supposed poster was truly outrageously handsome. Even with a messy bedhead and wearing a faded tacky cotton pajama set, he still carried the immediate sense of a high-fashion photo shoot. Confronted with such a handsome photo, Zhang Jiyu could not help turning into a fangirl, letting out a few foolish. Then she saw the handsome man in the poster curve his eyes as well as if he had just seen someone he liked, and was smiling foolishly, the affection in his gaze as warm as an autumn afternoon sun, enough to bring a blush to one's cheeks and melt one's heart. Having barely encountered any truly handsome men in real life, how could Zhang Jiyu withstand this? She flushed bright red in an instant, and the handsome man in the poster flushed as well, giving her heart another jolt with his beauty. What on earth was this? Had her mom bought some bizarre celebrity merch from a live stream? Something high-tech that could change in real time once stuck on the wall? And if this thing was mounted here, where was she supposed to put the mirror? Raising her hand to switch off this supposedly real-time, changing piece of celebrity merch, she suddenly noticed something was wrong. The hand was very pale blue, veins faintly visible under the skin. The fingers were slender and long, yet it was plainly a man's hand, every joint sharply defined. It was a beautiful hand, good enough to be a hand model's. If she had come across a picture of such a hand online, Zhang Jiyu would definitely have secretly saved it. But now this hand was vividly, undeniably before her. Or rather, this hand was vividly, undeniably growing from her own body. And yet how could this possibly be her hand? Her hands had always been short and chubby. Their only redeeming feature was that she had done little manual work, so her palms were quite fair. The palm of this hand was fair too, but aside from that one similarity, it had nothing in common with Zhang Jiyu's hands. Realization dawned. An impossible thought rose in her mind. She lunged toward what she had thought was a poster, and saw the man inside lunge toward her at the same time. She pulled at her own face, and the handsome man in the poster pulled at his face. She bared her teeth, and the handsome man bared his. How could the person in this poster be so earth-shatteringly handsome, so incomparably stunning, like a living compilation of deranged handsome guy photos? Her inner language system completely crashed. Drawing a deep breath, Zhang Jiyu lowered her head with trembling resolve, and using that beautiful hand, tugged open the waistband of the pajama pants to make sure. He stumbled out of the bathroom in a daze. On the living room sofa sat a woman whose face belonged to a rural housewife. That plain, simple face. People often told Zhang Jiyu, "You look so much like your mom." Now they no longer seemed alike. Zhang Jiyu turned his head toward the woman, gave a faint smile, and rasped, "Mom, I think I might be sick." Then he collapsed to the floor in a dead faint. It had been 3 days since he had become a man, yet every time Zhang Jiyu saw that breathtakingly handsome face in the mirror, he still could not believe it. Such a perfect face had actually grown on his own body. Such a miraculous experience had actually happened to him. He had gone from woman to man, from youth back to boyhood. Yet everything around him proved it was real. The information printed on his ID card, the natural, unquestioning attitude of those around him. As if there had never been an ordinary young woman named Zhang Jiyu in this world, only the famously good-looking lad known throughout the nearby towns as Zhang Jiyu. Moreover, time itself had flowed backward. He had returned to the moment just after his college entrance examination at the age of 17. Hearing that the college entrance exam was already over, Zhang Jiu let out a long sigh of relief. He had never been particularly bright, was rather lazy by nature, and had been born in a province where education was fiercely competitive. A junior college had been the result of his best efforts, and it was a fairly good one at that. If he had to go through it all over again, he might not even achieve what he once had. If he had been thrown directly back to the day of the exam, that would have been true disaster. Knowing nothing at all, he would have been grateful just to score 200 points. Besides, when Zhang Jiu touched his own face, the smooth, delicate sensation was a kind of good skin he had never possessed in his days, as her beauty, granted by nature itself. The upheaval of the past few days had been so great that he could not sleep through the night, checking the mirror almost every 10 minutes. He constantly suspected that all of this was an illusion and had to see whether his symptoms had lessened. With a face like this, as long as he did not go out of his way to court disaster, how badly could life really go? The face in the mirror was still a little boyish, but unmistakably male. Delicate, yet suffused with heroic spirit. Several nights of poor rest had left his complexion faintly pale and his body somewhat fatigued, so when his eyelids drooped, his long lashes veiled his eyes, lending him a quiet, melancholic air and a touch of distant aloofness. Yet in the mirror he could not feel that aloofness. When a person looks at their own face, their gaze always meets itself. When such a pair of eyes looked back at him, only one line he had once read somewhere surfaced in Zhang Jiu's mind. "You are the star that never sets in my days and nights." It was not just the face, the body was the same. Never before had Zhang Jiu felt his own body so brimming with strength. From bone to muscle and down to the blue-green veins beneath his skin, youthful vitality surged within him. So nimble, so clear, so utterly healthy. A 17-year-old's body was like a stalk of bamboo that had just shot up, still unable to develop overly exaggerated muscles, yet with an excellent posture and proportions. A thin layer of muscle, fair and even skin, the lines of bone and contour as light as an elf's. Such a young and healthy body with no nearsightedness, and even the fingernails were full and lustrous. Zhang Jiu was delighted and deeply satisfied. There was, however, one small flaw: he became hungry too easily. He still remembered how hunger had felt in high school, as if his stomach had flattened to something as thin as a plastic bag, only satisfied when great chunks of food were stuffed in to fill it to the brim. Now the sensation seemed twice as strong as back then. It was time to hunt for food. His family had gone out early in the morning to visit relatives, leaving behind only Zhang Jiu, who was supposedly feeling unwell. With the 100 yuan his mother had tossed to him on her way out, his just-bought Postexum mobile phone, which already seemed outdated in his eyes, and his keys in his pocket, he headed downstairs to the small restaurant at the foot of the building. This was his second time going out since returning to the past. The first had been when he thought he had gone mad and had fainted on the way to the doctor. After gulping down a large portion of braised chicken and 4 bowls of rice, the raging hunger that had felt like a fire in his stomach finally eased. Only then did Zhang Jiu notice the looks being cast his way. Frank, admiring, astonished, enough to make him feel a bit ill at ease. He could almost read their thoughts. This guy is really handsome. How can such a handsome fellow eat so much? Fortunately, he had brought a cap today. Pulling the brim down over his face, Zhang Jiu managed to barely adapt. He was not someone who liked socializing much, though he could not be called socially phobic either. Back when he was her, people around her often said she was cool and detached. Zhang Jiu did not deny it, yet in his heart, he disagreed. He truly had little ambition, but detached. It was just that no one had ever managed to step into his heart. When it came to novels and cultural works, however, his capacity for empathy was actually very strong. As for television dramas, he would occasionally watch a good one too, but in recent years he had consumed fewer and fewer of everything. Not because good works had become scarce, but because the more he saw, the pickier his taste had grown. So after returning to 17, even with a phone in his hand, Zhang Jiu felt little interest. He had read all the good things, and what was merely passable no longer appealed. As for the truly awful, even a single glance would be an affront to the eyes. How could he let his precious, recovered, healthy, and beautiful eyes be harmed by that pile of stale trash? Thinking of how his eyes had stayed bright all through 3 years of high school, only to be saddled with glasses 6 months after he bought a phone, he decided he should use it as little as possible. But he really was bored now, and he did not have much money he could spend freely. Then Zhang Jiu thought of a meaningful way to entertain himself, going to the Xinhua bookstore. In their county, the Xinhua bookstore allowed people to read for free. From primary school through junior high, most of Zhang Jiu's holidays had been spent there. From picture books on the second-floor children's section to romance novels in the first-floor bestsellers area. It was a memory he could never erase. On the way there, Zhang Jiu turned down 4 people who tried to strike up a conversation with him. 3 women and 1 man. From his initial awkward stammering to his later composure, he seemed to have gone through no complicated psychological process at all. This was perhaps the sort of trouble that came with a superior appearance. There were quite a lot of people in the bookstore. At this time, 4G had not yet become widespread, and many still relied on paper for entertainment. It was summer vacation, and many children had come in groups to do their homework here. The store provided chairs and tables along with free air conditioning. Though called a bookstore, it was in no way different from a library. As he pushed open the door, a hint of regret rose in Zhang Jiu's heart. On the way here, he had already grown somewhat used to the eyes that trailed after him, but in an enclosed space those gazes became even more apparent. Fortunately, when faced with a handsome man, people's gazes were at least kindly. Forcing himself to hold his head up, Zhang Jiu walked in, avoiding the crowded bestsellers section. He pressed the brim of his cap down and headed toward the classics area, picked a book at random, and began to read. Before long, he could feel more people gathering around. Someone whispered that he must be some celebrity, only to be refuted, the retort being that even celebrities were not this handsome. For the first time in his life, he felt as if he truly had social anxiety. Some young parents even brought their children over specially to look at him. Adults could restrain their gaze, children could not. Their eyes stared at him round and unblinking. When a bookstore employee passed by his section for the fourth time pretending to straighten the books, Zhang Jiu finally could not take it anymore. At that moment, he deeply sympathized with the peacocks on display at the zoo. It was truly the same feeling. Trying to appear casual, he returned the book he had barely flipped through to its place, feigning a cursory scan of the shelves, as if he had not found anything he liked. On his way out, he almost walked with his arms and legs in sync. On the surface, he was a normal, slightly cold-faced, handsome guy, but inside, he was already panicking and desperate to escape. No matter how hot it was outside, Zhang Jiu could no longer stay in there. Next to the bookstore was a park, and he plunged straight into a shady path through a small grove, slumping onto a bench with a deep sigh. Never in this life had he imagined he would sigh like this. Being a handsome guy was such a vexation. Just as he was indulging to the fullest in this for sigh-like melancholy, a voice interrupted him. "Hello, may I ask if you would be interested in becoming an actor?" Zhang Cheng, a minor film industry worker in the entertainment sector, has 12 years of experience, but possesses little skill or talent. His only advantage is his adaptability and ability to flatter popular stars and investors. Recently, he snagged a position as an assistant director for a large historical drama which is low on tasks but high on budget, where he is responsible for refining the storyboard provided by the director, recruiting extras, and some minor roles. Such a project is an easy fit for someone as smooth as Zhang Cheng. How much brainpower could the storyboard for an idol drama possibly require? The casting is especially lucrative. The current leading lady is the celebrated actress Jiang Wenyi, who has been popular for nearly a decade, and this is her first time investing in a project. With a leading star both starring and investing, the hype surrounding this drama is immense, and its success is all but guaranteed. A wave of newcomers flock to audition, eager to capitalize on the leading lad's fame. Even minor roles could be fiercely contested. Zhang Cheng himself, lured by Jiang Wenyi's fame, managed to secure this assistant director position through a night of heavy drinking. Little did he expect that his fortune would rise and fall with Jiang Wenyi. She is not only famous, but also discerning. As her first venture as an investor, she is incredibly picky about casting, focusing solely on looks rather than acting skills. Finding someone based on looks is relatively straightforward. In the entertainment industry, finding a 20-year-old leading man or woman is challenging, yet good-looking young talent is abundant. However, Jiang Wenyi's standards are exceptionally high. She seems unconcerned about overshadowing, insisting on casting the most attractive actors, even for insignificant roles, insisting that any character described as a great beauty must be played by a great beauty. As a result, significant effort was put into casting. After 2 months of auditions and leveraging Jiang Wenyi's personal connections, they barely managed to fill most of the roles. But one particular role has become a headache for Zhang Cheng. This role is the female lead's white moonlight, representing an idealized first love. The female lead's family was killed by enemies during her childhood, forcing her to work as a maid at her uncle's house. As a teenager, she falls for the young master of the Li family, who visits her uncle, but tragedy strikes when he is mortally wounded while trying to protect her. This leads the female lead down a dark path as she resolves to strengthen herself and seek revenge after navigating a web of powerful male characters, ultimately rising to become an empress to avenge her family. Although this character has minimal screen time, appearing in only 2 episodes, their role is pivotal. Without this character, the female lead would lack the resolve to enter the palace, and without that she cannot meet the other male leads, which complicates the plot. Moreover, this is a historical drama that rigidly adheres to real events. If the female lead does not enter the palace, the entire narrative structure collapses. Logically, this role should have been cast by now, but by unfortunate coincidence, the male star who had initially agreed to play this role got into a car accident resulting in property damage, but no fatalities. However, he was found guilty of drunk driving and was banned from the industry. This is a disaster. The role requires minimal acting skills, but demands someone exceptionally handsome. In this drama, all the male characters with romantic ties to the female lead are attractive, yet she remains emotionally tethered to her first love, the one who died for her. Thus, the actor for this role must be striking enough to convince the audience why the female lead remains unattached to the other male characters. Originally, the actor for this role was also a popular star. Despite being slightly older, he was handsome enough to play a younger character with makeup. The male star had scheduling conflicts, and to accommodate him, the director postponed his scenes to the end. However, most of the principal photography is already completed, and once they finish shooting the 2 episodes with him, the female lead Jiang Wenyi will be done with her part, leading to this troublesome situation. Finding a replacement will be challenging. The male star may have weak legal awareness, but he is undeniably good-looking, and he still has a large fanbase supporting him. Even without public announcements, if word leaks out about this being the last role the fan's idol was cast in, any actor stepping into this role will be heavily scrutinized. As a result, male stars of similar status are unwilling to take on this role, necessitating the search for someone who is either a bigger star or a newcomer. Established stars can overshadow the former actor's fanbase, while newcomers only need to be famous and are less concerned about such issues. However, numerous roles have already been filled in this drama. Before shooting began, the crew and Jiang Wenyi had already recruited all the male stars they could. Where would they find another handsome actor who surpasses the band star? This means they need to seek out newcomers, but the question remains, where can they find a newcomer who is both good-looking enough to satisfy the audience? Do not ask why so many are needed. Jiang Wenyi has high standards requiring attractive male extras, even for minor roles, and guards in the palace must also be good-looking. This undoubtedly creates a visual feast for the audience and hints at the show's potential to be a hit, but at this moment, it is causing the staff, and Jiang Wenyi herself, to lose a significant amount of hair and stress. For a time, everyone in the crew cursed the actor who got banned for drunk driving. As long as the casting remains unresolved, the crew cannot wrap up filming. If filming does not wrap up, it translates into substantial financial losses. The director and Zhang Cheng, the assistant director, are anxious to the point of developing sores on their mouths, while Jiang Wenyi is the most worried. She has invested a lot of money into this drama and is stressed to the point of having dental pain. Coincidentally, as if fate were conspiring against him, Zhang Cheng also has a family crisis. His elder brother suffered a brain hemorrhage. Fortunately, he was rescued in time and saved. With their parents gone, Zhang Cheng is his brother's closest family. His brother often feels embarrassed to contact him, fearing judgment for not measuring up to his younger sibling. When Zhang Cheng received the news his brother had already been transferred to a local hospital, he hurried back home, and seeing his frail brother lying in the hospital bed after a long absence, they embraced and cried together. After their tears, the 2 middle-aged men with swollen red eyes felt awkward. Zhang Cheng, empty-handed, made an excuse to step out and buy a gift. Passing by a bookstore, he thought of his 7-year-old niece and decided to buy her a few picture books. As he pushed open the door, he sensed an unusual atmosphere in the bookstore. Everyone seemed to be looking in the same direction, creating a heavy silence. Zhang Cheng paid little attention at first, but then noticed a tall young man wearing a baseball cap exiting, and oddly, everyone's gaze followed him, with some even seeming ready to chase after him. Following the crowd's gaze, Zhang Cheng caught a glimpse of the young man and was instantly captivated. After years in the entertainment industry, he thought he had seen many handsome men, yet he found this half-hidden face beneath the cap exceptionally striking. What stands out even more is the young man's excellent physique. Though dressed loosely, his proportions are still evident, and his head-to-shoulder and head-to-body ratios are superb, showcasing the natural build of a model. This young man cannot be too old, Zhang Cheng thought, noticing he seemed to be around the same age as the character of the Leaf family young master. With that thought, he discreetly followed him. The young man walked quickly with long strides, but Zhang Cheng, accustomed to carrying a camera, was agile enough to follow him into a small grove in the park, where he saw the young man sit down from a distance, letting out a long sigh, before removing his cap, revealing a face with exquisite bone structure. Zhang Cheng swore with his seasoned eye and years of experience that this was a face that could easily become a sensation. He quickly took a covert photo and sent it to Jiang Wenyi, who responded immediately. When she knew a profile picture of a peony, where did you find this handsome guy? Shun Li Cheng, profile picture of a book, I bumped into him on the street. When Xinhua, is he a civilian? Shun Li Cheng, probably. When Xinhua, go talk to him. When Xinhua, even if he stutters with that look, I can find a voice actor to let him play the young master of the Li family. Zhang Cheng promptly went over. At first, the strikingly handsome young man was a bit on guard, but who is Zhang Cheng? He is someone who has navigated the entertainment industry, showing the young man some publicly available filming scenes and pictures with celebrities. After a few exchanges, although the young man still harbored some skepticism, he revealed most of his information. So you're going to college in 2 weeks. What school? He asked. The young man mentioned a school Zhang Cheng had never heard of, and then shyly added, just an ordinary vocational college. Zhang Cheng himself graduated from a small place and is a golden phoenix, but he wouldn't look down on vocational students. Many in the entertainment industry are dropouts, yet still manage to create a successful image. Oh, have you turned 18 yet? The young man pursed his lips, reluctant to answer. Zhang Cheng thought he might have crossed a line, while the young man pondered internally whether returning to the past counts as adulthood. I'm 17, the young man eventually replied. 17. That means he would need a guardian to sign a contract. Zhang Jiu felt something was off. The burly, dark, middle-aged man before him was clearly his worst nightmare, yet he spoke in a very smooth manner. Initially unwilling to engage, he found himself inexplicably given a business card and drawn into conversation. This is not entirely his fault. Even if Zhang Jiu isn't truly 17, his social skills are not particularly. When he was her, although not socially anxious, he wasn't adept at interacting with others. His university major had a high female-to-male ratio, and upon graduation, he found a job with limited external contact. Though it didn't pay much, it was stable. In such a situation, Zhang Jiu naturally had little opportunity to hone his interpersonal skills, especially when faced with someone as prominent in the entertainment industry as Zhang Cheng. Somewhat confused, Zhang Jiu agreed to audition for a role in a drama, which delighted Zhang Cheng, who immediately began. Zhang Jiu was not entirely lost. He did have some impression of the drama, as Zhang Cheng mentioned, which he recalled is titled Wei Yijuan, a romantic idol drama dressed in historical themes. Although Zhang Jiu has not watched it, he often comes across discussions about it with both critiques and clips showcasing handsome men and beautiful women, not to mention translations of foreign fans' comments, all of which indicate the drama's immense popularity. The drama is set to air a year from now, starting with a bang from the first episode topping the charts on major platforms. However, Zhang Jiu is not one to jump on trends. He dislikes watching popular dramas, and by the time the hype dies down, his tastes become more selective. So despite the drama's success, he only knows the storyline through various clips. He also knows that many future stars began their illustrious careers from this drama. This is undoubtedly a golden opportunity, but Zhang Jiu feels somewhat lost. He has never considered stepping into the entertainment industry, viewing it as a den of beauty built on greed and desire, and now he stands hesitantly at the threshold. What? Zhang Cheng's voice suddenly rose while on the phone. Teacher Jiang, you're coming in person? Yes, the woman on the other end replied firmly. This role has been delayed for too many days. Every day is money. My money. I cannot pass up this opportunity to stop losing money. Oh, I need to see the candidates myself. But Teacher Jiang, there's no airport here. Then bring him to the nearest airport. I'll fly over immediately. Zhang Jiu in a daze accompanied Zhang Cheng to meet the parents. One could only imagine the social skills of the family capable of raising such a child. The foreseeable consequence was that the entire Zhang family was dazedly taken to the nearest city's airport, and of course Zhang Cheng covered the travel expenses. In a highly private restaurant near the airport, Zhang Jiu and his parents met a big star from television. For a popular female celebrity, her looks need no elaboration. Even if Jiang Wenyi wasn't top tier in beauty, her pure and fresh demeanor surpassed all the women Zhang Jiu had met before, especially her eyes that appeared gentle on screen, yet were filled with ambition in reality, making her extraordinarily beautiful. While the Zhang family was marveling at the star's face, they were unaware that Jiang Wenyi was equally surprised by Zhang Ziyu. Jiang Wenyi knew that not all beautiful parents could produce beautiful children. Even top-tier beauties might not have good-looking parents, but the stark contrast in appearance within this family still astonished her. Ordinary parents and an outstanding child. This might just be what they call a genetic lottery. What delighted her even more was that Zhang Ziyu's looks were even better than what she had seen in photos. Jiang Wenyi had initially thought Zhang Jiu was exceptionally photogenic. As soon as Zhang Jiu spoke, Jiang Wenyi made up her mind to have him play the role of Li Xiaozhu. His voice was too good, not in the typical announcer way, but with a slight huskiness that was casual, yet pleasing to the ear, a voice that exuded charm, with a hint of sensual tension. With such great conditions, if his lines weren't delivered poorly, he would undoubtedly be cast using his original voice. Jiang Wenyi had already decided on her Li Xiaozhu in her heart. She wasn't worried at all about Zhang Ziyu's acting skills. After all, would viewers of idol dramas care about poor acting? There have been plenty of actors with poor skills who became famous through idol dramas. Even if Zhang Ziyu's acting was lacking, who would care with such a face and figure on screen? It's not like they were aiming for awards. Zhang Cheng could tell from Jiang Wenyi's smiling expression that she was very satisfied. At this point, Zhang Ma and Zhang Ba were already somewhat swayed, but Zhang Jiu himself still looked a bit hesitant. He persuaded, just think of it as a summer job. The role isn't too demanding. It'll only last a week or two, and it counts as an experience in life. Jiang Wenyi then interjected, you can act in 2 episodes, and I'll offer you 200,000 for each episode. That amounts to 400,000. What can 400,000 do? In Zhang Ziyu's small county, he could buy a house with that. He was tempted. Is this the speed of earning in 208? Is it really just 1 or 2 weeks? Jiang Wenyi and Zhang Cheng exchanged knowing smiles, realizing their goal was within reach, and Jiang Wenyi generously added, if it takes longer, I'll add a few more thousand. Just that morning, they had convinced Zhang Jiu, and by the afternoon, the contract from the production team was sent over. Zhang Ma and Zhang Ba hired a law firm to review it, and finding no issues, signed it without hesitation. After the Guardian signed, Zhang Jiu hesitated for half a minute before signing as well. Zhang Ma looked a bit sad. In 2 months, you won't need us to sign anymore. In 2 months, it would be Zhang Ziyu's 18th birthday. Not knowing what to say, he just hugged her. That night, Zhang Jiu packed his belongings into a suitcase he had bought for college and boarded his first flight in life, arriving at the filming set. Sitting on the plane, gazing at the clouds outside, he shivered. How terrifying. His life had turned upside down, and the filming location was a newly built film city, a tourist attraction over the last 2 years. After stepping off the plane, Zhang Jiu barely had time to explore before being shoved into the makeup chair. The makeup team for the drama Wei Yijuan was a renowned team hired by Jiang Wenyi at a high price, and while the styles might not adhere strictly to history, they certainly looked handsome. However, since this drama was merely a historical drama and guys, it didn't need to adhere too closely to history, a general resemblance was sufficient. Zhang Ziyu was to play the role of the young master of the Li family, specifically, namely Nianhe, which sounded like a name embodying chivalry and elegance. However, the true character of Li Nianhe was that of a reticent and emotionally reserved young man from a wealthy family, exhibiting early maturity. With such a character setting, it's no wonder Jiang Wenyi was bold enough to let a newcomer take on the role, as such characters were the easiest to portray in idol dramas. Most idol drama male actors simply needed to maintain a stoic expression, leaving all charm to editing and dubbing. Holding the freshly arrived script, Zhang Ziyu found it surprisingly thin. Despite its thinness, he was still very nervous. It was his first time on television, of course. He was anxious, tightly pursing his lips as he raised his head for the makeup artist to apply his makeup. This was also his first experience of being made up by someone else. The makeup artist merely tidied his eyebrows and cheerfully patted his shoulder. Great, you can get up and try on the costume now. Is this it? Zhang Ziyu didn't dare to ask further. Perhaps his puzzled expression was too evident, as the makeup artist smilingly explained, "Oh, handsome, you look so good that you can go on camera without makeup. Don't you need to apply foundation?" "What foundation? Your skin is so good, it'll just apply some moisturizer. But I seem to have dark circles under my eyes." "Is that so?" The makeup artist inspected Zhang Ziyu's face closely, suddenly realizing, "Oh, so these are dark circles. They're so natural, I didn't even notice. They actually suit you quite well. Your character is supposed to be a bit cold, and a hint of dark circles is just right. It conveys a sense of world weariness. No need to cover them. If you get enough sleep in the next couple of days, they might disappear, and I'll have to apply makeup for you again." Zhang Ziyu had never heard such a perspective before, that dark circles might actually need to be emphasized. He silently lamented his lack of experience, while the makeup artist in her heart was amazed at how perfect Zhang Ziyu's bare face looked, feeling that any makeup would only diminish his beauty. "Let's go, we'll take you to try on the costume. How tall are you?" This makeup artist also doubled as a stylist, and led Zhang Ziyu to the fitting room in the studio. "I haven't measured in a while, so I'm not quite sure." Zhang Ziyu told a little white lie. He really didn't know how tall he was. Gathering his courage, he asked, "What should I call you?" "Just call me Sister Wang. They'll find a ruler to measure your height soon." Sister Wang smiled cheerfully. "You look like you should be a bit taller than that drunk driver, but he has to wear height-increasing shoes for filming, so your sizes should be similar." Having seemingly learned some insider information, Zhang Ziyu didn't dare to say much and obediently replied, "Okay, sister." After measuring his height, it was 182 centimeters, just right to wear the previous costume. Li Nianhe's outfit was a single black fitted outfit with understated elegant dark patterns and a circle of silver trim, fitting for a young master with a matching belt. The staff member who helped him tie it remarked, "Wow, why is your waist so slim?" Zhang Ziyu silently lowered his head, his face flushed. Putting on the black boots completed Li Nianhe's look. Sister Wang lamented, "That drunk driver made me prepare his shoes, and he wanted them 8 centimeters taller. If you're capable of being so drunk, you should also be honest about your height. Everything fits well except the shoulders are a bit narrow." Sister Wang spat in dissatisfaction. "Why is that guy with such broad shoulders so small? Even a child is bigger than him." Sister Wang's grievances ran deep. Fortunately, the costume had plenty of extra material, and this small discrepancy could be fixed overnight. Sister Wang instructed Zhang Ziyu to take off the outfit, go get your hair done, and take a nap. When you wake up, the costume will be ready. After becoming a man, his originally shoulder-length hair had also been trimmed to just below the jaw. He was curious, "Do I need extensions?" "No, just wearing a wig will do. Our production team has high standards for styling. Ooh, fake hair looks ugly. Male roles with more screen time use real hair extensions." Zhang Ziyu began to understand why Wei Yijuan was such a hit. The hairstylist's techniques were exceptional. It was no wonder they specialized in this. While dozing off in the hairstyling chair, Zhang Ziyu woke up to find his hair styled up, adorned with a silver crown of exquisite quality. He had no knowledge in this area, but felt that the hairstyle looked natural, handsome, and very appealing. Sister Wang had already adjusted the costume size. With the help of the staff, Zhang Ziyu put on the outfit again and was led into a pure white studio. Jiang Wenyi and the directors had been waiting there for quite some time. The main director of the drama, surnamed Wang, was called Director Wang by everyone. Initially skeptical, Director Wang was surprised that the problem plaguing the crew for several days was resolved so easily. It seemed too hasty to just grab any random person off the street to act. However, Jiang Wenyi, as the leading actress and investor, made the final call, and Director Wang couldn't voice any objections. Seeing Zhang Ziyu in his full costume, he nodded in approval. Beside him, Zhang Cheng and Jiang Wenyi were both very pleased, feeling they had an eye for talent, preventing a precious sword from being buried and a pearl from gathering dust. Look at the person in front of them, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted, a handsome figure indeed. With striking features, he resembled the dawn's glow. His physique was like jade, and the pines around him appeared emerald. His beauty was unmatched, unlike any other. He was already handsome in modern clothes, but unexpectedly, he was a chosen one in ancient garb. Director Wang said nothing further and called for the filming of the character photos. Zhang Ziyu worked hard to appear calm, but inside, he felt like a little deer dancing with anxiety. He simply followed the photographer's instructions, maintaining a serious expression as he posed. Turn a little, lift your head a bit, great, very good. The photographer directed Zhang Ziyu to perform a few actions, and with a series of clicks, he captured the character photos of Li Nianhe. Next they were to shoot the character photo with the female lead. Jiang Wenyi was already made up and waiting, but she hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. Because the effect is already excellent, the photographer said. Jiang Wenyi leaned in to look at the finished shots, nodding her head in approval. They indeed looked great. She said to Zhang Ziyu, "You have a lot of talent." Zhang Ziyu also leaned over to take a look. Upon glancing at the image, he was stunned. The young man in the photo had striking features, a tall stature, and was slightly turned towards the person in front of him with a cold expression that held a hint of melancholy. That melancholy was actually due to the dark circles. Zhang Ziyu thought he didn't expect what Sister Wang said to be. For the dual character photo, Zhang Ziyu felt it might be a bit challenging, as Jiang Wenyi played Wei Yijuan, and he played Li Nianhe, a young couple in the story. Having been single his entire life, Zhang Ziyu had never experienced the feeling of liking someone in the real world, and was afraid he might not perform well. Surprisingly, it went exceptionally smoothly. The photographer instructed Jiang Wenyi to lightly place her hand on Zhang Ziyu's shoulder as they leaned close together, careful not to fully touch, both looking towards the camera. Jiang Wenyi complied naturally. The two were very close, and Zhang Ziyu felt a bit shy, tilting his head down as his long lashes brushed against his cheeks. He was genuinely shy, not because his body had become male would he have unusual feelings towards females, but because he had never had particularly close friends aside from his parents. This was one of the rare instances where his usual social distance was broken. The negatives turned out exceptionally well. A pair of jade-like individuals, the male in black and the female in red, with their faces close together in the photograph. Under the makeup, Jiang Wenyi still looked like a youthful girl, smiling generously at the camera, while the boy appeared a bit shy beneath his stern expression. His gaze avoided the flower-like smile of the girl, yet his body remained honest and close. An indescribable atmosphere lingered between them. This further prompted Jiang Wenyi to praise Zhang Ziyu's talent. Zhang Ziyu humbly deflected the praise, attributing it all to Jiang Wenyi's guidance and the photographer's skillful direction, yet he couldn't help but feel a flicker of joy within, like the last glimmer of light from a firework in the night sky. Jiang Wenyi has been in an exceptionally good mood these past few days. Having ventured into the entertainment industry for over a decade, she was fortunate enough to be noticed by a prominent author early in her career, leading to her debut work skyrocketing to fame, and subsequently her career soared, landing numerous leading roles in successful dramas. The only drawback was the male actors she worked with. Their appearances were somewhat, well, not exactly unattractive, but just not to her taste. While the entertainment industry is not devoid of handsome men, it seems to follow the law of conservation of energy. Jiang Wenyi's career was filled with fortune, yet her visual experiences left much to be desired. Her debut was in a multi-lead drama, and the male actor cast alongside her was the most ordinary one of the bunch. Later, due to his innocent and youthful looks, he gained popularity among older audiences, leading Jiang Wenyi's successful dramas to cater to their preferences, where the female lead's intelligence and vivacity shone, while the male lead mostly served as a background character, embodying the typical hard-working and honest man. The underlying implication of such a character is that he is not particularly handsome. Logically, this type of role could last for a long time. Jiang Wenyi was nearing 30, and in the entertainment industry, it's quite challenging for actresses to land roles at that age. However, her path was different, as her audience allowed her to smoothly transition into family dramas. However, Jiang Wenyi was not content. She did not only have older viewers. On the contrary, many young fans also followed her shows, as most of her dramas aired on television. But if she truly conformed to her age and transitioned into various period dramas and mother-in-law stories, would these younger viewers still support her? This era is the most delicate time for the entertainment industry. Smartphones are rapidly proliferating, and the power of traffic and capital is gradually rising. Jiang Wenyi cleverly sensed this shift and firmly believed that in the future the traffic brought by television stations would significantly decline, and that the smartphone, primarily favored by the youth, would become the ultimate medium for traffic. To remain popular in the future and even shift to capital, she needed to capture the hearts of the younger demographic. What do young people love to watch? This question has many complex answers, but one answer is absolutely clear: and unwavering handsome men and beautiful women. Young people love watching handsome men and beautiful women. This is an unchanging truth throughout time, and Jiang Wenyi seized this point with a bold gamble, investing most of her accumulated wealth since her debut into the current drama, which is why she is so particular about the actor's appearances. She is gambling. If she wins, she will continue to be a dazzling success of the new era. If she loses, she will be cast into the past, trends slowly becoming forgotten. This drama is the most important chip she holds, and Jiang Wenyi has poured a great deal of effort into it. Background makeup, cinematography, lighting. She has utilized her maximum connections to ensure the actor's beauty is showcased to the fullest, offering the audience the best visual feast. However, Jiang Wenyi herself is also a big fan of good looks. Since childhood, she has been known to cling to good-looking people, sweetly calling them brother or sister. Did she not have any selfish motives for herself? Whether she does or not, only she can answer that. In any case, she is currently blissfully acting as a couple with a handsome man who is nearly 10 years younger than her giggling. Zhang Jiyu felt his heart racing with anxiety. After finishing his makeup yesterday and settling into the hotel, he started going through the script wanting to memorize his lines, but as he flipped through he began to internally critique. Lin Yinhe is such a cliched, ice-cold, deeply affectionate male character. As the female lead's first love, his character dies after just 2 episodes for the sake of the female lead. This setup is also quite overused. Isn't it just a typical white moonlight character often found in male-oriented stories? However, with a gender twist it does become somewhat more unique. There are not many lines to memorize. Lin Yinhe is taciturn, and his few lines are mainly declarations of love, confessing to the female lead Wei Yiju and fulfilling his role merely to advance the plot. Thinking of it this way, Zhang Jiyu felt that acting might not be that difficult in the future. Even those with poor acting skills and unattractive appearances could perform, so there's no reason he couldn't. Thus he fell asleep peacefully. However, when he finally got styled and stepped in front of the camera, he realized it was far from as simple as he had imagined. All the crew members were fixated on the actor in the center of the studio with dozens of cameras pointed at him, the dark lenses resembling giant pupils. For an ordinary person who had never experienced such a situation, it was quite terrifying, as Zhang Jiyu found himself awkwardly synchronizing his steps. Director Wang explained the script to him. In the script, you are essentially the son of the nation's wealthiest man, and due to your family business, you must travel to the capital for negotiations. On the way you stop at an inn where you fall in love at first sight with Wei Yijuan. Little Zhang is new, so we'll only shoot this much today. Just get comfortable, don't feel too much pressure. The rest of the scenes in our crew have mostly been completed, so little Zhang just needs to follow Director Wang's instructions. Zhang Wenyi saw that Zhang Ziyu's hands were trembling a bit and comforted him. Director Wang continued, now you and your servant AC need to walk from this point to that point. You have traveled all night and are quite tired, but you must maintain your composure in front of others. You can walk a bit faster. Do you understand? If you do, let's give it a try, Director Wang asked. Zhang Jiyu nodded, but due to nervousness his face was tense. Director Wang scrutinized him and felt he conveyed the urgency of Lin Nianhe's late-night journey, yet there seemed to be something missing. Zhang Wenyi listened from the side. Nearly a decade of acting experience made her feel relaxed in her current state. She interjected, today your face seems less distant than yesterday. It's more open and cheerful, but there's not much substantial change. What's going on? He weakly raised his hand. Director Wang, Teacher Jiang, it might be because I went to bed a bit early last night. Makeup artist Sister Wang quickly stepped forward, lightly brushing under Zhang Ziyu's eyes, and the gloomy, detached, and world-weary vibe returned instantly. Zhang Jiyu gazed into the mirror a few times, feeling this look suited the role of a male lead quite well. But does the term male lead even exist today? After this small interlude, Zhang Jiyu's tension eased a bit, and he appeared more like a refined young master. After all, he was handsome, and any reason could be rationalized. He had built up enough mental preparation for himself, yet still made a mistake. Because Director Wang said to walk a bit faster, Zhang Jiyu with a cold expression walked briskly, moving too quickly, and leaving the actor playing his servant far behind. The second time he came in he was too stiff, and the third time he walked without issue, but when sitting down he misaligned with the camera. Unexpectedly, he had already NG'd over 10 times at the first hurdle. Zhang Jiyu felt quite flustered, although Director Wang and Zhang Wenyi did not show much concern, and comforted him that this was common for newcomers. Zhang Jiyu, who was inherently afraid of troubling others, felt anxious with everyone waiting. The crisp sound of the next take echoed. The summer heat was intense, and everyone was sweating profusely. Zhang Jiyu, dressed in long sleeves and pants, felt even hotter. He imagined himself as a leader on an inspection trip, perspiring in a Zhongshan suit outside, soon to enter an air-conditioned room, while maintaining a leader's composure in front of his subordinates. He could only quicken his pace, and after finally sitting down in the air-conditioned room, he sighed in relief. Very good, this immersive approach is working. He didn't hear any NG calls. Zhang Jiyu, portraying Lin Nianhe, knelt upright behind an antique table, while Zhang Wenyi, playing Wei Yijuan, approached in simple attire. What would Lang Jun like to have? Zhang Wenyi's delivery was excellent, very clear and natural. As Zhang Jiyu relaxed, having not NG'd, while walking he unconsciously wanted to respond, his lips parting slightly, only to remember he had no lines. Oh no, he felt another NG was imminent. Zhang Jiyu sensed the disaster approaching, but did not hear Director Wang. Meanwhile, servant AC began ordering dishes. Zhang Jiyu, at a loss, maintained his composure with his eyes lowered. This dialogue was very brief, and as Wei Yijuan, played by Zhang Wenyi, stood up to head to the kitchen, Zhang Jiyu couldn't help but lift his gaze, fixating on her graceful silhouette. Why hadn't Director Wang called for a stop yet? Just as he pondered, he heard Director Wang's slightly excited voice ring out, "Pass." What? What passed? Before Zhang Jiyu could process it, he heard Director Wang beckoning him and Zhang Wenyi to watch the playback. In the footage, the young man in black seemed fatigued from a long journey, yet his good upbringing prevented him from slouching. The youth's appearance was handsome, his dark eyes calm like a deep pool, keeping others at a distance. Yet upon seeing the beautiful girl, it was as if this deep water had been disturbed, mirroring his heart, which rippled with deep emotions. He parted his lips wanting to say something, but being inherently taciturn, he didn't know how to start. What should he say? In what tone? To leave a mark in the heart of the girl before him. In the end, he couldn't muster the courage averting his gaze, yet when she was about to leave, he couldn't help but deeply gaze at the girl he fell for at first sight. Zhang Jiu was greatly shocked. He hadn't fully adapted to being in a male body yet, and the person in the playback seemed like a stranger. Otherwise, how could he express such deep emotions? Clearly, he had merely made a mistake, yet how did it turn out? Director Wang and Jiang Wenyi also marveled, not expecting the newcomer to perform quite well. Originally in this scene, Li Nianhe hadn't yet developed feelings for Wei Yijuan that would only emerge after she served the dishes when hidden enemies launched an ambush and Li Nianhe was injured while defending himself, leading to his affection. But this is even better. If they liked each other at first sight, how could he possibly act to save her? Director Wang chuckled, patting Zhang Xiu's shoulder. Little Zhang, you have such good looks and innate talent. Right, teacher Jiang? Jiang Wenyi was also quite pleased. She was naturally more forgiving towards good-looking individuals, and now looking at Zhang Jiu, she appreciated him even more, as if he were a walking pile of money. To invest in this drama, Jiang Wenyi opened her personal studio, nearly exhausting her savings. She looked at the shy young man before her, receiving compliments. His eyes sparkled, a pair of eyes that radiated deep feelings when earnestly gazed upon his youthful smile, revealing a pure innocence. Gold will not gather dust. Moreover, this is not just gold, it's gold set with a 20-carat diamond. Since it can shine wherever it goes, why not have it shine under her command? Why couldn't she be the boss and make money? Jiang Wenyi resolved within herself. Zhang Jiu was unaware that Jiang Wenyi had already decided to transform him into her subordinate. He knew he had finished filming his scenes for the day, but he could not rest as he had a fight scene with the female lead's enemies coming up, so he needed to practice the moves with the martial arts instructor. Another unique life experience awaited him. The crew wouldn't idle after finishing his scenes. Although most of the main scenes had been shot, there were still some minor supporting roles that required filming. The crew hired an assistant for Zhang Jiu. Her surname was Rare Sang, and she was a slightly plump girl with a round face. This appearance wasn't typically favored by boys, but Zhang Jiu was not a typical boy. He found Assistant Sang quite cute without any ulterior motives, simply appreciating her cuteness. Moreover, she was very efficient in her work and speech. For instance, right now, while Zhang Jiu was practicing moves with the martial arts instructor in the hot weather, he took off his long pants and sleeves. Assistant Sang quickly hung them up. They couldn't be washed, so she lightly sprayed some deodorizing spray and hung them to dry in a cool and ventilated area. She was quite quick. If Zhang Jiu could be as quick, he wouldn't always be scolded by Zhang Ma. Then Assistant Sang quickly stood by Zhang Jiu and the martial arts instructor, and whenever Zhang Jiu took a break, she would immediately hand him water and a small fan. The water was even warm, saline, non-irritating, and could replenish the sweat he had lost. Such thoughtfulness made Zhang Jiu a bit embarrassed. He felt he could practice alone, and that the fan and water could be set aside, even suggesting Assistant Sang return to the hotel to rest and enjoy the air conditioning. But clearly she was also sweating while standing beside him. Assistant Sang resolutely refused to leave, noticing that Jiang Wenyi was treating the crew to chilled mung bean soup, and quickly brought a bowl to Zhang Jiu. Psychologically, Zhang Jiu felt he and Assistant Sang were of the same gender, naturally closer than the men in the crew. He also found her smile very sweet and cute, so he returned a friendly smile, taking the soup and softly saying thank you. Under the shade of the trees, sunlight cast golden circles. In the interplay of light and shadow, the youth's smile felt like a refreshing breeze, and his soft voice was like a slushy drink, each delicate grain sweet and refreshing. The character Li Nianhe doesn't require overly complex movements. He simply needs to draw his sword elegantly to block the attacks from the enemy aimed at the female lead Wei Yijuan and roll over the table to embrace her, shielding her from a hidden weapon, after which the makeup artist will create a wound effect on his arm. As for the actual fight scenes, there is no need for the young master to risk his life personally. The servant Asi can handle such simple actions, can obviously be learned quickly. The main focus of today's training is actually the later plot, where Li Nianhe returns to marry the female lead only to be attacked by enemies, fighting desperately to break through, with her ultimately defeating the foes, but sustaining injuries himself. This segment of action is more complex, but Zhang Jiu doesn't need to do it himself. It will be performed by a stunt. Even though there is a stunt double, some flashy, yet simple moves still need to be learned. After all, in historical dramas, it's about the actor's appearance. The more stylish and impressive the fight scenes look, the better. Basic actions like drawing the sword, swiftly spinning, and sword flourishes must be performed by the actors themselves. The action director first used a bamboo sword to teach Zhang Jiu the movements, and upon realizing he was learning very quickly, allowed him to switch to a prop sword for practice. The prop sword matches Li Nianhe's costume, entirely black, with exquisite silver patterns on the blade. Zhang Jiu felt it was twice as heavy as the bamboo sword, but it was still quite manageable. After a break, Assistant Sang came over to help, but as he reached out, Zhang Jiu felt the weight drop, and he quickly supported it, realizing that his strength had increased since becoming a man. Moreover, during the practice, Zhang Jiu clearly felt that his body was very stable, as if a heavy stone had settled in the center of his body, making his movements light and agile. Every part of him seemed to obey his commands effortlessly. Just moments ago, the action director demonstrated a relatively complicated flying kick, and he surprisingly managed to replicate it after just a few tries. Judging by the action director's reaction, he must have done quite well. Zhang Jiu was fascinated by this feeling. He seemed to be tireless, learning and practicing repeatedly, yet he didn't feel fatigued. It was the action director who was exhausted, which is why they took this break. The capabilities of this body are astonishing. Since becoming a man, Zhang Jiu discovers something new about his body every day. If there were a playground right now, he would definitely want to try running 800 meters. During the last physical test in college, her speed was the slowest at 5 minutes, but how fast would it be now? However, with such a great physique, he could eat more. At lunch, the crew provided boxed meals, and while Assistant Sang only finished half a box, Zhang Jiu elegantly and swiftly devoured 3 boxes, startling Jiang Wenyi, who came over to check on him. Jiang Wenyi hadn't seen anyone eat so much in a long time. For actors with screen time, needs her daily meals were similar to that of her family's pet cat. She was completely ignorant of the appetites of growing teenagers. Will he really not gain weight? Of course not, as Zhang Jiu is still growing. He was sitting on a small stool eating, still not realizing that Jiang Wenyi had arrived. Hearing Assistant Sang greet her, he finally looked up at Jiang Wenyi, his eyes wide and sparkling with beads of sweat on his face reflecting the light, as if a layer of gold powder had been sprinkled on. At that moment, Jiang Wenyi realized that he was still a minor. Oh, how wonderful it is to have the ability nearing 30 and still able to act in romantic scenes with a young handsome guy. With a sense of inexplicable joy and affection for the youth, Jiang Wenyi beamed and spoke warmly. Jiu, are you adapting well to life on set? Being called by name so warmly by someone he wasn't too familiar with made Zhang Jiu feel a bit awkward, as if he were being called by the principal with his nickname. It's fine, thank you for your concern, Teacher Jiang. In the entertainment industry, it's common for stars to call each other brother or sister, but Zhang Jiu felt it was odd to call her sister Jiang, since he didn't consider their relationship to be at that level, so he referred to her as Teacher Jiang. Teacher Jiang indeed came to check on Zhang Jiu's learning progress. She was worried that he might be uncoordinated, as many male stars appear stiff as if their necks and bodies are welded together with steel plates. While they can cut to different shots, any full body movement would make them look like a dead fish. If Zhang Jiu were like that, the director would have to work harder on the shots. Jiang Wenyi understood that she couldn't expect good fortune to just fall from the sky. Having picked up such a handsome talent, she had to be prepared for the worst in other aspects. Even if other conditions were mediocre, Zhang Jiu's face alone would allow him to shine brightly. Even if his looks faded in 2 or 3 years, there would still be people in the entertainment history who would remember his face. This is the power of extreme beauty. Jiang Wenyi believed that as long as she signed Zhang Jiu, even if he were a pig beneath that skin, she could surely make him famous within 3 to 5 years. The hardest part is getting started. As long as Jiang Wenyi's studio can make one person famous, everyone will believe there will be a second and third regardless of whether or not they truly exist. As long as capital and the public believe it can happen, opportunities will arise along with money and people seeking them out. Jiang Wenyi was ambitious. She didn't want to remain merely a star performer in front of the camera. She aspired to be the hand that moves the pieces behind the scenes. But those were still distant thoughts. The key now was to produce a great show with Wei Yijuan. No matter how powerful beauty is, it still needs a platform to showcase itself. Sometimes many people aren't that attractive, but certain methods bestow them with charm. Jiang Wenyi was mentally prepared. Even if Zhang Jiu were a flower without fragrance, she would still put him in her basket. However, she didn't expect Zhang Jiu to give her a great surprise. After an hour of lunch break, Zhang Jiu continued practicing with the action director. With the reference from the morning's practice, the action director felt that some movements which weren't overly technical but were rather complex could also be entrusted to Zhang Jiu. The action director in his 30s looked thin and small, yet his professional skills were strong. He was specially hired for this role, and he taught seriously while Zhang Jiu learned diligently. Jiang Wenyi watched from the side under an umbrella, her eyes growing brighter. The young man was agile and fit. The expansive martial arts movements were designed to be impressive. Zhang Jiu, with his long limbs, broad shoulders, and narrow waist, though lacking much muscle, already resembled the ancient description of a strong and slender person. Although Zhang Jiu lacked a foundation in martial arts, his core strength was substantial and his limbs were powerful. His movements had an energetic quality to them that was very enjoyable to watch. Additionally, Jiang Wenyi, as an observer, noticed that Zhang Jiu knew how to use his eyes, which seemed like a talent. The combination of his movements and his gaze drew more attention to his actions, not to mention his face. From a distance, Jiang Wenyi couldn't see clearly, but was deeply captivated. She could already imagine how mesmerizing those eyes would be on screen, with close-ups captivating countless viewers. Having watched him thoroughly, Zhang Jiu felt nervous. The boss responsible for issuing pay was watching nearby. Who wouldn't be afraid? Therefore, he put more effort into his movements, fearing Jiang Wenyi would think he was slacking off. As for his gaze, that was indeed intentional. When he was her, Zhang Ziyu had a hobby of raising original characters OCs. Some people like to commission drawings of their OCs, but Zhang Ziyu couldn't afford it and lacked drawing skills. The stories and scenes experienced by the OCs were purely based on his imagination. Sometimes after imagining certain actions, he would try them in front of a mirror to see if they looked cool or silly. After trying it out many times, Zhang Ziyu naturally understood what kind of eye movements looked good and which ones appeared glaring or rolled. His body transformed into a man's was particularly agile. Even rolling his eyes was smooth, and the resulting effects were remarkable. The more Jiang Wenyi watched, the more she wanted to sign Zhang Ziyu. She practically wished to place a contract in front of him for a 10-year deal. However, this agreement was not like those in the crew, as she had never dealt with it before and didn't want to use another company's template. The lawyer was still drafting it. Holding back, she knew that signing someone required a more gentle approach. Jiang Wenyi came not only to observe Zhang Ziyu's performance, but also had an important matter to attend to. In the plot, the fight scenes between Li Nianhe and Wei Yijuan were interconnected. With Jiang Wenyi's rich acting experience, handling Wei Yijun's movements was a breeze. She only needed to coordinate with Zhang Ziyu. Thus the two had to be quite close. Normally Zhang Ziyu would feel uncomfortable if someone got within half a meter of him, but that was in private. In work settings he could interact easily and joke around as usual. Moreover, having transformed into a woman, he was naturally more adaptable to close proximity with females. However, in the action design, Li Nianhe was supposed to embrace Wei Yijuan around her waist, and in a moment of urgency lead her to evade danger, which meant the embrace would have to be tight and forceful. Not a mere casual hold, but a close embrace with their bodies almost touching. Zhang Ziyu's first concern was whether he might smell of sweat after practicing for so long. After hearing the action director clarify the movements, he immediately tugged at his shirt and sniffed it. There was a faint odor, but it didn't seem unpleasant. Zhang Ziyu suspected he had gotten used to his own scent, so he preemptively apologized to Jiang Wenyi. Jiang Wenyi leaned in to sniff. It doesn't smell. Oh, it's not bad at all. Zhang Ziyu's ears turned red. Fortunately, the thoughtful assistant Sang ran over with a bottle of floral body spray. He took it and sprayed it all over himself, causing him to sneeze. Everyone nearby laughed, and Jiang Wenyi found him quite cute and thoughtful, making her even more eager to sign him for profit. When they actually coordinated together, it turned out to be quite good. Jiang Wenyi was very gracious, making Zhang Ziyu's shyness seem excessive. He wrapped his arms around Jiang Wenyi's waist and turned under the guidance of the action director. Jiang Wenyi was light and effortlessly flowed with his movements, not exerting any effort at all. With one person possessing great talent and the other having abundant experience, their movements quickly became synchronized, just waiting for the next day's shoot. Humans are strange creatures. As the physical distance closed, it felt as if the emotional distance could also be bridged instantly. At this moment, Zhang Ziyu felt a bit closer to Jiang Wenyi. A person as intelligent as Jiang Wenyi immediately sensed the change and seized the opportunity to ask, "Ziyu, how does it feel to shoot a film?" Zhang Ziyu still felt a bit unaccustomed to such a close form of address and was a bit shy. "It feels quite interesting." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenyi seized the moment. "As long as it's interesting, people will be happy doing anything. Ziyu, are you interested in really pursuing this career?" Zhang Ziyu didn't know how to respond. Before coming to the crew, he had thought he would finish this drama and take the money home. However, he wasn't a resolute person. After a day of new and interesting experiences, he suddenly felt a hint of hesitation. To him, the job of an actor seemed like a good one with the potential to earn a lot of money. He had often seen fans online saying their idols earned a lot due to their busy schedules. Yet after experiencing a day in the crew, he didn't feel tired at all. Perhaps it was because he wasn't a true artist. Zhang Ziyu understood why his beliefs were wavering. It was because he felt that money was truly easy to earn. Before becoming a man, he had always been an ordinary person, and it was exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to make a fortune. Zhang Ziyu had always thought of himself as having low material desires without the ambition to make a lot of money. Now that an opportunity was laid out before him, he realized that it was not that he had never had such thoughts before, but rather that he had never encountered such an opportunity. Now the opportunity lay before him, appearing both dangerous and enticing. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Ziyu replied to Jiang Wenyi, "I don't know, I've heard that the entertainment industry is hard to navigate." "It is indeed hard to navigate," Jiang Wenyi replied candidly. "There are difficulties whether you are popular or not. But to be honest, in life, unless one is born with good fortune, who has it easy? The entertainment industry is no different. Look at me. I've had a smooth journey, yet I've encountered many challenges. To be honest, I have a good impression of you. I've just opened a studio and planned to not sign newcomers so soon, but when I saw you, I felt you were a great talent I couldn't miss. If you are willing to come to me, I can guarantee that within 2 to 3 years, I'll make you popular." Seeing Zhang Ziyu hesitate, Jiang Wenyi pressed on with a stronger argument. "And to be frank, when I mentioned you joining our crew to act for a week or two as a summer job, that was true. But after the acting, do you really think you can return to an ordinary life? Our show will air at the latest next year, and once it does, with your looks and current performance, you will undoubtedly attract a lot of attention. Many people will recognize you on the street, and numerous agencies will call you wanting to sign you. At that time, all sorts of people will come around. They will harass you, find your phone number, and even block your doorstep. Zhang Ziyu was startled. He thought carefully. With his current looks and the potential success of this drama, it was indeed possible for the situation Jiang Wenyu described to happen. Oh no, he was captivated by the allure of 400,000. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Zhang Ziyu felt a bit flustered with a hint of hope. Well, that might not be the case. Jiang Wenyu decisively responded, it is very likely. So rather than letting those troublesome people harass you, why not come directly to my studio? Although our studio hasn't signed anyone yet, you are the first, which also means you have access to more resources. I am currently very popular with many resources flowing in. Since I am working independently now, I won't have to share with the company, and all good opportunities will definitely go to you. This was indeed true. Zhang Ziyu had not paid much attention to the entertainment industry before, but he would occasionally check out the trending topics, learning from the fan debates that Jiang Wenyu had indeed opened a studio and was very successful, having launched several newcomers. The fans among these newcomers often clashed, arguing about who received more resources from the studio, who was deemed the useless one. Other fans would feel a strong sense of jealousy when they noticed that even the least popular among those newcomers was better than their own idol. Jiang Wenyu's words stirred something in Zhang Ziyu. He thought about the chaotic attention he would attract if he didn't enter the entertainment industry and felt a bit scared, but he still didn't immediately agree. Thank you, Teacher Jiang. I need to think about it, and will give you an answer. Jiang Wenyu readily agreed. She could clearly see the significant wavering in Zhang Ziyu's resolve and was secretly delighted that a good flower was about to bloom in her garden. She maintained a calm demeanor while quickly calling her lawyer to prepare a contract with favorable terms ready to sign. Thus, in the coming days during breaks between filming, Jiang Wenyu seized every opportunity to persuade Zhang Ziyu from the generous terms she could offer to her bright vision for his starry path. Zhang Ziyu was not a person of firm will. He was the type who would confidently go shopping after preparing a strategy online, but when in the store he would buy whatever the sales staff recommended. It didn't take long for him to be swayed. At this point he had already filmed nearly half of his scenes, as Li Nianhe had a limited role. After the hero saved the beauty, he was injured by a hidden weapon and fell ill, with the female lead Wei Yijuan taking care of her savior, gradually developing feelings for the handsome young man. Zhang Ziyu had his makeup done. He was already pale, but his complexion was too healthy. The makeup artist Sister Wang applied a layer of white foundation to cover it up, making his lips a bit pale, and sprayed a little water to simulate sweat, creating a sickly appearance. This segment was the easiest to perform, as Zhang Ziyu only needed to lie in bed feigning unconsciousness. Wei Yijuan, played by Jiang Wenyu, gazed at his face, momentarily lost in thought, and tenderly wiped her savior's face, smoothing out his slightly furrowed brow. As she stood up to fetch the medicine, she noticed the young man's hand tightly grasping her wrist. She whispered comfortingly, "All right, I'm not leaving. I'm here to feed you your medicine." The comatose young man seemed to hear her voice and truly released her wrist. Wei Yijuan picked up the medicine, scooped a spoonful with the ladle, gently blew on it, and then offered it to him. The camera pulled back and director Wang called cut. This scene was completed. Zhang Ziyu rolled off the bed. He really wanted to complain. Wasn't Li Nianhe supposed to be a young master? Didn't he have a servant Asi with him? Why couldn't Asi be the one to feed the medicine? After finishing filming for the day, there was still plenty of time. Director Wang went to handle other shots, and Jiang Wenyu handed Zhang Ziyu a contract. "This is the contract my lawyer drafted for you. Ziyu, take a look. If you find the terms suitable, we can have your parents sign a temporary one after we finish filming. In 2 months, when you turn 18, we'll sign a formal one. If there are any unsuitable terms, let me know. Everything can be discussed." Zhang Ziyu, having received the contract, did not look at it immediately. He was very self-aware and knew he was easily swayed. His vision was also not long-term, so he decided to finish filming and hire a good lawyer with his earnings to help review the contract and negotiate. It was another day of realizing his own shallowness. After taking off the costume and removing the headpiece, yes, ancient drama actors don't take off their hair accessories, even when lying in bed, he handed these items to assistant Sang. Zhang Ziyu practiced his action scenes for a while, sweating profusely, then went to the stylist to wash his hair, as he couldn't wash the attached hair. Returning to the hotel, he took a shower and sat on the bed to start reading his lines. Director Wang said that although dubbing actors could be used for post-production, Zhang Ziyu's voice was quite good, and the lines for Li Nianhe were not difficult since the character was designed as a taciturn young man. Thus Zhang Ziyu could try dubbing for himself. Therefore, every night Zhang Ziyu would return to the hotel to read his lines. The hotel had decent soundproofing, allowing him to practice confidently. He wondered if other original character creators, OC creators, felt the same. During the peak of his obsession with his OC, he would mentally stage plays for his character every day. Upon seeing some cool lines online, he would immediately think about how his character could use them, imagining the scenarios, the people he would face, and the tone he would use. When overly obsessed, Zhang Ziyu would try to recite the lines himself, recording them on his phone. Although most of the time the recorded voice sounded like a reading which he would delete after listening, he still found joy in it. Later, as the internet developed and videos became more competitive, some vloggers would actually post useful tips when critically reviewing some actors' poor delivery of lines. For example, how to analyze the emotions behind a line based on context, how to read that emotion, where to place emphasis in a line, when to pause, and when to speak softly, etc. Then they would juxtapose a certain actor as a negative example and kindly provide an excellent case for comparison, creating a situation where the criticized actor was thoroughly mocked. How could OC creators miss out on such useless yet valuable insights? When imagining their characters delivering powerful lines with rhythm and impact, Zhang Ziyu would give such videos a thumbs up and then scroll past, forever forgetting them in the river of life. At present, the video landscape online was not so developed, and without professional teachers, it was hard to find tutorials. Zhang Ziyu could only rely on the scattered tips he remembered from vloggers analyzing lines one by one, trying to read them, and recording on his phone to see if anything fell off. If something fell off, even though his tone sounded good, it felt like a handsome guy was just delivering a speech. Oh no, he might become one of those examples that future vloggers would mock. Zhang Ziyu lay down on the bed in despair, thinking that he might as well just use dubbing. Nowadays, it wasn't an era where voice actors had to pay out of pocket. So many people used it, why couldn't he? Then he criticized himself in his heart. Zhang Ziyu, how did you used to laugh at those who were 208? Can you really be at ease becoming one of them? Of course not. Zhang Ziyu still got up and continued to read his lines. He thought dejectedly, if the director asks me to dub, it means I'm still good enough. If he doesn't, it just shows he knows what I'm really. At least he had tried. The earthen walls and tiled roof, the eaves lush and green. A delicate young girl squatted beside a small fire stove, gently fanning the flames with a fan, using a handkerchief to wipe the beads of sweat from her forehead. The book boy, AC, hurried over politely, saying, "Miss Wei, you've worked hard. They'll take care of brewing the medicine for the young master." Wei Yijuan stood up gracefully, a hint of sorrow in her eyes. "All right, I'll go check on young Master Li." This young Master Li had saved her life, but his wound had become infected due to the poison on the enemy's hidden weapon, causing a high fever. Though the fever had subsided, he had yet to awaken, which worried Wei Yijuan greatly. She gently pushed open the door, afraid that the sound would disturb the patient. Looking up, she found that young Master Li had already awakened. He struggled to prop himself up with his uninjured hand, sunlight filtering through the thin paper window, casting a hazy glow on his handsome face. Hearing the sound, he turned to look at Wei Yijuan, and she realized that the young man's eyes were extraordinarily beautiful, like a tranquil lake shrouded in mist on a spring morning. Wei Yijuan was momentarily captivated, their eyes locked in a trance for a long while. Finally, she came to herself, a joyful smile breaking forth like spring flowers at dawn. "Young Master Li, you're awake." As the mist on the lake dissipated, it seemed that light flooded into his eyes. Li Nianhe wanted to smile, but the girl had already joyfully run outside. In a short while, she returned with book boy AC, who exclaimed gratefully, "Young master, you're finally awake. You've been unconscious for 2 days. 2 days? How could it have been so long? In these 2 days, I haven't slept well at all. Now I can finally report back to the master." Li Nianhe opened his mouth, wanting to inquire about the critical matters of their journey, as well as why assassins had appeared in such a small tavern. So many questions, so many things he wanted to instruct. As he tried to speak, he found his voice was hoarse beyond measure. AC, who had grown up with him, naturally understood what he wanted to ask. "Don't worry, young master. We've already sent someone on horseback to deliver the message. It won't be delayed. The master has also sent word it's a long journey, but someone should arrive by tomorrow. You should take good care of your injuries here. We will surely find out who harmed you. So you needn't worry. Just rest well these 2 days. Miss Wei and I have been watching over you for 2 days. We were..." "Miss Wei?" It seemed casual, but there was a careful inquiry in their eyes as they locked gazes again. Wei Yijuan smiled generously. "Young Master Li, I am Wei Yijuan. Thank you for saving me that day. It was nothing, just a small act of kindness." He remained taciturn. Li Nianhe quickly lowered his gaze. It was more than just a small act, it truly was a life-saving grace. Her clear voice was steadfast as Wei Yijuan affirmed, "Those assassins must have been after me." The young girl recounted her childhood experiences back then. Her parents were also killed by such a band of thieves. Now the belts of these assassins were exactly like those of the enemies she saw in her youth, unmistakably the same group. "I do not know why my family has attracted such a band of thieves. Today, if not for your rescue, I would have been a ghost under the knife. I am deeply indebted and can never repay you." Tears welled in Wei Yijuan's eyes as she bowed her head in gratitude. Li Nianhe hurriedly reached out to support her, but forgot he was on the bed, weak from his injuries. AC quickly stepped forward to steady his master, then helped Wei Yijuan back up. He watched the girl before him, who remained silent, yet shed tears like falling pearls, and an inexplicable pain tugged at his heart. He didn't know how to describe this feeling. AC, understanding his cue, handed him a handkerchief. Watching Wei Yijuan slowly wipe her tears, Li Nianhe finally spoke. "You must have endured much hardship after losing your parents. Rest assured, even if these assassins were not after me, we will uncover the truth behind this matter. If, as you say, they are one and the same, the Li family will surely find out who is behind this and give your parents an explanation." I can't believe I just said that. Even I doubt the sincerity of my words, but looking at the grateful gaze of the girl before me, it all seems worth it. With a snap, Director Wang waved the rolled-up script in his hand. This scene, regardless of how well the actors performed, only needed to look good visually, and the performance was deemed acceptable. Moreover, the young man's final gaze was a mixture of compassion, gentleness, and a touch of shyness reminiscent of those professional actors. Fortunately, Zhang Ziyu had no idea what director Wang was thinking. If he did, he would have uttered a very famous retort, "Are you making a pie chart here?" Zhang Ziyu was increasingly finding his rhythm in acting. He pondered that to be an actor, the first step was to master reading comprehension and to understand the emotions of the characters in the script. Fortunately, he had done well in Chinese during school. Then he needed to try expressing the emotions he comprehended through his body. Thus, over the past few nights, besides rehearsing lines, Zhang Ziyu practiced expressions in front of a mirror, exploring various facial expressions. He discovered that unless he deliberately exaggerated his expressions, his face looked good regardless of the emotion, and his facial muscles became very agile. Before becoming a man, Zhang Ziyu could only raise one eyebrow independently. Now he could raise both and even perform tap dance with his eyebrows, but that was too ridiculous, so he stopped after trying it once. He could also easily wink. Previously, when Zhang Ziyu winked with one eye, he had to squeeze it hard. If he wanted to wink gently, the other eye would uncontrollably droop. Now he could close whichever eye he wanted at will, and when winking, the closed eye would gently shut without any signs of muscular tension around it. Zhang Ziyu suspected that perhaps this face was a natural gift for acting. Through numerous attempts, Zhang Ziyu discovered that although he couldn't express corresponding emotions as accurately as professionally trained actors in the fleeting moments of his gaze, that was truly too professional. If he forced himself to mimic, he could only produce a ghostly gaze that was erratic. However, if he fixed his gaze on a specific area, without significant movement of his pupils, this pair of eyes could convey what he was thinking inside. This was so magical. Zhang Ziyu tried many times and found that the secret lay in creating the scene in his mind before using his gaze, immersing himself in the emotions, simulating an atmosphere, as if he were listening to melancholy music at midnight, allowing his eyes to express that ambiguous feeling. The key point emerged. Zhang Ziyu also discovered that unless he was genuinely acting in anger, the muscles around his eyes should not be tensed too much. Even if he did exert force, he had to slow down the pace, allowing the expression to transition from light to heavy. The pupils needed to move slowly. In short, everything needed to be gradual. During today's shoot, Zhang Ziyu boldly tried out these little techniques he discovered. Though he had never been in love, nor had someone who made his heart race, Zhang Ziyu believed that when facing someone close or someone he had feelings for as they recounted their tragic past, a normal person's first reaction should be empathy, followed by a desire to comfort and help them. When this desire exceeded his usual kindness, there would be a bit of shyness and fearing that the other person would discover his feelings, especially for someone like Li Nianhe, who was not good at expressing his emotions. This was how Zhang Ziyu understood it, and he worked hard to express it this way, immersing himself in character and backstory, letting his emotions fill his chest like water, and then naturally flowing from his eyes. Now the results seemed pretty good. When the director called cut, Zhang Ziyu realized that as long as he was immersed in the story, it was like watching a tragic tale. The emotions surged quickly and faded just as rapidly, making it not too hard to remain in character. He felt he was vaguely touching the edge of acting. Though it was merely an amateur approach, Zhang Ziyu was not satisfied. He felt it was far from enough. He knew that if he truly decided to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, Zhang Wenyi was currently his best option. If he really wanted to sign a contract with Zhang Wenyi, he needed to negotiate terms before signing, allowing him time to learn how to become a true actor. Since he had decided to appear in front of the public, he couldn't afford to embarrass himself. This was Zhang Ziyu's thought. Friend, you must be curious about what the taste of blood in movies and dramas is like. In the days to come, various ancient costume actors, while spitting blood on screen, displayed their flair and creativity, yet failed to convey beauty and emotion. After watching the edited cuts from online video creators, Zhang Ziyu would become increasingly curious about what this blood really tasted like. Is it delicious? Does it taste like strawberry jam? Or perhaps like maple syrup? Beet juice? Now he knows. It is salty. As the prop sword pierced the blood pack on his body, Zhang Ziyu swiftly complied and bit into the blood pack in his mouth. This bite nearly caused him to lose control of his expression. The blood pack was akin to the bursting pearls in milk tea. The outer layer was edible, while the amount of blood inside was small but very viscous. The strange salty taste seemed to stick to his mouth, tightly wrapping around his tongue. It tastes so bad. However, since the director didn't call for a stop, he had to endure and continue acting. Before filming, Zhang Ziyu had practiced holding water in his mouth. He only needed to slightly part his lips for the liquid to flow out through the gap. He even practiced in front of a mirror, figuring out how to spit in the most appealing way. The youth's brows furrowed slightly in the mirror, mixing a touch of pain and reluctance, looking as beautiful as a ghost and as cold as frost. But this blood was concocted by the props master in a way that it didn't resemble water at all. It was particularly thick and flowed slowly, drop by drop. Zhang Ziyu was very afraid of messing up. If he did, he would have to endure the bizarre taste of the blood again. So even though the strange flavor made his eyes dazed, he forced himself to hold on. In director Wang's lens, the youth stood tall, his clothes fluttering, his form resembling a crane. As he was stabbed by the sword, his body paused for a moment. Then he endured the pain and swung the sword in his hand, forcefully killing the last enemy. He had to protect his beloved. At this moment the ground around him was strewn with the bodies of enemies, and his beloved girl was right behind him, standing at the edge of a precipice ready to protect a delicate flower. The young couple had already confided in each other like two fawns, their innocent hearts slowly drawing closer, just about to step into happiness under the morning sun when misfortune shadowed them. Who could have imagined that on the way to visit his father with Wei Yijun, Li Nianhe would encounter such a calamity? Dozens of assassins burst out from the forest. Even though Li Nianhe was highly skilled, ultimately 2 fists could not fend off 4 hands, and he was struck in the heart. Happiness was just a step away. Li Nianhe thought he might not survive. He gasped for breath, blood staining his lips crimson, dripping down drop by drop, leaving dark marks on the black fabric. He slowly turned, resting his head on Wei Yijun's shoulder. The girl's body had completely stiffened. In her mind, the faces of her family members who had died tragically flashed by one after another. She was too young at that time, and the painful memory of her family's destruction was too much to bear. The faces of her family were slowly being buried by time in her memory. But now those painful faces were so clear, igniting the hatred that had been dulled by years of comfort, making it burn fiercely. Before this, she seemed to think that hatred would fade away with time. Father, mother, elder brother, and the baby sister in the cradle, each face belonged to her family. They passed away with unclosed eyes, and their hatred was naturally irreconcilable. But why was the last face to appear her young lover's? At this moment, Wei Yijun finally felt the weight on her shoulder. Her lover was much taller than her. Even as a youth, he could envelop her with his slightly slender body. She remembered the day they exchanged feelings, how he gently embraced her, his handsome face resting on her shoulder. At that time, she felt she had once again attained happiness. But now she could only slowly reach out her hand to embrace her lover. She felt powerless. It was as if a knife had pierced her heart, and the sharp pain spread throughout her body. At this moment, Li Nianhe's vision began to darken. He could hear the rustling of the wind blowing through the leaves of the trees, the sound of his own blood surging out of his body, and he could also hear the frantic heartbeat echoing within this body. Only one voice was faintly discernible. Li Nianhe strained to listen. His mind grew heavier, yet the voice became clearer. I turned out to be the girl's cries. He smiled, his voice never sounding so hoarse and weak before. Yijun, are you? Li Nianhe was very unwilling. He was just a step away from happiness. He recalled a petal that had fallen on his desk in spring, his father's hopeful gaze, and his mother's pale hand before her death. He was about to die. What about Wei Yijun? Would she remember him? She definitely loved him, but how long would this love allow Li Nianhe to linger in her memory? Li Nianhe was anxious. At this moment, Wei Yijun's trembling sobs, her pain, instead made him feel happy. Pain is the weight I hold in your heart. I appeared so briefly in your life. If pain allows me to become an anchor in your life, that would be quite fulfilling. As life gradually faded with the blood flow, Li Nianhe listened to Wei Yijun's frantic calls quietly, holding his beloved. He bent down and gently whispered a sentence in the girl's ear. I love you, I'll always remember me. After saying this, he fell silent. Wei Yijun could not support the youth's body. She embraced him, collapsing against a nearby tree. At this moment, the sounds of the world seemed to pause, and tears replaced the raindrops of the earth. At this moment, despair filled her mind, leaving only hatred and pain piled up in her heart. She hated the unknown enemies, hated the indifferent heavens that turned a blind eye to the tragedy in this world, and also hated her own weakness and helplessness. She wanted revenge for her parents and for her lover. She wanted to kill her past self. Zhang Ziyu's first acting experience had come to an end. In industry terms, this was called wrapping up. The director handed him a red envelope. Actors who die in a scene receive this treatment. The amount in the envelope was not much, only 200 yuan, just for good luck. Just moments ago, the youth in front of the camera was handsome and affectionate, his pale face contrasting with the blood pearls rolling like coral beads of beauty tinged with fragility. His tall figure created a stark contrast with Jiang Wenyi's petite frame, embodying calmness, pain, satisfaction, and reluctance, all emotions masterfully conveyed. Director Wang was still unaware that this scene would become one of the classic moments in ancient costume dramas, to be revisited for years to come, with screenshots and GIFs flooding the internet. Under the filters of the scissor's hand and the melancholic BGM, Zhang Ziyu's spitting blood could fill an entire vat, widely circulated on certain platforms, becoming a topic of delight among netizens. Zhang Ziyu could not have anticipated that while he mocked the ancient costume actors' competition of spitting blood, one day he would become a driving force in this path. He was just a vessel for the twisted, painful, and damp emotions of a girl filled with hobbies. His interpretation of the script naturally leaned toward the gloomy side, which he expressed perfectly. He was very happy right now. Jiang Wenyi had just deposited his payment into his account. Although part of the final payment would have to wait until the dubbing was completed, that did not prevent this moment from becoming the richest moment of Zhang Ziyu's life. Money is truly a wonderful thing. This happiness would turn Zhang Ziyu into a wagging-tailed puppy for the following. Who cares about the heavy burden of being remembered by a wife for a lifetime after dying in a drama? Isn't that Li Nianhe? What does it have to do with me, Zhang Ziyu? With money, one can afford to be extravagant. Zhang Ziyu spent 2,000 yuan hiring a professional lawyer to help him review the contract. He didn't know if 2,000 yuan was too much or too little for a lawyer, but it was the highest price he could afford at the moment. At the moment Zhang's father, Zhang's mother, and Zhang Jiu signed their names, Zhang Jiu officially became a member of Jiang. Before he could even reflect on truly stepping into the entertainment industry, he was immediately thrust into the intense and thrilling dubbing segment. At the moment he faced the microphone in the recording studio, Zhang Jiu realized that dubbing was difficult, yet not as hard as he had imagined. Every line he read did indeed take a long time for the director to approve, but under the guidance of a professional dubbing director combined with his eagerness to learn and the thickness of Li Nianyi's script, he completed his dubbing tasks in just 2 days. While it was true that ancient costume dramas had less stringent dialogue requirements, plus with Zhang Ziu's experience of speaking in a quasi-heroic tone and his good vocal condition, no accent, and standard Mandarin, he muddled through quite easily. Thus the final payment was promptly transferred. Thankfully Jiang Wenyi was also an investor in the production. Without her intervention, it wouldn't have been processed so quickly. At this moment Zhang Jiu, having detached from the crew's life, faced a significant event in his life. A question he had long overlooked was now laid before him. University requires accommodation, yet Zhang Ziu's university was merely a vocational school with no decent housing conditions. The boys' dormitory consisted entirely of outdated 8-person rooms. Moreover, since this school was located in the north, the shower facilities were a public bathhouse. A public bathhouse. Inside Zhang Ziu's 180 frame was a genuine woman. He could reluctantly accept sharing meals and living with men, but being naked and happily scrubbing each other's backs in a bathhouse was something Zhang Jiu currently found impossible. Just thinking about it made him break out in goosebumps, and he would hold his hands in front of his chest making a big X and shouting, "No, no, no. This is truly impossible for me." Fortunately, he was now a formally contracted artist. Under the guidance of his agent, Zhang Jiu negotiated with the school and gained privileges as an artist. He wouldn't have to attend classes regularly, just pass the final exams. That's right, Zhang Jiu now had an agent who was quite famous in the industry. He was none other than Jiang Wenyi's agent. Since Jiang Wenyi's studio had few staff, Zhang Jiu shared an agent with his boss. This agent was very tall. Even with Zhang Ziu's 180 stature, he still had to look up to see his agent's face, which made the now 17-year-old Zhang Jiu, who looked down on the world, feel a bit uncomfortable. Moreover, Zhuang, he had a body like a tree trunk, but a face resembling a doll, which looked very mismatched. Agent Zhuang was very skilled. When Zhang Jiu expressed his reluctance to go to school and wished to learn professional acting courses, Zhang Jiu, "I really don't want to see naked men." Both Zhuang, he and Jiang Wenyi affirmed the ambition of the artists under their wing. Thus with Zhuang he's few words, the school principal happily agreed to Zhang Ziu's absence from classes. This was also thanks to the school being a vocational institution. Zhang Jiu remembered that the exams were very easy to pass. Before his rebirth, he never paid attention in class, either looking at his phone or napping. When finals approached, he relied on the key points provided by the teacher, always fearful, yet he never failed a course. Moreover, after obtaining his diploma, the work he did had nothing to do with what he studied. Those years in vocational school were essentially spent in idleness, only increasing his life experience while decreasing his knowledge. Zhang Jiu was clear that it didn't matter whether he attended school or not, he just needed a diploma. After all, he wouldn't be establishing a scholarly persona in the future, and he wouldn't mind being called a fool. What was most important now was to improve his work skills. Moreover, he truly did not want to see other men's naked bodies. He was allergic to the unappealing three-dimensional male nudity. Jiang Wenyi, oh no, now she was boss. Jiang was very generous, readily spending 4,000 yuan to enroll Zhang Jiu in an acting training class. It was a great thing that her artists were eager to improve, and the training course lasted 2 months. Go for it. Thus Zhang Jiu arrived in the capital, moved into the apartment rented by his boss, and began his life as an acting. The 2-month professional acting course allowed Zhang Jiu to gain a lot of insights. The most significant realization was that being an actor is not as effortless as it appears with those unattractive male actors seen in idol dramas from his past life. During these 2 months, Zhang Jiu attended classes in performance, body movement, vocal training, dialogue, practical acting, martial arts, dance, script study, action, and technique, while also having to act like a gorilla in front of his teacher, a mature woman, asking her for bananas. Oh right, this is called the Liberation of Nature class. It's a bit unbearable. However, the results were remarkable. Under the guidance and praise of various teachers, Zhang Ziu's acting skills progressed, rapidly transforming from just a handsome idol drama actor into a somewhat skilled one. Somewhat, but not much. The teachers loved to praise him because his physical attributes were indeed exceptional. He learned dance and martial arts movements particularly quickly. However, his shortcomings were also quite apparent. Zhang Jiu could only portray roles he could comprehend, like Li Nianhe. It can't be said to be extraordinary, but it was certainly profound. Without large emotional outbursts, he expressed only subtle, cautious pain, mastering it with great finesse and detail. Though he couldn't compare to seasoned veterans, he was among the higher tier of young actors. Zhang Jiu, perhaps it's because I lean towards the more subtle and edgy roles. I just prefer this cool, yet passionate, painful, yet joyful flavor, which I can relate to. If asked to play a sunny and cheerful character with extreme emotional fluctuations, Zhang Ziyu's performance would be mediocre at best, barely passing, only suitable for idol dramas. This is quite strange. Generally actors handle surface-level extreme emotions, well, yet the subtleties are much harder to grasp. Zhang Ziyu, on the other hand, excelled in expressing cautious joy, deeply buried pain, and suppressed anger conveyed subtly through his eyes' micro-expressions and the unintentional tears that flowed silently, impressing even the discerning teachers. However, for outward expressions of ecstatic joy, sorrowful wailing, and angry shouting, Zhang Ziyu appeared too restrained. He had no such experiences in his life, and from an observer's perspective, he couldn't appreciate or understand them, leading to a very stylized and mechanical performance. The teachers found this perplexing, but later discovered that if there was a complete script and a thorough character arc, Zhang Ziyu's emotional performances improved significantly. Although not at an exceptional level, they were certainly adequate. Zhang Ziyu had a face that was advantageous in the entertainment industry. Even the well-informed teachers occasionally lost focus under his exceptionally striking beauty. However, in terms of an actor's pursuit, this was not entirely favorable. An overly handsome face could limit an actor's range. Male actors and female actors are different. Those who can only play handsome roles do not receive much acclaim from the teachers. Were paid to do their jobs and did not expect this good-looking student to win any acting awards. Zhang Ziyu currently had no aspirations in that regard, so his acting was deemed sufficient after 2 months of training. Since he could perform adequately, Jiang Wenyi, as the manager, naturally began to strategize. During these 2 months, Jiang Wenyi and Zhuang he were incredibly busy. As a female star and the new producer, she had to handle the follow-up release of Wei Yiju and shoot some advertisements, coordinate business, and run various promotional events, while simultaneously planning the direction for her first artist. In Jiang Wenyi's plan, Zhang Ziyu was definitely to be promoted towards stardom. With such excellent physical attributes, she would never let him act in obscure niche films, but instead aimed to make Zhang Ziyu shine brightly. But how to achieve that stardom? That needed discussion. In the entertainment industry, some artists enjoy short-term fame. After starring in 1 or 2 hit dramas, they start frantically accepting advertisements and running promotional events, waking up each day to earn money. Such artists can achieve fame, but their popularity is short-lived, like a fleeting flower that is forgotten after a couple of years. Jiang Wenyi had larger ambitions. She hoped Zhang Ziyu would achieve long-lasting success, continuously earning money for her, not just a flash in the pan. Therefore, she would never allow Zhang Ziyu to accept low-quality dramas. As for pushing Zhang Ziyu into major productions and having him act for big directors, hoping he would win awards was obviously out of the question. Such artists do not generate profit, and she didn't possess those resources. In summary, under her and Agent Zhuang he's plans, Zhang Ziyu needed to gain popularity and attract fans based on his looks. The target audience for his fanbase was women aged 10 to 40, but he needed some level of skill to stand out as an idol actor. Thus, in her and Zhuang he's planning the most suitable roles for Zhang Ziyu were high-quality male leads in idol drama. Indeed, idol dramas also vary in quality. Just like instant noodles, there are 1 yuan packaged noodles and 5 yuan cup noodles. Scripts that can attract fans, good directors, lighting, and costumes are not common in the entertainment industry. However, Zhang Ziyu's face is not something commonly found in the industry. In this country, there are countless people. Even if one is exceptionally good-looking, there are still over 100,000. Handsome individuals are prevalent in the entertainment industry. Those who can be seen and named are truly at the top of the pyramid. But Zhang Ziyu is different. At first sight, Jiang Wenyi and Zhuang he knew he was not just a rare find, but a once-in-a-billion talent. His face is top tier among both genders, and his physique is even more remarkable, with a perfect skull, fluid posture, and just the right proportions. Even his eyelashes, nails, and teeth are beautiful. It is a masculine beauty, a rugged handsomeness with strength, neither coarse nor overly delicate, which is very rare. For women, this kind of beauty is irresistible, and for men, it is acknowledged. Honestly, Jiang Wenyi and Zhuang he were very surprised that Zhang Ziyu only stepped into the entertainment industry at 17. Was the world blind? How could those around such a dazzling gem not see him? Jiang Wenyi is currently keeping Zhang Ziyu under wraps, whether it be the staff of Wei Yiju or the teachers giving him lessons. She has particularly warned them not to let anyone poach him. At the same time, she was glad that she had cooperated with that drunk driving male actor to schedule Li Nianyi's scenes for last. Otherwise, if Zhang Ziyu had encountered other male actors in Wei Yiju, he certainly wouldn't have performed so smoothly. Men's jealousy can be quite strong. She tried to show a friendly director a photo of Zhang Ziyu, wanting to ask if the directors currently preparing drama could allow him to act as the second male lead. The director looked at the photo with astonishment, but shook his head. Sister, you know, in my drama the male lead is already set by the investors, and they are very petty. How could they allow anyone else to outshine him? After this experience, Jiang Wenyi gave up on the idea of having Zhang Ziyu support the popular stars. She and Zhuang he focused on finding a better storyline for the male lead in an idol drama, but good productions often had investors pushing for them. Jiang Wenyi just invested heavily in Wei Yiju, and her current funds were insufficient. However, she wasn't in a hurry. Wei Yiju was set to premiere in 6 months. This drama, to which she had devoted a lot of effort surrounded by numerous handsome men and beautiful women with fan appeal, would not flop badly even if it didn't explode. After the drama aired, Zhang Ziyu would gain some recognition, and it would not be too late to accept scripts. As for whether others would resort to underhanded tactics, Jiang Wenyi's ability to stay relevant wasn't due to luck. Until one day, when she found herself dining with the director who had initially propelled her to fame. This director, named Wang Zhi, was the one behind the major IP adaptation that made Jiang Wenyi famous. A few years ago, he was a well-known figure in the industry, with investors eagerly providing funds. However, after filming a terrible movie due to a debt of gratitude 4 to 5 years ago, every project he touched since had flopped, and now no one came to him for work. Seeing the once glorious director Wang now sitting unkempt without anyone talking to him made Jiang Wenyi feel quite uneasy. She took the initiative to raise a toast and chat for a bit, only to have him stutteringly ask if she would consider investing in his current project. This made Jiang Wenyi want to escape. Who doesn't know that investing in director Wang over the past few years meant throwing money into the water? Moreover, she had no money. Most of her funds were tied up in Wei Yijuan. Out of respect for their past friendship, Jiang Wenyi forced a smile and tried to brush it off, but director Wang insisted, and she couldn't refuse, agreeing to look at the script later. Director Wang said there was no need to wait. He had the script with him right now. Jiang Wenyi couldn't refuse. They both sat on a small sofa, and director Wang pulled the script from his worn-out canvas bag. Seeing that bag made Jiang Wenyi's heart ache. Even if it hurt, she couldn't afford to lose money. She planned to skim through a few pages to find a reason to decline. However, as she flipped through, she found herself truly engrossed. The script was somewhat thick, too much to read in one sitting. Once captivated, director Wang took the opportunity to suggest she take it home to read at her leisure. Jiang Wenyi indeed spent 2 days finishing the script and immediately called director Wang to ask if the female lead was cast yet. She wanted the role, but director Wang said it was set with a very capable second-tier actress in the industry. Jiang Wenyi had just asked on a whim, and knowing there was someone cast, she didn't press further. She calmed down and asked who was cast for the male lead. This was a consideration for investment to see if the actors were worthwhile. The script was indeed good, and after deducting the promotional expenses allocated for Wei Yijuan, she had a few million left, which could still allow her to invest 1 or 2 million. The script had considerable depth, and director Wang had put a lot of effort into finding a well-known and capable actor for the male lead. Hearing this, Jiang Wenyi felt the drama was stable. It was a good script that could at least break even. She mentioned wanting to meet director Wang for a meal to discuss further. Director Wang expressed immense gratitude. Although 1 or 2 million wasn't sufficient for the production, if Jiang Wenyi invested, he could use that to attract others to invest as well. He had even sold his house for this project, and adding a couple of million would truly be a timely help. As the two exchanged pleasantries and discussed when to meet, Jiang Wenyi held the phone in one hand and touched the script with the other. Suddenly an idea struck her. She still had Zhang Ziyu, who could deliver. Director Wang, I trust the casting for the female and male leads, but I noticed there's a second male lead in this drama. Have you cast anyone for it? Director Wang replied that he hadn't and was still selecting candidates. For this second male lead, I think someone with good looks is necessary, Jiang Wenyi stated. Just so happens I recently signed a new artist whose appearance I can vouch for. He has also been studying acting for some time under teacher, and recently told me he has passed. How about I bring him along when we meet? Director Wang readily agreed. Meanwhile, Zhang Ziyu, called by Zhuang He to look at the script, slowly opened the plain A4 notebook and widened his eyes. Isn't this the major hit drama Harem? Unlike Wei Yijuan, the Harem is a sensational drama that Zhang Ziyu has thoroughly watched. It represents a unique and unprecedented style of popularity, not only achieving widespread success, but also maintaining its popularity over time, creating countless internet memes, and becoming a classic in the hearts of many, igniting a trend in palace intrigue dramas. Moreover, the story is intricately woven, captivating the audience with its depth, and the characters are well-rounded, enduring scrutiny, resembling a classic drama more than just a mere show. Even though Zhang Ziyu watched the Harem several years ago, he can still recount all its plot points clearly. This is not surprising, as some netizens can even pinpoint which episode a character is in just by a screenshot of their expression, accurately describing what that character is doing and what lines they said. The Harem has such a profound impact on its viewers. The female lead, Du Yinxing, initially just a clever and lively daughter of a minor official, enters the emperor's harem through a selection process. At first, she faces the empress bestowed by the late emperor, along with noble consorts and various beauties in the harem. Although Du Yinxing is not particularly outstanding, she unexpectedly meets the emperor in disguise. Her intelligence captivates him, leading to her rise in favor, but this also breeds jealousy and schemes against her. The emperor, aware of who is plotting against her, chooses to protect them. Disheartened, Du Yinxing later loses her child in the struggles of palace intrigue, and voluntarily leaves the palace to recite scriptures for the empress dowager. After being banished to a temporary palace, she meets the prince and the son of a foreign king, Prince Hung. They fall in love, but are ultimately separated by fate. After turning dark and returning to the palace, Du Yinxing loses everything, but becomes the final victor. This is essentially the story. Zhang Jiu isn't particularly passionate about the harem, but he often engages with memes online and watches some related commentary and videos. After being reborn as a man, he unexpectedly finds the script for the harem in his hands. He sat there dazed listening to his boss Jiang Wenyi on the phone. "I've read this script, and it's quite good. I think you can play the role of Prince Hung. Don't go to class today, I'll read the parts for Prince Hung, and tomorrow afternoon, we'll prepare for you to meet Director Wang." Zhang Jiu responded blankly. After hanging up, he remained in a daze for a long time. "I'm going to play Prince Hung. Is this for real? Is this a role I can even play? Do I deserve it?" A series of questions swirled in Zhang Jiu's mind as he mechanically ate breakfast, a large bowl of yogurt with fruit, 5 buns, and 2 eggs. He only regained his senses after finishing. "Why can't I play Prince Hung?" Zhang Jiu carefully recalled the drama The Harem. His memory of the plot involving Prince Hung wasn't very strong. In reality, most viewers didn't particularly like that part of the story. Discussions online initially focused on Du Yinxing's experiences before leaving and after returning to the palace. Few were fond of the parts involving Prince Hung. Prince Hung's reputation only improved later on. Initially, people thought he lacked intelligence and was always a hindrance to Du Yinxing upon her return to the palace. While netizens could almost recite the lines from the harem, they would look puzzled when asked about Prince Hung's name. "Oh, isn't Prince Hung just Prince Hung? Does he even have a name?" It wasn't until later, when online discussions became more objective, that people began to discover Prince Hung's merits. This character comes from a noble background. His mother is a princess. Under the machinations of the late emperor, he takes on his mother's surname, reclaiming the throne from the royal family, without bloodshed. However, due to the late emperor's favoritism, the current emperor becomes jealous of him and sends him to oversee the temporary palace, making him increasingly invisible to outsiders. In truth, he is kind-hearted and always willing to help others. When Du Yinxing is neglected in the temporary palace, Prince Hung cannot bear to see her suffer and helps her. Their hearts gradually draw closer as he aids her in recovering her health and cares for her family. After Du Yinxing returns to the palace, their secret relationship is discovered by the emperor, leading him to sacrifice himself to protect her. One could say he is affectionate and loyal. How could such a character be disliked by netizens? Logically, such a character should be exceptionally popular in the realm of anime and manga. The issue lies elsewhere. The actor. Director Wang meticulously selects female roles and discusses the male lead actor repeatedly, but when it comes to Prince Hung, the casting fails to convince the audience. The harem is adapted from a novel where Prince Hung is described as standing like a fragrant orchid and laughing like a bright moon in one's embrace. He is a striking figure, splendid and noble, making Du Yinxing forget her chill in the harsh winds and snows, marveling at the existence of such a person in the world. It is such a character that the late emperor loved excessively, while the current emperor envied him, and even in the harem there were concubines harboring secret affections for him. However, the actor chosen for Prince Hung by director Wang can only be described as handsome in a conventional sense. Among ordinary people, he is quite good-looking, but on screen he fails to meet the criteria. Moreover, his temperament does not align well. The book describes Prince Hung as having a cold appearance, contrasting with his gentle and kind personality. The actor's looks and demeanor are rather lively, and his acting skills are insufficient to overcome this mismatch. Director Wang noticed this and tried to adjust some parts of the script for him. As a result, Prince Hung becomes even more inconspicuous in the drama, merely a kind-hearted good guy, a characterization that certainly goes unnoticed. Thus, until the later stages, as the harem was thoroughly analyzed, Prince Hung's storyline was revisited and his reputation began to shift. By then, the actor playing Prince Hung had already retreated from the industry due to a lack of notable achievements. Most viewers believe that the biggest failure of the harem lies in the casting of Prince Hung. However, upon reflection, during the initial project of the harem, director Wang was so financially constrained that he couldn't afford a house. He did his utmost to compensate for the casting shortcomings through camera work and adaptations, so it wouldn't be fair to blame him. Moreover, when everyone dug through options, it truly was hard to find a suitable actor at that time. Either they had scheduling conflicts, lacked the looks, or had poor acting skills. Ironically, the original actor for Prince Hung was eventually accepted, as it turned out to be a fit after all. Let's just go with it. However, the inability to find a suitable actor for Prince Hung earlier was because Zhang Jiu was not present. Now that he has arrived, Prince Hung is finally here. Director Wang stared intently at the somewhat shy young man, following Jiang Wenyi, his heart fluttering. He then leaned in closer, scrutinizing him carefully, and exclaimed, "Jiang Wenyi, where did you find such a person? Just tell me if this person is suitable." Jiang Wenyi replied with a smile. "Suitable, of course. The moment he stepped into this room, it felt like it was illuminated. If he's not suitable, I doubt anyone else could play the role." Director Wang hesitated, saying, "It's just about the salary. I might have a little." The seemingly glowing young man promptly said, "I have my boss paying me a salary. You can decide on the pay." This was something Zhang Jiu had discussed with Jiang Wenyi beforehand. Jiang Wenyi was somewhat surprised, but agreed, feeling grateful for Director Wang's support in the past. Since Zhang Jiu was willing, she naturally was too. Zhang Jiu thought to himself, "Come on, this is the harem. How many people would pay to act in such a production?" Since he chose to pursue an acting career, he needed to have a goal. Zhang Jiu is not someone with lofty ambitions. He doesn't seek awards or fame. But for a role that could make an audience remember him for a lifetime, if he didn't take it, he might as well return home and marry a rich woman. The three of them chatted happily. Jiang Wenyi decided to invest 2 million in the harem, while Zhang Jiu agreed to a salary of 2,000 per episode. Director Wang, having secured funding and a suitable actor, achieved his happiest outcome. At this point, the professional Zhuang, he made his entrance. He and Director Wang agreed that Zhang Jiu would enter the set 2 months early for training, with a planned 5-month shoot. During this time, Wei Yijuan would air, and Director Wang would release him to assist with promotions, among other things. Until they finalized all the details, the next day various contracts were printed, and Zhang Jiu signed his name on the film agreement, as if he were dreaming. He remembered a colleague from his previous office, a middle-aged woman with medium-length hair, who would always play the harem on her tablet during lunch, particularly the scenes with Prince Hung. She would sigh and say to Zhang Jiu, "You know, Prince Hung is quite nice, if only he were a bit more handsome." Now Zhang Jiu felt a unique sense of emotion. He thought, "I must perform well, at the very least. I want my former colleague, when watching the drama during lunch, to exclaim, 'Ah, this Prince Hung isn't bad at all.'" When Zhang Jiu received the exclusive script for Wang Hong, he read it earnestly 3 times, and then discovered that the character of Wang Hong had many points that could be deeply explored before the script was altered for the actor. Wang Hong's name is Ling Jing. His mother is the beloved youngest daughter of the late Emperor Princess Guangqing, and his father is a descendant of one of the 3 founding kings from different surnames. At the founding of the dynasty, the families of Yue, Xian, and Hung were granted noble titles, but the family of King Yu was executed during the reign of the founding emperor. The Xian and Hung families, having survived through caution by the time of the late emperor, the old King Hung, had passed away, leaving behind only a frail son. The late emperor decreed that Princess Guangqing marry the new King Hung, and soon after they had a son. The late emperor was very pleased and bestowed the family name of the kingdom upon the heir. A year after the heir's birth, the new King Hung also died suddenly from an illness, leaving the heir to ascend the throne. In just 5 years, the Hung royal line had changed twice. King Xian, knowing the situation, humbly requested a demotion, which was granted by the late emperor, reducing him to Duke of Xian, and this duke was treated with the privileges of a prince. Among the late emperor's children, he was particularly fond of Princess Guangqing, and thus also had great affection for Ling Jing. He not only granted him the family name of the kingdom, but also gave him a name that shared the same character as the other princes, which made the emperor very jealous before his ascension. The late emperor's crown prince died young, and the late emperor believed it was due to the unvirtuous crown princess, who was pregnant at the time. He despised her and her child, unwilling to grant the child the title of crown prince, and even assigned a random name, Ling Sun, which would later belong to the future emperor. After the death of the crown prince, the late emperor often found fault with the various princes. Today he scolded one, tomorrow he punished another. Only his youngest daughter, Princess Guangqing, could win his affection. Unfortunately, after her husband's death, Princess Guangqing fell into deep sorrow and soon followed him to the afterlife. The late emperor was very saddened and brought Wang Hong to the palace to raise him personally. Young Wang Hong was very endearing, just like his mother, always able to make the late emperor laugh. When Wang Hong was 10 years old, the late emperor looked at the young prince and lamented his own aging, shedding tears in front of his ministers, and then told all the princes and grandsons that after his death, they should treat Wang Hong as they would their own children. One was the son of the crown prince, and the other was the son of a princess. One was buried in the ground, and the other was held up to the heavens. Therefore, even though the two rarely met, the emperor had a strong dislike for Wang Hong. The late emperor lived much longer than expected, having already outlived several older sons. Suddenly, upon his death, the ministers were thrown into chaos. Among the remaining princes, there was no one capable of taking charge, so Duke of Xian took the lead and supported the crown prince's son Ling Sun to ascend the throne. Once the emperor ascended, Wang Hong's life changed immediately. Previously, he was the late emperor's treasured darling, receiving everything good, but now that the late emperor was gone, even with his wishes, he could not enjoy the same life as before. The Duke of Xian, who held the political power, harbored resentment towards Wang Hong, always feeling that the deaths of the previous 2 kings Hong were part of the late emperor's schemes. He felt sorry for his old friend and his friend's son. The emperor was even more jealous of Wang Hong. Though they feigned cordiality, one viewed the emperor as a puppet, while the other wished to remove him swiftly. They both shared one common point: neither liked Wang Hong. Thus Wang Hong was sent to the palace under the pretense of the late emperor's blessings. At this time, Wang Hong was only 12 years old. Both of them, keeping in mind the late emperor's instructions in front of the ministers, did not dare to be overtly harsh, sending a large number of palace attendants to accompany him, ostensibly to care for him, but in reality to monitor him. They also spread rumors outside to tarnish Wang Hong's reputation, claiming he was a child who brought misfortune to his parents, a lonely star born of destiny. As time went by, seeing that no one was paying attention to this once prominent Wang Hong, they began to employ petty tactics. First, the palace attendants were not replenished, then the houses and gardens were left untended, and finally, even the delivery of grain and firewood was not timely. Fortunately, when Wang Heng arrived here, he brought many belongings. The walls of the palace were not high, and he often climbed over to sell some gold and silver items in exchange for daily necessities. Occasionally, he also made money by copying books and writing. Royal marriages require the emperor's explicit decree, yet Wang Heng remained unmarried even until the age of 20. The emperor deliberately forgot about him here with only an elderly woman who had cared for him since childhood. Wang Heng felt that this would be his life, not wanting to burden others, only wishing to provide for the elderly woman and see her through to the end. At this time he encountered Du Yinxing, who had also arrived at the palace. How could a consort come to this palace? In truth, it was the doing of the Duke of Xin's daughter consort Xu. Du Yinxing voluntarily left the palace disheartened, and since consort Xu held significant power, even the empress was disturbed. As a minor official's daughter, Du Yinxing had to avoid being killed by consort Xu. Even though she voluntarily left the palace, consort Xu did not let her go. The conditions in the palace were harsh, and Du Yinxing had just experienced a miscarriage lacking resources. In such a desolate palace, she would not last long. The people in the palace were lazy, and under consort Xu's orders they deliberately did not send charcoal to Du Yinxing in winter, forcing her to go out with her maid to fetch coal in the icy snow, or else she would freeze to death in her room. Coincidentally, Wang Heng was also worried that the elderly woman would not have enough charcoal, so he came over to fetch some. The two of them won a consort in a state of disarray, wearing a simple cotton garment covered in ash lost in the heavy snow, the other a royal prince clothed in half-new, half-old attire performing such lowly labor. Zhang Jiyu saw this and couldn't help but sigh. In the script, the meeting of the two characters is a resonance between two people at their lowest point, rich with the hues of fate. It may seem fragile like light mist and grass, but in reality, they are like sharp pines and bamboo encountering each other. The original actor could only portray a simple and kind-hearted person. Here in the story is an important plot point, not only marking Wang Heng's initial appearance, but also his first encounter with Du Yinxing. Zhang Jiyu pondered how he should perform. He continued to read the script. Wang Heng did not know Du Yinxing, but he could guess that she was the consort who had voluntarily left the palace. When their eyes met, Wang Heng was captivated by her resilient gaze. He had never seen a woman with such eyes. Note, he was captivated, not in love. Zhang Jiyu circled this in the script, realizing that the two were not in love at first sight, as he had previously thought. Zhang Jiyu reflected that Wang Heng, having lost his father and mother at a young age, grew up in the deep palace. Although he was loved by his maternal grandparents, he must have been sensitive and contemplative. The script indicates he could often win the late emperor's favor, which showed he was adept at reading people's expressions and pleasing others. At the same time, he could certainly observe those around him who were trying to curry favor with him. After the late emperor's death, he arrived at the palace surrounded by those who were monitoring him. Except for the elderly woman who cared for him, everyone else had ill intentions. The only real love he experienced growing up came from two people, the late emperor and the elderly woman. Wang Heng was also a perceptive person, able to distinguish between true feelings and false intentions. Thus, he was filial to the late emperor and took care of the elderly woman while remaining distant from everyone else. Such a person would indeed find it unlikely to fall in love at first sight just from a glance. However, that glance left a mark in his heart. He might vaguely feel that Du Yinxing was special, and it was precisely this sense of uniqueness that would become the beginning of their feelings. Seeing Du Yinxing in such distress, Wang Heng hesitated for a moment, then saw her fall into the snow and stepped. Du Yinxing, momentarily blinded by the heavy snow, did not clearly see Wang Heng's face. When he approached, she was startled to see his face and thought to herself that she had never seen such a handsome man. He must be Wang Heng. In their meeting, both felt the other was special, and they instinctively understood each other's identities. In the snow, he extended a hand to her, and at that moment there was no distinction of status from the imperial city, only the encounter of two fallen souls. Their first meeting foreshadowed that they would be confidants, friends, lovers, and aides, but more importantly, two equally matched souls. Zhang Jiyu found it quite marvelous. The two met through this act of assistance. Throughout the winter, they had no further interaction, but frequently someone would leave rice and flour in front of Du Yinxing's residence, helping her get through the harsh winter. As spring arrived, Du Yinxing and her maid crawled through a dog hole to leave the palace, exchanged some personal jewelry for money, and bought needles and thread to make a living, slowly managing to survive in the palace. One day, while she was out gathering wild vegetables, she happened to run into Wang Heng, who was out reading. Wang Heng saw that although Du Yinxing's clothing was not luxurious, she was neatly dressed, and though her hairstyle was unrecognizable, it was clean and orderly, adorned with a small flower. He knew she was doing well and felt inexplicably happy. Zhang Jiyu speculated that this was a form of transference. Seeing Du Yinxing arrive at the palace reminded him of his former self. As Du Yinxing emerged from the snowstorm, it felt like he was stepping out himself. Moreover, Wang Heng likely held an appreciation for Du Yinxing. Du Yinxing also noticed Wang Heng. Although he looked simple and not like a prince, he had an extraordinary demeanor. This is the second time Wang Heng is praised for his looks, and Zhang Jiyu felt that Du Yinxing must have a preference for this kind of face. She slightly curtsied to Wang Heng, and he nodded at her. They did not exchange any words, marking their second meeting. Since they met for the second time, there would be a third, a fourth. Finally, when the spring flowers had faded and the summer leaves turned deep green, the two finally spoke. In this dynasty, consorts were chosen to prevent interference from external relatives, always selecting those of lowly origins. In the palace, this was Du Yangxing's disadvantage, allowing her to be bullied by the daughters of the Duke of Xin's family. Outside the palace, however, this was her strength, enabling her to recognize various wild vegetables and fruits to fill her stomach. Today, like any other day, Wang Hong was reading in the pavilion, while the garden in the palace was neglected and overgrown with weeds. Du Yinxing stretched her arm to reach for wild fruits from a thicket. A long hand pulled the branches towards her. It was Wang Hong. Du Yinxing was taken aback. This was the second time Wang Hong had helped her in person. She softly thanked him and began to pick the fruits. A hesitant voice came asking, "What is this?" "It's Jiningzi." "So this is Jiningzi." Then there was silence as neither spoke. Wang Hong held the branches while Du Yinxing reached to pick the fruits. After finishing, she tied her clothes, poured half of the fruits from her basket, and hurriedly spoke a few words before turning to leave. "This half is for you." Wang Hong did not have time to stop her as Du Yinxing walked away quickly. Thus, the next time they met, he brought her some sweet cakes steamed by the elderly woman. "Thank you for the Jiningzi," he said. Zhang Jiyu slowly read the script, feeling this scene truly exuded the atmosphere of first love. Indeed, although Du Yinxing had previously been the emperor's favored concubine, this was her first experience of love. The two met day by day, their hearts grew brighter. Du Yinxing shared with Wang Hong the vegetables she had grown, and Wang Hong lent her books to read. Even the maids began to tease them. Du Yinxing wanted to deny it loudly, but her face turned red, unable to speak. Every time they exchanged smiles, she felt her face flush at the sight of him smiling. Was it really nothing? The palace was the late emperor's palace, and as people forgot him day by day, it became increasingly dilapidated. The visits from palace attendants grew fewer as the items delivered either rotted or spoiled. Du Yinxing had not gone to collect them for a long time, and so the attendants stopped sending them. Perhaps everyone in the palace believed she had died. But after all, she was a forsaken concubine. How did he view such an identity? Such questions came to a halt during an autumn rain. The two sat side by side in the pavilion to avoid the rain. When the rain stopped, neither wanted to get up. Gently, his pinky finger hooked onto hers, and their faces turned red. She asked him, "I have always called you Wang Hong, your highness. What is your name?" "I am called Ling Jing." "Ling Jing." "MHM," he smiled, "no one has ever called my name. You are the first." "Ling Jing." "MHM." Their hands tightened together, representing two forgotten individuals leaning on one another with two beating hearts, encouraging each other. Zhang Jiyu was reading the script, and the beginning featured a young couple in love, particularly pure and beautiful. However, once he completed his training, the first scene skipped all that and required him to perform an intimate scene. Oh my god, an intimate scene. This is actually quite normal. In film production, it is challenging to shoot according to the script's timeline. Often things get rearranged, and whatever location is suitable on that day is filmed. Director Wang places great emphasis on real locations, and since it is late autumn, they must shoot scenes set in that season. It's also very common for the two actors to have their most intimate scenes arranged at the forefront. According to the crew's experience, this can expedite the rapport between the two actors, helping them become familiar with each other more quickly. This made Zhang Jiyu particularly awkward. You see, although the intimate scenes in the harem would not be too explicit, merely featuring kisses and gradual closeness. But he was still a virgin. The actress playing Du Yinxing is Zhao Hui in her 20s, fitting the character's age. She has a bright and lovely face with bright eyes that make her appear very intelligent and cheerful. Upon meeting Zhang Jiyu, she first surveyed him with appreciative eyes before loudly exclaiming to Director Wang, you always tell me you're worried this drama won't succeed. Just look at Hung Wang's face. How could it not be a hit?" Then she leaned in to ask Hung Wang, "What's your name?" This line was a repeat from the script, and Zhang Jiyu instinctively replied, "My name is Ling Jing. No, I am Zhang Jiyu." He had misspoken. Zhang Jiyu felt his ears turning red as he stood there, while Zhao Hui laughed heartily. "That's right, Hung Wang is indeed called Ling Jing. By the way, how old are you?" 18. "So young." "Hung Wang is indeed a younger man. You're even younger than Hung Wang." The young Zhang Jiyu was at the mercy of the older actress. However, once Director Wang started directing the scenes, Zhao Hui put away her carefree demeanor, instantly entering character. Zhang Jiyu was astonished as he looked at Zhao Hui, who, despite still wearing a blanket over her costume, seemed to embody Du Yinxing vividly. He was even more surprised during the dialogue. My goodness, wasn't that the original sound from the television? In this scene, Hung Wang goes to pay respects to the late emperor. This is the only time in a year he can publicly leave the palace. After paying his respects, instead of returning to the palace, he arrives at a village near the palace. The people in the palace had long believed that Du Yinxing had perished in the desolate palace. No one expected her to be alive, and even sneaking out. Hung Wang exchanged some gold and silver, and the two disguised themselves as a wealthy couple, with Du Yinxing accompanied by a maid, living the life of ordinary citizens. This was already the third year since Du Yinxing left the palace, and she had never imagined that happiness could be so simple. The place she was in felt like home, and the person before her was her husband, who smiled down at her. How charming. Both felt extremely happy, kissing gently like little animals, touching noses, drawing closer, then embracing heart to heart in love. What a beautiful thing. This is how the intimate scenes in the harem are portrayed, very pure. Director Wong specifically instructed the actors that although there are many women in this drama, it is by no means a vulgar production. In this segment, Du Yinxing and Ling Jing are meant to express emotional closeness and the warmth of love. Such a genuine love is necessary to contrast sharply with the later falsehood and ruthlessness of the emperor in the inner palace. During filming, Director Wong and Zhao Hui were very strict, shooting the scene over 10 times. Zhang Ziyu felt as if his lips were no longer his own. At times they said the kiss lacked emotional depth, at other times the angle was wrong, and sometimes the posture of the hug wasn't right. Even more frightening was that they were both entirely serious. Because this scene required post-recording, Director Wong would also guide the actors during the performance, suggesting they tilt their heads a bit, hold tighter or looser, and once the hugging position was correct they would shoot from other angles. By the end of the shoot, Zhang Ziyu was no longer shy. Not only was he unembarrassed, but whenever he saw actors kissing on television in the future, he would think, wasn't there a director beside them giving instructions? He would never feel shy again. However, after shedding his embarrassment, Zhang Ziyu returned to the strengths of his acting, handling emotional details. After filming a few more takes, Director Wang, Zhang Ziyu, and Zhao Hui all gathered before the monitor, solemnly watching the intimate moments between the two characters on screen. Director Wang exclaimed, "Great. This shot is perfect. Ooh, I think it could be used in an idol drama without any awkwardness." "Oh, Director Wang, idol dramas aren't as good as what you direct," Zhao Hui said sincerely. Having acted in idol dramas herself, she thought this shot looked excellent. Zhang Ziyu sighed in relief, glad it was over. Director Wang teased Zhao Hui, "You're lucky today. Oh, I should have let Xiao Zhang eat some garlic earlier." "Indeed, such luck doesn't come often," Zhao Hui replied generously. "Thank you, Director Wang." Hearing their banter, Zhang Ziyu blushed deeply. He didn't feel offended. This was a rite of passage for actors, and he could sense that these two were just teasing him, worried he might not adapt to the intimate scenes. After completing the most intimate scene, Zhang Ziyu found he was much more at ease when acting with Zhao Hui. Zhao Hui's skills were genuinely impressive, always managing to draw Zhang Ziyu into the scene. Once immersed, Zhang Ziyu's performance didn't falter, or at least he hadn't had more than 10 NGs. In subsequent plot developments, such happiness would come to an end. The two would meet in the snow and part ways amidst it. After lying in wait for 11 years, the emperor finally overthrew Duke Xian with a single blow. Feeling triumphant, he strutted about like a rooster, ordering massive renovations of the palace, intent on touring everywhere. At this moment, he had completely forgotten about Du Yinxing, believing her to be long dead. Although he once despised the domineering concubine Shu, now that Duke Xian was dead and concubine Shu had been deposed, he had fully overturned the shadows of his past. As for Du Yinxing, if she was dead, so be it. It was indeed a pity, but who could blame her for her misfortune? Ultimately, she was fated to be unfortunate, unable to bear the emperor's vast grace. Just like that cousin he had sent to the border to await death, those who receive the emperor's affection must always lose something. He arrogantly thought, reveling in the transformation of his grandfather's former palace, which he had ordered to be completely refurbished, now looking entirely different than it did in his grandfather's time. He squinted, admiring the moon in the sky. A melodious flute sound floated in with the moonlight. Who was it? Why does this sound so familiar? He sent someone to investigate and saw a pitifully beautiful face. Du Yinxing suppressed her hatred. Her husband had been sent to the border by the man before her, facing a perilous fate. She had just learned that her family had been sent to hard labor after she left the palace, their lives worse than death. And now that concubine Shu had been deposed, this man before her did not even remember her innocent and pitiful family. For her family, Sake, she had to suppress her disgust and come to the court through an old acquaintance she met via her maid, seeking an audience to plead for them. She deceived him into thinking that after entering the palace, she had been persecuted by concubine Shu and was forced to escape. She had been selling jewelry and sewing to make ends meet. Now that concubine Shu had been deposed, she was fortunate to meet the emperor again, not asking for a return to former glories, but merely seeking the release of her pitiful family, promising to live a life of solitude thereafter. The emperor was somewhat surprised that she had not died and felt a hint of guilt, as if he had just remembered this matter, agreeing to her request. If it were only that it would be fine, but a few days later, Du Yinxing discovered she was pregnant. This was Ling Jing's child, his only bloodline, and she had to protect this child under the emperor's watchful eyes. There was only one way. Fate always plays tricks on people. When Ling Jing returned after achieving military merit amidst blood and sword, the former lovers met once again, surprisingly, at a royal banquet. She sat beside the scheming emperor, who was forcing down his jealousy while entertaining the returning hero, oblivious to the fact that the child in his favored concubine's womb was indeed Ling Jing's. Ling Jing loved Du Yinxing, understanding the countless hardships she could not express. Du Yinxing loved Ling Jing, always quietly pleading for him in front of the emperor, who wanted to kill him. Yet despite how well they hid their affair, love would inevitably reveal itself in subtle ways. The emperor's strong suspicion picked up on hints, eventually leading to their tragic separation. Du Yinxing completely darkened, stirring up storms in the palace, embarking on an irreversible path of regicide and rebellion. Why did the subsequent plot move so quickly? Because director Wang was indeed filming at a rapid pace. After February, Zhang Ziyu's first drama Wei Yijuan would premiere, and Jiang Wenyi certainly wanted to take the opportunity to promote Zhang Ziyu. Therefore, for the next entire month, Zhang Ziyu would have a packed schedule. Every day for months without rest, he would immediately transition into promotional activities. I'm fine. Wei Yijuan broadcast response. Chen Xian, 21, female junior in college, enjoys watching celebrity fan wars on forums. Popular artist exposed for having a boyfriend outside the industry. Paparazzi don't care what they say about popular artists is generally at the level of nobody cares. Let's review the matter of a top magazine's substantial purchase. This was interesting. Chen Xian eagerly clicked in, and indeed it was all about fan wars. Fans stubbornly claimed it was a magazine issue, while haters mocked, since it's not related to the magazine, will congratulate him on the substantial purchase. After a back and forth of passionate exchanges, a small hater's true identity was revealed to be a rival, leading both sides to back down as the conflict fizzled out. Truly terrifying. Chen Xian fight well, I love to watch. Make it louder. She continued scrolling. Please, the company should acknowledge the top status and give him the treatment he deserves. Clicking in, she saw the first floor had already turned chaotic. 1L, laughing to death. When did the top become this? 2L, who is this person with such an impressive look? No warning whatsoever. I almost had a heart attack from the beauty. 5L, is this really not a public relations stunt? 6L, I feel like this artist is about to blow up. 7L, I'll bet he blows up. 8L, laughing to death, just premiered yesterday, and already 5 fan pages have opened. 9L reported. Another fan page opened 20 minutes ago, making it 6. 10L, with this face, isn't it a sure thing for the fan base? They should claim their position early. Sighing, Chen Xian scrolled through Zhang Ziyu's personal profile and was shocked to find he was only 18. So young. So my new husband is so young. Where did you see the personal profile? On Zhang Ziyu's Weibo there's a personal profile. Oh, I just found it. Thanks, I rushed to check. The question arose, is your aunt's new talent worth investing in? I think Zhang Ziyu's action scenes are pretty good. Ooh, I have high hopes for him. It's really frightening. Ooh, I've been smiling at this face all morning. Isn't this a purple microstar? I've seen it. Can I say this? I heard that the role of Li Nianhe was previously played by a drunk driver. Chen Xian didn't scroll further and quickly exited the forum searching for Wei Yijuan, and indeed found that it required a membership to watch online. She immediately switched to another search engine to find Li Nianhe cut, and to her surprise it had already accumulated 2,000 views. What speed? Too fast. She put on her headphones and hit play. She saw the flickering stars and the tranquil sea. The broadcast of Wei Yijuan has exploded. This drama has consumed a great deal of Jiang Wenyi's efforts, taking an entire year from acquiring the script to wrapping up filming. Not only is she the leading actress, but she is also the producer of this drama. Jiang Wenyi personally oversaw every stage from securing investments to selecting directors and finding styling teams. After wrapping up filming, she tirelessly promoted the drama, ultimately ensuring Wei Yijuan successfully aired on Qingqing Satellite TV, which consistently ranks first in viewership. At the same time, she successfully sold the online streaming rights of Wei Yijuan at a high price to Lu Video, the leading platform in the market, quickly recouping a large portion of her investment. Jiang Wenyi and her agent worked tirelessly for half a year, forging connections and promoting the drama, dedicating a total of a year and a half to it. As a top-tier star throughout this year and a half, aside from following up on previous work and signing with Zhang Ziyu, Jiang Wenyi devoted all her energy to Wei Yijuan remaining out of the public eye. If it weren't for her agent Zhuang, he who foresaw this, and used previously stored endorsements and magazines to maintain her public presence, Jiang Wenyi would have been forgotten in the entertainment industry, where new waves continuously overshadow the old. Fortunately, her time and effort paid off as Wei Yijuan achieved a viewership rating of 3.54. Although the drama's promotion was effective and the trailers received much acclaim across platforms, it is still an impressive result even without the promotional efforts. It is important to note that television ratings have been declining, with online streaming becoming the preferred choice for most young viewers. Even leading TV stations can no longer achieve the glory of over 20 ratings. Last year's Spring Festival Gala only garnered a 36 rating, while last year's top-rated drama averaged just 5.6. In this context, a 3.54 rating for Wei Yijuan is quite remarkable. Moreover, real-time monitoring of back-end data showed that the viewership of Wei Yijuan continuously rose during its broadcast, maintaining an upward trajectory. By the end of the first episode, the real-time rating had already surpassed 4. Coincidentally, this peak occurred just as Zhang Ziyu's character Li Nianhe made his entrance. One can only say that the editor whom Jiang Wenyi hired at a high price is incredibly skilled and did not disappoint his esteemed reputation in the industry. The first episode of Wei Yijuan flows seamlessly with hardly a wasted shot. At the beginning of the story, he used just a few brief shots to clearly convey the background of the story and the heroine's origins, while also planting numerous foreshadowing elements. He also understood where the drama's highlights lay. Jiang Wenyi invested great effort in selecting handsome men and beautiful women, so the shots he edited showcased the most visually appealing moments, leaving the audience in awe. He is also adept at using hooks to entice viewers, much like some authors who leave cliffhangers at the end of chapters to capture the audience's attention. Similar to a master sushi chef who skillfully finds the balance, even when the fish belly is full of exquisite flesh, he ensures that diners are not overwhelmed, saving the best piece for last, as if to say, did you enjoy your meal today? Are you satisfied with this fish belly? Come back tomorrow, there will be even better quality meat. Zhang Jiyu is the freshest and most delectable fish chosen by this editor. With improved living conditions, large-screen televisions have become commonplace. Many families have developed the habit of having the television on as background noise during dinner, akin to how ancient nobles used bells while dining. Qingqing Satellite TV recognized Wei Yijuan and allocated its best time slots to it, and Wei Yijuan did not disappoint the expectations of Qingqing Satellite TV. During dinner time, as the family gathered around the dining table, the compact and engaging storyline of Wei Yijuan drew the attention of viewers, gradually replacing their chatter and laughter with immersion in the dramatic twists. Beyond the storyline, the generally high attractiveness of the actors is also a visual feast, making it a delight to behold. Even the older actors playing the heroine's relatives are charming, and among this group of handsome men and beautiful women, Zhang Jiyu made a grand entrance in the first episode. When Li Nianhe lifted the curtain at the tavern and locked eyes with Wei Yijuan, it was also Zhang Ziyu's first moment of eye contact with audiences from all over the country. The youth's stunning gaze caused the hearts of many across the nation to synchronously skip a beat. The crafty editor achieved his goal. Zhang Jiyu indeed serves as a sharp hook, piercing deeply into the audience's hearts. However, the youth's beauty softened the sharpness with a layer of cotton, allowing viewers to breathe and savor the tenderness. When he looked at Wei Yijuan, the concealed emotion in his eyes was ruthlessly uncovered by the audience, adding a layer of sweetness to the cotton, prompting smiles of understanding. He, watching at home, was one of those pierced by Zhang Ziyu's hook. The He family often has the television on while eating dinner, and today was no different. However, as they ate, they found themselves captivated by the plot on screen. He raised her head to watch the television, and when Li Nianhe appeared, she gasped, stunned. His look struck her, and if her family were not present, she would have nearly emitted an expletive in awe. However, the cunning editor abruptly cut to commercials right after Li Nianhe's appearance, leaving he staring blankly at the advertisements, confused as to why the living room had fallen silent except for the ad sound. Breaking the silence was actually he dad. While that last young man is quite handsome, he dad typically dislikes those pretty boys in the entertainment industry, but Zhang Ziyu's appearance, which balances beauty and handsomeness, was objectively appealing, prompting he dad to voice his admiration. Right? So handsome that I don't even know how to describe it. Just now I felt as if a needle pierced my heart. This was Himam. That young man seems to fancy Honggu, right? Honggu is a classic role through which Jiang Wenyi became well known, and everyone regardless of age associates her with Honggu. Thus it is natural for he dad to refer to Jiang Wenyi as Honggu. That's for sure, so he must be the male lead. It's a given that the male lead is the love interest of the female lead. Seeing her parents engrossed in discussion, he lost her appetite, grabbing her phone to search for the actor playing Li Nianhe, who had captured her heart, but her parents swiftly swatted her hand away with chopsticks. We're eating, what are you doing with your phone? Originally, Wei Yijuan was planned to have episodes lasting over 40 minutes, but the editor felt that 20-something minutes per episode suited the drama's rhythm better, resulting in shorter episodes with more episodes overall. During its airing, the choice was made to have the TV station broadcast 2 episodes twice a week, with the online platform airing the next day. Since today was the premiere, Qingqing Satellite TV released 3 episodes for a trial, airing them back-to-back with 10 minutes of commercials in between. During the lengthy commercial break, the He family quickly finished their meal, washed the dishes, and tidied up the dining table. Just as Himam cleaned the table, the opening theme began to play. He dad and Himam hurried to sit on the sofa, urging He to wash and hang the tablecloth. Faced with her parents' orders, He had no choice but to comply. By the time she returned with the cloth washed at double speed, the second episode's opening had just passed. While filming, Wei Yijuan, Jiang Wenyi was indeed busy, but she was in great form, playing a youthful character with remarkable liveliness. Zhang Jiyu looked exceptionally stunning on screen. Although his appearance overshadowed Jiang Wenyi in the world of aesthetics, beauty is not a competition. Even if he internally identifies as a woman, it doesn't matter. When he shares the screen with Jiang Wenyi, his sharp beauty harmonizes beautifully with her gentle and graceful aura. As he dad would say, they look just like a lovely couple. This perfect couple dynamic, combined with the ups and downs of the plot, makes the audience deeply invested in their growing relationship. In the second episode, although they hadn't confessed their feelings, viewers could still sense their mutual attention. The episode ended at that perfect moment when their gazes collided, with the girl shyly averting her eyes and nervously fiddling with her clothing, while the boy maintained a composed yet blushing demeanor, causing smiles to spread among viewers. Indeed, first love shared by two people who reciprocate each other's feelings is one of the most beautiful things. As the advertisements for the third episode rolled, Hee finally got to use her phone. She quickly searched for the actor playing Lee Min-ha and discovered that this question was trending, with the top search being, "Who is Lee Min-ha exposed?" Hee clicked in to see that the marketing account had already occupied the prime position. What a Jiang, who knows? Who is this Lee Min-ha in Jiang Wenyi's new drama Wei Yijuan? I'm going crazy over his handsomeness. Who is Lee Min-ha? This post already had over 5,000 comments, all from real users either admiring his looks or simultaneously asking who this handsome guy is. He angrily commented, "Why is everyone here just to make a mess? Not one of you offering any paper." After flipping through a few times and finding no paper being passed, he exited the trending topic, only to discover that not only was it #1 on the trending list, but the drama Wei Yijuan was almost dominating the charts. As Wei Yijuan premiered, there were numerous trending topics related to it, such as Lee Min-ha protecting Wei Yijuan from being stabbed, Jiang Wenyi's astonishing performance, and Lee Min-ha and Wei Yijuan make a perfect pair. Altogether, there were more than 10 trending topics related to Wei Yijuan. He scrolled through Weibo, only concerned with one question: who was Lee Min-ha? She refreshed the page in irritation and watched as a trending topic rapidly surged from the bottom to the top. The actor portraying Lee Min-ha, Zhang Ziyu, was unexpectedly part of the official Weibo account for the Wei Yijuan v. The Radiant Light of a Girl, Lee Min-ha, Zhang Ziyu. The official production team tagged Zhang Ziyu's main account, which was pristine and clean. He noticed only one post, clearly newly registered. Zhang Ziyu v. Hello, everyone, I am Zhang Ziyu, please take care of me. The attached image was a still from the drama where the young man, dressed exactly like his character, was smiling brightly at the camera, instantly distinguishing him from the character of Lee Min-ha. Lee Min-ha was also a young man, but he exuded a heavier, more subdued presence, leaving one to wonder what exactly was different. Could it really be that the difference in expression could create such a disparity? Zhang Ziyu, it's simply because I've removed my dark circles. In just a few minutes, this account gained over 20,000 followers. He marveled at how quickly he rose to fame, but just as she clicked to follow, the TV commercial ended. While the commercial was airing, Dad and Mom didn't immediately leave the living room. The whole family sat there waiting for the third episode, and it was the first time their big color TV bought 2 years ago got such treatment. The 20+ minutes of the third episode felt too short, but Lee Min-ha and Wei Yijuan were making rapid progress, having already connected on a deeper level. When Lee Min-ha solemnly confessed his feelings to Wei Yijuan amidst a field of fragrant grass, the 3 members of the He family held their breath. When Wei Yijuan, with tears in her eyes, nodded in agreement, the whole family smiled sweetly. When the two embraced tightly, Dad, Mom, and He all let out a collective sigh of joy. It truly felt like 3 episodes contained the essence of an entire season. He cited how refreshing it was to see a male and female lead who spoke their minds without dragging things out. Many dramas featured characters who were mute, leading to misunderstandings that could be resolved with just a few words, but they stretched it out until the end. Today's drama was quite good. Although the male lead Lee Min-ha had a cool demeanor, his love shone through when facing the one he liked, a clear distinction in how he treated them. This blatant affection was a daily reality for couples in real life, yet it felt so rare in dramas. But it's understandable, many screenwriters only know how to write ambiguous relationships, and don't grasp what couples do once they're together. Once the male and female leads unite, what happens next in the plot? Although he was a bit worried about how the drama would develop after the male and female leads got together, she decided that as long as the plot wasn't too ridiculous, she'd follow the drama to the end, especially for the sake of Lee Min-ha's handsome face. The third episode ended, but the family was reluctant to leave the television. He lay on the sofa scrolling through Zhang Ziyu's Weibo profile while chatting with her parents. So this Lee Min-ha is 5 years younger than our girl. Isn't he only about 14 or 15? He doesn't look like it, Mom. I've already started working him 23 this year. Being 5 years younger means he's just 18. Only then did Dad and Mom realize their daughter had grown up. They felt a mix of surprise and nostalgia, often thinking their girl was still young, yet suddenly she had grown so much. Just as they were lamenting the passage of time, the television still on began playing Wei Yijuan again. This time it was a preview, and he immediately looked up, no longer scrolling through Weibo. Dad and Mom ceased their chatter, and the family quietly finished watching the brief 1-minute preview. Then they were shocked to see that Lee Min-ha was supposed to be with Wei Yijuan, as her name was on the title of the drama. Wasn't he the male lead? Why in the next episode preview did the male lead get stabbed to death? Why was he also spitting blood? Why did he collapse? What? The male lead dies in the 4th episode? No way. What is the Wei Yijuan production team thinking? After the preview aired, discussions erupted online. Data from the back end of Wei Yijuan showed that by the 3rd episode, Qingqing TV's viewership had already surpassed 6, an unprecedented achievement for the channel in years. There have been dramas that broke 6 before, but those were usually during critical plot points towards the end. Wei Yijuan broke 6 on its first day, and the station manager began preparing a celebration feast, hoping to maintain the momentum for this year's ratings crown. This also meant that countless viewers like he and her family were immersed in the sweet confessions of the young couple only to be hit with the news that the male lead would die in the next moment. Isn't this like becoming a widow on your wedding night? On Weibo, the trending topic, did Lee Minha die in the preview, skyrocketed, filled with puzzled viewers. Who understands? Just a moment ago, I was anticipating the sweet daily life of Lee and Wei, and the next moment am told Lee Minha is going to die. Is this real, or did I see it wrong? Such a significant male lead gets killed off at the start. This can't be true. Someone replied, haha, why do you think Lee Minha is the male lead? He is already in a relationship with the female lead, how can he not be the male lead? What is he Wei Yaijin's concubine? At least he should be the main partner from the start. Some aware viewers commented, before you ask questions, go search for the female lead's name first. After that you'll understand. As mentioned earlier, Wei Yijuan is a historical drama disguised as a romantic one, but this particular history is quite obscure, rarely mentioned in textbooks, and lacks widely known characters, so not many people pay attention. I've searched and found out that there really was a historical figure named Wei Yijuan, and she was an empress dowager. So this drama is a historical drama, I guess I was ill-informed. But I can't find any information on Lee Minha. Is he an exceptionally obscure historical character? Not obscure, this character is entirely fictional. Furthermore, Wei Yijuan isn't a historical drama, at most it's an adapted drama. The real Wei Empress Dowager became a palace maid at 13, so how could she be portrayed as dating the young master of a merchant group at 16 like in the drama? However, it is true that the Empress Dowager was raised by relatives as an orphan, which can be said to have a hint of real history amidst the heavy fictionalization. So Lee Minha isn't the male lead is the emperor, who hasn't appeared yet. Does that mean the preview where Lee Minha spits blood indicates he will die? Please no. It doesn't necessarily mean he will die. I suggest everyone check out the synopsis of Wei Yijuan, it's quite interesting. Lee Minha probably won't die, even though the preview shows him spitting blood and confessing on his supposed deathbed, but it never explicitly states he dies. His actor is so handsome, how could they let him go so easily? Hey, race the synopsis. The female lead Wei Yijuan originally had a beautiful family, but this family was harmed by a group of unknown assailants. After a difficult escape, she arrived at her uncle's house as an orphan, but her kind nature remained unchanged. After growing up, her beautiful personality led her to find a good match and happiness was within reach, yet her lover was harmed by mysterious assailants. Wei Yijuan resolved to seek revenge, discovering a mark on the assailants linked to the current fourth prince. Thus, she enters the palace to find the truth, unexpectedly encountering numerous complicated relationships with the fourth prince, a general and an heir. Where will her kindness lead her? Watch as a mere orphan rises to become an empress. This synopsis. As a history student, I'm left speechless. I have so many grievances to air. So is the lover who was harmed by the assailants Lee Minha? Is my little crane doomed? Heartbroken based on the synopsis, it seems so. Crying my eyes out. Although this synopsis is absurd, it's quite intriguing. So is it a case of one woman with multiple men? I like it, but I don't know who the other male characters are, or how they look. Amidst the enthusiastic discussions among the audience, most began to understand what Wei Yijuan was about, as this drama aired on Qingqing TV on Saturdays and Sundays, meaning viewers could see the subsequent plot tomorrow. The topic Lee Minha will die tomorrow also trended. How should I put it, isn't this trending topic a bit? Some viewers expressed their unwillingness to accept the sudden death of a character they just liked, while others asserted that as long as the other male characters were handsome, they could continue watching. The current plot was very captivating to them, and they would hold Lee Minha in their hearts. Both sides stood firm, yet the only common ground they found was that in the preview Lee Minha's blood-spitting was indeed quite stunning, and they were sure to be on standby tomorrow. Regardless of the outcome, Wei Yijuan had a record-breaking premiere day both in viewership and discussion volume, achieving a level of buzz unseen in recent years, akin to throwing firecrackers into a flower factory. Surprisingly, the focus was not on the female lead Zhang Wenyi, but rather on Lee Minha. Without a doubt, as Lee Minha's actor Zhang Ziyu became a sensation. In just one night, he gained 50,000 followers. While this may not compare to other stars, and even some larger stars had more fans, Zhang Wenyi's studio did not buy followers for him. He genuinely attracted attention overnight. This was quite terrifying. Those first-tier stars with millions of followers seem to have a lot, but in reality having 50,000 active fans is already top tier. Many stars with millions of followers struggle to have 2,000 active fans, and if they get 1,000 comments on a Weibo post, they would be grateful. In contrast, Zhang Ziyu received 15,000 comments and 400,000 likes on a single Weibo post overnight. This data was already at a first-tier level, and this was just after one night. Of course, among these fans, very few were genuinely interested in becoming his fans. Most were just there to take a look. For this seemingly rising star in the entertainment industry, various forums quickly began to investigate. In the age of the internet, information about people is incredibly transparent. By dawn the next day, all publicly available information about him appeared before netizens. Hailing from a small county with ordinary parents, he had an astonishingly handsome face and lived a low-key life until the age of 17, when he was discovered by a director. He was then signed by Zhang Wenyi. Despite his otherwise ordinary life trajectory, he had no scandals. As a result, some individuals who made money in the fan circle began to feel tempted. In their eyes, Zhang Ziyu was destined to explode. He made the trending list several times, and was the first artist under the first-tier star Jiang Wenyi. Most importantly, Zhang Ziyu's face made them genuinely believe he would become famous. Some fans pursue stars not out of love, but for profit. In any circle, it's all about making money. So why not chase after someone good-looking? They began to establish fan bases waiting for Zhang Ziyu to rise to fame, so they could become veteran fans and profit significantly from younger fans. This reality was well understood by Jiang Wenyi's manager Zhuang He. Cultivating dedicated fans is their expertise. Now that Zhang Ziyu is an artist under Zhuang He, it was agreed that he would follow the traffic route, and they had long been prepared to face those aspiring to become stars in the fan circle. Individuals are clever, but when individuals exist within a group, that group can be ignorant. Someone needs to lead them. Traffic fans are easily stirred, and many of them act out of genuine affection, yet end up doing things detrimental to everyone. Since the stars benefit from the traffic fans, they must also bear the consequences. Zhuang He believes that personally guiding fan behavior is the correct path. Zhang Ziyu agreed that it's correct for stars to regulate their fans, but isn't that thinking a bit too far ahead? Brother Zhuang, I haven't become famous yet. Isn't it too early to consider this? The premiere of Wei Yijuan achieved explosive results, and many people were drawn in by the trending topics on Weibo. On Sunday night, countless viewers eagerly awaited on Qingqing TV to see what the much-discussed Wei Yijuan was all about. The audience who watched on the first day anxiously waited. They came for Li Nianhe. Although it was already announced that Li Nianhe would die, they still wanted to see his fate. As a result, the viewership rating for the fourth episode of Wei Yijuan broke 7.6. How many years has it been since a drama achieved such a feat? The director of Qingqing TV was so delighted that he felt like dancing. The fourth episode, which marked the exit of Li Nianhe, had other characters inspired by historical figures, but Li Nianhe was a character who shouldn't have existed, destined not to be with the one he loved for a lifetime. When he exited, the viewership peaked. "Whoa, Li Nianhe, why did you have to die? You were so close to happiness. Dying is one thing, but why did you have to die so beautifully? This makes it even harder for me to forget you." Family who understands. Watching TV with my parents, I never thought I would feel so emotionally connected to a character who had only appeared in 4 episodes. My dad even shed a couple of tears. Although Li Wei is fictional, the emotions portrayed in the drama are truly beautiful. Am I the only one who is both sad and admiring Li Nianhe's handsome face? Can't help but smile. Me too. I also saw everyone crying so hard that I felt embarrassed to say Li Nianhe's actor is a newcomer, right? He was really amazing. That last line, "I love you, always remember me," although touching, his performance was a bit. Not in a bad way, I mean I was really excited. A bit strange, right? I'm also into that. You guys, why can't I feel it? It's fine, just enjoy. I feel like if Li Nianhe died, and there was a ghost, he would definitely haunt Wei Yijuan. What to do? Hearing you say that, I cried, while feeling quite moved. My parents were also sad for Li Nianhe. If I couldn't help but smile, wouldn't that be inappropriate? Besides, the premiere, Qingqing TV usually airs 2 episodes at a time. Today, the 4th episode featured the exit of Li Nianhe, followed by new plot developments in the 5th episode. Most viewers continued watching with the mindset of being there, but at this time, Li Video also released the first 3 episodes of Wei Yijuan on time. Thus, some people who had not seen Wei Yijuan yesterday were captivated by the 4th episode and decided to check out the first 3. There was also a small group of people who watched solely for Li Nianhe, and with his exit, they chose not to continue with the storyline, some even going to Lei to watch the first 3 episodes. So after the commercials, Wei Yijuan did not maintain the previous episode's performance. The viewership dropped to 6.84. This made the previously ecstatic director realize the urgency, and he began to keep a close eye on the data, fearing a significant drop in viewership. Fortunately, Wei Yijuan continued to be a huge hit, even without Zhang Ziyu playing Li Nianhe, and after his performance, Li Nianhe's popularity merely accelerated the show's heat. Who understands? Originally, I didn't want to watch anymore after Li Nianhe's exit, but the 4th prince in the 5th episode is played by the handsome Wei Mingyan. I really liked him in The Disappearing Lover. Indeed, although Li Nianhe has exited, the plot is still very interesting, and the 4th prince is so handsome, I have to keep watching. The viewership gradually increased again, and finally by the end it rose back to 7.01. At this moment, the trending topics still belong solely to Wei Yijuan. Li Nianhe's exit. Li Nianhe's beautiful blood-spitting scene. Jiang Wenyan's explosive acting. 4th prince Wei Mingyan is so handsome. In the trending topics, discussions among viewers were fervent, but as more people joined, some began to stir up trouble. Who understands? Just when we lost Li Nianhe, now we have the 4th prince. How can the quality of handsome men in Wei Yijuan be so high? Although I feel Li Nianhe is a bit more handsome. Is this something I can say? I think so too, but Wei Mingyan is also very handsome, and Li Nianhe's actor is a newcomer. Aren't you just causing trouble for the guy? Yinzi won't compare with newcomers. Oh, we refuse to compare beauty with newcomers. Fans are really fast to react. Indeed, Li Nianhe is more handsome, no doubt about it. Take Wei Mingyan away, stop using him to ride on others' coattails. Sure enough, it turned into a quarrel. The majority think Lee Minha is more handsome, while XSW Minjian's fans are constantly trying to overshadow others. As a result, they lost today. Please be reasonable. Others came to stir up trouble with our Xiao Wei for no reason. How is it our Yanzi's fault? They're just trying to provoke us. I've been fond of Xiao He too, but it seems like more people are speaking up for Lee Minha. Because there are indeed many passers-by, and Lee Minha's handsomeness is an objective fact. Comparing screenshots, Lee Minha completely steals the show. Indeed, Wei Mingyan is also in the top tier of male actors in terms of looks. It seems okay on its own, but when compared side by side, he can't hold a candle to Lee Minha. Haha, your perspective is quite unique today. You always call this one ugly and that one ugly, but today you meet someone objectively more handsome, and the passers-by just leave you speechless. Black fans, please report thank you. Your Yinzi is having a bad day today. A Xiao Wei's new drama is doing well, and the reactions from passers-by are also good. Don't listen to the haters, just report them and block them. Yinzi has no intention of fighting with newcomers. Someone is inexplicably stirring trouble. So Lee Minha is indeed a bit more handsome, right? So funny, is the actor's name really Lee Minha? He must have a name, right? Zhang Ziyu's fame is indeed not as great as the character he played. People now only have an impression of Lee Minha and have not connected the actor's name yet. Besides, Lee Minha is such a pleasant name. Fish fans take Zhang Ziyu away. Has a fan name emerged already? Indeed, looks are the primary driving force in the fan circle. Suddenly, the trending topics were inexplicably in chaos. Where's the chaos? The passers-by attacking Wei Mingyan are mostly fans, although it's indeed unrelated to the newcomer. These are people who have been scolded by Yinzi in the past, so it's just karma returning. Shut up. Do you want to turn this into a battlefield too? One can only say that the newcomer indeed has the potential of a purple microstar. Just 2 days after debuting, it's already a mess of blood and chaos. Let's wait until the newcomer can replace Lee Minyan's name with his real name before we talk. Doesn't anyone think there are really a lot of handsome men in Wei Yijuan? Even if we set aside Lee Minha and Wei Mingyan, even a random guard is at least a minor handsome level. Indeed, that bookish boy, a C, is exactly my type. With Lee Minha around, can you still see a C? I can only fixate on Lee Minyan's eyes and drool. What are you saying? Just because I had ginseng and abalone, I can't enjoy some plain porridge. So is a C defaulted to plain porridge? Indeed, taking a C out on his own is my type. Look, most of the guards in this drama, even if they only have one shot, you seem to have fallen for too many people. Reported, Lily Video managed to achieve 2 million views per episode in a 2-hour head-to-head with Ching Ching TV, which is terrifying. I don't understand the data. Can you explain what level that is? There hasn't been a drama this explosive in 3 years, and it exploded on its premiere. Got it. I heard Zhang Wenin is not only the leading actress in this drama, but also the biggest investor and producer. What do her fans feel right now? Alright, why has Zhang Wenin been so low-key this time? It doesn't seem like her at all. Thanks for the invite, the Ant fans are ecstatic. Meanwhile, some anonymous forums that always manage to get the first-hand gossip began discussing. Reliable news states that the role of Lee Minha was originally meant for a certain drunk driver. When the Ant was preparing this drama, she truly invested a lot of effort striving for perfection, only casting good-looking actors, holding auditions everywhere, and the drunk driver was brought in to play Lee Minha. Before the incident, the drunk driver certainly had a first-tier face. At that time, his schedule was tight, so the Ant specifically scheduled his scenes at the end, just before wrapping up, since Lee Minha's role was relatively independent and did not interact much with other characters. His delayed filming would not affect the overall production. However, the drunk driver ended up in trouble, which caused the Ant to panic. Coincidentally, the assistant director went back home to visit relatives, and it just so happened that they dug the newcomer out from a small county. The moment the Ant saw the newcomer, her eyes lit up. After he joined the team, she kept pestering him. The newcomer signed under the Ant's label, otherwise with such a talent several big names would have snatched him up, and the Ant's newly opened studio would have nothing. After signing, the Ant treasured the newcomer, keeping him under tight wraps, fearing someone would poach him. Now that the newcomer has debuted, the LZ has only just learned about this. Mom, if it really was the originally intended drunk driver, then the newcomer must be guilty. The drunk driver's fans would go insane after his ban biting people every day. After all, the drunk driver was indeed a first-tier actor. I actually have insider information. The newcomer has already finished filming his second project directed by Wang Ji. Mom, is this true? The infamous director. Then I don't have high hopes for the newcomer. He really jumps fast. Perhaps the newcomer is the purple microstar who can uplift the infamous director. Before the situation is determined, I won't make a bet. Besides, are we still calling him the newcomer here? We call him Lee Minha on XSWB, calls him Lee Minha, and does anyone still call him by his real name? Just fond of the handsome guy. Zhang Ziyu lives a life without a name. Zhang Ziyu was fully aware of the online frenzy surrounding him. After all, whether as a man or as the woman he once was, he had long been an adept navigator of the digital realm, even having infiltrated his own fan group. He knew his fans called themselves Yufun, fish fans, and that their group was whimsically named Octopus Babies Gathering Place, a playful homophone of his name. He also knew that a notorious big fan from another celebrity's circle had recently defected to his camp, a figure infamous for her toxic behavior, whose online presence often eclipsed that of her original idol. She patrolled social media obsessively, routinely posting screenshots of rival fans' comments to incite conflict, plunging her former fandom into chaos. When she announced her defection, her ex-idol's supporters celebrated. Alarmed by this impending poisonous tumor, Zhang Jiyu, who had been quietly observing from the sidelines, immediately contacted his agent. Zhuang He, however, remained utterly unruffled. "Don't worry, it's already handled. As for you, don't let online noise cloud your judgment." And would Zhang Jiyu be affected? Not at all. He hadn't yet bridged the divide between his online persona and his real-world self. Praise or criticism felt as though directed at someone else entirely. Scrolling through comments was merely a light-hearted diversion during his exhausting promotional schedule. Lately, he had been exceptionally busy as a newcomer. He needed greater visibility. His new drama required intensive promotion. Zhuang He had packed his calendar with assignments. Zhang Jiyu couldn't discern their distinctions, but all involved shuttling across cities with Jiang Wenyi to promote Wei Yijuan, endless flights, hairstyling sessions, stage appearances, greetings to audiences, and brief interviews, where he obediently followed the host's cues. The sole exception was a magazine cover assignment secured directly through Jiang Wenyi. Having grown his hair to shoulder length after filming 2 period dramas, Zhang Jiyu arrived at the photoshoot with tousled locks. The stylist first curled them with a wand, then slicked them lightly with pomade, creating delicate, defined ringlets. His face was adorned with cobalt blue wave motifs and shimmering sequins, and he donned an oversized tattered ensemble draped in cascading fabric strips. At the photographer's direction, he struck a series of stoic, deliberate poses. Zhang Jiyu felt like a wooden mannequin, bewildered by the photographer's cryptic mutterings and purple-bearded earnestness. Yet upon seeing the final images, he was pleasantly surprised. They exuded precisely the kind of elegantly disheveled melancholic allure favored by high fashion, and remarkably suited him well. Indeed, one should never doubt the professionals. And he had no idea that the moment the magazine cover was officially unveiled, it ignited a trending thread on China's largest anonymous entertainment forum. A newcomer's cover has been announced. Has this notoriously aesthetically challenged magazine finally developed taste? What do you all think? Nopnays above the newcomer's cover is unexpectedly striking. Has this magazine truly acquired aesthetic discernment? Previously, it photographed my idol looking like a beggar. Commenters swiftly countered, it wasn't the magazine's newfound taste. It was the newcomer's face that carried the. On television, Wei Yijuan had aired for over a month. Though Li Nianhe departed early, he reappeared repeatedly in the heroine's memories, brief, haunting flashes woven throughout the narrative. His popularity showed no signs of waning amid the introduction of new characters. On Lei Video Network, the first few episodes featuring Li Nianhe garnered the highest viewership and rewatch rates. In every subsequent episode, any scene containing him inevitably drew torrents of comments mourning his absence. "I miss Li Nianhe." Radio ratings for Wei Yijuan peaked during its first 4 episodes, then stabilized above 6, never again surpassing 7. Such an anomalous plateau confirmed the singular resonance of Li Nianhe's character with audiences. Though numerous handsome leads followed, some A-list stars among them, none could replicate the explosive nationwide fervor Li Nianhe had ignited upon his debut. Amid this surging momentum, the entertainment industry opened its doors to Zhang Jiyu with uncommon warmth. Entertainment Love Departure, the nation's most popular variety show, extended formal invitations to both Wei Yijuan and its breakout star. Jiang Wenyi, now elevated beyond her peers as an investor thanks to Wei Yijuan's phenomenal success, led the delegation. Zhang Jiyu and the 4 principal actors portraying Wei Yijuan's key male and female roles joined her on set. These 4 were Wei Mingyan, who played the 4th prince, Jiang Wei the young general, Qi Ranran, Wei Yijuan's maid, and Wang Yinan the empress. Aside from Qi Ranran, who like Zhang Jiyu was a newcomer, the other 3 were established A or B. Though the 2 newcomers might have naturally gravitated toward each other for support, Qi Ranran possessed a rare social fluency. Unlike Zhang Jiyu, who rarely initiated conversation with strangers unless necessary, she greeted senior colleagues with poised confidence. Zhang Jiyu, meanwhile, stood silently behind Jiang Wenyi, offering polite, practiced nods and smiles. Social ineptitude was a liability in this industry, but under Jiang Wenyi's protection, no one dared comment. In the green room, the 6 hosts and 6 guests chatted and laughed like longtime friends. Only Zhang Jiyu sat upright beside Jiang Wenyi, smiling gently, speaking only when addressed directly. When seasoned veterans surrounded a tender novice and bore no ill intent, the atmosphere remained harmonious. Gradually, Zhang Jiyu began to relax. That morning, Zhuang He had whisked him away to an elite industry styling studio for a meticulous head-to-toe transformation. Upon arrival, the stylist scrutinized him thoroughly, then applied only a single hydrating mask, a light moisturizer, and subtly refined his eyebrows with brow pencil. His hair, however, demanded prolonged attention. After lengthy consultation among the stylists Jiang Wenyi and Zhuang He, they decided to shorten the length he'd grown for filming. Washing, blow-drying, flat ironing, and setting ensued, culminating in lustrous, voluminous locks that appeared naturally radiant and effortlessly stylish. His longer hair had lent him a languid, relaxed, modern charm. Now clad in Entertainment Love Departure's school uniform attire, he embodied the gentle, ethereal prince from classic campus novels. Arriving on set, Zhang Ziyu stepped toward the car door, only to be swiftly pulled back by his newly assigned assistant. Seriously, it's still frigid in spring. What's with this reckless energy? At the very least, he needed a down jacket. Unaccustomed to such attentive care, Zhang Ziyu was caught off guard. His instinctive turn elicited sudden commotion nearby and a rapid-fire barrage of shutter clicks. After a month of relentless promotions, he'd grown accustomed to such scenes, no longer stiff or hesitant. Slipping into the down jacket handed to him, he waved and smiled faintly at the crowd, then hurried inside as the shutter sounds intensified. Xi and Dong Xiao Zhangyu, heart-throbbing little octopus, was one of Zhang Ziyu's most devoted station photographers. Over the past month, fan stations had sprung up rapidly around him. Though she hadn't been the first, her exceptional photographic skill had made her the most prolific source of stunning imagery, earning widespread recognition among the burgeoning fanbase. Today, she wasn't merely documenting his arrival. She held an official pass to Entertainment Love Departure. Having staked out this mandatory guest route since dawn, she'd engaged in quiet but fierce competition with fellow station photographers and proxy shooters to secure the perfect vantage point. She set up her tripod and waited. Spring winds bit sharply, yet to preserve her spot, she and the others skipped me. If this were purely for profit, it would be understandable, but heart-throbbing little octopus acted from pure devotion. Her heart had raced violently upon first seeing Li Nianhe on screen. Chasing Zhang Ziyu across several live promotions had only deepened her infatuation, captivated by his endearing, unpolished charm. Born into immense wealth, she pursued fandom solely for love. In 5 years as a station photographer, she'd earned not a single cent, often spending her own money instead. After a previous breakup with an idol, she'd sworn off genuine emotional investment. Yet here, she was falling hopelessly in love again. Gusts of spring wind howled around her. Though she'd layered herself in heat patches, their warmth faded with time. Years of experience had prepared her with a folding stool and sandwiches, but standing and sitting outdoors all day remained grueling. Exhaustion notwithstanding, the moment the chauffeured vehicle arrived, she surged forward, pressing her shutter button steadily and surely amid the jostling crowd. To capture a transcendent image, one must shoot relentlessly, then sift through hundreds of near-identical frames to find the singular perfect shot. Heart-throbbing little octopus began clicking the moment Zhang Ziyu emerged, and didn't stop until he vanished through the studio doors. Knowing guests wouldn't reappear once inside, and with filming still hours away, she stretched her limbs and ducked into a nearby restaurant for hot food, then scrolled through her shots while seated. Scrolling deeper, she sighed in almost. Subjects inevitably produced awkward frames under rapid-fire shooting, but not Zhang Ziyu. Every shot showcased his striking features. She needed only to select the finest composition and pose. Her finger hovered over the screen, then froze. This frame pulsed with narrative depth. A tall, slender youth in Western-style school uniform, straight from the pages of a campus novel, stood poised mid-turn, shoulders gently restrained by an unseen hand behind him. His downward gaze cast long, distinct lashes across shadowed eyes, while his sculpted profile, from brow ridge to nose bridge to jawline, radiated quiet, regal elegance. In a single second, it summoned countless beloved campus storylines. Entertainment Love Departure permitted fans to leak external visuals freely, as long as no unauthorized footage entered the studio. Thrilled beyond measure, heart-throbbing little octopus trembled as she uploaded the image. Heart-throbbing little octopus, unedited original. What a magnificent face. Instantly, every fan enchanted by Zhang Ziyu that month flooded the post, gushing, swooning, losing themselves in pixelated adoration. Their fervor attracted droves of casual onlookers drawn purely by aesthetics, amplifying the buzz until it climbed the trending charts. Though Zhang Ziyu himself remained unnamed, the headlines still read Li Nianhe. Li Nianhe reborn in modern school uniform. In top comment, he folds. A celestial being among mortals. And this line sent waves of laughter rippling across the platform, soon spawning its own low-tier trending topic, endlessly copied and reposted. He folds. A celestial being among mortals. And he folds. A celestial being among mortals. Eventually the phrase evolved into a viral meme. And now in the green room, Zhang Ziyu, teased relentlessly because of it, seemed especially vulnerable and helpless. Fortunately, filming was about to begin. With a final check, the group filed onto stage one by one, introduced by the hosts. Let's welcome the celestial being. Zhang Ziyu, the brilliant portrayer of Li Nianhe in Wei Yijuan. Give him a round of applause. And why won't they let him be? Protest. In protest denied. Thus Zhang Ziyu, bare-faced, blushing vividly across cheeks and ears, stepped onto the stage, disarmingly fresh and luminous in his utterly guileless debut. This was Zhang Ziyu's first time on a variety show. Prior to this, Zhuang he had given him some good advice, and he could tell that Zhang Ziyu was completely inept in social situations. He wouldn't initiate conversations with strangers, and due to his limited social experience, he was easily deceived. If it were simply a case of being introverted, it would be one thing, but Zhang Ziyu possessed a remarkable fearlessness. He was not adept at the subtleties that others might avoid due to social niceties. He could naturally say and do things that others would find difficult. For instance, during a previous promotional event, there were journalists in the audience with ill intentions trying to steer the conversation towards a romantic angle between Jiang Wenyu and Zhang Ziyu. To everyone's surprise, the seemingly calm and introverted young man spoke remarkably. Journalist, you are 18 years old this year, while Jiang Wenyu is 29. What are your thoughts on this age difference? This was a veiled suggestion implying an illicit relationship between him and Jiang Wenyu. Zhang Ziyu, it's normal for employees and bosses to have an age difference, right? Journalist, so you don't mind it then? Zhang Ziyu, are you saying you dislike your boss being older than you? How can you be like this? His expression was cold and his tone surprised everyone, but he handled the situation quite well, leaving the journalist speechless. From this Zhuang, he realized that Zhang Ziyu was just quiet on the surface, but when faced with the situation, he could be a bit wild. He advised Zhang Ziyu, just be quiet during the show, let others take the lead in the games, and don't worry, they will edit it well later on. Seeing Zhang Ziyu obediently nodding Zhuang, he felt relieved. When managing artists, he was not afraid of artists lacking social skills. He feared those who lacked social skills, yet insisted on showcasing themselves, as that would lead to mistakes. As long as the artists spoke less, even if they acted mute, editing could easily craft a persona that appeared cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. As long as Zhang Ziyu didn't insist on standing out, he had already established a good relationship with the editing team of Entertainment Love Starts in advance. Taking a breath, Zhuang, he began to inform Zhang Ziyu about the hosts and today's guests of Entertainment Love Starts. Entertainment Love Starts features beloved hosts who are well known to the public. Zhang Ziyu recognized them, without needing Zhuang He's introduction. In the entertainment industry, where some are elevated while others are brought low, Zhang Ziyu had been gaining popularity lately, and with Jiang Wenyu and her powerful backing, the hosts would naturally be friendly and not create difficulties for him. As for the guests, although they had all worked in the same production crew before, by the time Zhang Ziyu was brought on board, they had already finished filming. Despite having seen each other during promotions, Zhang Ziyu was not familiar with them. Among these individuals, aside from Zhang Ziyu's boss Jiang Wenyu, the most popular was Wei Mingyan, who played the fourth prince. His real name was not actually this. He was born Wei Liya, but changed his name because it did not fit the handsome image he wanted to project. Being chosen by Jiang Wenyu to play the fourth prince, the most significant male role, Wei Mingyan possessed considerable charm and popularity. His features were well proportioned with delicate and expressive eyes, although he had a slightly less favorable body ratio. He and Zhang Ziyu had quite a few minor conflicts online as netizens inexplicably compared their good looks. In external promotions, Wei Mingyan was reported to be 181 centimeters tall, but during one promotional event alongside Zhang Ziyu, he appeared a full head shorter. This led to some serious drama. Both individuals had a somewhat combative reputation. Their shared stage initially sparked anonymous discussions on forums, which were then picked up by marketing accounts on Weibo. Wei Mingyan's fans already felt that Zhang Ziyu was riding on his coattails, and tensions flared. Zhang Ziyu's fanbase was relatively new and weak, but Wei Mingyan's fans were known for being aggressive. Fans of other first-tier male celebrities also took the opportunity to join the fray, nearly causing a trending topic. So as soon as the event wrapped up, Zhang Ziyu was pulled aside to measure his height. Discovering that he had grown a few centimeters, he immediately updated his Weibo profile, changing his height to 185 centimeters, which made Wei Mingyan's claims more plausible, and his fans gradually calmed down. Wei Mingyan felt wrong too. It was common for male celebrities in the industry to exaggerate their height. Moreover, he had not exaggerated by much. He was 176 centimeters and often wore slightly elevated shoes. Reporting a few extra centimeters to reach the beloved 180 centimeters mark wasn't a major issue, but compared to Zhang Ziyu, who understated his height, it was a different story. Therefore, once they were on stage for Entertainment Love Starts, Wei Mingyan was unwilling to stand next to Zhang Ziyu. Jiang Wenyu took the center position next to the host while he stood beside her with Zhang Ziyu and the equally new Qi Ranran on the other side, separated by Wang Yinan and Jiang Wei. Wang Yinan was once a top female star, but at the peak of her career, she got married. Now returning to work after having a child, her popularity had naturally declined over the years. She was around the same age as Jiang Wenyu. While Jiang Wenyu could still play a young girl, Wang Yinan could only portray the male lead's mother. However, she was beautiful, elegant, and skilled, and with a significant role as the queen, she had recently enjoyed a resurgence, thanks to Wei Yijuan. Jiang Wei played the role of a young general with substantial screen time. He had darker skin and had a very upright handsomeness, though his features were not particularly delicate. With thick eyebrows and bright eyes, he appeared straightforward and cheerful. Recently, this type of masculine beauty was not in vogue in the industry, so he had been hovering between the second and third tiers until starring in Wei Yijuan, which hinted at a potential rise to the first tier. The youngest Qi Ranran had just graduated from film school and had an exceptionally beautiful face, exuding elegance and charm. When it came to casting her for this role, he had hesitated. Jiang Wenyu's appearance was not particularly outstanding in the entertainment industry, Her innocent look was more appealing to audiences than that of glamorous actresses. Chi Ranran, who was actually more beautiful than Jiang Wenyu, was a similar type, and placing her beside Jiang Wenyu as a servant might not have been ideal. In the end, it was Jiang Wenyu who made the final decision to cast Chi Ranran. It was a bold move, as most female stars would never do such a thing. However, Jiang Wenyu explained that Chi Ranran's character as a loyal servant to Wei Yijuan, who would ultimately sacrifice herself for her master, conveyed love in a different way, and her devotion was certainly on par with that of male characters. As the female lead, the men who love Wei Yijuan must be handsome, and the women who adore her must be beautiful enough. Do you understand what it means to be a true Mary Sue who captivates everyone? Only a handsome man or beautiful woman can truly capture everyone's heart. Attracting only the opposite sex is what a succubus does. Chi Ranran was capable of landing this role due to her excellent qualifications and professional background. At the time, Jiang Wenyu was eager to sign her, but Chi Ranran felt that Jiang Wenyu's small studio, which had just opened, lacked prospects, so she turned and signed with the larger company Miyu Entertainment. That company was very optimistic about her recent popularity and had already decided to prepare a dedicated leading. All 6 guests were popular figures, making this lineup quite luxurious on Entertainment Love Starts. After all the guests had appeared, the female host Bai Quan exclaimed, "What's going on with today's guests? Why is everyone so good looking?" Male host Luo Zheng chimed in, "Looks like I need to keep my distance from our male guests today, otherwise the comparison will be too stark." The hosts and guests exchanged playful banter for a moment before they began to ask the guests questions, all revolving around the interesting aspects of Wei Yijuan. When it was Zhang Xiu's turn, Luo Zheng exaggeratedly remarked, "Wow, is this our Lin Yanhe? He doesn't look like a young master today, he looks like a campus prince." Bai Quan added, "Yes, he really is handsome, even in modern attire." Another male host, Ding Yi, jokingly teased, "Excuse me, is Bai Laosher infatuated? Then why don't you come here and face this handsome face yourself?" Bai Quan pulled him over, and Ding Yi complied, walking up to Zhang Xiu. Not knowing how to react to the sudden situation, Zhang Xiu remembered that when in doubt, a smile is always a good response. He looked at Ding Yi and smiled slightly, causing Ding Yi to playfully lean towards him as if he were fainting from Zhang Xiu's attractiveness. The crowd erupted in laughter at Zhang Xiu's flustered response. The director was quite satisfied. In post-production, they planned to turn Zhang Xiu's smile into slow motion, adding glowing effects and giving Ding Yi a red heart eye effect along with some laughing subtitles from the audience, creating a perfect variety show effect. The host successfully heated up the atmosphere and did not let up on Zhang Xiu, continuing to ask, "Xiu, we heard that your role as Lin Yanhe was also a stroke of luck." Zhang Xiu replied, "Yes, that day I was sitting alone in the park when suddenly someone came over to chat with me and asked if I wanted to act. Initially I thought they were a scammer, but the next day Jiang Jie flew in." Jiang Wenyu added, "Yes, at that time the assistant director sent me Zhang Xiu's photo. At first glance I thought we must have this handsome young man to play Lin Yanhe, so I booked a flight that very day." The hosts praised producer Jiang's keen eye and then asked Zhang Xiu, "Your scene where you spat blood generated quite a bit of discussion online. Can you share what you were thinking during that scene?" Zhang Xiu candidly replied, "That blood plasma was really hard to swallow." The audience burst into laughter. Zhang Xiu continued describing, "When I watched historical dramas as a child, I always thought they were eating syrup, but when I bit into it, it was salty and tasted very strange. Fortunately, that scene was shot in one take, so I didn't have to eat those blood packets multiple times." Is it the motivation of not wanting to eat the blood packet again that led you to perform so well in that scene? You could say that. Luo Zheng addressed the audience. "Fans of Wei Yijuan, today we have solved the mystery. While you watched Lin Yanhe spitting blood and crying, he was actually thinking about how salty it was in his mouth." The hosts teased Zhang Xiu again, asking, "So after filming that scene, did you have a pop-up moment, mimicking the action of spitting?" "No, I just drank water to wash it down." The audience laughed again. Most of the attendees had come to see Wei Yijuan and laughed good-naturedly, except for the fan, the little octopus, who clutched her chest anxiously. "Oh no, so cute and adorable, the baby is so silly." After briefly bridging the gap between the hosts and guests, the game interaction segment began, where the hosts and guests formed teams to compete. Zhang Xiu had little experience playing these team-based games, the last time being at a company annual meeting before his rebirth. As he spoke little during the games, the post-production team added effects like effort and seriousness and fancy fonts. Only during the last physical competition game did Zhang Xiu shine a bit. This game involved bouncing on a trampoline to push others off. The team with the most remaining members won. Zhang Xiu used his height to his advantage, supporting himself against the wall to hold everyone up, remaining steadfast against the opponent's attacks, and ultimately standing victorious with a small crown added to his head on camera. After filming, Zhang Xiu fell asleep in the van. Playing with others was exhausting, even more so than acting. He had to play games, maintain his image, and deal with the audience and constant social interactions. Moreover, Entertainment Love Starts, due to its popularity, rarely provided guest appearance fees. Zhang Xiu felt that it would be wise to take on fewer variety shows in the future. After 2 months, as Zhang Jiyu grew weary of the constant promotions in various places, he finally discussed other work with him. Since both your roles in Wei Yijuan and Harem are in historical dramas, and although Li Nianhe and Prince Heng are different, they both embody the archetype of the cold, yet deeply affectionate character. To prevent the audience from forming a stereotype of you, I suggest that you avoid taking on any more historical dramas in the upcoming scripts. Although it was called a suggestion, it was essentially a command. On Zhuang He's desk lay 2 stacks of scripts that had been sent to him for Zhang Ziyu's consideration. One stack was tall, the other short. He pointed to the taller stack and said, "This one is for you to play the supporting male role." I glanced through it, and only the top 2 scripts seem acceptable. One is a big production featuring the second male lead in a historical drama, while the other is a modern drama with the third male lead, which the director is still open to. Zhang Jiyu flipped through the taller stack of scripts and realized he had no recollection of them, indicating that they had not performed well after airing. He watched him flip through the scripts, and once he finished spoke up, "The shorter stack is for you to play the male lead. Take a look at these scripts. The investment in these dramas isn't large either. I've placed the modern dramas on top as well." Some of these scripts had plots that were frankly cringeworthy, with male lead characters that Zhang Jiyu would have criticized even if they were in novels. The only script that seemed bearable was still a historical drama where the male lead, despite being the typical domineering prince in love, had a smooth and natural romantic storyline without any inexplicable toxic relationships. Zhang Jiyu recognized this drama as it had a modest success, with the male lead being a second-tier celebrity who briefly rose to first-tier status thanks to this drama, only to crash down after a relationship scandal. Zhang Jiyu was not interested in such scripts, let alone acting in them. He closed the script he was holding and looked at Zhuang. He's saying, "I really don't want to act in any of these." He spoke bluntly, but Zhuang he chuckled, "I don't find these appealing either, but you still lack the capital. Even for these roles you may not secure them all if you audition. Here I suggest you choose a third path." From the deepest part of the drawer, he took out 2 books. These are novels for which Wenyi has acquired the rights. I believe these 2 are more suitable for you. The funds invested in Wei Yijuan have all been recouped, and as long as you agree to act, we can start the project immediately. Zhang Jiyu understood that this was the clever guy's true intention. Instead of directly saying he wanted him to act in the rights the studio had acquired, he had to beat around the bush and set the stage. Zhang Jiyu took the 2 novels and was surprised to find one of them was titled Unrequited Love in Youth, a book he had once enjoyed but now found himself disliking. The plot of the novel came rushing back. Unrequited Love in Youth tells the story of a Cinderella-like heroine who secretly loves a proud and reckless young man. Back then, as a high school girl, Zhang Jiyu had a bittersweet ache for the heroine's unspoken love and a flutter in his heart for the young man's proud brightness. However, upon revisiting the story after entering the workforce, Zhang Jiyu realized his tastes had changed. Digging out the dusty novel from the bookshelf to reminisce about his youth, he found that the Cinderella heroine was far too self-deprecating, while the proud and carefree male lead was overly pretentious. Stripping away the flowery and pretentious language that he once adored, Unrequited Love in Youth turned out to be just another one of those stories driven by cardboard characters. Zhang Jiyu still remembered wanting to relive the beauty of youth, eagerly flipping through the pages only to be met with the male lead's line, "Ugly duckling, I like you." What a nauseating feeling. His youthful crush had turned into a sticky mess, and even more tragically, a quick search online revealed that this novel was actually well received, being labeled as a must-read for bittersweet youth, and even adapted into a successful TV drama. Zhang Jiyu then realized that unknowingly he no longer belonged to the tastes of the masses. Yet he just couldn't understand who would enjoy a story where the heroine belittled herself while elevating the male lead. He decisively set this book aside, and Zhuang he looked surprised, saying, "This one is quite popular. I thought you would choose it. I've read it, and I didn't like it." Well, if an actor genuinely dislikes the script, it's quite hard to perform well. That left only one choice. Zhang Jiyu picked up the remaining novel, which was thin, half the thickness of the other one, titled Half City of Roses. It follows the naming style of contemporary novels from a certain book city. Just to mention, Zhang Jiyu never read contemporary or historical novels in that book city, only mystery and suspense derivative works and non-CP stories. Later he found a free reading app, moved on to that, and eventually quit reading novels to start writing his own original content. Thus, when he saw the title Half City of Roses, he subconsciously felt that he wouldn't like it. Zhang Jiyu opened the novel with a sense of resistance, thinking, "Let's see what kind of monster you are." The female lead moves out to work in another city, and her mother's friend suggests that she has a house there. A blind guess about the subsequent plot is that the male lead also lives in that house, and due to a series of misunderstandings, the male and female leads end up cohabiting. Right. Sure enough, it was indeed such a plot. But wait. The female lead and the male lead's mothers, are you really this bold? Are you that trusting of your children, sharing a house with someone of the opposite sex? The male lead was originally supposed to live in a dormitory as a graduate student, but had to return home due to a leak. The female lead originally planned to rent a place upon knowing the male lead was coming, but accidentally broke a colleague's phone during a company dinner and had to pay for it, leaving her financially strapped and unable to rent a new place. The female lead called home to borrow money just as her mother and the male lead's mother were playing mahjong together. The male lead's mother warmly said not to worry, her house has rooms with private bathrooms and it's very convenient for two people to live together. Zhang Jiyu couldn't help but complain internally, wait, male lead's mother, this isn't about private bathrooms. This is a male and female cohabitation situation. Are you really this open-minded? Based on this plot, Zhang Jiyu rationally speculated that the story would likely progress as follows. The two reluctant cohabitants would be at odds. One of them would be scared during a thunderstorm, while the other comforts them. The two, having developed feelings, would share glances in the kitchen living room, then kiss. The male and female leads would get together. Perhaps a female supporting character would appear to intensify the romance. The plot would conclude. He frowned and continued reading, only to find that it was indeed not the case. Although they were forced to live together, one was a graduate student who had to spend every day in the lab, and the other was a struggling worker. After accepting the reality of their cohabitation, neither of them made things difficult for the other. Instead, they both presented themselves as ideal Chinese roommates. The female lead would wake up early to make breakfast, and would make a portion for the male lead who had stayed up late. The male lead would reciprocate by bringing back an expensive tea set from a conference to share with the female lead. Knowing that the female lead had just started her internship and had lost money for breaking a colleague's phone, the male lead took the initiative to suggest that she could wait until halfway through the month to move in and they could share the utilities. The female lead, grateful for the male lead's mother's hospitality and his considerate offer, voluntarily took charge of the household chores in the common areas. Thus the two of them interacted politely under the same roof. Although their conversations were few, they both viewed each other as decent roommates. The slow build-up of their feelings took place one night when the female lead was working late at the office. On her way home, she encountered a drunken man who tried to harass her, and at that moment the male lead stepped in to chase the man away. It turned out that after returning home, the male lead had been worried about the female lead not being back so late and decided to go look for her. He just happened to encounter her being harassed. The drunken man, who was used to bullying the weak, saw the tall male lead and promptly fled. After this incident, the female lead developed a slight affection for the male lead. She invited him to dinner. Although it wasn't at a high-end restaurant, it was their first time talking face-to-face for such a long time. The female lead discovered that beneath the male lead's seemingly aloof exterior, he was actually quite humorous with a sharp but amusing tongue. The male lead discovered that beneath the female lead's cute appearance there lay a great ambition. She was smart, diligent, full of life, and had a positive attitude. More importantly, they were both kind-hearted individuals. Originally just good roommates, now they were developing mutual feelings, and their relationship progressed at lightning speed. Upon realizing his feelings, the male lead seriously bought flowers, intending to confess to the female lead. Unexpectedly, upon returning home, he found the female lead had also prepared flowers to confess. The two stood face to face, each holding their respective flowers, and in the end they both smiled, embracing each other and joyfully expressing their affection. Zhang Jiyu initially read this novel with a nonchalant attitude, but when he saw the male and female leads embrace, he couldn't help but smile. He admitted he had been too careless, not expecting such a cliché beginning to lead to a romance that flowed so smoothly and naturally. It was not mere blandness, but rather a fine delicacy. The development of their relationship wasn't reliant on inexplicable falls or kisses, but on two kind hearts gradually drawing closer. Moreover, although this novel primarily focused on the romance, the subplot concerning their careers was also quite good, avoiding the usual clichés of backstabbing and malicious schemes. The female lead progressed steadily, facing setbacks, not waiting for the male lead to rescue her, but bravely overcoming them with encouragement and support from friends and loved ones as they all strive to improve together. Both the male and female leads were shining stars in their respective fields, naturally attracting their share of admirers. However, once they were together, they managed to handle the attention very well, ensuring no irrelevant parties appeared before each other. There was mutual trust between them, and while occasional arguments occurred, they agreed to never engage in cold wars and to communicate openly. The ending did not specify whether they married, it simply depicted a calm evening where they laughed and slowly returned home. The initial accidental cohabitation unexpectedly became the beginning of a love story. Yet who could watch them care for, understand, and accommodate each other and think they wouldn't last? Zhang Jiyu closed the book, sitting on the sofa in Zhuang's office, lost in thought. He had prepared himself to eat something unpleasant, but unexpectedly was savoring a delicious bowl of pumpkin porridge, sweet, warm, and lingering. The content of this book was heartwarming yet humorous, but the only question was, what relation did it have to the pretentious title Half City of Roses? Zhang Jiyu read the novel quickly. It was only over 200,000 words long. Zhuang he dealt with work while after more than 2 hours, Zhang Jiyu finished the novel, and Zhuang he completed his work. He leisurely blew on his tea leaves, waiting for Zhang Jiyu to express his thoughts. I feel Half City of Roses is better, Zhang Jiyu said firmly. Are you sure you want to choose this? Unrequited Love in Youth is more popular. Yes, I'm sure. I didn't like the plot in Unrequited Love in Youth. I find the male lead a bit too pretentious. My acting isn't great to begin with, and if I play a role I dislike, I wouldn't perform well. You don't need to underestimate your acting skills, Zhuang, he said politely, but he didn't deny it. In his view, Zhang Ziyu's acting indeed relied heavily on his looks. Then he'll talk to Wen Yi and start the investment for Half City of Roses. Modern dramas are simpler, requiring no elaborate sets, custom costumes, or wigs. We can assemble a crew in a month at most. For now, you shouldn't go for the promotion of Wei Yijuan. Go back and take a few more acting classes. As an actor, skills are also a part of your future. Zhuang, he urged, most importantly, starting today, you need to control your diet. Zhuang, he wanted Zhang Ziyu to manage his diet not because he was showing signs of weight gain, but because Zhang Ziyu had already reached 185 centimeters, and there were still indications of continued growth upon a hospital checkup. It is a good thing for a male star to be tall, but being too tall can be detrimental as it would narrow the already limited acting opportunities for Zhang Ziyu due to his overly advantageous appearance. While filming Harem, Zhang Ziyu acted alongside the shorter Zhao Hui, who had to stand on a box to minimize the height difference in their face-to-face shots. If Zhang Ziyu continued to grow taller, it would be even more challenging to frame scenes with female actors. Fortunately, the doctor indicated that Zhang Ziyu would only grow another 1 or 2 centimeters at most, a height that could be accepted. The doctor also mentioned that if he continued to eat excessively as he did during his growth spurts, he would gain weight quickly, which is why some boys are skinny in high school, but become overweight after graduating from university. Zhang Ziyu himself felt that after returning to 17 and becoming a man, he experienced an insatiable hunger, at every meal consuming astonishing amounts of food, without gaining weight, with distinct bone structure visible at his wrists and ankles. It was only in the past month that his hunger gradually decreased, revealing that his height growth was coming to a halt. Still, he was eating a lot. In the morning, Zhang Ziyu consumed 8 buns and 2 cups of soy milk. Zhuang, he worried that if he continued to eat this way, he would end up with a round face like an orange cat in a few years, often looking down at Zhang Ziyu with a concerned expression from his tall stature. Zhang Ziyu could naturally sense this overt concern, and he didn't want to become overweight as an adult. He had already started doing some strength training every day to shape his body, but it was still challenging to control his eating. However, since he hadn't gained weight, Zhuang, he merely turned a blind eye to Zhang Ziyu's diet until it was time to prepare for a new drama, at which point he began to make Zhang Ziyu regulate his diet. While it was termed dietary control, it merely meant eating less junk food. After becoming a man, Zhang Ziyu possessed an enviable facial condition. He had never had acne and would only have dark circles that disappeared after a night's sleep, never appearing pale or haggard. Only after consuming a soupy midnight snack the previous night would he experience slight swelling the next morning, which could be quickly resolved with a cooling face mask. In such circumstances, Zhang Ziyu, as a star, did not restrict himself. He indulged in hot pot and street snacks whenever he wanted, which made others envious. However, now for the sake of the new drama, Zhang Ziyu decided to start eating healthily. He resolved to be disciplined from today onwards, avoiding random takeout, while maintaining daily exercise and opting to cook for himself. Fortunately, at this time, grocery shopping via mobile phones had become common in big cities. Zhang Ziyu planned to order groceries on his phone during the preparation period for the new drama, cooking for himself with less oil and sugar after attending acting classes. However, after a week of this, he realized it wasn't working. When eating out, he enjoyed various food options. At home, he tended to buy only a few of his favorite ingredients repeatedly. Not only was the monotony likely to lead to nutritional deficiencies, but cooking for one also often resulted in making too much food. Zhang Ziyu felt a strong sense of guilt over wasting food and disliked eating leftovers, always finishing what was left after feeling full, which led to overeating and failing to achieve his health and dietary goals. As a result, Zhang Ziyu reported this situation to Zhuang, just as Jiang Wenyi overheard. She immediately ordered a month's worth of 5-star hotel meal delivery for Zhang Ziyu, which arrived punctually, was visually appealing, and was healthy and nutritious, with the only drawback being that he could only eat until he was about 60% full. Coincidentally, there was a bakery along the short route between the acting class and Zhang Ziyu's apartment. After class, he would buy 2 sugar-free buns, his hunger making everything taste amazing. As he nibbled on the bun, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy reminiscent of sneaking and eating spicy strips on the way to his tutoring classes as a child. Unfortunately, the Zhang Ziyu of today was no longer the obscure Zhang Ziyu of the past. After paparazzi and passers-by released photos of him eating the bun for the 3rd time online, this small joy of his was stripped away. It's not that he wasn't allowed to eat, but having the image of a foodie in the entertainment industry held no advantages. If Zhang Ziyu were photographed eating a bun today, and netizens labeled him as a glutton, he might be criticized for being hypocritical if he didn't eat, as much later on being perceived as insincere and misleading the public. If it comes to that, the bakery also offers delivery. If there's no delivery service, find a courier. Oh, anyway, you can't be caught eating outside, not even buying food. Zhuang, he said on the phone. He had been busier than Zhang Ziyu lately. After the preparation for Half City Rose began, he needed to contact various investors. First, the studio could invest in full, but wouldn't cooperate with capital unless they did, as the popularity of Li Nianhe had raised expectations for Zhang Ziyu among investors. After some negotiation, he connected with the director and screenwriter through investors and established the crew. For casting, Zhang Ziyu was confirmed as the male lead, while the investors recommended a lesser-known actress Lu Wang, who was a fourth-tier actress. Zhuang He reviewed her profile and felt she met the criteria well enough, so he agreed. After extensive discussions about their roles and rankings, it was determined that Zhang Ziyu would be the first lead and Lu Wang the second lead, with the entire film needing to follow the script without unauthorized alterations. Once the male and female leads were decided, the supporting roles were also confirmed quickly. Just as Zhang Ziyu was getting a bit tired of five-star hotel takeout, he was officially cast into the production. During the opening ceremony, he realized that there were no major star names in this crew. He was surprisingly the most prominent among them. With no big names around, Zhang Ziyu did not intend to act like a king. The female lead Lu Wang was not the type to create drama either, and thus Half City Rose began filming very smoothly. Lu Wang was very confident in her beauty as a child. She was born in a small city in the north, and from the time she started kindergarten, she was the playmate that other children vied for. Surrounded by admiration, she firmly believed that she was the most beautiful person in the world. However, this confidence was quickly shattered when she was admitted to a film academy in the capital. She realized that her hometown was too small compared to the world, and the appearance she took pride in was merely deemed acceptable by her teachers. They scrutinized the proud girl from the small city through the lens, effortlessly pointing out numerous flaws. Her mouth tilted to the right. When she spoke, her smile lacked fluidity in its muscle lines, her delivery of lines was not standard, and her posture lacked soul. These minor flaws, only visible through the lens, were pointed out by the teachers and printed out by Lu Wang to hang above her bed, reminding her day after day. In the winter's cold wind and the summer's scorching sun, whenever Lu Wang felt lazy, the heavy words on that light piece of printed paper would pull her away from comfort and immerse her in practice and study. She harbored an intense ambition for success and devoted effort that matched her ambition. However, in the entertainment industry, mere ambition and effort are not enough, or rather, to gain fame, it does not matter if you have talent. More often, success relies on how lucky you are. Lu Wang did not miss any opportunity that came her way. She treated every job she received with dedication. After starring in a small-budget web drama that gained some popularity, she finally caught the attention of investors who were willing to lend a hand. The hand reaching down from the clouds was not solid, it was ethereal, and would retract immediately if this opportunity did not succeed. Lu Wang treated this chance with utmost seriousness and effort. The novel Half City Rose is not long, and its script is not thick. Lu Wang filled the script with dense annotations and insights, even writing over 30,000 words of diary entries for the characters to simulate their emotional journeys. Upon joining the production, she understood that this drama revolved around Zhang Ziyu, who was also the one they intended. The production of this drama was with the director, screenwriter, stylist, and lighting crew not being top tier in the industry, yet none of them were idlers. If the world were a makeshift stage, Half City Rose was a well-built one. All of this stemmed from Jiang Wenyu Studios' intention to promote Zhang Ziyu, making him the core of this production. Lu Wang remembered Zhang Ziyu's face clearly. She had diligently watched every hit drama in the market, observing the strengths and weaknesses from a colleague's perspective, summarizing why certain roles were beloved, and then writing a lengthy analysis report. Wei Yijuan was the most popular drama in recent years, generating explosive discussions online. Naturally, Lu Wang watched it too, and her assessment was 70 points for acting, 30 for charisma, 50 for looks, 20 for the platform, and 20 for luck. To put it bluntly, it's all about looks. For an overnight sensation like this, Lu Wang was quite worried about Zhang Ziyu, who had some talent, but not much. She feared he might be a person full of pride, arrogant because of his good looks, or a villain who became smug from sudden fame. Such behavior is common in the entertainment industry, where some individuals appear glamorous, but beneath the beautiful shell lies a greasy soul. Many cannot even finish middle school, and the audience viewing through the lens raises them too high. In reality, they are just pretty-faced delinquents. When Lu Wang finally met Zhang Ziyu, she was first captivated by his stunning appearance. However, after a few exchanges, she realized he was not socially adept. By the end of the day, she found that this exceptionally good-looking youth was quite easy to handle. Such ease of handling is rare among handsome men. Slightly better-looking boys often have a horde of girls fawning over them, and after experiencing so much kindness from others, they adopt a naturally high and aloof attitude towards the world. Yet Zhang Ziyu was not just good-looking, he was exceptionally handsome. However, Lu Wang did not see a hint of arrogance typical of handsome men in him. Interacting with him felt somewhat like engaging with a quiet girl who stood apart from the crowd. Such a personality was certainly wonderful. Lu Wang was most afraid that Zhang Ziyu would become arrogant after gaining fame. When men become overly proud, they tend to lose their charm. It is known that for a romance drama to succeed, aside from a good script, the male lead's charisma is crucial. No matter how hard the female lead works, if she ends up with a male lead who constantly exudes, "I am so handsome," her efforts may be in vain. After a few days of filming, Lu Wang was even more delighted. She discovered that Zhang Ziyu's acting had significantly improved compared to his performance in Wei Yijuan, and he was very easy to communicate with. When she approached him with the script for discussion, she was prepared for rejection, yet he presented her with a heavily annotated script stating he had memorized all the lines, and was ready to discuss any part. Oh my, did heaven see her efforts. The script was good, the production was excellent, and her partner was also very dedicated. Could it be that this time Lu Wang would truly become famous? When those around her were working hard, Zhang Jiyu was absolutely unwilling to lag behind. Lu Wang reminded him of a college roommate from her past life. Although she studied at a vocational college, she was extremely diligent. Every morning while others were still asleep, this roommate would quietly sneak outside to memorize vocabulary. In class, while others sat at the back, she would always fight for a front row seat. While others were playing, she had already begun preparing for her higher education courses. Of course, she ultimately did not succeed as their school transformed into an undergraduate institution during their second year. The admission scores skyrocketed like a train, reaching the level of first-tier colleges. Seeing Lu Wang reminded Zhang Jiyu of that college roommate he might never see again. He quickly felt a sense of transference towards her, mainly because Lu Wang often pulled him into rehearsals. It was a rehearsal without any personal feelings involved. After nearly a year as a man, Zhang Jiyu had received numerous advances from both men and women, beautiful and plain alike. He had grown weary of rejecting them. He could instantly tell who harbored such intentions. There was no way around it. His ironclad heterosexuality made him physiologically repulsed by males and psychologically averse to females. In the end, he liked neither. Only his radar for homophiles constantly upgraded and strengthened. On the other hand, Lu Wang was wholly focused on her career. She admired Zhang Ziyu's looks, but appreciated even more the opportunities his appearance could bring her. Since Zhang Jiyu did not refuse her, she was determined to work hard with him. With both leads working so hard, the other cast members were also getting involved. Many staff members who originally just came to work and earn a salary found that the main actors were easy to work with and serious, making their jobs easier. Not to mention Zhuang, he often came to the set to oversee things. Every time he came, he not only observed Zhang Ziyu's performance, but also represented the investors by treating the entire crew to fruits, snacks, and drinks. As time passed, the crew unconsciously became more serious, especially the lighting technician. Both Zhuang, he and Lu Wang's agent, had given him red envelopes, and he, who was already working diligently, was further motivated to showcase his true skills. The actors' high standards uplifted the entire crew, and the director was of course the happiest. Hong Mei, the director of Half City Rose, was a strong woman in her 30s with a sun-kissed face and a surprisingly crisp voice. In the past, this crisp voice often became hoarse from instructing unskilled actors. Now, as Hong Mei sipped on the refreshing drinks provided by Zhuang, she spoke softly with the two leads about the scenes. In this scene, Mu Qing, the male lead's name, and Ji Lu, the female lead's name, have their first disagreement, but Mu Qing does not express his displeasure very obviously. His unhappiness is concealed. You shouldn't make it too evident. Mu Qing knew that his girlfriend Ji Lu was someone who cherished anniversaries immensely. She even remembered the day their puppy lost its baby teeth, celebrating it with a small cake. After they got together, Ji Lu shared half of her joyful moments from the past with Mu Qing through anniversaries. Under this happiness, Mu Qing felt guilty towards Ji Lu. He was not someone who valued anniversaries. He often forgot his own birthday, only remembering it when his mother called to remind him. He completely forgot to celebrate their 100 days together, feeling deeply moved by the surprise Ji Lu had prepared, yet overwhelmingly guilty for not having a gift ready. It's alright, haven't you often brought me gifts? Anniversaries are meant to be about surprises, and you have already given me so many surprises. Though Ji Lu comforted him like this, Mu Qing's guilt lingered. Fortunately, an important day was approaching when he could make amends, their 1-year anniversary. However, due to a twist of fate, Ji Lu discovered the carefully prepared gift right in front of both of them. It's okay, I didn't see clearly. Ji Lu happy innocently asked. You've put in so much effort, there aren't any big days coming up recently, are there? Initially dejected, Mu Qing raised his eyebrows at her words. No big days. Right, you've clearly spent a lot of time on this. It's not the Qixi festival or Valentine's Day, is it, for our 1-month hand-holding anniversary? Oh my dear, you don't need to compensate for what happened before. I've already told you you give me so many surprises usually. Mu Qing thought, was she really forgetting their 1-year anniversary, or just teasing him? Mu Qing, puzzled, decided to let the topic pass. The opportunity for testing came soon. While they were out for dinner that night, Ji Lu's phone died, so Mu Qing offered his phone to her. You're so trusting to lend me your phone. Ji Lu thought happily and sweetly asked Mu Qing, what's the phone? Mu Qing smiled gently at her. It's the date we met. His soft voice usually made Ji Lu smile brightly, but suddenly she felt a chill at her back, realizing that the gift she had discovered earlier was meant for a special day, leaving her frozen in place. Seeing Ji Lu's reaction, Mu Qing understood she really had forgotten. He gritted his teeth internally. How could you, Ji Lu, remember the day the puppy lost its teeth, and when the cactus bloomed, yet forget the day we met? You even mentioned preparing a gift for your friends, 300 days. He wanted to be angry, but looking at Ji Lu's blinking eyes, he couldn't bring himself to be upset. I was just kidding you, it was nothing. His tone was cold, and Ji Lu immediately sensed that Mu Qing was unhappy. But she truly forgot the day they met. During the time they spent together in the house, she was busy with her internship and could only recall a rough time frame for their anniversary, needing to check the exact date. Oh dear, now Mu Qing would surely be upset. Ji Lu stared at his cold face, his long eyelashes casting shadows beneath his eyes. Their rare dinner together was quite dull. Coincidentally, Mu Qing was busy with work in the lab sending Ji Lu good morning and good night texts. Ji Lu felt guilty and didn't dare to message him as she used to. Their relationship grew distant. Both regretted their actions. One regretted forgetting their meeting anniversary, feeling apprehensive about messaging Mu Qing. The other regretted getting upset. Ji Lu had forgotten the date, but previously, when she forgot their anniversary, Mu Qing didn't get angry. Why had he been so petty? When Mu Qing's experiment ended, he stepped out and saw Ji Lu waiting for him. Upon seeing him, she pulled out a bouquet made from steel wool. Tada! Happy anniversary. May our love be as strong as steel. Mu Qing had been pondering how to reconcile with Ji Lu, but upon seeing the steel wool bouquet, he was both amused and annoyed. After a moment of irritation, he found himself genuinely happy. Please forgive me, I didn't mean to forget the day we met. I remember when it was just not the exact date. For our one-year anniversary, you're giving me a steel wool flower. Mu Qing felt a surge of joy. His voice dripped with warmth and laughter, but Ji Lu remained silent. She slowly opened a small box she had taken from the bouquet, facing Mu Qing. Inside were 2 rings sparkling in the light. Mu Qing's heart raced as he heard Ji Lu's voice. Couple rings, would you wear one with me? He stood in silence, then hugged Ji Lu tightly, muffling his voice in her shoulder. I thought you were proposing. Ji Lu laughed. If I were proposing, would you say yes? Ji Lu couldn't hear Mu Qing's words, but she could feel their heartbeats gradually aligning. At the empty lab's entrance, the sun slowly sank. A phone call interrupted their silence. The delivery guy informed Mu Qing that the flowers he ordered had arrived at the school gate. They were the flowers Mu Qing had ordered for Ji Lu. I haven't been mad at you for a long time. I felt really lonely these past 2 days without your messages. You've already seen the gift I prepared that day, but I still want to surprise you even though I thought you had forgotten. So under the glow of the setting sun, they held hands and walked to the gate to pick up the flowers. As Mu Qing handed the flowers to Ji Lu, he gazed into her smiling eyes and silently thought, I want to give you 1,000 roses and 1,000 kisses, with each kiss expressing my willingness. The last line of the original novel is Mu Qing's heartfelt voice. The director Hong Mei and the screenwriter discussed how to express this in reality many times. They both advocated for actually filming the kisses with a sunset and roses in the background, ensuring a beautiful and romantic scene. Lu Wang also approved of such adaptations, but Zhang Ziyu disagreed. He didn't mind kiss scenes in the show, as there were already other intimate moments. After all, as a woman at heart, Zhang Ziyu didn't find same-sex kissing problematic as long as it wasn't a deep tongue kiss. His opposing reason was that it would make Mu Qing seem too overt. I believe Mu Qing's character isn't one to engage in intimate actions with Ji Lu in public. Director, look, when Mu Qing hugs Ji Lu, there's no one around. Zhang Ziyu flipped through the novel, quickly flipping to the intimate parts of the male and female leads for Hong Mei to see. In this segment, they're still at the gate with many people passing by. Mu Qing would never kiss Ji Lu here. After Zhang Ziyu made his case, Hong Mei discarded the originally planned script. The new script was like this. Mu Qing and Ji Lu each held a bouquet of flowers, holding hands as they leisurely made their way home. Ji Lu chattered about where they would eat that night. What should we eat? Sweet and sour ribs? Spicy frog? Or should we have hot pot? I'm willing. What? Ji Lu looked surprised at Mu Qing, and on his flushed face, she seemed to understand something. Her face also slowly turned red. They both fell silent, yet a sweet atmosphere lingered around them. Their shadows stretched and shrank under the streetlights that began to glow, ultimately drifting further away. In the subsequent production, the line, I want to give you 1,000 roses and 1,000 kisses, with each kiss expressing my willingness, will appear in a decorative font within the shots of their backs. This marks the official conclusion of Half City of Roses. The novel Half City of Roses is short, and the filming crew completed it in just 2 months, with the original actors still providing the voiceovers. When Zhang Ziyu met Lu Wang in the dubbing studio, he was deeply impressed by Lu Wang's profound skills in delivering lines. Being someone who had taken professional voice acting classes, he understood the immense effort required to achieve such proficiency. Back in college, I practiced every morning in the small woods. It wasn't just me, many others practiced daily as well. I feel like even if you weren't an actor, you would be a professional in voice acting. Of course, Lu Wang sighed. You have no idea how competitive it is for female voice actors. Many female classmates who specialized in voice acting in my cohort are struggling to find work. However, there are more opportunities for male voice actors. Lu Wang glanced around to ensure no one else was present and revealed a face ready to gossip. Did you know that XXX and XXX, they never use their original voices in acting? They always seek out a specific voice actor. Lu Wang was referring to 2 well-regarded male actors, and Zhang Ziyu was surprised as he thought both of them used their original voices. Otherwise, how could marketing accounts constantly praise XXX's soothing voice? Marketing accounts wouldn't randomly praise someone, they are paid to do so. Zhang Ziyu lamented about how thick-skinned people can be wondering why they need to promote their voice acting so shamelessly. What's there to be shy about? Many people do it this way. Voice acting has a low profile. Without money for marketing, this field can't create waves. They always use the same voice for every role. Who would bother digging up interviews to find their original voices? Lu Wang said disdainfully. Talented individuals often dislike those without talent, who try to show off. Having spent 2 months shooting together, she had grown familiar with Zhang Ziyu and trusted him enough to mock those actors who sought voice dubbing. Speaking of which, when I watched Wei Yijuan, I thought you were a voice actor too. I thought your voice was quite nice, albeit a bit unprofessional. Mentioning this made Zhang Ziyu shy. He still couldn't bring himself to watch Wei Yijuan for fear of seeing his acting black. At that time I hadn't taken any specialized courses. It was my first time acting. The two of them were secretly gossiping about others, feeling quite happy. Indeed, discussing others' flaws is the best way to enhance friendship. Lu Wang, though not famous, knew many people in the industry and was aware of numerous juicy gossip and insider information. Zhang Ziyu listened to one shocking revelation after another, alternating between it could be like this, and it could be like that. His curiosity was thoroughly satisfied, and he felt that in the future, whenever he saw certain faces online, he would recall all kinds of stories about them, and it would never be the same. Having gossip that he couldn't share with anyone was quite painful. Zhang Ziyu turned and poked his mother on WeChat. Mom, let me tell you, today I heard. After wrapping up Zhuang, he only gave the poor Zhang Ziyu 3 days off before immediately dragging him back to work. He wasn't taking any advertisements for the time being. With Zhang Ziyu's current popularity, he couldn't land any good endorsements. Although the heat surrounding Li Nianhe hadn't subsided, yet he was still a newcomer and reliable brands wouldn't approach him at this time. At this moment, it was time for his boss capabilities to shine. Zhuang, he leveraged Jiang Wenyu's resources to secure a high-end opportunity for Zhang Ziyu. He was currently in a trial period, and before the final signing, Zhang Ziyu had to go around supporting high-end brands at fashion shows. Jiang Wenyu had just joined a major director's film crew, and a seasoned artist can handle the trivial matters of a shoot quite well. Moreover, Zhuang, he was just a worker under her. As long as the worker worked hard, what more could the boss say? Zhuang, he boldly left Jiang Wenyu to manage things domestically. He had already arranged a passport for Zhang Ziyu, and personally took him abroad to attend fashion shows. It was Zhang Ziyu's first time abroad. He was seated in a corner of the runway, his slicked back hair shining as he watched the show. Zhuang, he specifically reminded him not to show any exaggerated expressions, just quietly applaud for the models on the runway. Don't really clap too hard, just a gesture will do. Make sure not to make any noise. If someone talks to you, pretend you don't understand, and smile while nodding. With your looks, no one will make things difficult for you. Zhang Ziyu wanted to say he didn't need to pretend, he genuinely didn't understand. His English had always been poor in school, but surrounded by several foreigners styling him, he didn't dare speak loudly. Partly because he was genuinely shy, and partly because the foreigners had a strong odor. It turned out foreigners really do have body odor. Foreigners do care about their scent, they use perfume and deodorant. But Zhang Ziyu had a keen sense of smell. In his nose, the mix of the foreigners' body odor and their perfumes was better left undescribed. Upon arriving at the venue, the place appeared upscale, but in essence it was just like watching a rural performance, with everyone sitting on benches around a platform. Zhang Ziyu's seat was in the second row, surrounded by foreigners dressed in flashy and trendy styles with no Asians in sight. In front of him, a British gentleman's bald head shone brightly. To his left was a blonde beauty in a revealing outfit, and to his right was a rainbow-haired guy with piercings who kept leaning towards him, almost giving off a gay vibe. The venue's air conditioning seemed to malfunction. On such a hot day, many people pulled out handkerchiefs to wipe their sweat. Truly, it was an elegant country. Zhang Ziyu had no handkerchief, and rather than using it to wipe sweat, he wanted to use it to cover his nose. The next day, domestic media collectively posted shocking domestic young star Zhang Ziyu fainted from body odor at the fashion show. Fortunately, right before the official start, the air conditioning was fixed, which was astonishingly efficient for abroad. Zhang Ziyu, in a formal black three-piece suit, would have been drenched in sweat without the air conditioning. After a while, he no longer found the smell offensive, though he felt he was getting used to it. Feeling slightly better, models came one after another to the stage. Forgive Zhang Ziyu for lacking any artistic appreciation, he simply couldn't appreciate the bizarre outfits on stage. On the surface, Zhang Ziyu sat upright, occasionally clapping and nodding. His neatly tied back hair accentuated his handsome features, and the black suit made him look like a composed young gentleman, elegant and refined. Only he knew that his gaze was not on the models on stage. His eyes were darting around, captivated by the reflections on the bald head in front of him. Help! That male model on stage is about to expose himself. After watching a show, Zhang Ziyu felt he had endured enough. He wanted to hurry back to the hotel for a shower, but for some reason he was surrounded by a crowd who were chattering enthusiastically. Zhang Ziyu couldn't understand a word, but thankfully Zhuang he arrived in time to translate. He then learned they wanted his autograph and contact information. Zhuang he turned down the request for contact details, but agreed to a photo. Zhang Ziyu looked at Zhuang he with immense gratitude. Brother Zhuang, let me say thank you. But taking a photo was not like in the domestic scene. In domestic settings, there are staff and financiers who request photos. You just need to stand together and smile. Here they didn't treat him like an outsider. They approached him directly to hug his waist, a burly man with a beard. Zhang Jiu nearly jumped up, managing to suppress it, rejecting the physical contact before the photo was taken. He felt as if he had been sexually harassed. After taking several photos, he noticed more and more people were lining up for photos. Zhang Ziu's social anxiety was about to erupt, so Zhuang He led him away under the pretext of work. "Brother Zhuang, you are just too handsome. You are the most handsome man in my heart." In the car, Zhang Jiu fervently praised Zhuang He. "No need to flatter me. There's another show to watch the day after tomorrow. I hate you." What was built upon Zhang Ziu's suffering was the revelry of those enamored with looks. The high-end fashion show initially attracted much attention, and it began to ferment in the comments on the live stream abroad. Screenshot: "Does anyone know who this handsome man is? I swear I heard the flapping of Cupid's wings the moment I saw him. Who is he regardless of who he is? Please marry me, heart. OMG, is there really someone this handsome in the world? Big mouth. He looks Asian. Is he mixed race? Is he Japanese or Korean?" This isn't an insult. Overseas people genuinely ask this about our handsome guys. Note the author dislikes them asking this. Does anyone know his Instagram? Heart-eyed yellow bean man too, because no one knew who Zhang Jiu was. The screenshots circulated widely, eventually making it to the trending topics abroad, with big bold letters, "Who is he?" Such events would definitely attract the involvement of domestic marketing accounts. Their speed is faster than that of rabbits, starting with those long-time accounts that repost foreign comments, followed by entertainment gossip accounts rushing in. Zhuang He would certainly not miss this opportunity for publicity. After Zhang Jiu had been in the filming group for months without appearing before the audience, Zhuang He feared that the public would forget him. He had to take advantage of this momentum to hype things up. Investing money immediately yielded results. Several major marketing accounts collaborated, releasing Zhang Ziu's foreign fashion show photos and screenshots of comments, simultaneously forming a grid. "Domestic entertainment frog in this outfit. Not only do foreigners crave it, but I do too. Pa tu pa ba, I was stunned by his handsomeness. Yellow bean, rest in peace. How about you?" Not knowing why these marketing accounts all had names with animals anyway, the chickens, ducks, geese, cattle, snakes, and horses, along with entries like Zhang Jiu at the fashion show foreign comments, and Zhang Jiu in black suit, is so handsome, successfully trended. This is the clever technique of buying trending topics first, spend money to let high-traffic marketing accounts accumulate comments, gathering real popularity for the trending topic, and then spend more money to maintain the trend, making it appear genuine while it is actually fabricated. With such a commotion, the largest anonymous forum in the country would certainly not miss it. The elder brother is right. The elder brother refers to the first floor of the forum. "It's really handsome. I always felt that newcomers look good objectively, but they seem too inexperienced for my taste. Wearing a suit makes him look more mature, and it struck a chord with me. I watched the entire live broadcast replay. Is there anyone who can clip the few shots of the newcomer's debut? Constantly dragging the progress bar is really exhausting. Isn't it? The newcomer just debuted 5 months ago. Feels like he hasn't been very active yet. He's already being praised by ALD. YLD is an abbreviation for this fictional brand. It seems the newcomer really hasn't appeared much, but the discussions about Li Nianhe online have always been particularly intense. How is that achieved? It's probably because your aunt's professional marketing team has a rich legacy. How come there's always a Li Nianhe clip released on Bilibili every so often? Your aunt's exclusive editing team. There are also fan sites and artists creating secondary works. I just laughed at who is so bitter against the newcomer. Originally, the drama Wei Yijuan has aired for so long that it could consistently bring heat to the newcomer. There are many creators on Bilibili editing Li Nianhe videos, and they are all being paid right. The tags on fan sites have over 3,000. Are you willing to pay for one? There are many people fishing in troubled waters in the forum, and many families want to target the newcomer. Your aunt's studio definitely has marketing. Otherwise how could they be associated with ALD? But without the newcomer's face, it's hard to say whether this marketing strategy would work or not. I agree, without that face, this route for the newcomer cannot be replicated. After browsing the foreign internet, I came back to find that the newcomer has truly captivated foreigners, with many asking who he is. It's great that handsome Chinese men are stepping onto the international stage. I support it. The ALD men's collection this early autumn is truly a mixed bag. Some looks are good, while others are particularly hideous and puzzling. Many domestic broadcasts need to pixelate them. I wonder how the newcomer feels watching it live. It's hard to muster any positive feelings when looking at men's. The newcomer's eyes were already dazed. While the newcomer is so beautiful, the bald head of the old man in front of him made the newcomer look even better. Watching such a show counts as workplace injury. If they can't secure a major ambassador, it would be quite a loss. Looking at the reactions from both domestic and foreign networks today, it seems hard to not secure something. Doesn't ALD want this traffic? It's likely that a domestic brand ambassador is already set. Given how high the heat is on foreign networks, announcing a global ambassador isn't impossible, but the title of spokesperson will definitely not be given to newcomers. These big brands are getting increasingly extravagant with titles like Global Ambassador, Asia-Pacific Ambassador, Domestic Ambassador, Brand Ambassador, Close Friend, and various lines for cosmetics, jewelry, menswear, womenswear, and perfume. With so many titles, it makes luxury brands seem less valuable. However, the newcomer hasn't taken on any brand endorsements yet. Oh, wouldn't that mean being the first ambassador for a luxury brand? Quite impressive. Brands haven't made any announcements yet, so don't blow it up. Be careful not to get bashed. I remember when she opened her studio, there was a wave of ridicule saying it was impossible to succeed. Yet now the first newcomer she's promoting can attend fashion shows in just 5 months, and the resources are so impressive. Your aunt's fashion resources have always been good. Fun fact, she is the first in the country to have filled all 5 major magazines as an 85 flower, and she is also the first to receive exclusive endorsements from big brands. Even a little bit leaked from your aunt is enough for the newcomer. Can the newcomer secure ALD? Can deduct 1, but not 2. The newcomer has truly sophisticated marketing tactics. Let's share different gameplay with RS. The newcomer's new drama has already wrapped filming. Even after 5 months, the forum still calls Zhang Ziyu a newcomer. The forum members say that as long as no other newcomer can overshadow Zhang Ziyu's popularity, they will continue to call him that. Zhang Ziyu himself is completely unaware of these discussions abroad. To access domestic sites from abroad requires a VPN, and many foreigners also need a VPN to access domestic sites. Coincidentally, the latter he bought randomly isn't very effective, making the domestic internet particularly slow. When he returned home from abroad and took the first breath of fresh air without the smell of cumin, he nearly burst into tears. His patriotism peaked at that moment. It's one thing that the food abroad is not good and the people are not pleasant, but the foreigners are overly enthusiastic. After the show, people lined up to chat with Zhang Ziyu, nearly kissing his face. Zhang Ziyu felt he had suffered significant physical and emotional trauma, needing to sleep for 3 days and 3 nights to recover from the sleep deprivation caused by adjusting to the time difference. Then his airport photo with dark circles under his eyes hit the trending searches again. The reason was that a certain drama blogger compared his airport photo with dark circles to a radiant modern outfit photo and screenshots from Li Nianhe's drama. I've always thought that Li Nianhe's somewhat gloomy aura was particularly charming, but the actor's modern outfit felt brighter. I previously thought it was just a difference between ancient and modern styles until today when I saw this. I was initially very surprised at what's going on. How could this actor's modern outfit also look so gloomy? Upon careful comparison, I discovered that the source of this gloomy aura in the actor is dark circles. What a revelation. The gloomy aura that captivated me so much actually comes from dark circles. Your dark circles and my dark circles seem to be different. This blogger also kindly edited out Li Nianhe's dark circles, suggesting that this way doesn't the young master seem to be more sunlit. Thus Li Nianhe's dark circles trended. It's really true that people surpass each other in goods are compared. My dark circles require effort to cover up, while others' dark circles are merely a small embellishment on their face. Really, the difference in aura with and without dark circles is significant. It's so magical. If you naturally have dark circles, I advise you to delete this. I can't stand such images. Can I experience a day with a beautiful face even with dark circles? It's incredible. The dark circles on his face look completely natural, and they don't give off an impression of sleeplessness, but rather a hint of fragility. So do actors struggle with sleep every day while filming? Or is it just that the makeup artist's foundation is too thin? At this moment, makeup artist Wang Jie posted on Weibo. Li Nianhe doesn't have a thin layer of foundation on it. The actor didn't wear any foundation at all. When taking the fixed makeup shots, the actor hadn't slept well, and the styling team felt that dark circles suited the character better. Therefore, they have been artificially applying shadow powder to create dark circles. Apart from that, Li Nianhe's actor is completely barefaced. Is that true? How do you know? Reply, because I am Li Nianhe's actor's makeup artist. Oh my god, Li Nianhe's actor actually appears barefaced. I thought that with such good skin at least there must be a layer of foundation when the camera zooms in, and I was pondering what kind of foundation effect could be so good. This is how it looks barefaced. So what about the effort I put into my makeup every day? That's just because you use too many cosmetics. Sisters, it seems that this is indeed the makeup artist from the Wei Yijuan crew, as the official crew account has followed her. Sister, how does Li Nianhe's actor look in real life? The real face looks a bit better than on camera, but in reality, it's very rare to see an actor without considering looks. The head is small, shoulders are broad, and the height is good. The proportions are truly exceptional. I suddenly want to see what the actor looks like in real life. Does he have any offline activities now? News from the fish fans for the past few months. Apart from fashion shows, there's been nothing. Our Zhang Ziyu just wrapped filming, so there might be activities later. Oh my god, it's hard to imagine that he looks so perfect barefaced. How good would he look with makeup? If he looks this perfect barefaced, wouldn't makeup make him look worse? A small fashion show sparked a wave of discussions about Zhang Ziyu, although everyone still calls him the actor who plays. If it weren't for everyone calling him that, Zhang Ziyu would think that Li Nianhe has become very distant from him. After acting in Harem and Half City of Roses, he feels that so much time has passed. Looking back, however, Li Nianhe merely finished filming a year ago. Harem wrapped filming a month after Zhang Ziyu, but its subsequent production has been lengthy. Oh, I heard the film hasn't even been edited yet. Don't mention submitting for the final cut. and airing in Zhang Ziyu's memory. Harem is also set to air next. By the time Harem airs, Zhang Ziyu's Half City of Roses will have completed post-production and been submitted for approval a month after wrapping. Zhang Ziyu has recently returned to a more relaxed pace of life, participating in a commercial event every 5 to 6 days. As he's associated with luxury brands, he must wear at least one piece from ALD during events. Of course, this is borrowed. He wears it cautiously as it costs at least 10,000. He simply can't afford it right now. Aside from the 400,000 he has saved from Li Nianyi's earnings and the 8,000 yuan base salary from Jiang Wenyi, he hasn't really earned much. He participated in Harem at a low fee, and Half City of Roses was a project set up by the studio to promote him with low pay. Magazines don't pay people, and attending luxury fashion shows requires covering costs himself. It's even said that Zhang Ziyu currently owes money to the studio, marketing for him incurs expenses, and various training courses cost money. The salaries of every staff member, from agents to stylists to assistants, need to be paid. He participates in commercial events not only to maintain his public presence, but also to support these people. What's going on? I was promised I could earn 208 a day when entering the entertainment industry, yet I find out it's not like that once I'm in. It is indeed possible to earn quick money, but Zhuang He and Jiang Wenyi value their reputation even more than Zhang Ziyu does. They don't allow him to participate in too many commercial events as they want him to earn big money in the future, so he must be willing to let go of these small sums now. In any case, the Wei Yijuan studio has made a significant profit, and they aren't short on this little bit. When Half City of Roses was initially proposed, there was actually no intention to air it on mainstream television, as it was merely a romantic comedy with a short runtime of only 13 episodes. Such shows without the backing of a-list celebrities find it nearly impossible to secure a broadcast slot. It was jointly funded by Jiang Wenyi's studio and Louis Video. Having profited immensely from Wei Yijuan, Louis Video was willing to invest in Half City of Roses. Once it passed review, it would naturally be streamed on Louis Video. Since it was their own production, Louis Video allocated prime promotional spots for Half City of Roses, featuring posters on the app's splash screen and placing it in the largest rotating recommendation section on the homepage. Viewers visiting Louis Video's website or app would find Wei Yijuan, which had just concluded, as the first recommendation, followed by Half City of Roses after a brief pause. Additionally, Louis Video also aired numerous trailers for Half City of Roses in the video advertisements for non-video. Many recognized Zhang Ziyu's face because of Li Nianhe. With Wei Yijuan just wrapping up, many viewers still riding the high were more than willing to show some love for this beloved face by clicking "I want to watch" for Half City of Roses. I Want to Watch is Louis Video's feature for pre-booking dramas. Supported by fans of Wei Yijuan and the beauty fans attracted by Zhang Ziyu's face, the click count for Half City of Roses reached an all-time high within just a week. This achievement was naturally discussed across various forums and platforms, with some evaluating the significance of this performance, while others from competing fandoms tried to downplay it. Additionally, marketing accounts maintained by other male celebrities used this result to compare and attempt to tarnish Zhang Ziyu's image. Amidst this chaotic environment, thankfully, it was contained within fan circles, and the studio had reliable marketing partners and water armies to keep public opinion firmly in their favor. While the outside world was ablaze with excitement, what was the actor up to? The answer is nothing in particular. Half City of Roses is a web drama with promotional activities and offline events primarily planned for after its release. Before airing, only online promotions were conducted. After the online pre-promotion of Half City of Roses, Zhuang He decided not to allow Zhang Ziyu to take on any commercial gigs, reasoning that any hot commercial project would interfere with the drama's online promotion. Thus, Zhang Ziyu woke up every morning to wash up, eat breakfast, exercise, and after lunch attended acting classes, maintaining a very regular and healthy routine. A person's daily routine is sometimes related to their physical condition. Before transitioning into a man, Zhang Ziyu needed to sleep for 10 hours a day to feel refreshed. After becoming a man, it seemed his physical condition underwent an optimization. With a healthy body and minimal consumption, he found that sleeping for 7 hours was now more than sufficient. With sleep no longer an option, what was left to fill that time? Zhang Ziyu bought a tablet to start self-learning digital painting, aiming to create character designs for his original characters. To learn figure drawing, Zhang Ziyu spent each day watching tutorial videos online. As a result, he was inexplicably bombarded with numerous medical anatomy videos. After clicking on some, he ended up drifting into other content, ultimately not practicing anatomy at all, but instead watching medical documentaries after class. I must say, medical documentaries that encapsulate the myriad aspects of life, including birth, aging, sickness, and death, are genuinely quite fascinating. The raw emotions of real people can be deeply moving. Just as the actor was tearing up while staring at the tablet, the sweet little drama he starred in premiered. Zhang Jejia is an ordinary worker who enjoys shopping, watching movies, and visiting amusement parks with friends during her downtime. Her only form of entertainment online is binge-watching dramas. For certain dark creatures online, Zhang Jejia represents the quintessential vibrant individual. She was particularly fond of the recently aired drama Wei Yijuan. Since she started watching late, she needed a VIP membership to view the episodes. Thus Zhong Jejia specifically subscribed to Lu Video and often discussed the various handsome men in Wei Yijuan with her friends. Her favorite male character is the fourth prince, as he is the lead male match for the female protagonist and has the most screen time. However, she feels the most attractive male character is the young master Li Nianhe, whose face initially drew her into the drama. After finishing Wei Yijuan, Zhong Jejia was left wanting more and began searching for similar dramas. However, it is rare to find productions as high quality and star-studded as Wei Yijuan. After browsing for a while, she found several, but wasn't particularly fond of any. Just then the promotional poster for Half City of Roses was timely pushed in front of her. Upon seeing it, Zhong Jejia exclaimed, "Isn't that male character Li Nianhe?" She was pleasantly surprised at how handsome he looked in modern attire, and while she didn't recognize the female protagonist, she sensed she was also a beauty. Excitedly, she clicked in only to feel disappointed as she realized it was just a trailer. She casually clicked "I want to watch" and exited. Real life is vibrant and colorful, and Zhong Jejia quickly forgot about this. On her day off, she planned to go out with friends, but when her friend's boyfriend called her away, Zhong Jejia felt disheartened as she went home to get takeout. After scrolling on her phone for a while, feeling that it lacked interest, she tossed her phone aside. Outside, the sky had darkened and lights were beginning to twinkle. Zhong Jejia felt inexplicably dejected, spending her rare day off at home. At that moment, she thought how nice it would be if someone came to hang out with her. Suddenly her phone pinged, and she thought someone had sent her a message. She quickly picked it up, only to find it was a notification from the app. Lu Video, dear valued member, the show Half City of Roses you wanted to watch has premiered. Only then did Zhong Jejia remember this. With nothing else to do, she got up, turned on the lights, and half lay on her bed while opening the app. She skipped the opening theme, as even a premium quarterly member didn't need to do this thanks to Lu Video's feature. Is this character the female protagonist? She hadn't seen her before, as she was quite cute. Oh, she's going to intern in another city, and is Li Nianhe her boss? The female protagonist's mother's friend seems quite nice, lending her house to the female lead while her own rent is quite expensive. Oh my goodness, Li Nianhe has appeared. So handsome, so handsome, so handsome. Zhong Jejia's face displayed a genuinely cheerful smile upon seeing the handsome character. She double-tapped the screen to take a screenshot and send it to her friends, then continued watching. In this drama, Li Nianhe plays a doctor. Oh, it turns out to be a lab coat. A graduate student sounds a bit ordinary, but his face is really good-looking. In this drama, Li Nianhe is called Mu Qing, a rather pleasant name. Oh dear, his dorm is leaking. Can leaks be? It's shorted out the electrical circuit. This is real fire, it's even smoking. Mu Qing needs to go home. It turns out he has a house here. The conditions seem quite good. Handsome and rich, she loves it. Why does his house look so familiar? Isn't this the house of the female protagonist's mother's friend? Oh, the male and female leads have met in the same house. Are these two going to live together? What's this? Is it over? Zhong Jejia's smiling face reflected on her phone's black screen, and she froze for a moment, then became furious. How dare you, Louis Video, cut off at such a crucial moment for a valued member? How can it end here? Where's the next episode? Present it to the esteemed member. A friend's message broke the black screen. Isn't this handsome guy Li Nianhe? Has he crossed into modern times? Zhong Jejia typed quickly, this is a new drama called Half City of Roses, you must watch it quickly, the male lead is super handsome. Friend, what platform? Zhong Jejia, Louis Video. Friend, I don't have that app on my phone, and their ads are really long. Zhong Jejia, download it right now. Zhong Jejia, I'll lend you my membership. Go watch it quickly. Zhong Jejia, screenshot of account and password. Zhong Jejia, hurry and watch. In the entertainment circle, there is a consensus. Female artists find it harder to make a breakthrough than their male counterparts. Typically, a male artist can reach the top tier with just one hit drama, while a female artist needs to star in 2 or 3 to achieve the same. However, the popularity of male artists is often more unstable and can decline rapidly, whereas once a female artist reaches the top tier, her status tends to be more stable. Zhang Ziyu's situation was a reflection of this. Li Nianhe's online popularity was overwhelming, and if a female character were to replace him, no matter how beautiful, the discussion would not be the same. Despite his considerable fame, it was quite superficial, lacking any real fan base. Thus, even though Li Nianhe's popularity surpassed that of top artists, not many people knew the actor's name. True fans of established male artists looked down on this newcomer, waiting for Zhang Ziyu's fleeting moment, not perceiving him as a threat. In fact, in the most ruthless internal fan groups, some openly used Li Nianhe's photos as avatars, brazenly promoting their own biases. If these fans were to switch to another top artist's avatar, they would be quickly ousted. Essentially, Zhang Ziyu was a newcomer without a genuine fan base. He was just a passerby, without any clashes with other artists' fan circles. It seems everyone is tolerant of handsome men, but those who are infatuated with stars can be quite blind, attacking anyone who conflicts with their biases. Even the Jade Emperor would not be spared from their ire. However, with each weekly update of Half City Rose, this seemingly amicable surface began to shatter. Half City Rose was truly starting to explode in popularity. With a brisk pace, the plot logic was self-consistent, and the romantic storyline was naturally sweet. Such a script is always marketable, Normal people do not reject the idea of a happy romance, and even those who are despairing in reality do not dislike such narratives. The audience has yet to be dulled by overly sweet commercial productions, and Half City Rose cannot be classified as industrial sugar. It is a delicate soft cake. The chemistry between Zhang Ziyu and Lu Wang resembles that of a sweet, light-hearted couple one might encounter in real life, bringing genuine smiles from the heart. With a broad audience and effective promotion from Lay Video, coupled with the lead actor's excellent appearances by the fourth episode, Half City Rose had already achieved the highest viewership across the internet. By the seventh episode, as Mu Qing helped Ji Lu fend off the villains and their relationship was no longer concealed, Half City Rose reached the second highest viewership for the year. Why second, you might ask? Because the first is Wei Yijuan. Lay Video has indeed hit the jackpot. Wei Yijuan was the most explosive drama in the past 3 years, earning an entire year's KPI with just one show. Unexpectedly, the second half of the year brought another Half City Rose. Do not be fooled by Half City Rose having only half the average viewership of Wei Yijuan at present. It is simply because Wei Yijuan was so phenomenal that it overshadowed Half City Rose, which in turn eclipsed other dramas from the same year. If we only look at the viewership comparison, Half City Rose is already approaching last year's top streaming show. On Weibo, the personal super topics of the two actors soared to the forefront, with the drama's super topic and the Qinglu CP super topic dominating the real-time rankings in both film and television and CP categories. Various pirated posters and stationery suddenly appeared offline, showing up in small supermarkets at the entrances of various universities, proving that the market's invisible hand confirms the popularity of Half City Rose is undoubtedly real. The plot is still unfolding slowly, and currently Lay Video is not overly savvy. They are still using a very straightforward approach to monetize Half City Rose through traditional advertising and VIP subscriptions. Besides the first 3 episodes, 2 episodes are released weekly, 1 free and 1 for members. This simple and unpretentious way of making money has proven to be highly effective. Those willing to spend money on watching dramas are always the same group. Some viewers' memberships for Wei Yijuan just expired, and they immediately turned around to subscribe to Half City Rose. Reality proves that as long as the drama is good, platforms do not need to resort to strategies like SVP early access or exclusive memberships to make money. However, the greed of capital grows day by day, and it seems that the blame cannot entirely fall on the dramas. With this level of popularity, Zhang Ziyu's name has truly become known to the public. In 1 year, viewers have come to recognize Li Nianhe, Mu Qing, and Zhang Ziyu, elevating his popularity to the first tier. Various invitations for endorsements and commercial activities flowed into Zhang He's hands like a torrent. After much anticipation, Ilu Deng finally lowered its expensive head, appointing Zhang Ziyu as the brand ambassador for the domestic region. The value of this role cannot be compared with that of a true spokesperson, but he is still the first among the new generation of male artists in the country. With Ilu Deng's official announcement, Zhang Ziyu solidified his position at the top of the entertainment industry, officially ready to partake in the flow of popularity. Previously, even those who used him as an avatar among other fandoms quickly changed their avatars, their stances shifting instantly. After all, the domestic market has a limited number of people. While it is large enough, the more one person has, the less another has. How can other fan groups not be wary? Fans can be quite strange, often believing they can determine the resources of the main star. The more fans someone has, the more opportunities they can secure. They compete fiercely, producing various data for comparisons, motivating themselves under the guise of doing it for the sake of love, engaging in some extreme behaviors, while trapping themselves in the confines of their fandom, unable to see the outside world. Fortunately, such individuals are in the minority, as most people are not blinded by blind love. The public likes whoever they see as good and dislikes whoever they see as bad. Now that Zhang Ziyu is loved by the public, he naturally has the opportunity to step on a higher stages, such as the advertisement filming site for Ilu Deng. Take a look and judge. Could he be the foremost of the new generation? Is everyone already fawning over him? I expected major stars to carry themselves with more refinement. Another first-tier popular actor has emerged. I think that is a good thing, far better than letting an unattractive man rise to the top. Zhang Ziyu's ALD styling is fairly conventional. It is principally his good looks that stand out. The look is rather safe, but so beautiful I could eat my phone. ALD has such exquisite taste. I even want to buy Zhang Ziyu's coat, if only I had the money. Cover Zhang Ziyu's face and look again. The styling is simply standard, a long coat with a white shirt, a universally reliable pairing. I marvel that Zhang Ziyu finally has recognition on the forum. Less than a year and he's announced as a top luxury ambassador. The future looks promising indeed. 2 hit dramas in 1 year, one of them a primetime success. Calling him a newcomer feels inappropriate. Besides, which newcomer could ALD possibly choose? The forum seems so friendly. Are we simply indulgent because he is handsome? Personal opinion: the coat is too long and the design too ornate. If this were on my favorite, I would criticize it. My favorite is short-faced and understated. He simply couldn't carry that look. No wonder he didn't take off. No need to be so bluntly judgmental. It's only because he's my favorite that I merely say his face is bland, otherwise I would say he is plainly ugly. You are almost too honest. I don't like it. It's not attractive, it's ugly. I don't know what ALD sees in him. What? The previous commenter must be blind to call it unattractive. Maybe some camp felt slighted. Several in the industry fawn over ALD, yet ALD didn't pick them and instead chose a newcomer. It is bewildering that after 2 consecutive hits Zhang Ziyu is still called a newcomer. He rose to fame so fast he's only been debuted a year. Do others rise this fast? I truly believe he is this year's Z-Way star. I second that. Undoubtedly the Z-Way star. I have never seen ALD grant someone such a title so swiftly. The television viewership rankings for this year have been updated. Lee Video swept the board, occupying 3 of the Wei Yijuan truly exploded. It is the only show averaging over 100 million per episode, beating the second place by more than 50 million. When Auntie said she wanted to film, everyone mocked her. Who would have expected such a smash? It makes sense, a cast full of handsome men and beautiful women, superior production values, and solid acting. Wei Yijuan's success is deserved. Has Bansheng Meguei already surged to second? It has only aired 7 episodes. Impressive. For those who don't understand, what is the point of the average per episode figure? That metric is crucial. A show's quality and success are judged by its per episode average. Now that I look, I've watched quite a few. I am rather fond of dramas. The second has only aired half its run. It may gain more by the finale, but surpassing the first is unlikely. I wonder how much Annie earned. Did she invest in the top 2? Bansheng Meguei exploded. The Qinglu CP's popularity rose. Lu Wang's agent came to Zhuang He to discuss whether to stoke the CP. Zhuang He decisively refused. The on-screen CP is one thing, manufacturing a real-life CP invites messy consequences. He even forbade Zhang Ziyu and Lu Wang from standing too close during offline promotions. Why deliberately stir that up? Impossible. After being refused, Lu Wang was not upset. She has a hit drama, and Capital is eager to back her. Many modern romance scripts have been offered to her. Zhang Ziyu himself had been completely unaware. It was only before the joint variety show taping that Zhuang He called him over to warn him. He had thought it would be the usual avoidance of intimacy, but it turned out he was to be wary of Lu Wang's potential C-pushing. In short, be careful. You do not need to force avoidance. The drama is still airing. They will be mindful. As long as they do not go too far, it will be fine. What constitutes too far, and what is not? Standing close, or making a heart gesture, forming a team for games. Those are acceptable. But if she were to hug you during a game or pull your hand, that is not allowed. Also guard against her making ambiguous remarks. Surely not. Zhang Ziyu thought Lu Wang was a pleasant person. Seeing his artist's innocent demeanor, Zhuang He knew he was not savvy in such matters. He comforted himself that it was merely a variety show with no subsequent joint activities. Nothing untoward would happen. This variety show was entertainment sets off. Last time Zhuang He arranged with post-production to edit Zhang Ziyu's persona more favorably, because Wei Yijuan had multiple on-screen pairs, and other CPs could be used later to stoke heat. This time Bansheng Meguei had no other CPs, all the heat came from the leads. If Lu Wang's side wanted to manufacture a CP Zhuang, he could not stop them. If you protested too loudly, they would think you were making a fuss. After all, these hugely popular variety shows have deep industry connections. Alienating them would wreck your reputation. If Lu Wang were truly calculating and clung on to stoke the CP, the disadvantaged party would certainly be the one with greater visibility. Zhuang He recalled the hardship of leaving with his boss Jiang Wenyi to start the studio, the pain of missing promising recruits, the hope he felt for the studio's prospects when he first met Zhang Ziyu, and the self-satisfaction they shared after Zhang Ziyu's meteoric rise. Could he really allow the studio's protege Zhang Ziyu to be leached upon by manufactured CP hype? Absolutely. Zhuang He was on edge from the start of the variety show's recording. He stood nearby watching Lu Wang closely until the taping ended. As the leads, Zhang Ziyu and Lu Wang would inevitably stand together. Whenever Lu Wang drew near Zhuang, he clenched his fists like a widow who raised a son, watching a new daughter-in-law enter the neighborhood. Any slight physical contact made him want to rush in and separate them. In the end, Lu Wang did not press for a CP. The atmosphere between her and Zhang Ziyu was like office colleagues chatting, a harmonious rapport with no hint of intimacy. Even when the host asked them to pose in a frame and they formed a heart above their heads, it looked like a company annual photo. Zhuang He relaxed but remained puzzled. How could this be? Didn't Zhang Ziyu and Lu Wang have palpable chemistry in the drama? If Zhang Ziyu could read minds, he would explain that on set it was acting. While performing, he constantly told himself he was Mu Qing, who loved Ji Lu. Naturally, the feeling was different. It had been 2 or 3 months since they left the roles behind. On set, seeing each other daily could be called friendship, but afterwards they spent long stretches apart, enough to cover a summer. Zhang Ziyu is not one to maintain relationships easily. Roommates who ate and lived together can grow distant over a summer, let alone someone like Lu Wang. If Lu Wang were not so socially adept, their presented relationship would have seemed even more distant. This manner of keeping social distance was inconceivable to the worldly manager Zhuang He. He could not understand why participating in a variety show, chatting, laughing, playing games, was effortless for others, yet Zhang Ziyu fell silent like the dead the moment he boarded the van. Endless long hours of group socializing being the center of attention, never a quiet moment during breaks and cameras recording everything. After such an ordeal, Zhang Jiu truly felt on the verge of collapse. People cannot fully understand one another, but they can show consideration. Zhang Jiu did not want to speak Zhuang, he remained quiet. The car was dark and Zhuang he used his laptop to handle work. The studio was understaffed. Originally it had only Jiang Wenyi's own team. After Wei Yaijin's success, they hired a few people to handle Zhang Jiu, but now that he has risen to first-tier status, those hires are insufficient and they must recruit again. This arrangement held only while Jiang Wenyi gradually shifted to behind-the-scenes work. Once Jiang Wenyi wrapped, the studio would certainly be short-handed. Moreover, they planned to sign newcomers. Zhang Jiu's breakout gave the studio a strong start, and countless promising resumes came flying in like Hogwarts letters to Harry Potter, making recruitment all the more urgent. Zhuang he intended to continue managing Zhang Jiu. Jiang Wenyi was an established artist. Her longtime assistant could transition into a dedicated manager, while Zhang Jiu stood at the crucial juncture of solidifying his popularity. As a founding figure of the studio, Jiang Wenyi brought Zhuang he out of his former company under many favorable terms, not only a salary, but profit sharing. Working for the studio meant working for himself, and Zhuang he embraced the role with great zeal. He was capable, but one person cannot split in two. However skilled, insufficient manpower remains insufficient. Good talent is scarce. Rather than recruit raw newcomers, it was time to use a different tactic: poach from others. The prospects for Jiang Wenyi's studio were excellent. Having produced 2 hit dramas, the studio had deep pockets and paid top salaries in the industry. Not long after, when Zhang Jiu filmed an advertisement, he noticed several new faces around him. He had thought he already had a large entourage on set. Only 2 assistants handled logistics, but for events there were about 10 people from makeup, styling, photography, drivers, and bodyguards, a swarming group. After several such outings, the socially awkward Zhang Jiu finally learned who everyone on his team was. With more hires coming, Zhang Jiu worried that such a headcount posted online would invite criticism. Zhuang he laughed. That configuration is only for second or third-tier artists. True first-tier stars require 4 or 5 managers. Beyond the head manager, there are executives for operations, commerce, and fashion, 1 manager per small domain. 4 or 5 personal assistants is normal. Some temperamental stars do not even put on their own shoes and expect an assistant to help. Dogs are walked by assistants, household chores are handled by assistants. Worse still, some wake in the middle of the night and order an assistant to run half the city for a specific midnight snack. If the shop is closed, the assistant waits outside until it opens. Such things are not uncommon in the industry. Which artist is like Zhang Jiu, refusing to hire a cleaner and insisting on tidying up himself? He feels embarrassed when an assistant carries his bag. Now he even fears online criticism for having too many people around him. Yet Zhuang he complains that they still do not have enough hands. 2 assistants, 1 for work and 1 for personal life, are a given. You cannot be fetching your own box. Even if you do not wear makeup at an event, you need at least 1 hairstyle and 1 outfit. Your hairstylist and wardrobe stylist each bring an assistant, already 6 people. Add a driver, a photographer, 3 or 4 bodyguards, a dozen people only ensure your most basic professional needs are met. Zhang Jiu, who had been laughed at, admitted that he had indeed never experienced much of the world. Today his task was to shoot an advertisement for Deling Eyewear, a brand chosen by Zhuang he among numerous business options. Deling Eyewear is a Sino-foreign joint venture that holds a significant market share in the country, with stores in almost every city. The incidence of myopia among children is rising sharply. In a high school class of over 30 students, no more than 5 can be seen without glasses. Parents spend lavishly on this, readily handing over large sums when a salesperson mentions titanium frames and imported lenses. A lightweight pair of glasses can easily cost over 1,000 yuan. Whenever a child mentions blurriness while looking at the blackboard, parents rush them to get new glasses, resulting in eyewear shops earning more and opening more branches. As their target customers are students, Deling Eyewear particularly enjoys using popular celebrities for advertisements. They offer generous fees and have excellent grassroots marketing, presenting themselves with a foreign brand image that sounds upscale, making popular figures eager to shoot their ads. Having collaborated with numerous celebrities, Deling Eyewear's marketing department is adept at handling artist brand partnerships and has encountered all sorts of unusual personalities. Some artists are particularly eccentric. When coordinating with the brand, they may send over an extensive list of requirements for the green room in advance. Deling Eyewear staff once hosted a male artist who insisted that the fruits and snacks provided must be high-end imports. The fragrance had to be from a specific luxury brand, and even the tissue paper had to meet a certain price threshold. Strangely enough, after that male artist left, the staff found the green room spotless, with not a single grape left behind. It looked as if it had been completely ransacked. Even the coffee coasters were taken away. So when that male artist had a drunk driving incident, the staff at Deling Eyewear felt particularly pleased. Although Zhang Jiu's team was very accommodating during initial discussions, with so many cautionary tales from the past, the staff dared not take liberties and instead gently inquired if the artist had any special requirements during the reception. The artist side responded that there were no particular requests except that the artist himself does not drink coffee or tea as it keeps him awake, and the rest could be arranged by the brand. Heavens! How could there be such an easygoing artist? The staff instantly fell in love, and upon looking back at the artist's photo found him even more handsome than before. Both parties were easy to work with, and the collaboration progressed very smoothly. Deling Eyewear signed Zhang Ziyu for 2 years with the first year's advertising fee set at 5 million, which is considered low among first-tier male artists. The brand took into account that Zhang Ziyu was relatively new and would negotiate for an increase if he maintained his first-tier status in the second year. Zhang Ziyu sat in front of the mirror as the stylist placed various glasses on his face for comparison. Today his outfit was sponsored by AI Lu Deng, featuring a loose-fitting suit jacket in a refreshing green reminiscent of the color often seen on student sportswear, paired with a simple white t-shirt. His hair was fluffy and fresh, slightly parted at the forehead, giving him a youthful and vibrant appearance. Zhuang He, now in middle age, was very pleased with this look. This style suits your age perfectly. You usually try to appear mature, but you should look like a young person. It sounded as if Zhang Ziyu's mother was speaking. He fell silent, and the stylist compared the remaining 2 pairs of rectangular glasses, one black and the other silver. Finding both quite suitable for Zhang Ziyu, they decided to consult with the brand representatives. The brand representatives also thought both colors looked good and decided to shoot with both to see how they turned out. After the photo shoot, they ultimately chose the black frames, as while the silver frames were nice, they made Zhang Ziyu appear too elite. Since their series targeted students, the black frames better embodied the current student vibe. In the final promotional photo, the young man slightly turned to the side, had a gentle smile, with his bright eyes revealing a warm expression. The black-framed glasses added an air of intellect, making him appear polite and studious. Such a poster hung in the store, appealing to parents who favored such good-looking and well-mannered boys, while also appearing very attractive to students. The online comments were even better. This photo was announced just as the finale of Half City of Roses aired, and Zhang Ziyu's popularity surged dramatically, coinciding with the eagerness of his fans. "Oh, my Muqing looks so good in glasses, he seems so well-behaved." Congratulations to Zhang Ziyu for landing the endorsement, and thanks to Deling Eyewear for the collaboration. A Zhang Ziyu looks perfect in Deling glasses. "Hello handsome, I am the human form of Diga Ultraman. I was injured in the last battle and cannot transform. I need a boy to be my partner to regain hope, to become light again and protect Earth. Will you help me? Together we can defend Earth and protect humanity." The little fish with glasses looks too much like a student. But Zhang Ziyu is young, so he fits perfectly with the youth-oriented Deling Eyewear. "Just in time, my younger brother needs glasses and is about to go to a Deling store. Who understands?" This photo has that vibe of a handsome boy who studied well in high school, even though I never had anyone that handsome in my own high school. As a hypothetical, could Zhang Ziyu really not kiss me? "Hello younger brother, let's have a romance. Don't be ungrateful, quickly send your contact information to me." In addition to being the brand ambassador for Aluden and the spokesperson for Deling Eyewear Zhuang, he also took on an advertisement for Wanjin milk. As the year approaches its end and various festivals draw near, when people in the country visit relatives and are unsure what to bring, they often gift 2 boxes of milk. If there are elderly folks, they say it's for them. If there are children, they say it's for the kids. In any case, milk is a versatile gift that fits any situation. Wanjin Milk only signed a 1-year contract with Zhang Ziyu, primarily attracted by his high popularity during this year, endorsing a product aimed at the 25 to 35 age group, a bottled yogurt, while the classic pure milk was left to collaborate with other artists who have a longer-standing national recognition. Who is this artist? It is none other than Zhang Ziyu's boss, Jiang Wenyi. Jiang Wenyi finally wrapped up filming and emerged from the set. After months of shooting, she didn't take a break, but swiftly participated in various networking dinners within the industry. Her studio produced 2 dramas a year, and as a major investor, Jiang Wenyi naturally had to build connections with various people. True connections do not need to be sought after deliberately. When you yourself become a part of the network, connections will naturally. Zhang Ziyu rarely gets to see this boss. When he occasionally spots her in Zhuang He's office, Jiang Wenyi appears radiant, showing no signs of exhaustion from her continuous work. Her career acts as her best form of rejuvenation. If she were to stop, it would only hasten her aging. Zhang Ziyu senses an aura emanating from her, a kind of aura that comes from being supported, not the kind of support a star receives from fans, but that which comes from having power. Previously, Jiang Wenyi was just a star making money for capital. Now she is the capital making stars earn for her. Times have changed and circumstances are different, yet Jiang Wenyi remains grounded, treating others with kindness. In her interactions with Zhang Ziyu, she has always been warm and considerate. Once during a conversation with her, Zhang Ziyu casually mentioned a bakery's cake that was trending online, and after mentioning it, he forgot all about it. A few days later, when Zhang Ziyu saw Jiang Wenyi again in the studio, he noticed that the cake from that bakery was on her. Her social status is perpetually vibrant, bold, yet meticulous, loving her work and possessing a keen insight. It's hard not to be successful with such traits. Zhang Ziyu admires people like her and knows he could never become like that if his work isn't arranged for him. He often feels the need to take 2 days off after just 5 days of exercise at home. With a boss who has extensive connections and strong abilities, and being a unique talent under her, Zhang Ziyu clearly feels that the quality of scripts Zhuang he has recently handed to him has significantly improved. Although he received many scripts before, only a few were of decent quality. Having finished watching a medical documentary, Zhang Ziyu found nothing else to watch, so he used these scripts to pass the time, often commenting on them, while reading, wondering what nonsense the plots contained. The screenwriters are all professionally trained. While the quality of their writing is not low, their creativity is indeed expansive, and the subtle thoughts hidden within their writing are endless. Because the scripts handed to Zhang Ziyu are mostly romance dramas, the pitfalls are either the female lead lacking intelligence or the male lead being blind. More often, both leads are portrayed as foolish. Most of the scripts he received would likely never be greenlit for production. Even if they would only garner a few million views, making no significant impact. These scripts were often sent by small production teams hoping for a stroke of luck. One can only say that not succeeding has its reasons. Even though the scripts sent to artists are not everything, Zhang Ziyu, with his years of experience reading novels, can keenly discern the flaws within. Such dramas would be doomed if produced. Thus, good resources in the industry are fundamentally not circulated. The capital has not yet evolved to a point where it arrogantly seeks to deceive the audience. They can discern what is good and what is bad, and very few slip through the cracks. Good resources must be exchanged through internal connections. Jiang Wenyi's studio, after all, has limited depth. Zhang Ziyu finding quality works among a plethora of inferior scripts is already the result of Zhuang he's efforts combined with his own fame. Money is a universal remedy. When Jiang Wenyi, who truly holds the investments, starts networking, the quality of Zhang Ziyu's resources suddenly elevates to a new level, as most scripts change from poor to a chocolate that, regardless of taste, at least claims to be chocolate. The number of works that can be seen by the audience in a year is very limited, and even fewer can be remembered. Beneath a hit drama like countless failed projects, the market's vast abyss inevitably requires some flops to fill it. Gold is very apparent. Zhang Ziyu has spotted a few decent scripts, one of which is a sweet school drama with a smooth romantic line. He later saw this drama's name on the Southeast Asia mid-tier drama viewership rankings. Another two scripts are adaptations from novels, one of which is a fantasy romance that Zhang Ziyu has followed. He remembers the author acquired the rights early on, but the drama was produced very late, seemingly due to the rights holder getting into legal trouble, causing a 5 to 6 year delay before filming could commence. The other script he looked at before seeing the title is a more traditional ancient costume drama that shines due to its innovative setting. However, halfway through he realized the original novel's author was a notorious figure who 2 years later would make strange statements online, falsely accusing lesser authors of plagiarism and ultimately facing backlash. That leaves only the school drama, but Zhang Ziyu's similar sweet drama has just finished airing, and taking on another one so soon could easily pigeonhole him in that genre. At this moment, Jiang Wenyi returned from a networking dinner and advised Zhang Ziyu to hold off on accepting new roles. She recently made contact with a significant investor who hinted at preparing a large-scale S-level production in the fantasy romance direction after the new year. If it were just this bit of news, Jiang Wenyi would certainly not have asked Zhang Ziyu to wait. However, she also learned that the female lead seems to have been secured with a top-tier actress, Sheng Yueping. Sheng Yueping debuted a few years later than her, yet is shrewd and has strong connections. Before Jiang Wenyi's Wei Yijuan aired, she was already poised to overshadow many popular female artists. The drama she will act in is bound to be exceptional. Zhuang he also secretly inquired about this news and discovered that many sensitive artist teams had caught wind of this great opportunity. Currently, many qualified male actors are waiting without accepting new roles. Since this opportunity has piqued their interest, it is entirely in Zhuang He's style to at least explore whether he can take a bite. Even if they can't secure this opportunity, Zhang Ziyu's current popularity won't just vanish in a few months. He can always take on new roles later. Zhang Ziyu himself is indifferent. He still has a drama harem that hasn't aired yet. Although industry insiders aren't optimistic about it due to director Wang Zhi's bad luck, doesn't he know that too? This drama's success is a sure thing. Although he doesn't know what great opportunity Jiang Wenyi is referring to, he knows for certain that he has a drama airing next year, and whether or not he gets to experience this opportunity she mentioned is irrelevant. After harem becomes a hit, even the actresses playing minor roles could land the lead. Surely, as the main male character, he won't have trouble finding work. Thus, the three parties reached a consensus. Zhang Ziyu would no longer accept new roles and would patiently await the various year-end ceremonies. The red carpet of the entertainment industry is a war without smoke, where the glamorous outfits of the artists serve as armor and their beautiful eyes are bullets. The competition among female artists is a glaring rivalry, showcasing the nobility of their gowns as a testament to their status. This kind of comparison is not aimed at attracting the opposite sex. They are competing for better resources and work opportunities, and while they vie with each other in everyday life, the red carpet serves as a signal for them to openly unleash their battle. In such situations, male artists can only become the green leaves surrounding the red flowers, with high fashion designs and exquisite styles, all catering to women. No matter how luxurious the men's outfits and fabrics, maybe they invariably revert to the prototype of a three-piece suit. Thus at the year-end fashion galas one sees female artists in a riot of colors while male artists are draped in a sea of black, reversing the natural order of the animal kingdom among the planet's highest beings. However, it can be said that the aesthetic level of female artists is, regardless of the country, one tier above that of male artists. Even the most ridiculed female artist surpasses her male peers of the same level. Zhang Ziyu recalls that when he was a child watching TV dramas, he found this sister beautiful and that one charming, while he thought all men looked about the same and couldn't distinguish between handsome and unattractive. It wasn't until high school that he barely developed a sense of aesthetics regarding the appearance of men. Then he sadly discovered that each girl around him had her own merits while the boys were just boys. He was astonished to hear excited discussions among girls about who was handsome. This sister with a radiant complexion, have you looked in the mirror? That guy is nowhere near as good looking as you. In summary, Zhang Ziyu's evaluation of male appearance differs from others. While others rate men and women separately, Zhang Ziyu compares them together. He is quite picky about men's faces, just as the world is about women's. There are very few good-looking men in the world, only a select few can be considered handsome, yet Zhang Ziyu always finds flaws in their faces. This one has bad teeth that one looks miserable. This one is fairly good-looking with a small head and broad shoulders, but isn't his neck too thick, like a large beverage bottle? It wasn't until Zhang Ziyu began to engage with the virtual world that he realized for him perfect-looking women exist in reality, while perfect-looking men do. Not only 3D and 2D men can be flawless. Therefore, after becoming a man, although Zhang Ziyu smoothly accepted his current body, both physically and mentally, he has never been fond of mirrors or selfies, only vaguely aware that he is very good-looking, though he has no concept of how good-looking he actually is. People are most familiar, yet most unfamiliar with their own faces. Zhang Ziyu would watch the dramas he starred in, as if inspecting his work, feeling a moment of daze before he could recognize the face on the screen as his own. It's that feeling of going to a game with friends, and the camera suddenly captures two people kissing randomly. You and your friend are laughing, but on the screen you're framed in a heart shape, and before you even realize it, your friend has kissed you. People without substance, once they realize they are good-looking, tend to become vain, because they believe their most outstanding trait is their face. Everyone falls in love with themselves because of their looks, eager to show it off to others, much like a pretentious scholar flaunting their knowledge, or a nouveau riche boasting about wealth. Zhang Ziyu is different. Although he doesn't have much substance, not to be compared with the floundering figures in the entertainment industry, he knows he lacks substance. He doesn't believe that looks can overshadow everything, and he despises pretentiousness. In high school, the sports committee member in Zhang Ziyu's class, relying on his slight handsomeness, acted cool all day, even throwing away trash in a basketball pose, constantly making a scene. At that time, unable to fight back, Zhang Ziyu maintained a poker face, while inwardly cursing him. He would never become the person he dislikes the most. This time he is attending the Weibo Popularity Awards, where the organizers have a specific order for the red carpet. Zhang Ziyu waiting in the car with his boss Jiang when you glimpse the senior male artist getting out of the car in a vacuum suit, wondering how he wasn't cold dressed like that. After stepping onto the red carpet, that male artist suddenly changed his stride, swaying his shoulders and grinning mischievously. What happened? He was fine just a moment ago. Dude, why did you suddenly start nodding? There's no music here. What's the cue you're waiting for? You just spun around and adjusted your collar, but you don't even have muscles to show off. Zhang Ziyu was puzzled. He had only seen this male artist on television and didn't know him in reality. He had heard that this person had a good reputation in the industry, but perhaps he was just having a moment tonight. As it was their turn, Zhang Ziyu steadied his emotions and waited for Jiang Wenyu to check her makeup before getting out of the car, first opening the door for her and assisting her out. Since Jiang Wenyu was undergoing a transformation, her outfit was not extravagant. It was a perfectly tailored little black dress, made of velvet, a seasonal new piece from a Blue Blood brand. The jewelry was a borrowed emerald necklace, and since the necklace was already quite luxurious, the earrings were simpler 5-carat emeralds. In such an outfit, Jiang Wenyu, who had already been flourishing recently, radiated even more charisma. Walking the red carpet together, Zhang Ziyu matched Jiang Wenyu's style. His black three-piece suit was made from soft and structured cashmere, topped with a coat of the same fabric, and underneath a white shirt with a silk tie that was neither too wide nor too narrow, in a vibrant green that matched the shimmering emerald around Jiang Wenyu's neck. With Jiang Wenyu's formal updo, Zhang Ziyu could not allow his hair to be disheveled. He also didn't go for a stiff slick back, but rather had his stylist part his hair neatly, exposing his smooth forehead, appearing casual, while every strand was meticulously styled. Handsome men and beautiful women always attract attention, especially after the photographer's eyes were just poisoned by oily middle-aged men. Jiang Wenyu and Zhang Ziyu were particularly hot this year. Once they got out of the car, the flashes were relentless. Zhang Ziyu squinted from the bright lights, but quickly adjusted, walking forward with Jiang Wenyu linked to his arm. In deep green and pure black, they exuded a mysterious elegance, resembling a pair of siblings from an ancient noble family. The older sister, the heir, leading her younger brother, who studies at a prestigious school, walking steadily with faint smiles on their faces, as if attending a high society gala. This ceremony was live-streamed. The audience felt as if they had just taken a greasy bite of pork lard, and then were immediately transported to a high-end restaurant with champagne and golden wine flickering candlelight, overwhelming many. The terms Ren Fei walks the red carpet, and Jiang Wenyu and Zhang Jiyu hand in hand on the red carpet quickly ascended to trending topics. The Weibo Grand Award is certainly something that anonymous forum users will comment on, and they have set up a live commentary thread starting from when the artists walk the red carpet. This thread is dedicated to the Weibo Grand Award. All live commentary is limited to this thread, and any disruptions will result in a ban. Just waiting. Soon we will see the stars flaunting their floral decorations again. I'm looking forward to everyone's sharp commentary on the artists' outfits. The earlier appearances were mostly minor characters, so the remarks about the odd outfits were minimal, and the chatting atmosphere wasn't particularly lively. Wei Mingyan has appeared. His segment this year is quite late. One can only say that he indeed has the looks, and this large fabric-wrapped suit looks quite good, otherwise he wouldn't have always been able to buy flattering press releases before. Wei Mingyan is indeed quite popular this year. The male character in Wei Yijuan is probably benefiting the most. Isn't Zhang Jiyu the one benefiting the most? He has jumped to a leading position. Zhang Jiyu only has a few episodes. Wei Mingyan's screen time is multiple times his, while Li Nianni's character exited early. The one benefiting the most is Wei, and Zhang only rose to fame later after filming Rose. Wei Yijuan allows both male and female roles to benefit significantly, and the actor playing the General Jiang Wei has also risen in status this year, right? I just realized that over half of the newcomers appearing this year have acted in Wei Yijuan and Annie's dramas really promote. In comparison, Wei Mingyan is indeed good looking. No wonder Annie chose him for the role. Her taste is quite... I fell silent. Is this Ren Fei? I remember he used to be quite handsome. How did he end up like this now? Objectively speaking, he is handsome, but subjectively he looks too oily. At this age, please don't flaunt that child. Mac Ice. With all this oil, he might as well fuel my car. Zhang Jiyu has appeared. Oh wow, he's really handsome. Doesn't he have the strength to appear this late? This is too handsome. I was slightly nauseated by the oiliness earlier, but seeing this face has instantly revived me. It turns out he appeared alongside Annie. No wonder he was so late. He got a big boost. Yuran has also become a boss. I heard that there are many people wanting to sign with her studio recently. Some should realize they don't have the looks of Zhang Jiyu to expect such rapid success. These two are really good looking. They save my eyes. Auntie clearly has a delicate appearance. This outfit suits her quite well, and the accessories are also tasteful. Am I the only one who notices that Auntie really looks older? In the drama, it wasn't obvious, but on the red carpet compared to Zhang Jiyu, they truly look like siblings. Not even 30, and already looking old. Some people really shouldn't overdo it. Zhang Jiyu is just too young. He is only 18 this year. Doesn't he look like a sibling next to any leading actress? Wow, this is truly beautiful. Zhang Jiyu really should have his hairstyle permanently fixed, as his perfect face shouldn't have any obstruction. Zhang Ziyu's physique is really strange. Clearly in the drama, he looks like a peer with Jiang Wenyi and Lu Wang with strong chemistry, but once out of the set there is no chemistry at all. Female artists standing next to him also look better. When I remove Zhang Jiyu from view and just look at Auntie, she doesn't seem as beautiful anymore. The female host too. I was initially going to criticize her red dress, but standing next to him it harmonized perfectly. Zhang Jiyu and Jiang Wenyi are the most beautiful accessories tonight. Zhang Ziyu's outfit is both formal and warm. The temperature tonight is nearing zero, and I see many people dress coldly, but Zhang Ziyu's outfit is thick and particularly good looking. Indeed, it seems that the female artists who are exposing their thighs, chests, and arms are freezing to death. I feel cold just watching, whereas the male artists are openly wearing 3 layers of clothing. Zhang Jiyu is wearing the latest ALD autumn-winter collection. I found a runway image screenshot. Sisters, hurry up. Zhang Jiyu can actually wear clothes better than the models. He is truly remarkable. On Weibo's trending topics, netizens first commented on Ren Fei, and then moved to Jiang Wenyi and Zhang Jiyu. It's such a lively scene. Ren Fei, if your neck is itchy, just wash it and stop messing with that tattered collar. What is the point of this sleeveless suit? You have no muscles to show off, do you? You might as well wear more. Is he able to hear the music we can't hear on the red carpet? Good posing while shaking your head. Another greasy man added to the roster. I quickly sent it to my girlfriend. Is he trying to stall for time by spinning around on the red carpet? The host sister has it tough having to endure the cold while interviewing a pretentious man. Wow, Zhang Jiyu stole my heart. Who understands that these two really have a sibling vibe? But I clearly ship the CP of Li Nianhe and Wei Yijuan. Tears, this is my heartthrob male guest lighting up the stage. Light up, light up, light up, light up, light up, light up, light up. This is my heartthrob male guest lighting up the stage. Light up, 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 light up. Hello, can you both marry me? I just need one husband and one wife. That's enough. She eyes closed. Thank you, handsome men and beautiful women, for saving my eyes. Just now it seemed like they were smeared with oil, and I couldn't see clearly. As soon as their faces appeared, everything was fine. Zhang Jiyu is so gentlemanly helping Jiang Wenyi out of the car. Am I the only one who thinks that scene looks like a drama? ABCDFJ, Zhang Jiu, will you marry me? I can't believe I just sang that out loud. Can these two share one with me? No. Then I'll ask again next time. Online, the flood of comments is overwhelming while the artists inside the venue are completely unaware. To prevent being caught using their phones, the artists have all handed their devices to their managers for safekeeping. The seating in the venue is arranged in rows. Jiang Wenyi is in the second row center, and Zhang Jiu is in the third row center with a few seats separating them. Among the artists, Zhang Jiu knows Wang Yinan, who participated in a variety show with him, is sitting next to Jiang Wenyi, while Wei Mingyan is in the second row right section, and Jiang Wei is sitting next to Zhang Jiu, with Lu Wang directly behind him in the fourth row. The order of seating is quite scholarly. It reflects the artist's status, awards, and popularity. The front rows are better than the back, and the middle is better than the sides. Any wrong order could lead to a fan battle. It's common for celebrity managers to clash with the organizers over seating arrangements. Overall, the first row is filled with movie bigwigs, directors, and seasoned veterans. The second row consists of relatively stable first-tier artists and long-established second-tier artists. The third row features new first and second-tier artists, while the fourth and fifth rows are occupied by third and fourth-tier artists and lower-ranking idols. Zhang Jiu enjoys the highest popularity among the new first-tier artists, hence, he is placed in the center of the third row. To his left is Jiang Wei, and to his right is a female actress from a child star background. He is unfamiliar with both, so he can only sit upright and daze off. Zhang Jiu's height is strikingly prominent in the entertainment industry. Sitting in the center, he appears poised, and the camera sweeps across, making it easy to spot him. Currently, netizens are not so idle as to analyze the artist's expressions frame by frame, nor do they specifically interpret the lip movements of the artists when they speak. There are many artists gathered together chatting. Don't assume that celebrities are always tight-lipped. There are also gossipy artists among them. Sometimes fans of two artists argue fiercely while the two artists still chat together. Jiang Wei, sitting to the left of Zhang Jiu and the actress on his right, seemed quite familiar. After Zhang Jiu exchanged pleasantries with them, he fell silent while they eagerly continued their conversation. The so-called star-studded gala is nothing more than a row of connected chairs which, aside from being a bit softer and wider, are essentially no different from the benches used at rural banquets. Zhang Jiu, sitting in the middle, has to ask others to let him pass when he needs to use the restroom, and when he sits upright he gets poked in the back by the person behind him. "You're too tall, I can't see in front of me. Lean back against the chair." Zhang Jiu complied, leaning back, making it easier for the two people beside him to chat. They leaned forward, unbothered by being overheard, and began to gossip over him. The heating in the venue is not very strong yet, and the staff has distributed blankets to the artists. Jiang Wei has one draped over his legs, and the other actress is wrapped in another. Ignoring their impressive looks, they appear like a couple of village gossipers at a Weibo gala. "Have you heard? That guy has another mistress. Didn't he just remarry 2 years ago? His wife is 20 years younger than him, and he's still not satisfied. This one is even younger, a university student, and she's pregnant. Really? His eldest son with his ex-wife is already 30, how can he have a child now? For real? That guy didn't believe it at first, but after doing an amniocentesis test he believed it. Tisk, even with such strict precautions his current wife still couldn't prevent it. If you ask me, it's quite impressive that he could attract a mistress willing to have his child after becoming so down and out post-divorce. How did he manage to charm a young girl after all that?" I heard that. Although the two were gossiping, without naming names, Zhang Jiu deduced from previous news that they were talking about a well-known director who gained fame through his wife's family connections. This director had a scandal, and the divorce from his influential ex-wife caused quite a stir online. Without any real talent, he fell from grace after the divorce. Zhang Jiu sat silently listening to Jiang Wei and the actress gossiping about the older director's deceitful ways with young girls, internally cursing that men are indeed only clean when hanging on the wall. At this moment the host made an entrance. The two, still engrossed in gossip, finally sat up straight, adopting a dignified demeanor with smiles, a stark contrast to their previous chattiness. The visually stunning opening performance featured a popular boy band. Zhang Jiu couldn't discern what was so stunning about it, but he could tell that the microphone wasn't on. Perhaps the microphone was on, but the performers were silent. The choreography seemed a bit out of sync. Nonetheless, given how poor the singing was without the mic, it might be better that they didn't use it. Then came the girl group's performance. To be fair, Zhang Jiu wouldn't insincerely praise them, just because the ladies have significant room for improvement. As the lights dimmed, the performance finally concluded. When the lights came back on, the host shared a few words to warm up the audience, discussing some heartwarming social events before moving on to the next act. This time a professional singer was performing. The atmosphere was fantastic, and their singing skills were strong. If Zhang Jiu didn't know that this singer would end up in trouble in a couple of years for tax evasion related to an inappropriate relationship, he would have genuinely enjoyed the performance. After 2 consecutive performances, Zhang Jiu felt the opening was not going well. While others were joyfully watching the show, he was starting to sweat. He took off his coat and unbuttoned his suit jacket to prevent himself from sweating profusely and being caught on camera, especially since everyone else was cold under their blankets. As a devoted fan, the heartfelt little octopus managed to secure tickets to the gala and brought her best camera, determined to capture every detail of Zhang Ziyu's face. To arrive on time, she didn't follow Zhang Ziyu on the red carpet. Having just seen the red carpet photos taken by other fans in their group, she cursed the poor timing arranged by Weibo. She thought Zhang Ziyu looked particularly good in a coat over his suit, reminiscent of a young lord in a period drama wearing a fox fur coat, exuding an air of elegance and authority. However, once inside, the two people beside Zhang Ziyu kept chatting, blocking his view entirely, making it impossible to get a good photo. She waited and waited, finally able to take pictures once everyone settled down after the opening, but just as she snapped a few shots, Zhang Ziyu took off his coat. Ah, the coat. Such a stunning coat. Such a dignified coat. Zhang Ziyu, are you hot? If you're warm, let me warm your hands while I cool you down. Don't take off the coat. Unfortunately, Zhang Ziyu couldn't hear her lamentation. In the eyes of heartfelt little octopus, he transformed from a mysterious nobleman of an ancient family to an ordinary rich kid the moment he took off his coat. Although he still looked good like this, heartfelt little octopus had seen Zhang Ziyu in suits countless times. This was her first time seeing him in that coat. She is now praying that she managed to snap at least one well-composed photo earlier, otherwise she could only hope Zhang Ziyu felt cold enough to put his coat back on. In the end, Zhang Ziyu didn't put his coat back on, and the photos she took earlier weren't great. None of them captured the feeling heartfelt little octopus wanted. It was supposed to be a day for stunning pictures. All because of those two people beside him. What was there to chat about? Furious, heartfelt little octopus posted the footage from the front onto Weibo. Originally, she just wanted to express her frustration at not being able to capture the desired images, but unexpectedly netizens quickly rallied together. Is there anyone who can read lips? What were those two talking about? I'm so curious. What could they be saying that we as esteemed VIPs can't hear? Luo Wang even poked Zhang Ziyu to lean back so he could see. How adorable are these two? Turns out celebrities gossip too. Let me in on it, ears. So what were the two of them really saying? Can't anyone read? These are indeed later developments. After removing his coat, Zhang Ziyu felt much better and could manage his expressions well until the end. He kept a blank face, emptying his mind, while the people beside him applauded, following along mentally, preparing an acceptance speech. Indeed, Zhang Ziyu already knew what award he would receive, or rather all the artists present were aware. It was already an open secret in the industry who would win the Weibo Awards. After all, it's not an authoritative award, and Weibo wants to showcase its influence. Everyone can benefit from the exposure and enjoy a moment together. Whether the awards are substantial or not hardly matters. The host smiled sweetly, striking a pose as if she genuinely didn't know who would win. Her tone was filled with anticipation and confusion. The winner of the Best Newcomer Award is... The award for Best Newcomer of the Year goes to Zhang Ziyu, Qi Ranran, and Sui Yuan. Congratulations to the three. The organizers have worked hard brainstorming numerous award names, ensuring that everyone leaves with something, emphasizing that artists should attend the Weibo Popularity Awards not just to win an award, but because they have won one. As the year draws to a close, it would be quite embarrassing for the artists to leave without any awards. Weibo is so considerate, so let's all say thank you to Weibo. With awards given out by Weibo, everyone naturally wants to show their appreciation and put on a little show. When it was Zhang Ziyu and the others' turn, the host asked them to choose the coolest item from a pile of single products. There were large sunglasses, thick gold chains, and rings. Zhang Ziyu checked and found them, fake designer-branded underarm bags, flashy foam mink coats, and even a giant cell phone pillow and a fake gold watch that could be hung around the neck. Zhang Ziyu quickly chose the most ordinary sunglasses, thinking it would suffice for an abstract moment online, especially since there were so many people watching. In reality, it felt a bit embarrassing to go all out. Qi Ranran understood the effect Weibo wanted to create, so she picked a visually striking foam mink coat, while Sui Yuan, a newcomer in the music industry, donned a big gold necklace. The three stood on stage dressed up, posing for the photographers. Viewers watching the live stream were already laughing. Haha, that foam mink is way too exaggerated. Even my grandma wouldn't buy something like that. The lady is so open-minded. Isn't Sui Yuan supposed to be a rapper? His vibe is just too fitting. Zhang Ziyu chose sunglasses. Oh, what a pity. I still want to see his funny side, but he looks so handsome with the sunglasses on, standing next to the mink coat lady like a rich woman with a handsome bodyguard. No funny men, just handsome guys. Zhang Ziyu made a great choice. The fans are very pleased. They didn't stay on stage long. Weibo had plenty of awards to distribute. It was like a martial arts conference where the most mysterious masters often make their entrance last. After bestowing exclusive titles upon the esteemed figures of the martial arts world, the only noteworthy grand prize of Weibo, the King and Queen of the Night, were about to make their appearance. These two awards essentially represent the most popular stars of the year, or the highest profile artists that Weibo could. The Queen, of course, is the female lead of this year's breakout drama, Wei Yijuan, the ever-popular new investor Jiang Wenyi, who has maintained her success for a decade. The King is a relatively high-profile film actor invited by Weibo Lin Shiji, who, although young, holds the title of Best Supporting Actor. After both delivered lengthy acceptance speeches, the awards ceremony progressed to the most entertaining part, the scene that fans would clamor for, a group photo. Some might wonder what's so dramatic about a group photo. Will the artists fight over the center position and end up injured? No, the center position in Weibo's photos is always reserved for their CEO. No one dares to steal the CEO's spotlight, nor can anyone vie for a position next to them, as Weibo implements a name-calling system for photos. After the host invited the CEO to the center, they began calling out the names of the artists in order of their status and popularity, with those called standing on either side of the CEO. Doesn't it resemble how seats are assigned in class, with the teacher calling out students based on their grades? It's exactly. However, while students might feel embarrassed for poor grades, the fans of artists feel a sense of vanity and shame based on the order of name-calling. If a high-status artist with a major award stands at the front, that's one thing, but why should they stand behind when their popularity is nearly the same? What does it mean to be just one name difference? One name is still a name. The competition for status cannot be overlooked. Do you think only the fans care about this? No, many artists care deeply about this too. Otherwise, why would artists not get out of the car upon arrival just to make sure they appear at the right moment? If artists themselves didn't care about their ranking, how could fans go crazy over it? But Weibo doesn't pamper them. Whoever controls the narrative holds the power. Without Weibo's narrative, Weibo itself is the narrative. In a grand occasion, do you think you have the status of an international film queen? I will tell you when to come up, and you must come up then. If you don't listen, you'll be put on the trending list for all the wrong reasons. And can a group photo just be taken whenever? Ineligible artists won't even be allowed on stage. They'll have to stay below. Zhang Jiyu had too little experience, but his popularity this year was high, and he was called up last. He quietly stood in the second row, hearing people call his name, and smiled slightly at the place where the sound came from. This past year and a half in the entertainment industry has been unexpectedly rapid, thanks to all the supporters. The road ahead is already stirred by the wings of butterflies, unpredictable, and all I can do is stay humble and steady moving forward. Calculating. Zhang Jiyu is 19 years old this year. Although his birthday is late, crossing into the new year can still be counted as being 20. At 20 he is to be called a youth, so what do most 20-year-olds do in January? I believe some clever friends have already guessed it. Yes, it's time for exams. The tribulation that college students face every 6 months. The final exams. In the previous 2 final exams, Zhang Jiyu did not attend in person due to work commitments. He was tested online by his teachers. His studio provided him with a social practice certificate, allowing him to offset part of his regular scores, so he managed to barely pass both final exams. This time, waiting for a mysterious project, He adjusted the schedule for Zhang Jiyu, eliminating any work conflicts, so he naturally had to attend the exam in person. The intense and thrilling 2-week review period begins now. Zhang Jiyu crazily memorized the key points sent by the teachers in the group chat. As a liberal arts student, he mostly needed to memorize. The only benefit of acting for his studies was that after memorizing many lines, he could memorize study materials much faster. In the battle against his laziness, Zhang Jiyu emerged victorious, managing to thoroughly review all the materials the day before going to school. He could recite several key points. Although he arrived at school to take the exam, the school arranged a separate exam room for Zhang Jiyu, considering he is a popular star, and to prevent any disturbances. Of course, the exam time and paper were the same as for other students, and a special invigilator was assigned. When assigning invigilator duties, all the teachers wanted to see what a star from their school looked like in reality. Watching just one person would also make the invigilator's job easier, so everyone wanted to invigilate Zhang Jiyu. To prevent internal disputes among the teachers, the department head resolutely decided to put aside his esteemed position and personally invigilate. Sitting alone in an empty classroom under the watchful gaze of the department head did not feel good. From the moment he entered, Zhang Jiyu was intensely scrutinized by the head's small eyes, and even his greeting was met with silence. He felt as if he had done something wrong, so he quickly finished the exam and left each time. The silent department head thought, why is this young man so handsome? Upon receiving the exam paper, he wondered why such a handsome lad had such poor handwriting. The department head folded the exam papers and felt a bit regretful that he had been so captivated by the handsome lad that he forgot to ask for an autograph, having heard he was a rising star. What a loss. The next day, the silent invigilating department head handed Zhang Jiyu a stack of photos he had personally sourced online, printed by the school, all of which were autograph requests from teachers. Zhang Jiyu silently signed the photos, considering it a token of appreciation from the school for allowing him to skip roll call assessments. After finishing his exams and not joining any productions or participating in various spring festival gala stages, Zhang Jiyu was just like any regular college student enjoying his winter break. As the saying goes, at the end of the year, one should show filial piety to their parents. Before becoming a man, the still working-class Zhang Jiyu really wanted to buy a gold bracelet for his mother. However, he hadn't saved enough money before he turned back into the past to become a man. Now he has the money to buy his mother a large gold bracelet. The 2 commercials Zhang Jiyu filmed before the year end, although the final payments had not been settled, the deposit had already been credited to his account. After the studio pays 25 tax and takes a 40 cut, which is quite generous as newcomers usually get a 50 cut. Zhang Ziyu still received over 2 million yuan plus a year-end profit sharing from Half City Roses combined with his original savings and various small jobs. Zhang Ziyu has now become a wealthy person with assets worth 5 million. Isn't this money too easy to earn? Zhang Ziyu felt uneasy. He planned to donate 2 million and still had enough left to buy 10 large gold bracelets for his mother. With housing prices soaring and gold prices also on the rise, Zhang Ziyu felt he had gained many opportunities due to his foresight and didn't want to earn any more money. He bought 4 100-gram gold bars, giving 2 to his mother so she could design whatever style she wanted. To help with family chores, he also gave 2 to his father. As for himself, Zhang Ziyu's only affection for gold was for large gold bracelets. Since he could not wear them after becoming a man, he had no interest in gold whatsoever and left none for himself. Besides the gold, Zhang Ziyu also gave each of his parents a red envelope containing 288 yuan, allowing them to buy whatever they wanted. Zhang's mother and father were extremely resistant to accepting gold bars and red envelopes, but Zhang Ziyu was well prepared. He quickly pulled out 2 additional red envelopes of 10,000 each and threatened them that if they didn't accept, he would add more money. Reluctantly accepting their child's generosity, Zhang's parents sat happily on the sofa wiping away tears. As for other relatives, Zhang Ziyu did not have any particularly close ones. His parents were not very connected, which is a long story best left untold. Seeing their child grow up and understand filial piety brought immense joy to Zhang's parents. They prepared very sumptuous meals every day. Zhang Ziyu happily lay at home for a month, occasionally feeling that this was too indulgent, so he would get up to do an hour of aerobics. Surprisingly, without gaining weight though, he felt his muscles had shrunk a bit. No matter, these are sweet troubles. Once he returns, he will practice more and regain his form. Zhang Ziyu was joyfully pampered by his mother and father, doing some housework and expressing his food cravings, knowing that his desires would be fulfilled the next day at the dining table. The paparazzi, who were still working hard during the new year waiting for Zhang Ziyu, never expected that he would hardly step out of his house except to take out the trash. How could someone so young be so reclusive? Why not go out and date instead of staying indoors? Zhang Ziyu, completely unaware of the paparazzi waiting for him, was in the kitchen with his father preparing various New Year treats for the reunion dinner. Normally Zhang's father didn't like cooking, but during the new year, if he didn't help out in the kitchen, his mother would scold him mercilessly. Various types of meatballs, fish pieces, lotus root boxes, eggplant boxes, and crispy meat were being fried, even if the 3-person household couldn't finish them all. In the new year, whether these fried foods wouldn't spoil outdoors. However, Zhang's father had recently bought a freezer on a whim, and to avoid it being unused, they were now utilizing it to store fried foods. On New Year's Eve, Zhang Ziyu watched the Spring Festival Gala on TV while munching on crispy meat, and timely posted a Weibo update. Zhang Ziyu v Happy New Year's Eve. Capturing missing persons. Zhang Ziyu also wishes you a Happy New Year's Eve. Happy New Year's Eve, let's see your face. Happy New Year to little fish, wishing you peace every year and prosperity in the new year. I suggest Zhang Ziyu take a selfie to celebrate the new year. If you don't want to just pretend I didn't say anything, kneeling. Zhang Ziyu replied, it's not that I don't want to, I just seem to be bad at taking selfies. He replied, I was just joking. Zhang Ziyu wishing you peace and prosperity every year. It's fine, just show us your face, go ahead. Zhang Ziyu replied, I don't want to show my not so good side to you guys. Zhang Ziyu v wait a moment. Zhang Ziyu v, I asked the photographer sister from the studio for a few photos she took. I really am not good at taking selfies. Wishing everyone a Happy New Year's Eve. Images 9. Now I'm really celebrating the new year. Thanks to Zhang Ziyu for his good looks, starting the new year with something nice. This year will surely be smooth. Confidence. It's the overcoat I didn't get to shoot. How many good things has the photographer sister hidden? Happy New Year's Eve, baby. Seeing the baby's face will definitely make me happy heart. The Leap Award short update. After the new year, there is a very important award in the domestic film and television industry, the Leap Award. The Leap Award has been held over 40 times in the country. Since its inception, it has aimed for fairness and justice in selecting outstanding domestic TV dramas and producers, with nominations in February and award announcements within the same month, ensuring high efficiency. No matter how fair it is, the judges of the Leap Award still have their biases. They tend to favor traditional dramas and are not particularly fond of genres such as science fiction, suspense, or supernatural themes. These genres rarely win awards, but if the quality of the work is good, it can break the judges' prejudices. However, biases rarely extend to idol dramas, which are at the bottom of the disdain chain. No idol drama has ever received a vote from the judges. But often the depth of a work does not align with its popularity. For TV dramas widely loved by the public, the Leap Award still has to acknowledge them. If the masses like it, it proves the work has a reason for existence. Therefore, years ago, the Leap Award specially set up a popularity award for such works. The Leap Award does not disappoint the public's recognition of its fairness and has given absolute fairness to this award, which purely measures audience preference, with the popularity award based on discussion heat and viewership ratings. After the rise of online platforms, it has kept pace with the times, adding online viewing numbers to the criteria. Both Wei Yijuan and Half City Roses, which Zhang Ziyu aired last year, were nominated, becoming strong competitors. With such a big spectacle, how could a group of people let it go? Li Tao Zhang Ziyu does this count as self-promotion? LZ this year for the Popularity Award Zhang Ziyu had 2 shows that were both nominated. 1L in your dreams you think you're self-promoting. The fish fans really can be boastful. Zhang only played a minor role in Wei and can still brag about 2 nominations. 2L Wei exploded upon airing, so Zhang Ziyu must have contributed greatly. Many people watched because of his face. The playback rate of the early episodes on Lu E can prove that. 3L even if Zhang had high popularity in Wei, he was still just a minor character. He was stronger in Half as the male lead. For L however, Half cannot compete with Wei because Wei is a primetime drama. 5L this is indeed the case. If Half were released in other years, it would have had a great chance of winning an award. Although it is not a primetime drama, it aired much later than Wei, yet the average viewership is only a little over 10 million behind. 6L laughing, they don't even look at how many episodes differ between the 2 series before boasting about average viewership. Truly shameless. 7L yes, shameless. They don't even consider who appeared in the highest viewed episodes of Wei. To use Zhang Ziyu to boost viewership and still dare to criticize others. Truly bold. 8L are the fans of Wugoofan destined to never win an award. 9L what is Wugoofan? 10L Zhang Ziyu fans, fish fans, Wugoofan. 11L spitting the forum, users really can come up with nicknames. 12L let's just call it Gooweep Fun. It sounds like they belong to the same family as Auntie. 13L no, that's too ugly. Isn't this thread about discussing Zhang Ziyu's 2 dramas? How did the discussion turn to giving fans nicknames? 14L if Ani had boldly given Zhang Ziyu a role with more screen time back, then it would have been truly self-promoting. Now, it's hard to say. Zhang Ziyu has lost out. Dramas like these that are so popular are rare, yet they coincidentally aired in the same year. 15L what a pity one. Other awards are one thing, but it's particularly unfortunate that it's the Leap Award. Zhang Ziyu's luck is not that great. 16L I've said it many times. Zhang Ziyu was picked up by the assistant director right before filming wrapped. It's not that Auntie didn't want him to have more roles. It was just that filming was nearly finished. 17L how can Zhang Ziyu's luck be that bad when he became an instant hit? How can luck be that bad when he landed the lead role in his second drama? How can luck be that bad when he looks like that? What am I then? A celestial calamity. Upon the conclusion of his holiday, Zhang Ziyu attended an award ceremony where he encountered the legendary S-level pancake owner Sheng Yueping. In her 20s, Sheng Yueping had an exceptionally small face and extraordinarily large eyes, so exaggerated that when she widened them it could evoke a certain eeriness. She was acutely aware of her flaws and unless absolutely necessary would never widen her eyes. However, this flaw also served as her strength. Her large eyes and small face made her appear very youthful, and the slight upward tilt of her eye corners gave her a mischievous cat-like look, a charming and lively little cat. When Zhang Ziyu unexpectedly ran into her, he realized that the size of certain things could not be appreciated without a personal encounter. On screen, Sheng Yuping's figure appeared extremely well proportioned, making it hard to believe she was so petite. It felt as if she barely reached his waist. Of course, this was an exaggerated statement, as Zhang Ziyu held a deep respect for Sheng Yueping, having learned some of the industry's hidden rules over his year-long career in showbiz. If there is an irreparable flaw in one's hard conditions, one must put in more effort than those without such flaws. After leaving the award ceremony empty-handed, Zhang Ziyu belatedly realized that he would likely miss out on the rumored delicious S pancake. The height difference would pose many difficulties for filming. He returned to inform Zhuang He of this news, but his companion was undeterred, eagerly slamming 2 thin scripts onto the table. Who says you can't get it? Sheng Yueping. She has already sent the audition scripts for the male lead and the second male. What? Zhang Ziyu was puzzled. How could he possibly act alongside Sheng Yueping? Sheng Yueping wearing stilts, or Zhang Ziyu burying his legs in the ground? Neither option seemed feasible. Never mind, just try it first. Zhang Ziyu could only obediently flip through the script. The audition script was very thin, and after all it was S and confidentiality was paramount. This was his first time receiving such a brief script. He flipped through it slowly. After waiting for a while, Zhuang He, seeing him finish, anxiously urged him, "So do you feel confident about playing the male lead?" "Not really. I'm not very good at playing such a lively, slightly eccentric character." "Oh, come on. You want to play the second male lead after becoming famous as the male lead. That's not how it works. Many artists follow this approach. If they can play the lead role, they will never settle for supporting roles. For instance, Zhang Ziyu's manager Jiang Wenyi only ever took on leading roles in dramas after gaining fame." Zhang Ziyu rebutted seriously, "My acting range isn't broad. If I only act when in the lead, I will end up with fewer and fewer roles. I believe that choosing the right script is more important than being the lead. This script offers too little in terms of plot." Zhang Ziyu emphasized again, "I can't tell if this is a good script." He insisted that the best script for him is one he can understand and engage with. If the actor themselves cannot comprehend or endorse the script, even if it is from a renowned director, it will still turn out poorly. So what if it's S? There are plenty of bad S scripts. Zhuang He, seeing his seriousness, became serious as well. "You can go try the audition first. If you feel it's not good, you can decline to sign on for the project. Respecting artists with aspirations is important, and one shouldn't clash with them when they are being serious as it can hurt the relationship between the artist and their manager. Zhuang he was professional and wouldn't make such a basic mistake. The audition was conducted quietly. Zhuang, he led Zhang Jiyu to a grand office building, the kind that indicated a large company. Taking the elevator to the 10th floor, they were guided by staff to the audition room. Just as Zhang Jiyu was about to enter, the door swung open to reveal two men, one stout, one thin. The thinner one wore a hat revealing only a very slim chin and pale skin, likely another artist. Zhang Jiyu didn't recognize him, while the stout one appeared to be his manager, who greeted Zhuang he with a few formalities before they left. Zhuang he turned around, his expression changing. Why are they arranging for someone else to audition together? This casting was internal, and their simultaneous appearance was likely intentional. Zhang Jiyu didn't think much of it. Casting was casting, and without other options could it really be called a selection? He pushed the door open and saw a table inside with several people seated behind it. Having been in the industry for a while, Zhang Jiyu found that the audition felt much like a teaching interview, first introducing himself, then presenting the subject he would perform, followed by a no-props performance, and finally answering questions and receiving feedback from the judges. Coincidentally, Zhang Jiyu had taken the teaching qualification exam twice, when he was still a female university student, so he was somewhat familiar with this setting. Furthermore, during his acting classes, the instructors often had him perform without props. Even with an empty room before him, Zhang Jiyu was able to smoothly complete his audition segment. The script provided by the production was too short, as Zhang Jiyu could only deduce that the second male lead was a composed and gentle elder brother similar to his previous role as Hung Wang. Cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, with a bit of a sharp tongue around those he was close to. He looked at the person in front of him with a slightly disdainful gaze, yet his tone remained gentle. Are you a puppy? Even when I hide it so well, you can still find it. While saying this, his actions were very indulgent, allowing the other person to take the item from his hand. When asked, he honestly replied, "It's a little gadget I made recently, and it's for you." Seeing the other person's delighted expression, a hint of a smile flickered in his eyes as he added, "Don't tell your little senior brother, I've only made one of these, and I've run out of materials." In just a few short lines, Zhang Ziyu's expression was minimal, and his facial muscles moved little, yet through subtlety, he conveyed a warm and approachable image. It seemed that upon hearing someone arrive, his expression remained unchanged, yet his aura instantly turned chilly as he said, "Got it, I'll go in a bit." Director Song Jungmin watched from behind the table, nodding to himself. Having seen many actors, he found Zhang Ziyu's skills to be decent. Not top-notch, but natural and well-handled, certainly commendable, able to make the audience feel at ease. After watching Zhang Ziyu perform a short segment, they asked him to step out, while director Song Jungmin conferred with the assistant director, screenwriter, producer, and investors. Song Jungmin remarked, "This is quite good, very natural, and his physical attributes are also favorable." The assistant director had a different opinion. "This is good, but just now He's performance was better, and Zhang Ziyu is too tall, which complicates pairing with Yueping." "Come on now," Song Jingmi, knowing the assistant director had a little rapport with he, countered, "Height discrepancies can be compensated for in many ways, it's not a hassle at all. There are quite a few action scenes in this production. Is he really suitable?" Song Jungmin scoffed. "Does he even have 2 ounces of flesh on him? I'd be worried his bones would break if he were to be suspended for stunts." Although the producer also thought He's performance was better, he agreed on casting Zhang Ziyu. While he is good, his company is not very reliable. His manager always demands sky-high prices and likes to act like a star, which makes collaboration a headache. Though I'm not a professional, I feel Zhang Ziyu's acting is quite good. His reputation is excellent, and everyone who has worked with him says his team is easy to communicate with. The screenwriter, a seasoned veteran in the industry, showed no attitude, so now in the room those supporting Zhang Ziyu and those supporting he were in a 2-10 ratio. Ultimately, the investors decided on Zhang Ziyu, believing he had the potential to explode in popularity, thus promising financial gain. Consequently, Zhang Ziyu successfully secured the role of the second male lead. After quickly reading through the entire script, he found it quite good and smoothly signed the contract with the production team. Zhang Ziyu felt perplexed after reading the script. It was indeed quite captivating, with a unique theme that felt fresh even today. With an S production budget, how come he had never heard of it in the future? This shouldn't be the case. Even if the show flopped with such a large production, Zhang Ziyu, who always kept himself updated, should have some impression of it, right? Could something have happened? Zhang Ziyu inquired with his well-informed agent to see if there were any issues with the creation. "Is there really a problem?" Zhuang, he asked, puzzled. "This cast is quite impressive. Ooh, I know many of the behind that." He urged Zhang Ziyu to pack his things early, saying, "What's your problem? You won't let your assistant touch your room, yet when you forgot something last time on set, you needed someone to buy it for you. This location doesn't have a big supermarket. You need to bring everything you need." Stop, stop, stop. It seemed Zhang Ziyu could hear his mother nagging. "You have to undergo training for a month first. I'll pack everything up by then. I'll have the assistant prepare an extra set for you just in case." Zhuang, he was skeptical. After taking a sip of tea, he indignantly complained, "There's no issue with the crew, it's just that director Song Jingmin, who holds grudges. When he collaborated with him, before he liked to put pressure on people. Last time you auditioned, I mentioned it was a coincidence you ran into Hia, but it turns out that old man was deliberately trying to intimidate people. In an instant, Zhang Jiyu understood why he had never heard of this drama before his rebirth. You said the person you ran into that day was Hia? Yes, why? Oh, nothing much, it's just that the entertainment industry is truly full of ups and downs. There are those who drink and drive, those who evade taxes, and some who use illegal substances. Indeed, the person he encountered that day was Hia the actor. In a year, he would transform into the criminal. He is sentenced to life imprisonment for using and distributing a certain new type of powder. No wonder he hadn't heard of this drama's name. If it weren't for Zhang Jiyu, Hia could very likely have starred in it. Calculating the timeline, the completion and production of this drama coincided perfectly with when Hia began serving time in prison. With such a person in a leading role, the production team certainly couldn't promote it, resigning themselves to misfortune and quietly shelving it. They certainly wouldn't rush into prison to confront Hia. Zhang Jiyu recalled the pale face he had seen that day and couldn't help but shiver, quietly zipping up his jacket. What's wrong? Are you cold? Zhuang, he adjusted the air conditioning temperature. Is Hia? Is his personal life not very good? I wouldn't know, I've never worked with him. However, there are plenty of guys in this circle with messy personal lives. I've heard their company is quite chaotic. You should avoid associating with them. Though you don't really socialize with anyone, Zhuang, he remarked. This time it's definitely Yusu, he's a decent guy. You should interact with peers in the industry. Zhang Jiyu was quite familiar with Yusu. He had watched the family sitcom in his childhood, which featured Yusu. Although he started as a child star, he hadn't made much of a splash as he grew up. He's the same age as me. Yusu has grown up so much. In Zhang Jiyu's memory, Yusu was still the baiji little boy on TV. However, if Yusu were to play the leading male role, he certainly seemed to fit the character's vibe well. With childhood memories in mind, Zhang Jiyu encountered Yusu at the training location feeling quite dazed. The little boy on television had almost grown up in perfect proportion. Hello, master brother. Yusu greeted Zhang Jiyu without any hesitation, expressing his role as Zhang Jiyu's junior brother in the script. I heard we were born in the same year. That's great, we're both older than our junior sister. The female lead Sheng Yueping seemed quite familiar with him. Teasing about his age, she playfully tapped him. Yusu immediately feigned great pain, covering his arm, and turning to Zhang Jiyu saying, Master brother, look, junior sister hit me. You deserve it. Sheng Yueping rolled her eyes at him, then warmly addressed Zhang Jiyu saying, Hello Jiyu. I've heard about you from when you just call me Sister Yu. Sister Yu, hello. Zhang Jiyu shook her hand. We'll be working together for several months, so no need to be so formal. Sheng Yueping smiled brightly, talking to Zhang Jiyu with her head tilted back. Yes, we don't need to be polite among the three of us siblings. You just call me by my name. Yusu laughed heartily, showing no airs despite being significantly more experienced than Zhang Jiyu. Having started as a child star, he was adept at reading the room, and noticed Zhang Jiyu was a relatively introverted person, so he didn't push to get closer too quickly. Zhang Jiyu genuinely appreciated this. Although he had been a man for some time, he still wasn't quite used to males getting too close, especially unfamiliar ones. Yusu looked very much like he did as a child. Zhang Jiyu was quite familiar with him, but the distance between television and reality was vast. The production team provided closed training with meals and accommodation, and since this drama involved many high-difficulty action scenes requiring harnesses, Zhang Jiyu trained daily with the other actors and soon became familiar with everyone. However, he still couldn't adapt to boys casually draping their arms around each other's shoulders. Zhang Jiyu subtly distanced himself from the very close Yusu. How could someone be so familiar? Yusu had just completed a series of actions covered in sweat and radiating heat. Although he initially maintained his distance from Zhang Jiyu every day during training, Zhang Jiyu managed to complete actions first. For some high-difficulty moves that required a stunt double, Zhang Jiyu could perform them in training as well. Yusu thought this guy was incredibly impressive and felt he needed to establish a good relationship. The subtle resistance of an introverted person was nearly invisible to social butterflies. Every day Yusu inched closer, just at the limit of Zhang Jiyu's comfort zone. As days passed, Zhang Jiyu had already adjusted to Yusu's sudden shoulder bumps and hand pats. A truly significant progress. But that didn't mean a boy could lean on him all sweaty. Faced with Yusu's sparkling eyes filled with confusion, Zhang Jiyu expressionlessly defended, I have a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Yusu suddenly understood and generously accepted his self-proclaimed small flaw. He was only slightly shorter than Zhang Jiyu. When standing together they formed a wall. His face was very pure among boys, exuding youthful vigor. In contrast, 20-year-old Zhang Jiyu already appeared more mature, while Yusu still looked like a high school boy. His personality was also very boyish, cheerful, fond of jokes, and very theatrical. Once during training, Yusu accidentally broke a wooden sword meant for practice, and he dramatically knelt down holding the sword and shouting, My holy sword. So juvenile. Why did he break the wooden sword? Because he wanted to see if he could jump onto it while holding it. So childish. As all this unfolded, Zhang Jiyu watched from the side, hesitating about whether or not to remove. There are behind-the-scenes cameras here, young man. Due to Zhang Jiyu's quick and precise movements, some actions that were initially deemed too difficult by the action director were reconsidered. Zhang Jiyu demonstrated the benefits of maintaining physical fitness with a strong core that allowed him to remain stable while flying through the air on wires. Some actions were not excluded due to technical difficulty, but rather because the actors lacked the strength to perform them. Coincidentally, Zhang Ziyu was quite strong. Should I lift her with one arm? Zhang Ziyu asked the action director. The director wanted him to try lifting Sheng Yueping with one arm. After receiving a nod from Sheng Yueping, Zhang Ziyu grabbed her calf and felt that she was very light. He tried it and found that he could easily have Sheng Yueping sit on his forearm. Will it be very strenuous? The action director asked. Zhang Ziyu replied not at all. Thus the action director had Zhang Ziyu try running while carrying Sheng Yueping, which also proved feasible. As long as she clung to Zhang Ziyu's shoulder, she remained stable even though they ran a bit slowly. The action director increased the difficulty, having Zhang Ziyu try running while carrying someone in one hand and wielding a sword in the other, which he managed well. In post-production, they could speed it up by 1.5 times, making the actions appear very agile and graceful. The action director then used a final trick, instructing Zhang Ziyu to pass the sword to Sheng Yueping after completing this series of actions and to single-handedly drag away Yusu, who was lying on the side. This was also truly not feasible. He could only pull him a short distance. After all, Yusu was a tall man over 1.8 meters. The action director was very disappointed and could only add a rope to Yusu. When Zhang Ziyu grabbed his collar, others pulled on the rope to create the illusion that he was being dragged away. After a series of training actions, Sheng Yueping was initially excited to be lifted, enjoying the view from above, but later became nauseous from the jolting. This segment encompasses the actions required for the first scene of Tianshan Xinyunji. The female lead Tao Ruhua and the male lead Wen Xiangzhu are both disciples of the Tianshan sect's leader. They are of similar age and share a strong affinity, making them quite the quirky pair within the sect. They often bicker over trivial matters and may even fight, but they quickly reconcile and return to their playful banter. During a routine fight, Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu splattered ink over the calligraphy that their master had just written. Unable to tolerate these two rascals any longer, the master scolded them and decided to send them on a mission to keep them out of his sight. The task assigned to them was to investigate the disappearance of villagers in the village below the mountain. In those days, life was harsh. Living in the mountains and begging for food from the earth, disappearances were quite common. Perhaps someone fell while gathering firewood or was eaten by wild beasts. However, since the villagers had sought help from the Tianshan sect, it was the sect's duty as a legitimate martial faction to intervene. It was also an opportunity to send these two mischievous disciples away, allowing the master a moment of peace. As it was their first outing, the two of them could never remain quiet together. However, Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu were skilled disciples. After a chaotic investigation akin to children playing house, they actually uncovered something unusual. In the home of a missing villager, they found a spirit herb called Zelinko. Although referred to as a spirit herb, it is more accurately a demon herb. Its medicinal properties are mild, but it only grows in places inhabited by demons. Anything tainted by demons is never good. Demons are born from the malevolent energies that wander the world and typically behave like ordinary beasts, yet they derive pleasure from tormenting and consuming humans as if it were instinctual. The more humans a demon devours, the more intelligent it becomes, growing increasingly powerful and evil. Fortunately, demons are rare and often found in remote, uninhabited mountains. When they are weak, they can easily be killed by other beasts, and any cultivator who encounters a demon, regardless of their strength, will deal with it. The two of them searched for traces in the deep mountains for a long time, and finally discovered a demon which was well hidden in an ancient tomb. After they dealt with the demon, they became lost on their way back. The deeper they went into the tomb, the colder it felt, and before they knew it, they accidentally triggered a mechanism and fell into a hidden chamber. This hidden chamber was the burial place for the ancient tomb's owner's sacrificial servants. The tomb had aged many years, yet the bodies of the servants were still intact, not having turned to bones, which was truly astonishing, or perhaps ridiculous. These servants had already turned into corpses. The zombies had long lost their souls, with their resentful spirits remaining in their bodies, rushing toward the living. There were too many of them for Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu to handle. They were clever enough to first activate a rescue talisman from their sect, and hand in hand escaped within the tomb, absolutely refusing to separate. If they could manage to defeat a small portion of the zombies by dividing and conquering, they wouldn't insist on dealing with the larger group to prevent being overwhelmed. Unfortunately, the tomb's designer was as clever as they were. The maze-like design ensured that anyone within would be besieged. As they dealt with relentless waves of zombies coming from hidden doors, Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu fought off batch after batch, but Wen Xiangzhu was bitten and fell unconscious. Tao Ruhua desperately tried to rescue him, but was surrounded by the zombies. At this critical moment, Zhang Ziyu's character Xie Gongxiu made his entrance. The script described a thunderous roar shaking the heavens as a large opening appeared above the ancient tomb, and a figure in white descended wielding a sword that cut through the evil spirits. It was none other than the Tianshan sect's leading disciple, Xie Gongxiu. He was nearby on a mission and rushed over upon receiving the distress call. However, the tomb was complex, and in a moment of urgency, Xie Gongxiu couldn't afford to worry too much. Sensing the positions of his junior disciples, he blasted open the tomb and jumped down. He quickly scooped up his junior sister, and dealt with the surrounding zombies with one hand. Tao Ruhua reacting swiftly teamed up with her senior brother, and the two successfully reached the unconscious when Xiangzhu. Xie Gongqiu lifted him and fled the tomb while activating a talisman to escape. Zombies cannot withstand sunlight and are drawn to light. With the tomb now open to the daylight, the sun would dispel the resentment of the dead and free their bodies. This is the scene that Zhang Jiyu, Sheng Yueping, and Yu Su had to complete on the set of Tianshan Qinyunji. The three of them, along with a group of extras, were filming in a green screen studio. The production team could not build a real ancient tomb for them. Instead, they used visual effects for the tomb scenes combined with real footage, which was time-consuming in post-production, so they filmed it for the first act. Each of the three was harnessed to wires, performing various pre-rehearsed movements among a series of prop walls. Zhang Jiyu had to carry one person and lift another, while coordinating with the staff managing the wires to perform several difficult movements to ascend outside the tomb. Even with his young and strong body, he was starting to feel the strain. The difficulty of this action lay in the fact that Zhang Jiyu could not possibly run with two people. His reincarnation had only transformed him into a man, not a Superman. Both Sheng Yueping and Yu Su were also being lifted by wires operated manually by the crew. If one person mismanaged the controls, all three could easily fly apart midair, while the extras portraying zombies also needed to coordinate properly. Behind those brief movements was the effort of many people. After many repeated takes, they finally succeeded, just before Zhang Jiyu exhausted his strength, completing the shooting tasks for the first day. After a long day of shooting, the actors and the crew were utterly exhausted. Even the extras playing zombies were drenched in sweat from running around. Director Song Jung-min observed this, outwardly arranging for everyone to receive water, while inwardly feeling quite pleased. A little sweat is a good sign. It suggests that the first day's work is heating up, indicating that the production will be a success. How can one blame Zhuang He for being scolded for being lazy? It's really the agent who knows people well. Surprisingly, the least burdened on set was the male lead Yu Su, who in this scene was bitten by a zombie and fell unconscious, merely lying on the ground waiting to be picked up. Since he wasn't too tired, he helped his assistant distribute water to the staff on set. After distributing the water, he approached Zhang Jiyu and Sheng Yueping to chat. Considering that Zhang Jiyu mentioned having obsessive-compulsive disorder, Yu Su did not treat him like his other friends, casually throwing an arm around him, but instead patted his back to greet him. "Hey buddy, thanks for carrying me around all day today." Zhang Jiyu, feeling too exhausted to talk, merely smiled politely at him. Yu Su wasn't forceful in seeking a response. He naturally drew Zhang Jiyu into the conversation with the three of them. "Zhang Jiyu really has strength, doesn't he, Sister Yu? Many times my harness line wasn't straight, and it all depended on him pulling me up. Indeed, it really feels like Jiyu carried me all day with great strength." Sheng Yueping expressed her admiration, then asked Zhang Jiyu, "You must exercise regularly, right? Otherwise I see that Xiao Su is about the same height as you, and he definitely couldn't carry me for so long." "I do indeed engage in some strength training regularly," Zhang Jiyu nodded. "What do you mean I couldn't carry for so long?" Yu Su protested. "Sister Yue, you're so short, at most you weigh over 80 pounds, just like a bag of rice. Carrying you is a breeze for me." Sheng Yueping kicked him, saying, "Why are you so cheeky? Don't you know how to speak properly?" "I didn't hit you." Yu Su chuckled mischievously, and upon seeing this, Sheng Yueping immediately gave him 2 more kicks. After pushing him aside, Sheng Yueping turned to Zhang Jiyu and said, "Look at you, drenched in sweat. Hurry back and rest. Although Director Song likes to stir things up at the start, he won't deny us rest when we're tired. Later your assistant will bring you the shooting schedule. Director Song definitely hasn't scheduled you for anything today." Sheng Yueping had worked with Song Jung-min many times and knew that although he could be demanding, he was not a malicious director who tortured actors. As expected, shortly after, the shooting schedule brought back by Zhang Jiyu's assistant showed that Song Jung-min gave him 2 days off and also granted Sheng Yueping a day off. It was Zhang Jiyu's first time encountering such a situation where the leading actress and the second male lead were given time off right after filming began. Upon returning to the hotel, Director Song even specially sent him an ice pack to use for soothing his fatigued muscles. After squeezing people dry, he offers a little kindness, a common tactic among leaders. It seems that Director Song Jung-min is also a master of workplace manipulation. Youth is indeed a blessing. The next day, Zhang Jiyu woke up feeling only slight muscle soreness. Although he was resting today, he figured he might as well visit the set to observe. The crew had already started filming for a while. Zhang Jiyu quietly stood by the set watching. Director Song knew how to efficiently utilize his actors. Since Yu Su didn't have a heavy workload yesterday, today's shooting was solely focused on his scenes. After all, Yu Su had been suspended in the air for several hours yesterday, so they couldn't overexert him today. Director Song arranged scenes that revolved around the male lead when Xiangzhu. Currently, Yu Su was performing a scene in a secret chamber where he had to solve a puzzle alone. In this moment, when Xiangzhu, in an effort to save his trapped senior brother, was forced to separate from his junior sister, Tao Ruohua, they had to channel their spiritual energy simultaneously through 2 separate paths to activate the formation. Yu Su, having participated in interest classes during elementary school, performed very naturally and realistically, making it clear what he was acting out. The mechanisms of the secret chamber also required special effects. Yusu remained in the green screen studio, and although there was nothing in front of him as he struck the air, one could feel an invisible wall blocking him. He skillfully handled his role. The script Zhang Ziyu received was from the perspective of senior brother Xiaogongqiu. In Xiaogongqiu's eyes, the junior brother was a lively and mischievous child he had watched grow up. Although his upbringing had instilled a bit of selfishness and mischief due to love, which could be somewhat annoying at times when Xiangzhu understood how to treat those who cared for him well. His inherent kindness and sincerity meant that his minor flaws were merely adorable quirks like a puppy shedding fur. Zhang Ziyu felt that Yusu himself closely resembled Wen Xiangzhu, and he was adept at handling details. During the scene where he searched for clues in the secret chamber, his eyes darted around, appearing very lively. The smile he wore upon finding a clue was as cute as a puppy discovering treats. Zhang Ziyu questioned himself, could he portray Wen Xiangzhu in such a manner? Probably not, as he found it difficult to act a character whose personality completely contrasted with his own, feeling a sense of discord within himself. If he were to force himself to imitate Yusu's acting style, Zhang Ziyu would struggle to deliver such a refreshing and natural performance, and his imitation would likely come off as foolish. Fortunately, from the very beginning of reading the script, he had no intention of playing the male lead. An assistant brought Zhang Ziyu a stool, and after thanking them, he sat down to ponder why he couldn't portray such a sunny and lively character. Zhang Ziyu imagined himself behaving like Yusu, greeting everyone he met, even random strangers, with casual, that wouldn't work. After a day of that, he would certainly regret it, fearing that others might think he was pretending to be cheerful. The revelation hit him. Even just contemplating playing a cheerful character felt too silly, akin to a wolf dog trying to impersonate a Samoyed with a goofy grin. At least puppies are inherently cute. Humans shouldn't try to imitate that. On the second day of rest, director Song scheduled scenes between the male and female leads. Zhang Ziyu felt completely refreshed, though the muscle soreness had increased. However, it didn't hinder his normal activities. He arrived early to observe the duel scenes between Sheng Yueping and Yusu. Yusu was naturally very much like the lively character Wen Xiangzhu, while Sheng Yueping, portraying Tao Ruohua, only slightly resembled him. If one were to compare them to cats, Tao Ruohua would be an agile and clever wild tabby, exuding a sense of unrestrained freedom. Sheng Yueping's aura leaned more towards that of a noble and elegant house cat, her gentle smile radiating warmth as she gracefully jumped off the chair to rub against people's legs. Their only commonality was that both had sharp claws that could scratch someone. Tao Ruohua openly displayed her strength, while Sheng Yueping, well, she seemed to possess a power that could be described as teaching new colleagues the tricks of slacking off, only to discover during a meeting that the new colleague is actually a superior. However, in her performance, Sheng Yueping was very natural. The Tao Ruohua she portrayed instantly conveyed that this girl was clever and not to be underestimated. Sheng Yueping, now in her 20s, could hardly be called a girl anymore. Yet every tone, movement, micro-expression, and subconscious habit she designed for the character communicated to the audience that she was undeniably a sweet girl in her prime. Zhang Ziyu's script for the second male lead had significantly more scenes than other supporting characters. In terms of plot importance, Xiaogongqiu was nearly on par with the male lead Wen Xiangzhu. Otherwise, the crew wouldn't have handed both characters' scripts to Zhang Ziyu simultaneously, indicating confidence that even the second male lead script could attract a first-tier artist like him. After joining the production, Zhang Ziyu found himself in a leading trio along with Yusu and Sheng Yueping. With the other two leads performing so outstandingly, Zhang Ziyu felt a significant sense of pressure. Upon returning to the hotel, he immediately delved into the script. Zhang Ziyu believes that he is not particularly hardworking, but if he finds himself in a group of exceptionally talented individuals on the same project, he will never allow himself to be the one who falls behind. In the previous 3 dramas he starred in, the storyline primarily revolved around romantic relationships. The love portrayed in television dramas rarely reflects reality, and Zhang Ziyu only needed to express the emotions he imagined. However, in Tianshan, Qingyunji, the bond among the 3 siblings is a genuine friendship that exists in reality. For Zhang Ziyu, who has never truly opened his heart to friends, grasping this emotion is quite challenging. Yet after watching the performances of Sheng Yueping and Yusu, Zhang Ziyu had an epiphany. He simply needed to observe these two like cats and dogs. The master's affection for his junior siblings is sincere and forgiving, and even when they create a mess, he merely scolds them lightly and resolves the issues patiently. Isn't that just the way humans interact with cats and dogs? With this mindset, he tried out a scene. In this segment, the 3 siblings go to deal with a monster, discovering that although it has just been born and is very weak, it looks quite repulsive, resembling a small lamb with 18 legs like a giant spider. The little sister Tao Ruhua was startled by the suddenly appearing monster and accidentally fell. When Xiangzhu swiftly dispatched the monster with a single strike, twirled his sword in a showy flourish, and then with his hands behind his back, sheathed the sword before approaching her with a cheerful smile. "Oh dear little sister, didn't you say you were never afraid of anything? How could you fall down at the sight of such a tiny monster?" Tao Ruhua, not wanting to engage with him, felt embarrassed and avoided when Xiang's his hand to stand up by herself. She dusted off her clothes only to suddenly be taken aback. My spiritual tool is missing. She hurriedly searched the ground, relieved to find that her spiritual tool had just fallen due to her fall. When Xiangzhu curiously asked, "What is this thing? Why didn't you keep it in your chinkoan bag? Why carry it with you?" Tao Ruhua proudly replied, "This is the master's gift to me." "What? When did the master give you a spiritual tool? Why didn't he give me one?" It was now when Xiang's turn to be shocked, and he turned to shout at Xie Gongqiu, who was dealing with the monster's corpse. "Brother, did you give her a spiritual tool? Just her. What about mine?" Xie Gongqiu, feeling helpless, looked at Tao Ruhua's expression of "I slipped up," and realized how it would turn out. "I told you not to tell when Xiangzhu didn't I?" "What? You were hiding this from me." When Xiangzhu felt even more wronged. "Originally you both were supposed to have one each. Last time, to save you two, I used one in the ancient tomb, and the younger sister saw it that day, so I gave it to her." Instantly Tao Ruhua became indignant. "Did you hear that? I saw it first, so it's mine." "What do you mean you saw it first? You must have gone rummaging through the master's things again. We were both supposed to have one. You need to give me half." "You think too beautifully, you. I didn't rummage through anything. I went to organize for the master. I am filial. This spiritual tool is for those who are filial." "You are filial, but who was it that once set the master's beard on fire?" "It wasn't me. It was you." "It wasn't me. It was you." The two began to argue again, leaving Xie Gongqiu feeling overwhelmed. "Stop arguing." To quell the two youngsters, Xie Gongqiu said to Wen Xiangzhu, "The materials are gone. Oh, once we buy the materials, it'll make you a new one." "Then mine should be bigger than my younger sister's," Wen Xiangzhu insisted. "No way," Tao Ruhua interjected. Once again it started. Xie Gongqiu numbly listened to the two as they argued at rebound and rebound's ineffective levels, comforting himself that it was normal for young siblings to be lively and spirited. Suddenly he sensed something was amiss. Why was the demonic energy still lingering in the air after they had dealt with the monster? The concentration of this demonic energy was not what such a small monster should possess. Before he could think further, twisted beams of pitch-black light illuminated the ground, and in an instant numerous small monsters materialized in the air, causing the ground to crack open with gaping holes. It looked like an entrance to a maze, but why would it spawn monsters? This was beyond what the younger siblings could handle. Xie Gongqiu realized this, and was about to use a spell to take Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu, who didn't know the wind-guiding spell, away. However, for some reason the monsters surged towards Xie Gongqiu, and realizing he couldn't escape in time, he cast two talismans, sending Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu 10 miles away, while he himself was swallowed by the eerie maze. Using the method of imagining Sheng Yueping and Yu Su as little cats and dogs worked remarkably well, and Zhang Jiyu successfully captured the essence of Xie Gongqiu's demeanor, appearing like an iceberg, yet being gentle and loving toward his junior siblings, while subtly expressing a bit of disdain for their noise. As long as the actors perform well, Song Jingmin rarely puts the actors through hardship during filming. He had the three leads reshoot a few scenes, smoothly passing through this segment. Next, the male and female leads need to acquire a secret potion that can quickly elevate their cultivation to timely rescue the master brother navigating through the trials in the maze. However, this had nothing to do with Zhang Jiyu. Since the master brother was trapped, he had no scenes, and he could leave work early today. He chose not to linger on set like usual, but instead took off his makeup early and returned to the hotel. Harem is about to air, and he wants to shoot a promotional video for director Wang Ji. Zhang Jiyu remembers that when Harem first aired, its viewership ratings were not very high. Director Wang Ji had been unsuccessful with several dramas in a row, and the superstitious leaders of the broadcasting station believe he was unwilling to purchase the drama for fear of catching his bad luck. In the end, director Wang had no choice but to sell the drama to several smaller broadcasting stations. Good things will shine eventually. After a few episodes, Harem began to rise in viewership ratings, and its online streaming data improved day by day. However, these could not overshadow the dismal start of Harem, making it even more regrettable. Zhang Jiyu does not believe that he alone could influence viewership ratings, but he is indeed a popular figure online. Perhaps he can provide a little boost for director Wang, who has exhausted his promotional funds, giving Harem a touch of help at the beginning. He changed into a refreshing white t-shirt, his hair fluffy, after a shower and blow drying. Standing in the hotel corridor, he had his assistant shoot a short video. "Hello everyone, I am Zhang Jiyu, an actor in Harem. Personally, not from a participant's perspective, but as an audience member, I truly believe that Harem is an exceptional drama, and I sincerely recommend it to everyone." Worried about revealing spoilers since the character Hung Wang would appear midway, Zhang Jiyu first sent the video to director Wang for review. Director Wang was deeply touched. When Zhang Jiyu was still a newcomer, he willingly participated at a low price, and now that Zhang Jiyu has become popular, he still helps promote the drama on set. What a good young man. Zhang Jiyu, having secured director Wang's approval, posted the video on her Weibo account. Fans swiftly flooded the comment section. "Wow, fresh Zhang Jiyu. A single breath calms the nerves. So obedient and endearing he. Is she already on set? Looks like a hotel room. Take good care of yourself, baby. I'll definitely watch The Inner Court. Whatever my husband says goes. I'll watch every drama he stars in." Beneath that post, fans addressed Zhang Jiyu by every imaginable affectionate nickname. yet over 70% unanimously declared they would tune in to see how the inner court unfolded. Even director Wong, who had spared no budget for promotion, publicly reposted the tweet with heartfelt gratitude. Having handed her social media account back to the staff for management, Zhang Ziyu continued filming new scenes. The production team shot all special effects-dependent sequences inside a green screen studio. By the time they relocated to scenic locations for on-site filming, the inner court had quietly premiered. When the crew later moved again to a film studio for final shoots, the series had already ignited a wildfire across the nation. And as the cast filmed the grand finale, Zhang Ziyu's character, the Prince Hung, finally made his long-awaited debut. Xiong Feifei was a face fan of Zhang Ziyu, one who admired only his appearance without ever delving into his artistry or persona. She had once been a face fan of numerous celebrities, adept at unearthing handsome and beautiful talents from the most obscure corners of the industry, editing polished fan videos for them impartially on Bilibili. Her discerning eye attracted legions of followers who shared her passion for visual allure. But after last year's visual feast, Wei Yiju and her aesthetic standards were irrevocably elevated. It's breathtaking. How can an entire ensemble be this stunning? What kind of show is this? It's not entertainment. It's sabotage. She drooled at the screen, then wiped her mouth. She scoured the internet for substitutes, yet found none. Though ostensibly a conventional romance drama, Wei Yiju possessed an inexplicable, intoxicating magnetism. Thus her insatiable craving for beauty transformed into relentless creative energy. She feverishly edited short clips of Wei Yiju on Bilibili. Foremost among these were clips spotlighting Li Nianhe, a character who appeared only briefly in the opening episodes. The moment Xiong Feifei first glimpsed him, she froze. Eyes wide, face pressed close to the screen, a peeled tangerine forgotten in her hand. Who is this? Is he even human? Can a person truly be born so exquisite? Honestly, doesn't such perfection warrant arrest by public safety authorities? He'd trigger traffic accidents just by walking down the street. I propose immediate detention, with Xiong Feifei appointed as sole custodian. Salary is unnecessary, thank you very much. She had also watched Half City Roses. Though undeniably sweet, it failed to satisfy her personal preference for sprawling, ensemble-driven epics. Its brevity left her wanting, but through it Zhang Ziyu's name etched itself indelibly into her memory. Hey, you handsome man, how can you possibly sleep? At your age, shouldn't you be producing 300 portrait sets daily for the edification of humankind? On her fourth rewatch of Wei Yiju and Zhang Ziyu's promotional video for the inner court surfaced on her homepage. Xiong Feifei stared at the figure on screen for 3 seconds, and resolved without hesitation to await the series premiere. Handsome men with smooth-combed hair are simply mesmerizing. Episode 1 of the inner court aired, no Zhang Ziyu. Episode 2 aired, still no Zhang Ziyu. Episode 3 aired, still no Zhang Ziyu. Xiong Feifei had expected impatience, but the inner court proved utterly captivating, precisely the epic ensemble-driven saga she adored. Lacking literary sophistication to articulate why she knew instinctively, it was extraordinary. The plot unfolded with riveting logic, each thread interwoven seamlessly, a glance, a whispered phrase between concubines. Every gesture resonated with layered meaning. Though she often felt like a socially inept savage amid the concubines' venomous smiles and veiled hostilities that did nothing to diminish her profound admiration for the series. And, good heavens, the concubines were stunning. Director Wong, after so many underperforming projects, had finally grasped what audiences truly craved. Where did he unearth such an abundance of beauty? How blessed the emperor must be. Xiong Feifei had discovered a second paradise for beauty devotees, beyond Wei Yiju. Gradually she forgot why she'd begun watching at all, floating instead like Jia Beiyu himself, praising one elder sister's elegance today, extolling another younger sister's grace tomorrow, spending each day lost in tender reverence for feminine splendor. Within 2 days of each episode's release, she would already have crafted a fresh beauty highlight video on Bilibili. Her devoted fans, awestruck and alarmed by her frenetic pace, pleaded, "Ma'am, please slow down. We're terrified your liver will spontaneously combust." Just as she sank completely into the narrative, her memory of Zhang Ziyu's features fading entirely, he appeared utterly unexpected. Du Yanqing and her maid knew another dwelled within this imperial villa, yet never imagined their encounter would end. Snowflakes fell thick as goose down, the wind howled like ancient war drums. Amid the blizzard's chaos, only the man's face remained crystalline, sharply defined against the white void. He wore plain, ordinary garments, no silken robes or flowing sleeves like other nobles. Yet the moment he stood before Du Yanqing, frost clinging to his lowered lashes as he lifted firewood onto his back, she knew beyond doubt this was the Prince Hung. Even clad in coarse cotton and a simple hemp cap, he was the Prince Hung. Jade buried in mud remains unstained, orchids blooming wild exude fragrance untamed. 10 years of solitude had not dimmed his spirit. His crimson heart still burned unwavering. Before her rebirth, online debates about this scene in the inner court had been absurd. He's dressed so plainly. How could the heroine instantly recognize him as the Prince Hung? What if he were merely a palace eunuch? This time, however, no such skepticism arose. His mere presence radiated quiet distinction. Audiences seeing through Du Yinxing's eyes felt it too. This is the Prince Hung. The Prince Hung spoke no words while aiding the heroine. Yet viewers perceived his fiercely beating heart beneath the icy exterior in the whitened knuckles gripping the strap, in the heavy snow piled upon his bamboo hat. Xiong Feifei's fingers dug so deeply into her desk that she nearly shredded the tabletop pad before wrenching her gaze from those snow-dappled eyes on screen. She didn't even recognize Zhang Ziyu at first. As the Prince Hung escorted Du Yinxing home, then vanished into the blizzard's embrace, Xiong Feifei, like Du Yinxing herself, felt a sudden piercing ache well up from deep within, and a single tear traced her cheek. What prompted this tear? Du Yinxing asked herself. Indeed, what had stirred this tear? Xiong Feifei, was it grief for a lover's betrayal? Sorrow for vanished parents and kin? Agony from the biting cold? Or gratitude for the unexpected kindness of a stranger long unseen? In that instant, a faint echo of predestined fate shimmered into view. Is Zhang Ziyu destined for success? It seems that every drama he stars in becomes a hit regardless of whether his role is big or small. Does he truly have the fortune of being in the limelight? Isn't that right? Isn't the harem yet to reach the top of the ratings? Isn't the highest rating not from its the ratings from the 3 broadcasting platforms combined have surged to 2.5 times that of the #1 show. Is this what it means to be destined for fame? Wei features a minor role, yet its popularity rivals that of the main leads. Ban was the first drama where he played the male lead, and it was the second most viewed online at the time. Even though the harem was directed by a notoriously unsuccessful director, it still managed to shine. I admire this. May I ask what Zhang Ziyu's next project will be? Let's not exaggerate. The success comes from good scripts. We can only say that the studio has a knack for selecting scripts. If the script is bad, it won't succeed no matter what. Indeed, even the most popular actors will not shine in bad dramas. The few dramas Zhang Ziyu has acted in are all based on excellent scripts, and he has successfully embraced his roles, which is why he has gained fame. This has certainly altered the hierarchy in the entertainment industry. Zhang Ziyu's popularity is now at its peak. Even in the square downstairs of my neighborhood, I hear people saying he is handsome. It's only halfway through the broadcast, yet people are already predicting that the harem will be the hit drama of the year. Be careful not to have a disappointing ending. For those unaware, director Wang Ji's skills are quite impressive. His previous few dramas inexplicably flopped, but they were actually of decent quality. That's why people call him unlucky. Although he has had failures, he has never directed a bad drama. Now it seems we have finally seen the light after enduring the clouds. A heavy debt of gratitude to the kindness of the rulers. Those above are truly captivated by the harem. Those who promote Zhang Ziyu deserve punishment. Take the original poster away and give them 20 lashes. The plot of the harem seems to have slowed down during the palace part. After enduring over 20 episodes of intrigue, the audience is finally feeling as exhausted as the female lead just when they encounter the Prince Hung. Although winter in the palace is harsh with Prince Hung's intermittent assistance, they manage to pull through. After Du Yinxing settles into a simple life, the audience no longer worries about her survival, but shifts to focusing on her interactions with Prince Hung. Who understands? This is too pure of a love. Is this really a plot from the harem, a show where characters die every 2 episodes? Breaking up with the emperor and being with the prince feels quite nice, it seems happy enough. The emperor and Prince Hung are not brothers, they are cousins, so he is not a younger uncle, but a cousin uncle. Damn, the emperor is truly despicable. If your grandfather doesn't favor you, go ask him for help. What kind of nonsense is blaming your cousin for your misfortunes? The Xian Duke's family is no good. His daughter takes lives casually, and the old man holds power and treats Prince Hung harshly. Those who commit many injustices will ultimately meet their doom. I wonder how long his family can flourish. Prince Hung is quite impressive. He is handsome and talented. The plot mentions that he brought many items to the palace. He should also have money to support Du Yinxing to leave the emperor and be with him. What is this? A young couple, let's ship them. The harem almost trends with every episode. When the plot develops to Prince Hung and Du Yinxing leaving the palace with their maid and old mama to live secretly outside, the discussions about the harem on Weibo are filled with blessings. Not bad. A simple life can indeed be quite happy. With beautiful friends, a lovely husband, and caring elders compared to the darkness in the palace earlier, this is truly a blessing. It feels off. Now that they are so happy, surely there won't be a betrayal later. Oh, please be quiet. Although it is cruel the harem has only aired about half so far, this loving couple is bound to. I don't believe what you all say, or it will definitely have a happy ending. As a competent manager, Zhuang, he must watch the works of his artists. Unlike other ordinary viewers, Zhuang, he knows the ending of the harem. While watching, he observes it from a critical. How well does his artist perform in this scene? What is the public's reaction? How will the discussions about Prince Hung online affect the artist? What kind of public opinion will arise from the subsequent airing of the plot? This isn't just about enjoying the drama, it's serious work. Zhuang, he thinks this way. He pretends he didn't join the online community in criticizing the negligent emperor. You know this emperor is truly wicked. Did Prince Hung ever insult or strike him when they were young? Isn't it simply because the late emperor favored Prince Hung over the current emperor? Why hold on to this grudge for so long? The moment he gains power, his first act is to send Prince Hung to the battlefield. Isn't that outright murder? Of course Zhuang he uses a secondary account, otherwise Zhang Zi's manager insults his predecessor, would undoubtedly trend. The actor playing the emperor is exceptionally good. His dark and jealous demeanor accentuates Prince Heng's brightness. When Du Yinxing returns to the palace, her interactions with the emperor show the oppression that the audience can clearly perceive. The emperor possesses immense power, which brings him extreme arrogance combined with the inferiority from not being favored by the late emperor. This distorts his thinking as he feels entitled to love from everyone, while simultaneously doubting the sincerity of those around him. Dealing with such a person is painful, and let's not forget that the emperor genuinely has the authority to kill entire families on a whim. After Du Yinxing returns to the palace, she doesn't mention Prince Hung at all, but the audience can see her longing for him. When the two meet again at a banquet, former lovers are just a few steps apart, yet separated by an insurmountable distance. Du Yinxing excuses herself, claiming the wine is too strong, hiding the tears welling in her eyes. How could this happen? Clearly she has found happiness. Oh, what has taken her happiness away? The Du Yinxing on screen is ultimately a person of ancient times. She naturally harbors a reverence for imperial power and dares not blame the true orchestrator of her suffering. It's okay, as she doesn't dare to speak out, but the viewers outside the screen dare to voice her feelings. The more I watch, the more I despise this emperor. Bring back our sweet life as a couple. In this feudal society, he is an emperor. In present times, who would want to live with such a man? Would our couple still have a chance for a happy ending? The emperor's jealousy is like an invisible knife, painfully stabbing others, as well as himself day by day. Prince Hung ultimately dies in the snow, taking his own life, with blood falling onto the pure white snow resembling blooming flowers. Prince Hung Lingjing. He arrived in Du Yinxing's life amidst frost and snow and left in the same way. While the snow in reality may eventually cease, in Du Yinxing's life a storm of frost and snow will rage on, never to clear. Zhang Ziyu received a call from his agent late at night and thought something must have happened. On the other end of the line, Zhuang he was silent for a while, feeling embarrassed to admit he had called out of excitement after witnessing the death of Wang Hong, and he awkwardly asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm reading the script." "Did something happen with the sudden call?" "Did you see that you're trending? It's about the harem." Zhang Ziyu was puzzled. After the show The Harem aired, which episode didn't trend? However, he kindly followed Zhuang He's lead and said, "Is that so? I'll take a look later to see where it's at." It's at the point where Wang Hong has exited the show. Zhang Ziyu was surprised that the show had progressed so far. He hadn't watched The Harem at all while filming every day. He logged into Weibo with a secondary account and found that Wang Hong was indeed trending. "Well, I'm so sad. Wang Hong was so young. Compared to now, the beauty inside the palace feels like a dream. What will happen to Du Yinxing after Wang Hong's exit?" Zhang Ziyu acted so well, he looked like a glass figurine lying in the snow. "Your Majesty, return my Wang Hong, return my loving couple. I hate you, old man." The Weibo comments were filled with mourning. Zhang Ziyu casually scrolled through and quietly liked comments praising his acting before continuing to read his script. The plot he was to perform tomorrow was quite critical, featuring a scene of being possessed. In the setting of the Qingyun Chronicle, there was a demon king born 20 years ago, created by evil cultivators, but quickly devoured them after its birth. This demon king was exceptionally intelligent and cunning. To strengthen its own power, it specifically raised a batch of humans who could absorb demonic energy only to consume them when they matured. When the righteous cultivators came to subdue the demon king, it disguised this group of demonic humans as monsters to buy time, repeatedly escaping. Eventually, when captured, the cultivators found they could not completely kill the demon king and had to seal it instead. The leader of the Tianshan sect was once among the cultivators who fought against the demon king. He mistook the humans raised by the demon king for monsters, and after killing them all realized they were human, which became his inner demon. When the leader was on the verge of succumbing to his inner demon, he found an infant and took it as his disciple, carefully raising it. The leader regarded the infant as his own child, and the infant saw the leader as a father. However, he did not expect that among the group controlled by the demon king, one infant survived named Xiegongqiu. What a twist of fate to weave such a tragic bond. To save his junior disciples, Xiegongqiu fell into a realm filled with demonic energy. After being rescued, he was unharmed, but the leader discovered demonic energy on him. Ordinary people should not possess demonic energy, only those raised by the demon king could be invaded by it. In an instant, the leader was overwhelmed with rage and spat out blood. At that moment, another servant disciple died in the sect with a grievous wound that also bore a trace of demonic energy. All clues pointed to Xiegongqiu, leaving the leader no choice but to act justly, preparing to cleanse the sect in front of everyone. Having already been tainted by demonic energy and unexpectedly learning about his origins, Xiegongqiu felt despondent. Even if wronged, he did not wish to argue further, deciding to repay his master's years of care with his life. However, just then his junior disciples, whom he had watched grow up, burst into the scene, determined to save their senior brother despite committing a serious offense. In this plot, Xie Gongqi's emotional turmoil was immense, discovering that the father figure he revered was the very reason he became an orphan. Yet his master's actions were not unjust. He was originally raised by the Demon King to enhance its powerborn to augment the Demon King's strength. Xie Gongqiu, who had always been filled with a sense of justice, seemed to lose the meaning of life in an instant. Thus, when wronged, he thought that dying might not be so bad. But why did Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu, these two kids who were a bit mischievous yet pure-hearted, come to rescue him? Because we don't believe our senior brother would be that kind of person. Even if he was raised by the Demon King, what good could come of it? He was just a life destined to be fattened and eaten. Our senior brother is the victim. Senior brother has always been righteous, standing against evil and advocating good. His character is well known to everyone. How could he commit murder? Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu's words, combined with everyone's belief in Xie Gongqiu's character, allowed them to successfully rescue him despite their lack of skill. Even after successfully rescuing their senior brother, the three could no longer return to the sect. Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu took Xie Gongqiu in search of a way to resolve his demonic nature. Meanwhile, Zhang Jiyu was performing sweet scenes with his junior siblings in the drama, while outside netizens were crying and wailing over Wang Heng's death, which was very good, with a bright future ahead. The viewership ratings for the harem peaked when Wang Heng exited, and the small third-tier satellite TV channel that bought the rights to air it reached the top rating for the first time since its inception. Although the ratings for the harem didn't surpass the second place by much due to being sold to 3 smaller satellite channels, who doesn't know that this year's drama king is undoubtedly the harem? In light of this situation, even the 5-star network critic forum users expressed, "Oh no, it really gave the forum friends the prophecy of the purple microstar." The first time I saw Zhang Ziyu's face, I knew he would explode, but I didn't expect it to be in this way. After airing 3 dramas, it resulted in 3 consecutive hits. Who else in the domestic entertainment industry can achieve that? I've said long ago that Zhang Ziyu was a good catch. It's a pity I didn't catch on. If I had joined his fan circle when Wei Yijuan was airing, I might have landed a big fan position by now. Oh no, I'm intrigued. The main character is good-looking, and the fans aren't problematic. I even want to chase after Zhang Ziyu now. I find it strange, are you too lenient towards Zhang Ziyu on the forum? Other stars don't get this treatment on the forum, do they? Isn't it typical for you forum friends to criticize those who are popular? Why are there so few people criticizing someone as popular as Zhang Ziyu? His face is too good-looking to criticize. Good looks one, but you must know that we forum friends don't like to criticize the popular, but rather those who are clearly bad at acting and ugly. Since Zhang Ziyu is good-looking and talented, everyone is naturally forgiving of him. Honestly, isn't Zhang Ziyu's acting overshadowed by his looks? The internet is full of praises for how handsome he is, while fewer praise his acting. I think his acting is quite good. I cried when he looked at Du Yinxing at the palace feast. I thought his acting was good from the start. After Half became popular, a slew of sweet dramas came out this year. Although the male leads weren't bad-looking, their expressions felt lifeless, making it hard to immerse in the story. Zhang Ziyu doesn't act that way. Exactly, even though Zhang Ziyu's characters might not show much expression, his eyes are always bright, and he uses subtle expressions and body language very well. Haha, Zhang Ziyu's family knows how to market. Can one really be called a good actor just by playing the same type of character? As expected, this forum is still the same. The fans of Zhang Ziyu are so overwhelmingly praising him that I can't adapt. Finally, I found a negative comment to feel at ease. Excuse me, how are Li Nianhe, Mu Qing, and Wang Heng all the same type? I can understand what she means. They are all the cold on the outside, warm on the inside types. Li Nianhe and Wang Heng are both deeply emotional and devoted to love, so they do seem like the same type at first glance. As everyone knows, I'm a university student like those at Tsinghua University, so we are also of the same type. Don't make such comparisons without any black points, it's quite embarrassing for our forum. The entertainment industry is merely a place for many to make a living. When you take a bigger share, others have to settle for. In the realm of young actors, the domestic entertainment scene is crowded with countless individuals. Some have just entered, some have been stable for 2 to 3 years, others have been trying to break into the middle tier for 5 to 6 years, and there are even 30-year-olds who failed to transition into middle tier roles and are forced to compete on the same level as the younger generation. Among so many people, Zhang Ziyu seems like an unexpected anomaly. When he first gained attention for his role as Li Nianhe, there were already attempts to undermine him, which ultimately failed. As he rose to prominence through Half City of Roses, the number of people wanting to tarnish his reputation increased, but they were all suppressed by Zhuang He. When the role of Heng Wang was unveiled, those behind the scenes were even more unsettled. Li Nianhe was merely a minor character, Mu Qing the male lead of a low-budget drama, yet Harem could genuinely be considered half a serious drama. Many nearly 30 young actors were struggling just to secure a secondary male role in a serious drama, while Zhang Ziyu, still a newcomer, seemed to be navigating this path with such ease. There is a distinct difference between those who have acted in serious dramas and those who have not. For those who have yet to participate in a serious drama, a significant amount of resources must be expended to secure a role. However, once someone has acted in a serious drama and left a lasting impression with their character, the door to serious dramas is open wide. The downfall of Hung Wang brought tears to many eyes. Most were moved, yet a small group harbored jealousy. Zhang Ziyu was only 20 with no rush to transition, but they were eager. Thus the negative press against Zhang Ziyu surged unprecedentedly, yet he remained upright and proper, neither smoking nor drinking, not frequenting bars or chasing girls, appearing as pure as a fresh vegetable in the otherwise murky waters of the entertainment industry. Thanks to Zhuang He's astute management, the smear campaigns against Zhang Ziyu ironically led the public to discover, oh, there is actually a pure white lotus blooming from the mud in the domestic entertainment industry. The only real blemish was Zhang Ziyu's relatively low educational background, which we must acknowledge. However, how many individuals in the domestic entertainment scene possess a high level of education? There are even those who haven't completed their elementary education. Yet marketing accounts collecting money for blackening his name were unfazed by this. Just as they were gearing up to exploit Zhang Ziyu's educational background, his college announced, "I am upgrading to a bachelor's degree." Well, how many non-professional artists in the domestic entertainment scene can actually pass the entrance exam for a bachelor's degree? Fate, can you not be so kind to Zhang Ziyu and share a bit with others? Some people were nearly driven to madness. And Zhang Ziyu's good fortune also attracted this batch of people. Who are the most superstitious in the domestic entertainment industry? Are they actors who raise little ghosts? Wrong. They are the investors. Investors are the most superstitious. Some investors even calculate the birth dates of small roles in the drama. For someone like Zhang Ziyu, they believe he is destined for success. What does being destined for success represent? It signifies an exceptional ability to generate profit. Film offers flew to Zhuang He's desk like snowflakes, and some even said that it didn't matter if Zhang Ziyu didn't act in these dramas. The next project he would take on was already a hot topic. Wherever Zhang Ziyu goes, that is where the investment will follow. This is a bit excessive, but anyone who can pay is considered family. Zhuang He made calls one by one, replying that his artist was still on set, and they would discuss future projects once he was free, brushing it all off with vague excuses. After hanging up Zhuang, he was elated. The studio had just signed 2 new artists, and some of these resources coming in for Zhang Ziyu were surplus to his needs, allowing him to pick and choose to give new artists a chance to shine. Of course, the studio's priority remains the rapidly rising Zhang Ziyu. He is still young, and many large companies are eyeing him, wanting to poach him. Although Zhang Ziyu had no intention of leaving the studio, still had to make proper arrangements for him. Zhuang He sat happily at his computer, a burly figure humming a tune. Singing. Mountain. Songs. Discussions about the character Hung Wang exploded online. To elaborate, the character Hung Wang Lingjing is inherently charming. He comes from a noble background, yet lost both parents at a young age. Even after being cast out by the emperor to a palace, he did not give up on himself. Instead, he diligently studied and became self-taught, possessing a kind heart, willing to help others, being filial to the old mother who raised him and loyal to his beloved, willing to sacrifice everything, even fulfilling his duties as a subject toward the emperor, who had always been jealous of him. Such a character, combined with Zhang Ziyu's face, and paired with a tragic ending where he dies for love in the snow, ignited the audience's preference for beautiful and strong yet tragic characters. The viewership and streaming numbers of harem skyrocketed, and fan-made creations about Hung Wang flourished. On Weibo, a well-known artist who usually doesn't pay attention to such trends suddenly posted her fan art of Hung Wang Lingjing on the day after his character's demise. In the artwork, he lies in the snow, his face pure and sorrowful, as if he is merely sleeping. This piece of fan art surpassed 10,000 shares within just an hour. Many people left comments: "Snow. I can't bear to look at snow right now, crying. A frost that never stops falling upon whose heart? Clearly falling upon my heart. What a powerful touch, such a deep cut. Woo Hung Wang." The CP talk of Hung Wang and the female lead Du Yanheng topped the charts alongside Zhang Ziyu's personal discussions. Many who usually don't watch dramas, drawn by the overwhelming discussions, became curious enough to check out harem, and once they did, they couldn't stop watching. One can only say that the popularity brought by Hung Wang and that of harem are mutually reinforcing. Thus, every day new fans of harem emerged online. After crying for Hung Wang, a portion of them naturally began to follow Zhang Ziyu on Weibo, with his fan count skyrocketing by over 10 million in just a month. While the outside world mourned for Hung Wang, what was the actor portraying him doing? He was sneaking out to eat skewers with Sheng Yueping and Yu Su. The Tianshan Qingyun Chronicles offered excellent meals. Considering the actors on screen needs, the boxed lunches were nutritious, well-prepared, and delicious. However, regardless of who you are, eating the same flavor of boxed lunch for 1 or 2 months would become monotonous, not to mention the filming location was deep in the mountains with only a convenience store at a highway rest area 10 miles away, making it difficult to find snacks. Everyone's taste buds were becoming dull. At this moment, Yuzu's sister drove to visit, bringing a large batch of grilled meat skewers for her brother. Although the skewers had long cooled, they were still barbecued. Such a precious delicacy, rich in fats, amino acids, and delicious spices. Yu Su carefully hid these skewers, and once everyone was resting at night, sneakily invited Sheng Yueping and Zhang Ziyu to join him. What constitutes a good friend? Sharing food together. That's what makes a good friend. At that moment, Zhang Jiu genuinely recognized Yusu as a friend from the bottom of his heart. Due to the simpler conditions in the mountainous area, the crew rented a house where the actors and assistants lived together. Only Zhang Jiu couldn't adapt to sharing a room, so he paid to rent a separate room for his assistant. Everyone shared equally. Yusu, Shang Yueping, and their assistant stayed together and brought their assistant along for the skewers, meaning all five shared this batch of skewers. The skewers were less tasty when cold than when hot, but the tender meat and the intricate blend of spices created a flavor that was a supreme delicacy for someone who had been eating boxed lunches for days. Shang Yueping, who had been on a strict diet before joining the crew, nearly shed tears at the deliciousness. Among these five, Zhang Jiu ate the least. Others shared with their assistants, and his diligent assistant had no reason not to enjoy a skewer. Zhang Jiu shared part of his portion with his assistant, and Yusu even generously contributed an extra one. The assistant, awakened in the middle of the night to eat skewers, was deeply moved. "Brother, from today onward you are my only brother." No need for that. This assistant is actually 8 years older than Zhang Jiu. The filming location chosen by the crew is stunning, with towering cliffs and swirling clouds, clearly a perfect place for cultivation. Friend, have you ever seen a mosquito the size of a ping pong ball? Many may not have, but a visit to the set of Tianshan Qinyun will let you see one. Fortunately, these mosquitoes are not very agile, unlike the small ones that fly quickly and can be squished with a squeeze. The crew uses entire boxes of mosquito coils to drive them away, fearing that the mosquitoes might bite the actors' faces, which could ruin the shots. Here the actors are filming the finale of Tianshan Qinyun. Previously, it was mentioned that the junior sister sacrificed herself to save her senior brother, and now the eldest brother will sacrifice himself to save the common people. The trio of senior and junior siblings walk through the mortal realm, searching for a way to break the demonic curse on Xiagongqiu, while dealing with the demons troubling the common folk. Along the way, they notice something amiss. The frequency of demonic appearances is far too high. Upon careful investigation, they discover that someone has intentionally set up demonic transformation arrays everywhere. This formation uses human blood as bait to convert the spiritual energy of the world into demonic energy, which then condenses into demons. A truly malevolent scheme. With demons wreaking havoc in the mortal realm and claiming countless lives, the three siblings cannot manage the situation on their own. Moreover, the eldest brother Xiagongqiu has absorbed too much demonic energy from contact with the demons and is unable to properly circulate his spiritual energy. After much discussion, they decide to disguise themselves as strangers and return to the Tianshan sect to warn the cultivators about the chaos in the mortal realm. However, as soon as they reach the sect's boundary, they sense something is wrong. The disciples guarding the entrance have all been knocked unconscious. It turns out there is a traitor within the sect. Taking advantage of the chaos, this traitor has incapacitated everyone and summoned the evil cultivators to harvest the flesh and blood of the sect's disciples as a grand gift for the Demon King, who was about to break free from his seal. The traitor was seduced by the Demon King. He was deceived by a fragment of the Demon King's divine sense, believing that once the Demon King was released, he could resurrect his deceased parents. He had poisoned the spiritual spring used during the sect's grand ritual, but the sect leader, distracted by matters concerning his disciples, did not drink deeply from the spring. The sect leader confronts the evil cultivators alone, but he is still affected by the traitor's sleeping potion and cannot exert his full strength. The evil cultivators employ underhanded tactics, and in a moment of inattention, the sect leader sustains severe injuries. Just when the situation is dire, the three disciples who had fled together suddenly return, driving away the evil cultivators, capturing the traitor, obtaining the antidote, and saving everyone. Given these circumstances, how could anyone remain oblivious? The servant disciple who died that day was clearly killed by the traitor. Xiagongqiu proves his innocence, and alongside his junior brother and sister rescues everyone. Even if he is the vessel for demonic energy, does it really matter? The sect leader, feeling shame and guilt for misunderstanding his disciple, suffers injuries inflicted by the evil cultivator's sinister artifacts. Even a cultivator cannot heal from such wounds. With his last breath, the sect leader passes on his cultivation to Tao Ruhua, and when Xiangzhu, using his divine sense to expel the demonic energy from Xiagongqiu's body. After doing all this for his disciples, the sect leader follows his predecessors into the afterlife. In their grief, Xiagongqiu and his fellow disciples must still address the urgent matter of the demonic transformation arrays set up by the evil cultivators. However, the Demon King's seal is already loosening, and it is only a matter of time before he reappears. Of the cultivators who once united to seal the Demon King, hardly 1 in 10 remains. The cultivators can only do their utmost to reduce the Demon King's strength once he breaks free. On the day the Demon King breaks free from his seal, all cultivators are on high alert. Xiagongqiu, as the chief disciple of the Tianshan sect, possesses formidable strength. Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu, having received their master's teachings, stand at the forefront as the first line of defense. Cultivators who care for the common people are willing to risk everything, even their lives, to ensure the Demon King does not wreak havoc on the mortal realm. United as one, the cultivators manage to weaken the Demon King before he fully breaks free. In a desperate move, he invades Xie Gongqia's body, attempting to seize the vessel he had nurtured. It seems he is about to succeed, but Xie Gongqiu refuses to allow it. Between him and the Demon King lies the blood feud of his entire clan, the bond of affection for his father and master, and the countless lives of the common people. How could he allow the Demon King to survive? If the Demon King succeeds in seizing the vessel, he will be able to instantly draw in the unformed demonic energy from the world. At that point, the cultivators will no longer stand a chance against him. As everyone struggles against the Demon King, they have already exhausted their strength and suffered heavy casualties. When Xiangzhu has even lost an eye, Xie Gongqiu, gritting his teeth, grabs the spiritual artifact he had given to his junior sister. This artifact is one he created himself, and he knows exactly how it works. It requires 2 transmissions of spiritual energy, and the second transmission must match the first. After the second transmission, the artifact will explode in 3 seconds, unleashing immense power. As long as Xie Gongqiu does not resist, he will surely perish along with the Demon King within him. However, this artifact had already undergone the first transmission of spiritual energy when Xie Gongqiu gifted it to Tao Ruhua. Now to activate it, she can only. No, eldest brother, I can't. Tao Ruhua's face is streaked with tears, and she is on the verge of breaking down. Xie Gongqiu is immensely gentle, just as he was every time he returned from the mountains with her favorite snacks. With a faint smile, he says to his beloved junior sister, "You can do it, Ero. I have always known you are a strong child, right?" When Xiangzhu watches helplessly, one eye bleeding, he desperately wants to move closer, but his injuries leave him immobile. He watches as Tao Ruhua's trembling hand touches the artifact that had once sparked their quarrels, recalling the last faint smile of her eldest brother and the glance he cast at her with a smile. Ultimately, even the uninjured eye of his sheds blood. Years later, Tao Ruhua, the sect leader of Tianshan, and Mingming Jinren, when Xiangzhu, a pair of once carefree siblings, have never met again. At the ends of the earth there is a limit, yet the heart's woes are boundless. It is not blindness that prevents sight, but shame before the person in front. Tao Ruhua feels guilt for having personally killed her eldest brother, while when Xiangzhu feels guilt for his own powerlessness at that time. Fate plays cruel tricks, only wishing for compassion towards the common people. Zhang Jiyu once again receives a red envelope that is only given to those who die in the play. Considering he has only acted in 4 dramas, this marks his 3rd red envelope. He usually finds it very easy to get out of character, and now he is looking at how much Song Jingmin gave him in the red envelope. The director had given 200 in the previous 2 instances, and this time it is also 200. With the money in hand, Zhang Jiyu is about to go remove his makeup. For this session, his hair is not extensions, but a high-quality wig. The crew splurged on looking very natural, though it is quite hot to wear. Zhang Jiyu does not want to wear it any longer. Although he has already died in the drama, filming has not yet wrapped up, and there are still many scenes to shoot. He needs to wash up and sleep early tonight, as there is work to do tomorrow. Turning back to greet Sheng Yueping and Yusu, he sees the 2 of them crying uncontrollably, wiping their noses with tissues. What is happening? The 2 individuals seem to be out of character. Upon seeing Zhang Jiyu approach, they are on the verge of tears. Coincidentally, Zhang Jiyu has just received a red envelope of 200 and one person takes 100. There are no restaurants here. I would have treated you both to a meal. Since he currently has a good relationship with these 2, Zhang Jiyu spoke more casually. Sheng Yueping and Yusu took the money. Their tears stopped, but they didn't want to speak to Zhang Jiyu. Zhang Jiyu went to remove his headgear and change out of the costume, intending to return to rest with his assistant. Sheng Yueping and Yusu then came to remove their makeup. Yusu had special effects makeup with fake blood smeared across his eyes, and since he didn't pay attention, while wiping his tears, his whole face was now red. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jiyu couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Zhang Jiyu actually laughing at him, Yusu rushed over wanting to grab him. That was unacceptable in Zhang Ziyu's mind. Even if they were friends, a male could not just grab him. He quickly dodged and slipped away. Zhang Jiyu had very few remaining scenes. After a week of reshoots, he smoothly exited the set. At the moment he stepped off the plane, he distinctly felt the popularity that the role of Hung Wang in Harem had brought him after months of isolation. There were simply too many people at the airport to pick him up. This time Zhang Ziyu's trip was private and not disclosed to the public, but somehow the news was leaked. Fans, paparazzi, and media flooded in to greet him as he disembarked. Zhang Jiyu had only brought 2 assistants, making it impossible to maintain order at the scene. It was only thanks to the timely deployment of airport security that he and his assistant managed to leave the plane smoothly. The studio promptly released a statement, first prohibiting anyone from picking up artists during their private schedules, second apologizing to fellow passengers on the same flight for any disturbance caused to their journey. In short, it was an effort to control fans and prevent any inconvenience to the public. As for the disturbed artist himself, what could be done? One cannot expect to earn much without enduring some hardships. Zhang Ziyu's per episode pay was already enough for others to earn in a year. Sacrificing a bit of personal time seemed only reasonable. After leaving the set, Zhang Jiyu took a few days off. He dared not sleep too deeply, fearing his schedule would become chaotic. Instead, he got up every day to eat and exercise, taking a 3 to 4 hour nap in between, managing to catch up on the sleep he had missed during filming. Now that he was riding high on popularity, his rest time couldn't be too long. On the fourth day, he received a call from Zhuang, he who cautiously asked how his rest was going and if he wanted to come to the office to discuss subsequent work. Zhang Jiyu replied that he would go the next day, and Zhuang he said he would send a driver to pick him up before they hung up. By the time dinner rolled around, Zhang Jiyu realized that in the entertainment industry, whether one is an actor, singer, dancer, screenwriter, or director, popularity and works provide the strongest backing. Originally Zhuang, he thought Zhang Jiyu looked just like a hen watching over its chicks, believing him to be young and socially awkward, accustomed to having everything arranged directly. He notified Zhang Jiyu about going to the office in a straightforward manner. But perhaps because Zhang Jiyu had been on set for a month and they hadn't seen each other, their conversation was more courteous. However, it was mainly due to Zhang Ziyu's role in a non-studio production gaining popularity. When Zhang Jiyu was popular in Li Nianhe and Mu Qingwa, one was fully funded by the studio, and the other was co-invested by the studio and platform, both being projects that supported their own people. With Harem Jiang Wenyi as the investor had personally invested only over 200,000, accounting for merely 1/10 of the total cost. Zhang Ziyu's rise in this project indicated that others could also help elevate him aside from the studio. Zhang Jiyu was easy to deceive. Back then, Jiang Wenyi's unprofessional casual persuasion was enough to sign him. Now, if a major company's headhunter attempted to poach him, Zhuang, he feared they would succeed effortlessly. Thus, Zhuang, he felt he could no longer speak to Zhang Jiyu as he once did. He had to coax this money-making asset carefully, fearing that this golden goose might run off if displeased. In truth, he needn't worry so much. Zhang Jiyu was easily led in conversation, but that didn't mean he was a fool. When he signed the contract, he had the foresight to see the bright future of Jiang Wenyi's studio and would not sign with just any random company. Currently, Zhang Jiyu was in a studio where the agent was capable, the boss was an industry insider who spoke little, and the assistants were already familiar with him. It would indeed be quite difficult to get someone like Zhang Jiyu who preferred to stay put to leave. It was laughable that Zhang Jiyu didn't even want to go out for a meal with Yu Su, who had a fondness for skewers. Asking him to switch companies before making waves was no easier than asking someone with social anxiety to host a party. However, he could still use this opportunity to make a small request. The next day, upon arriving at the studio and entering Zhuang He's office, before Zhuang he could present a thick stack of work invitations, Zhang Jiyu preemptively stated, "I don't want to take variety shows." Zhuang He, that's okay. How about interviews? I don't really want to take those either. Alright then, others take variety shows and interviews to boost their popularity, but you are already quite popular, so skipping both won't affect you much. What about participating in the Luden fashion show? Can I skip it? Just the thought of attending the show reminded Zhang Jiyu of the strong cumin scent on foreigners, making him feel uneasy. Luden is interested in partnering with you for a higher level collaboration. The last global ambassador they announced was the winner of the Best Supporting Actor at the Leap Awards. This implied that if he supported Luden a few more times, he could elevate his treatment. It seemed worth it, and Zhang Jiyu nodded with difficulty. Also, Grandview is interested in contacting us. They've declined the KQ magazine cover. Should we shoot? Zhang Jiyu, Zhuang Ge, you can arrange these. Just don't take variety shows or interviews. Zhuang he looked very pleased upon hearing this. However, Zhang Jiyu was already thinking that instead of doing all these random tasks, it would be better to get back to filming. Filming, although requiring early mornings, was far more interesting. Sai, he thought again, I wonder if Tianshan Qinyunji will be successful when it airs without the hype. Also, what role will he play in the next project? The forum has been bustling every day lately. The source of this excitement comes from Zhang Jiyu. There are posts praising how many magazine advertisements Zhang Jiyu has filmed this month, some sharing pictures and fawning over his looks, some discussing the plots of the dramas he has acted in, and others comparing his various statistics with those of other rising stars. A diverse range of expressions shows the fans 1,000 different ways of subtle admiration. Of course, where there are fans, there will be haters. This person seems destined to stir up trouble in the entertainment industry. Every day there are different negative articles, each one written with a sense of authenticity, as if they are true, but not quite emphasizing the semblance of truth. The beginnings of these negative articles commonly start with, "Can I say this?" Some new first-line star. The article's author usually claims to be a classmate, childhood friend, fellow townsman, or staff member of this new first-line star, fabricating tales about how this star's behavior is improper and personal style is problematic, weaving a tapestry of exaggerated negativity. These authors stealthily posting negative articles late at night do not dare to name Zhang Jiyu directly, instead referring to him as a new first-line star. But who doesn't know that in the past 2 years Zhang Jiyu has been the hottest among them? But who are the forum users? They cannot be deceived by your purchased smear campaigns. They all have discerning eyes that see through your shady identity. Alright, actually, it's high-level water army hired at great expense by Zhuang, he controlling the narrative. However, where there are false negative reports, there are also diligent netizens who uncover the truth, and the more they dig, the more they discover that Zhang Jiyu, his life as an ordinary person, is surprisingly low-key. How can a handsome man so strikingly good-looking live in a small county? Shouldn't he be a local figure of great rank? Why does he live such an ordinary and unremarkable life? His parents are just ordinary people. Growing up, he never participated in school activities or various competitions. What's more, Zhang Ziyu, this person who is only 20 years old, he doesn't even have a QQ space, which was the most popular back in the day. The handsome guy is really protective of his privacy. The only photo that has been uncovered is Zhang Ziyu's middle school graduation picture, where the boy dressed in a simple school uniform stands tall in a corner. Among the 40-odd faces in the small photo, his face is so clear that one can spot it at a glance. In fact, this photo wasn't uncovered. A sister who often visits the forum recognized Zhang Ziyu and found it at home to share with everyone. How amazing, the star is actually my middle school classmate. LZ photo 2LWC, isn't this Zhang Ziyu? Sisters, I was Zhang Ziyu's middle school classmate. 3L Zhang Ziyu's first photo from his ordinary days appears on the forum. I told you our forum users have wide thumbs up. For L, looking at it this way, even with such a small face in the photo, Zhang Ziyu is still so handsome. Truly a proportional handsome guy. Oh, I no longer believe the rumors online about him having plastic surgery. 5L, which doctor could create a face like Zhang Ziyu's? If they can, I would immediately pay for a ticket to get the same treatment. I really want to experience what it's like to live with this face. 6LWC, LZ, you are my connection. Tell me what Zhang Ziyu was like in middle school. With looks like that, he must have been a heartthrob who captivated countless girls. 7LZ, in response to the above, to be honest, he really didn't have much presence in middle school. He was the kind of person you know exists, but you wouldn't recognize him if you didn't think about it deeply. 8L, come on, with looks like that, how could his presence be low? If Zhang Ziyu had low presence in middle school, I could instantly transform into an invisible man and star in Avengers 4. 9L, I don't believe it. If a handsome guy like him was in my middle school, it would be hard to find anyone who didn't recognize. 10LZ, really, Zhang Ziyu did have a very low presence. While there were normal conversations among classmates, everyone was polite, but it seemed like no one was his friend. Everyone's impression of him wasn't deep. Otherwise I wouldn't have only remembered he was in my class when I was looking through the graduation photos. And I specifically asked other classmates from back then, and they also only realized after I reminded them that Zhang Ziyu was indeed in our class. 11L. Is this the real-life version of Kuriko's basketball? Was Zhang Ziyu the phantom sixth man in middle school? 12L. If what the poster says is true, then it can only be explained by saying he was the phantom sixth man. How amazing there really is someone like that in reality. 13L. However, after becoming a star, Zhang Ziyu's presence is very high. Even in this photo, I can only see him at first glance. 14L. Maybe his invisibility technique isn't as strong as Kuriko Tetsuya's. He can only deceive people in dynamic situations, but when the camera is on, the skill fails. The above is all made up by me. 15L. LZ, how is your school's basketball team? Did they win the national competition 3 years in a row, and do the team members have rainbow-colored hair? 16 LZ. I don't know what you mean by Kuriko's basketball, but my middle school was a regular school in a small county, and we didn't have a basketball team. 17 L. Let me explain briefly. It's about a character named Kuriko Tetsuya who has low presence and is a weak athlete, but uses that to play basketball. 18L. It always describes someone whose presence is so low that even while playing basketball the audience can't see them. 19LZ. I can somewhat understand now. It seems Zhang Ziyu indeed has such low presence. 20L. Oh no, Zhang Ziyu's hair wasn't dyed black to adhere to the behavior standards for middle school students, was it? Was he originally blue-haired? 21L. Behavior standards for middle school students. I burst out laughing today. How so? Now Zhang Ziyu dyed his hair black because of the artist regulations. 22L. To prevent those who haven't seen it from not knowing, Kuriko Tetsuya is a blue-haired character from an anime. 23L. The above comments are getting more and more ridiculous. You might as well say Zhang Ziyu is wearing a black wig to hide his blue hair, and when he takes off the wig his presence drops, perfectly explaining why paparazzi can't capture his candid shots. 24L. Hilarious. The imagination upstairs is so vast. 104L. I'm dying of laughter coming to see how the rumor about Zhang Ziyu wearing a bald cap came about. So this is how it happened. Marketing accounts really know how to spread rumors. 105L. One word spreads into 1,000 mouths and turns into another sentence. Indeed, a troop. Zhang Ziyu is now living a life that many artists envy, shooting magazine covers daily, securing advertisements, enjoying both popularity and prestige while earning money. Despite this enviable life, Zhang Ziyu finds it somewhat meaningless, yet his fans are thrilled. They get to admire fresh, beautiful faces and boast about their achievements to fans from other groups. Alright, that artist who unlocked 5 major magazines in 2 months is from our side. Isn't she pretty? Just making you all envious. This kind of idol worship experience is truly exhilarating. The delighted fans prepared a big surprise for Zhang Ziyu. That day Zhang Ziyu was at the shooting site of a well-known international fashion magazine, listening to his agent and the magazine's photographer arguing in English. Although Zhang Ziyu couldn't understand the English, he could tell that the argument was quite intense. Of course the argument was about Zhang Ziyu. Yes, you heard that right, the one sitting there in a flamboyant shirt and shorts with an innocent expression was the source of this dispute. Zhang Ziyu's outfit for the shoot featured a shirt with a European noble style, adorned with elaborate collars and cuffs, with numerous buttons. The photographer wanted him to unbutton a few, not to button up to the chin, allowing for a bit more exposure. Before Zhang Jiyu could grasp what the foreign man was saying, his agent Zhuang, he charged in like a fierce goose, brimming with aggression. After listening to their debate for a while, Zhang Jiyu finally understood that the photographer wanted him to unbutton a few. In fact, one of the perks of becoming a man is not having to wear underwear. He felt fine unbuttoning a bit. He maintained his fitness well. Okay, you big head ghost. Zhuang, he who had been gentle with him since he left the group, cursed for the first time. Do you know what he's asking? Just okay. He wants you to unbutton down to your navel, and you're okay with that. He also wants you to wear suspenders and knee-high socks, that old pervert, that damn old white pig. It turned out the photographer wasn't a creepy guy. Zhang Jiyu fell silent. Taking advantage of the fact that the photographer couldn't understand Chinese, Zhuang, he unleashed his fury, and after venting switched to English to argue with the photographer without any profanity. As they argued for a long time, Zhang Jiyu quietly took out his phone and scrolled through Weibo. Ultimately, Zhuang, he whose second language was English, won the battle, triumphantly returning like a crowing rooster, firmly fastening Zhang Jiyu's buttons, and additionally requesting the magazine to change his shorts to long ones. This was the right decision. Zhuang, he gazed at Zhang Jiyu, who now had small curls, and thought he looked like a prince in long pants, while the shorts revealed his long thighs, and the muscular lines clashed too much with the noble attire. Now this prince looked perfect, radiating a holy glow in every inch. Yet this prince had a too serious expression. Zhuang, he poked him. What's wrong? I just won the argument. The victor should pose like a victor. Zhang Jiyu showed him the Weibo interface. My goodness, what are these fans doing? Collecting funds for your birthday? Zhuang, his face was one of shock. Who started this? How did they raise so much in such a short time? Zhang Jiyu replied seriously, my fans wouldn't do something like that. Perhaps some opportunistic fans mixed in. The fan who started the fund only has over 10,000 followers, indicating they are not one of my well-known fans. Posting the fund link in the super topic is likely to attract fans. I'll handle this immediately. Oh, it's illegal. Just wait here. You can't understand English anyway, so whatever that old white guy wants you to do, don't do it. Zhuang, he instructed, make sure to wait for me to return before you start shooting. Thus, with Zhang Jiyu surfing the internet and his agent's strong cooperation, they averted a disaster in the fan circle, marking another harmonious day in the fandom. Zhuang, he was pleased, exclaiming, I'm such a great manager. I've accomplished something meaningful today. Actually, he just made a phone call to public relations. What about my work? Zhang Jiyu asked. Didn't you just finish working? Zhuang, he replied, puzzled. If you're not satisfied, I can add more to your schedule. I'm at my primary job as an actor, filming. Zhang Jiyu said earnestly, as he didn't want to shoot ads or magazines any longer. He had seen too many toxic scripts in Zhuang's office, but couldn't find the next suitable job for himself. Zhuang, he sitting in the passenger seat of the van, turned back to scrutinize Zhang Jiyu several times, confirming the seriousness of his expression, momentarily unsure of what to say. 2 years prior, when they first met, that young man, just entering the entertainment industry, had earnestly told him and Zhang Wenyu that he wanted to enroll in an acting class. Now that young man had grown into a genuine actor after filming numerous scenes. There's a role I think you could play, but I'm not sure if you can reach it on your tiptoes. What role, eh? Do you know Emperor? Of course I know. She is one of the 5 female emperors in history, and the identities of these 5 female emperors are a must-know for middle school history. Is someone planning to film Emperor Xianwen? Zhang Jiyu asked curiously, as Emperor Xianwen was a great sovereign in ancient times, her long life, filled with ups and downs. The last time she was filmed was last century, when the country gathered a group of veteran artists to make a movie, which remains a classic to this day. The film was based on the events of Emperor Xianwen in her later years, depicting how her children, who were made princes in different regions, grew increasingly powerful. To prevent them from becoming a disaster, the mother Emperor Xianwen personally took action to diminish the power of her own children. It was well made, but unfortunately too short. According to Zhuang, someone is now planning to film the story of how Emperor Xianwen transformed from a prince's consort into an emperor, adapting it into a television series. Zhang Jiyu doubted whether this could be done well. It is difficult to make a historical drama well akin to Schrödinger's cat. Historical dramas from the last century produced under poorer conditions were still quite good, indicating that the difficulty wasn't particularly high, but with improved conditions this century, many historical dramas are terrible, proving the difficulty is indeed significant. Not to mention, where can one find an actor capable of playing Emperor Xianwen? There are plenty of actors in the country. Of course they can find someone, who I heard they are looking for the talented teacher Ku Fangming, who specializes in theater. Before this name was mentioned, Zhang Jiyu would have had no idea who it was, but he had at least participated in a significant amount of acting classes and had theoretical knowledge, making the name resonate deeply. Teacher Ku Fangming is a rare genius among domestic actors with impeccable acting skills and numerous prestigious awards. She is low-key and rarely appears on screen, instead dedicating herself to theater. Is that for real? Teacher Ku is going to act in a television series. If that's the case, this drama should be promising. Zhang Jiyu had great faith in Ku Fangming's abilities, then he realized, are you dreaming? You want me to star in Teacher Ku's drama? Zhuanggu, I didn't expect you to think so highly of me. With my acting skills, even being on the same stage as Teacher Ku is an exaggeration for me. Zhuang He remained silent. His affectionate gaze made Zhang Ziyu feel uneasy. He stared at Zhang Ziyu's face for a long while before slowly saying, "Your acting skills are lacking. If your skills aren't enough, then your looks will have to make up for it." Throughout his life, Emperor Xianwen had many men, but only two could truly be called husbands. One was the notorious and despised Prince Liang Li, who met his end under the feet of the masses, and the other was the wise and valiant Emperor Jingxing, whose beauty resembled a radiant jade mountain, yet died young. Emperor Xianwen was originally a prince's consort related to the then empress. After Prince Liang Li's death, she was summoned to the capital by the empress, where she and the then crowned prince Emperor Jingxing fell in love. However, Emperor Jingxing's father, Emperor Wuhuan, disapproved of the openly extravagant Emperor Xianwen and forbade his son from marrying her, instead choosing another consort for him, and even forcing Emperor Xianwen into a life of asceticism. When Emperor Jingxing ascended the throne, he did not grant the then crowned princess the title of empress, but immediately brought Emperor Xianwen into the palace. After 2 years of dealing with the powerful family of the crown princess, Emperor Jingxing finally removed them and promptly appointed Emperor Xianwen as empress. While Emperor Xianwen was still empress, she and Emperor Jingxing were deeply affectionate. There was a particular anecdote where Emperor Xianwen found a young palace guard attractive, which made Emperor Jingxing jealous. Knowing that Emperor Xianwen disliked men with beards, he ordered all palace guards not to shave, requiring those without beards to wear fake ones. Thus, when someone says a boy is putting on beards for others, it means that he is being petty, akin to a girl being jealous. This little story illustrates the strong bond between Emperor Xianwen and Emperor Jingxing. At that time, Emperor Xianwen could freely enter the emperor's study and attend court with him. Her edicts as empress could directly appoint officials below the second rank outside the capital and those below the fourth rank within it. According to historians, officials exceeding this rank could not be appointed or dismissed, even by the emperor himself, indicating that Emperor Jingxing had granted Emperor Xianwen virtually unlimited power. Unfortunately, Emperor Jingxing died young, passing away after just 12 years on the throne. Emperor Xianwen was heartbroken. Historical records state that she did not have a harem for 10 years, and afterward the emperor often thought of the late emperor and would not visit the spring pavilion for months. When Emperor Jingxing died, their eldest son was still young. As the Empress Dowager, Emperor Xianwen presided over affairs for 5 years. Their son led many officials to request that she ascend the throne, and after declining 3 times, she was crowned in May of that year. Emperor Xianwen lived to be over 80 years old, and her achievements can be inferred from her posthumous title. One is the highest posthumous title among emperors. During her reign, she was known for her benevolence and kindness towards the people, referred to as the Chengming era. The story of such an emperor, if adapted into a television series, would undoubtedly be a complete female-led drama where male characters merely serve as minor embellishments to the achievements of the female sovereign. However, one character stands out: Emperor Jingxing. Despite his short life, Emperor Jingxing was a legitimate emperor with notable achievements. He is not a role that just anyone could portray. Moreover, he had a very striking characteristic: his handsomeness. Just how handsome? Historical records describe him as graceful and elegant, with eyes like bright stars conversing with ease as if the sun had entered the room. This illustrates how captivating he was. This is why Zhuang He brought this up with Zhang Ziyu. If it were a typical emperor role, Zhuang He would never mention it to Zhang Ziyu. There are plenty of talented male actors, but when it comes to exceptionally handsome and skilled actors, there were some 30 years ago, but now, it's like searching for a whale in the desert. You have some acting skills, and with your looks it seems like you could manage to play Emperor Jingxing, right? Zhuang He's confidence waned under Zhang Ziyu's gaze. Alright, it feels like you still fall short, but you have the popularity to attract investment. If we are to film Emperor Xianwen, Emperor Jingxing must be the male lead. You have no idea. Once investors hear you are the male lead, money flows in like scraps of paper. Historical dramas are currently lacking investment. You could bring funds to the production. This means I need to secure funding, yet still be overshadowed by teacher Ku Fengming's acting on screen. Zhang Ziyu replied with a blank expression, "What if this drama flops? Because of me. You could just film 2 idol dramas to make up for it," Zhuang He suggested. No, Zhang Ziyu replied instantly. As Zhuang He spoke, he began to feel it was pointless. He believed he had momentarily been dazzled by Zhang Ziyu's steadfastness in their profession, which led him to say all this. He straightened up, leaned back against the chair, and sighed, "Well, I have only heard that this drama is to be filmed. Historical dramas require significant scale, and securing funding and preparing could take 2 or 3 years. It's all uncertain. Why am I discussing this with you? But you said you wanted to work. Good scripts and suitable roles are hard to come by. Even if you are willing to play a supporting role, the options are still limited. Is there really work in this world that goes smoothly? Actually, there is." The next day, a top web novelist and highly popular screenwriter teacher, Zhu Pingping, announced within the industry that she had just written a new script and specifically named Zhang Ziyu to play her male lead. Zhuang He received the news and nearly pierced Zhang Ziyu with his gaze after hanging up the phone. "Are you really the reincarnation of a lucky fish?" Zhang Ziyu was confused. Really, why not buy a lottery ticket today? Zhuang He thought it was miraculous. Just yesterday, Zhang Ziyu mentioned wanting to work, and today the opportunity knocked on the door. It was as if whatever he asked of heaven granted him. What luck! Zhu Pingping is a very famous author and screenwriter. The scripts she produces typically achieve at least moderate success, and every one of them reaches the stars. In the industry, her words sometimes carry more weight than those of great directors. If she specifically wants Zhang Ziyu to play the male lead, as long as he does not refuse the role, is certainly his. But then again, which top-tier young actor would turn down such an opportunity? At the very least, let me see the script before deciding, Zhang Ziyu stated. Alright, perhaps the first person to decline would finally appear. Zhang Ziyu's request was not unreasonable. As a former novel enthusiast, he had long been aware of Zhu Pingping's reputation. Even among her works, Zhang Ziyu had favorites, and those he did not like. Still, the old saying stands: one cannot perform well in a role they do not comprehend. Zhu Pingping was very agreeable. Upon hearing Zhang Ziyu's request, she did not put on airs as a prominent author, and sent him the electronic draft that very day. When Zhang Ziyu looked at the draft, he realized it was the character of a villainous, obsessive male lead that would become very popular in the novel world in a few years. In previous romance works, while there were male leads who caused the female lead's family to go bankrupt, believed in misunderstandings perpetuated by female antagonists, or engaged in forced love and illegal activities within the confines of the narrative, the male lead was still considered a righteous character, ultimately leading a happy life with the female lead. As for the obsessive character, such roles were only popular in casual games for otaku and beautiful girls. The more Zhang Ziyu read, the more he felt that Zhu Pingping's script was genuinely intriguing. As a romance work aimed at a female audience, it was quite rare to have the male lead as the main antagonist. This male protagonist archetype will become as prevalent in online literature, comics, and television dramas in a few years as pollen in the spring air, but for now it stands out as fresh and unique. In fact, this script is somewhat different from those that will become popular in a few years. Many novels then will feature male leads who are ill but devoid of tenderness, revealing nothing but a disturbing obsession. In this novel, the portrayal is relatively normal, with the sickly character being refreshing and not sneaking around. The male lead, originally a sociopath, kills purely for power, and even after being hated by the female lead, he still seeks her opinion before crushing a mouse, and he loves her even after being stabbed by her. After dying due to his many misdeeds, he is cast into the 18 layers of hell, unable to become a ghost to wreak havoc on the mortal world. Even upon his release, he must pretend to be a decent person to entice the female lead, making money for her throughout his reincarnation. This character is undoubtedly a scoundrel to the world and to the female lead. Also a scoundrel, as in the story he accidentally kills her once. But he also faces retribution after being stabbed by her. All his flesh and blood power gradually dissipates, used to resurrect those he has killed. After he descends into hell, Zhu Pingping writes that he spent many years there before being released. Today, he is chopped horizontally, tomorrow sawed vertically. While this is Zhang Ziyu's own interpretation, as Zhu Pingping's original text does not elaborate this way, though she merely touches upon it lightly. In every moment of excruciating pain akin to being flayed and sawed amidst the blood and flesh punishment, what he thinks about is neither resentment nor atonement. Would she be happy or feel a little heartache seeing him like this? Speculating on her thoughts has become a small joy in this hellish world. Zhu Pingping is very clear about the many bad deeds her male protagonist has committed, and she ensures he receives the deserved retribution, but this is a romance work after all, and she cannot write this section too clearly. The audience wouldn't enjoy it. As Zhang Ziyu reads the script and analyzes it, he realizes that having watched so many scripts has become a professional habit. The male lead is a complete sociopath. Killing means nothing to him, and he holds no resentment when his flesh is gradually stripped away. He is fascinated by the feeling of accumulating power, much like a child delighting in dropping coins into a piggy bank. While pretending to love the female lead, he inadvertently experiences the feeling of love from her, becoming uncontrollably passionate. In contrast, the female lead is very normal, resilient, and courageous, with clear distinctions between love and hate. Initially, she likes the male lead, but is deceived by his facade. After discovering he is not a good person, she resolves to rid the world of evil without hesitation. The female lead's character may appear somewhat ordinary in terms of tension, lacking the eye-catching allure of the male lead, but among the audience there are certainly many who genuinely adore her. In romance dramas aimed at women, many believe that it is enough for the male lead to be likable to the audience, but in truth the female character is also crucial. Zhang Ziyu had liked such works for a period. He felt this drama could be a good fit, but he hesitated. The roles he had played before were all relatively normal people, and he was unsure if he could portray someone with evident psychological issues. Ultimately, he accepted the script. Good scripts are rare and should be cherished when presented. As preparation, Zhang Ziyu decided to read more psychological books on sociopathy. During the contract signing, Zhang Ziyu met Zhu Pingping, a famous author who appeared to be an ordinary person, a friendly woman in her 30s with orange-dyed hair. She was warm and approachable, yet her eyes behind her glasses seemed to dig into the depths of those she observed. Perhaps this is the trait of great authors, always observing humanity wherever they go. Upon meeting Zhang Jiu, Zhu Pingping's eyes sparkled. It was no wonder she admired such a handsome man, who looked good in reality as well. When she watched the scene in Wei Yijuan, where Li Nianhe meets his end, she felt as if she had been struck by something upon seeing him smile at the moment of death, awakening something within her, thus inspiring this script. So it is no surprise that Zhu Pingping specifically chose Zhang Jiu to play her male lead. Zhang Jiu was astonished upon learning this. This drama requires time for preparation, and with Zhu Pingping and Zhang Jiu's names attached, the investors have great faith in its potential, with funding amounting to around 2 to 300 million. Not to mention Zhang Jiu's salary has increased and is now calculated on a daily basis. Though it may not amount to the staggering 2 million per day, it is still a considerable sum. As Zhang Jiu signed a contract, he found himself shaking at the figures. It felt almost sinful to earn so much money, even if legally taxed. Perhaps he should donate more to the mountainous regions. During the preparation period for the crew, Zhang Jiu welcomed his third birthday in the entertainment industry. He hadn't celebrated his birthday since becoming a man. The Zhang family's custom is that after a child turns 12, birthdays aren't celebrated much throughout the year. However, this year is different, as he is reliving his 20th birthday. On the day of turning 20, Zhang Jiu woke up feeling quite dazed. His phone was flooded with birthday wishes from many people, including bosses, colleagues, directors, actors, and staff he had worked with, and without realizing, he had added contacts for many. On Weibo, beneath the automatically sent birthday greetings, many fans not only wished him well, but also highlighted comments from all the artists. Even if some were simply riding the coattails, the fans welcomed everyone with smiles on this good day. Moreover, there was an abundance of tangible love, with gifts from studios, artists, and brands filling the room. Zhang Jiu only took the gifts from those he knew, distributing the rest to the studio staff. There were also letters from fans across the country, which Zhang Jiu took as well. The sheer number of letters was substantial. The staff had checked each one, and Zhang Jiu carefully stored them in a cabinet. Looking at the overwhelming love before him, Zhang Jiu calmly thought that perhaps one day he would need to buy a house to accommodate it all, but equally perhaps tomorrow some of this sincere love would dissipate. Love comes at a cost. Love is priceless. Love is sturdy and resilient. Love is crisp and fragile. Zhang Jiu felt he might have read too many psychological books lately, becoming somewhat artsy. He could hardly remember what turning 20 was like. The small and shabby dormitory, the yellowing wallpaper left by senior students, the small cake bought with pooled money from roommates, topped with shiny cheap canned fruit. In the moment of blowing out the candles and opening his eyes, the female student Zhang Jiu, in the reflection of the window, unknowingly locked eyes with himself from a parallel timeline. Zhang Jiu closed the cabinet and walked smiling towards the dining table in the apartment where his parents, who had come to see him, had prepared a spread of hot dishes and an expensive cake from the studio. On his phone, notifications from some special contacts rang out simultaneously. Zhang Jiu posted, "Thank you all for the blessings. May everyone find happiness." Zhu Pingping named her new work Mirrored Blossoms. The term mirrored blossoms originally refers to illusory reflections, something false, yet she insists on grasping this deceptive notion, which intriguingly aligns with the story's theme. Since the male lead was determined first, Zhang Jiu was cast as the primary male lead, which meant that the second female lead could not outshine him. Several young actresses auditioned for the female lead, including Lu Wang, who had previously collaborated with Zhang Jiu. However, Zhuang, he did not want Zhang Jiu to work with her again, so she was not selected. There was no choice. Although Lu Wang still had some popularity, the decision rested with Zhang Jiu. Zhuang, he did not let Zhang Jiu know about this matter, and Lu Wang, being perceptive, had Zhang Jiu's contact information, but chose not to mention it. Ultimately, a second-tier actress named Su Ning was cast as the female lead. Zhang Jiu found her somewhat unfamiliar, as Su Ning was not the typical breathtaking beauty. Her unique aura gave her a gentle appearance, yet upon closer inspection, one would find her unshakable core. She possessed a beauty that was better in motion than in stillness. Her facial muscles flowed gracefully as she smiled, her eyes sparkling brightly. Zhu Pingping personally selected Su Ning for the role. When Su Ning was notified that she was to be the female lead, she could hardly believe it. Such a substantial investment in a renowned author's project had fallen into her lap. Although she graduated from a professional acting school, her personal conditions were not particularly strong in the entertainment industry, and her emotional intelligence was also lacking. Had it not been for her family's background in the film industry, combined with Su Ning's own talent and affordability, she would have never managed to reach even the second tier. In addition to the male and female leads, Zhu Pingping insisted on personally approving the actors for all other roles in Mirrored Blossoms. This has been her practice since gaining authority. She believes her own work must be carefully curated to avoid tarnishing her reputation. The director is Wang Ziki, who has previously collaborated with Zhang Jiu on Wei Yijuan. He is quite capable and listens well to the investors, which is rare in an industry filled with self-important directors. Consequently, he is favored by capital and consistently lands good projects. Meeting Zhang Jiu, Wang Ziki expressed his astonishment at how fate can be so different. 2 years ago, this young man, serendipitously discovered by Zhang Cheng, had risen to fame so quickly. Wang Ziki greeted Zhang Jiu with polite conversation and exchanged pleasantries with Su Ning, but for some reason the atmosphere fell into silence. Zhang Jiyu and Su Ning exchanged glances, confirming their mutual silence. Both were not particularly talkative. The assistant nearby noticed the artists were quiet, and understanding the situation refrained from speaking as well. As long as they themselves did not feel awkward, the awkwardness would be on others. Director Wang felt extremely uncomfortable in the silence, but fortunately this was just a script reading session, and others were expected to arrive, though these three main characters had shown diligence by arriving early. This script reading was preparatory work before filming began. A group of seasoned individuals read the script aloud dramatically, which could be quite awkward for those who had never experienced it. However, all present were not newcomers, and the reading proceeded smoothly, concluding in just 5 days. Unlike other plays, Zhang Jiyu had acted in Mirrored Blossoms gained attention even before filming. With a leading writer's script and a top male star in the lead, the substantial investment was no secret. Many media outlets flocked to the filming site as Mirrored Blossoms commenced, filling the area to capacity, remaining even after the opening ceremony, forcing the crew to intervene and escort them away while bolstering security. Due to the strict management by the crew, some individuals seeking publicity and profit climbed a nearby hill over 1,000 meters away and captured several internal photos of the crew using long-range cameras, which they then sold at a high price. This incentivized more people to attempt to profit in the same way, leaving the crew helpless to control them. They could only enhance their precautions. Fortunately, the photographers had legal awareness and did not disclose the actors' specific appearances, though otherwise they would have had to resort to legal action. The male protagonist of Mirrored Blossoms, Yidu, initially appears as a renowned and elegant young master. Despite his mysterious origins, the cultivation world does not regard lineage, but rather talent, and Yidu is the foremost among his peers, known for his moral integrity and kindness. In contrast, the female lead, Yun Yin, is the daughter of the master of Penglai Mountain. She possesses only mediocre talent and is spoiled by her father, living freely and carelessly, resembling a carefree hunter rather than a cultivator. In the cultivation world, where strength is highly valued, the former is naturally more favored than the latter. At first glance, the appearances of these two characters seem entirely unrelated. Yidu wears a flowing azure garment, a white sleeve robe with a round collar, and a leather belt at his waist, embodying the image of a gentleman who is as pure as jade, presenting himself as a virtuous young master. Although Yun Yin is the daughter of the mountain master, she makes her entrance in simple clothes with narrow sleeves, her hair loosely braided into a single large braid lacking any adornments. Yun Yin's distance from Yidu reflects their stylistic differences, as she does not understand what is so admirable about Yidu, as often discussed by the female cultivators. Yun Yin holds Yidu in disdain, enchanted instead by the vastness of the earth and the wonders of life, reveling in her freedom as one of the most carefree individuals in the world. Yet fate was not kind to her. One day, while playing in the forest as usual, Yun Yin suddenly spotted a young rabbit freshly emerged from its burrow, being chased by an old wolf. Survival of the fittest is a law of nature beyond human intervention. However, out of compassion for the weak, Yun Yin could not help but cheer for the young rabbit. Such a fragile life, how fast it ran, bursting with an insatiable desire for life. The young rabbit succeeded in escaping, a rare victory that brought Yun Yin joy. She lifted her head only to see a young gentleman smiling gently at the fleeing rabbit. This young man was truly handsome, reminiscent of the jade statue her father kept in the main hall. Moreover, he shared her joy at the small creature's escape. For the first time, Yun Yin felt as if her heart had been gently touched by willow branches stirring ripples across a still pond. This feeling, in hindsight, would make her wish to strangle herself with regret. How could Yidu be smiling for the sake of a rabbit's survival? He was clearly mocking the old wolf who, having lost its prey, would go hungry tonight. Yet in this world, the rarest medicine is the remedy of regret. Fate led Yun Yin to encounter Yidu, and she could not escape, thus forging a fateful connection. Zhu Pingping's writing is exceptionally good. In the early stages, she portrays Yidu as a luminous jade Buddha, but upon rereading in later chapters, one discovers that within this jade Buddha lies an overflow of viscous black mud. This stark contrast between the early and later stages is considered a significant highlight of the drama, Holding the Mirror Flower by director Wang, who strongly urges Zhang Jiyu to convey this feeling. Your performance must not let the audience feel that Yidu is a bad person playing the role of a good man. Rather, it should make them believe that Yidu truly thinks of himself as a good person even while doing bad things. Yidu's behavioral logic must be entirely self-consistent. Zhang Jiyu understands the director's intent. Before developing feelings for Yun Yin, Yidu treats everyone equally as disposable ants, showing no remorse for taking lives, only concerned with not stirring unrest among the other ants while maintaining his disguise. His disguise is very successful. He seems warm and considerate toward everyone. However, this uniform tenderness is inherently very unsettling. Using empathy cannot properly portray Yidu's character. Normal people cannot empathize with the mentally ill. Zhang Jiyu can only do more research to untangle Yidu's behavioral logic, thinking from Yidu's perspective, writing one character profile after another. Yidu's face is perpetually adorned with a smile, a mask he has donned himself. The smile is not warm, his gaze is gentle, never sharp, like a well that seems to sparkle with the light of the water's surface, but in truth it is merely the refraction of sunlight, leaving the well empty and devoid of anything. Zhang Jiu practices this expression in front of the mirror, making minute adjustments repeatedly, ultimately satisfying the director's requirements on set. If Yun Yin only had a fleeting encounter with Yi Du, that would be her fortune. However, her father, nearing the end of his life, entrusted his closest friend to care for his average daughter. The bond between him and his friend is genuinely resilient. His friend miles away sends his most trusted disciple to take care of his beloved daughter. But this disciple is named Yi Du. Yun Yin's skills are weak and cannot withstand the pressure of the teleportation array, as she can only embark on the arduous journey with Yi Du. The terrifying part is that Yun Yin has fallen in love with Yi Du. Even more terrifying is that Yi Du has also developed a curiosity about Yun Yin. Originally on this long journey, Yun Yin only had a fondness for the facade Yi Du presented, but that facade was so stunning. While escorting Yun Yin through the mortal realm, he was polite and gentle, never looking down on the mortals, and showed compassion towards the young. Soon Yun Yin genuinely fell for Yi Du. Faced with the occasionally blushing cheeks and bright eyes of the girl, Yi Du remains unperturbed, fully aware that Yun Yin's infatuation does not impact his life. He will not confront it directly. However, having such a naive girl around whom he cannot easily dismiss somewhat obstructs the things Yi Du intends. He has set his sights on an inner core of a demon beast with offspring. Under normal circumstances, Yi Du would simply kill it and concoct a reason claiming the beast went mad. As long as no one saw it, everyone would trust him. But now, with kind-hearted Yun Yin present, the straightforward approach of extracting the inner core with a sword is no longer feasible. Yi Du does not intend to let this beast go. He administers a frenzy-inducing drug to the beast, planning to pretend to be a savior when it wreaks havoc in the village, taking the beast away to obtain the inner core. However, this time, Yi Du slightly miscalculates. He discovers that the beast's strength is abnormally high, far exceeding what is expected for its age, likely due to treasures nearby. Thus, Yi Du plays along and feeds the beast a pill that enhances its potential. This pill is a sinister drug that after consumption will double its strength, but lead to its explosive demise within hours. Yi Du pretends to be overwhelmed, allowing the suddenly explosive beast to drag him back to its lair, letting the Suntity beast suffer and roar in agony in the woods. There he discovers a dark art capable of enhancing power through the flesh and blood of cultivators, and he is instantly captivated. Yet from Yun Yin's perspective, Yi Du appears to be noble-hearted, taken by the beast while trying to save mortals. She waits anxiously at the spot, filled with regret for her own indulgence and lack of depth in cultivation, resolutely deciding to rescue Yi Du. Clutching the life-saving artifact left by her father, she steps into the dark mountain forest at night. The beast's howls are unending and chilling, yet she does not stop. Ultimately, Yun Yin encounters the rampaging beast. As she grits her teeth to activate the artifact, Yi Du suddenly appears, saving her and killing the beast. The beast's blood splatters onto Yun Yin's face, and in a daze she realizes she is crying in fear. In the night forest, the wind howls. Yi Du starts a fire, fetching spring water to dampen a cloth for her to wipe her face, being as meticulous and considerate as usual. However, in the flickering firelight, Yun Yin keenly senses that Yi Du's mood is somewhat different. He seems very happy. Yun Yin cannot help but smile as well. Oh, she is delighted by the joy of the person she likes. She is still a girl when it comes to love. Why did you come here? That beast was just temporarily mad. Oh, I could deal with it. Yi Du rests his chin on his hand, asking her. The dim firelight resembles the candlelight of a temple, and in Yun Yin's eyes, Yi Du's smile appears godlike. She suddenly feels shy. I was worried about you since you were taken away for so long. I just got lost after being taken. The beast is stronger than you. Aren't you afraid to go into the woods? Her words are gentle, and Yun Yin inexplicably shivers. However, after the panic and fear of surviving a disaster, her heart gradually calms. I have the life-saving artifact my father gave me. Yi Du nods, the smile on his lips fading. It seems he cannot use her as a test subject. Yet Yun Yin does not see this. She lowers her head, her heart racing, feeling that the fire before her is too hot. I, like you, am very worried about you, that's why. She cannot continue, and after a long time without a reply, she exhausts her inner courage, feeling extremely embarrassed. After a long while, Yi Du's voice finally sounds the most familiar and reassuring tone to her over these days, neither a rejection nor an affirmation, just a calm question. Is liking something that disregards everything? Flustered Yun Yin suddenly looks up, her vision blurred with tears, staring into Yi Du's eyes with a firm tone. Liking is indeed something that disregards everything. This is a sincere and passionate feeling unique to youth. Strangely, those tear-filled eyes reflecting the firelight leave a mark in Yi Du's memory. Yet now he simply smiles lightly, saying nothing, leaning against the tree trunk, quietly calculating in his heart. He has spared Yun Yin, but who will be the first soul under his dark art? Perhaps it is the excitement after acquiring the dark art, or perhaps he finds Yun Yin's naivety amusing. Even Yi Du himself does not know that among the myriad of lives like ants, he has devoted a sliver of attention to Yun Yin. He does not know that in the future, when facing the girl's eyes filled with boundless resentment grasping her hand tightly, he will endlessly repeat in his heart that liking is something that disregards everything. So she hates him yet remains so adorable. Setting fire to the mountains will lead to imprisonment. This warning is well known among Chinese people. The crew reported to the local fire department before lighting this small fire for the shoot. The flames are small, and to create the effect of flickering light on the actors' faces, the lighting technician plays a video of flames on a tablet in front of them. During the shooting, the camera angles are adjusted to make this tiny flame appear larger. In front of them, a person stands holding a tablet. To avoid revealing the camera, it gets uncomfortably close to their faces. In such a shooting environment, if it weren't for the professionalism of the actors, they would have likely broken character many times. Once a scene is completed, as soon as the director calls for a stop, staff rush over to extinguish the small fire with a fire extinguisher. Zhang Ziyu and Su Ning's assistants are also waiting nearby. They rush over to envelop the actors in large down jackets. It's the end of the year, winter has arrived, and the night wind is extremely cold, but the actors are dressed in thin clothes for the sake of filming. Moreover, the crew is shooting a summer scene in winter. To prevent their breath from fogging up, the actors have to hold ice cubes in their mouths. This scene requires multiple cuts, finishing late at night. Zhang Ziyu can endure it, but he just heard Su Ning's teeth chattering from the cold. Su Ning's assistant prepared a hot water bottle, but the timing of the shoot is uncertain, and the hot water bottle has cooled down. Zhang Ziyu filled his with hot tea, feeling less cold, and offered his hot water bottle to Su Ning. Su Ning accepted it, and whispered a thank you. She and Zhang Ziyu get along well. Both are relatively introverted, and understand the importance of personal space, feeling comfortable with the distance between them. After politely greeting the crew members, Zhang Ziyu quickly wrapped up and boarded the studio's van. Both he and Su Ning had requested leave from the crew early on as the Weibo Awards were approaching. Even if they had work, they still needed to make time to attend. Besides the male and female leads, the crew of Holding the Mirror Flower also includes one or two who were invited by Weibo. This is easy to handle. They can film other actors' scenes first, as the crew cannot stop once production has started. Zhang Ziyu only requested 3 days off, one for coordinating and checking his look, one for travel, and one for attending the awards. After the awards, he must fly back to the crew immediately, as taking a longer leave would affect filming. Due to time constraints, Zhang Ziyu's team played it safe with his styling a three-piece set of a suit, bow tie, and shirt, all in black, which never goes wrong, complemented by a small diamond brooch that sparkled on his collar. This time Zhang Ziyu walked the red carpet alone. He was accustomed to facing the flashing lights and greeted fans snapping pictures of him with warmth. Having played Yi Du in the crew, when someone called his name, he instinctively wore Yi Du's smile. Then on the forum, I feel Zhang Ziyu's smile is so fake. Am I the only one who thinks this? LZ, others are praising him. Am I the only one who thinks Zhang Ziyu's smile is fake? It felt very hypocritical, as if someone was wearing a hollow smile. 2L, yes, you are the only one. 3L, he looks great and gentle. Don't nitpick, it's just that others are transforming. Later, when this post was brought up again, the forum users expressed admiration for the original poster's keen observation. Of course it was fake, isn't that just Yi Du? However, at that moment, the perceptive original poster was still criticized by many. Every year, there are eager individuals who quickly compile unedited photos of male and female artists and gather netizens for a massive review and debate, ultimately concluding that the female artists are equally beautiful, while male artist Zhang Ziyu dominates. This conclusion, of course, was not agreed upon by many, primarily fans of other male artists who stubbornly claimed XX looked great tonight, or XX has an amazing smile, it just doesn't show in stills, as if they were defending their boyfriends, saying he's not ugly, just doesn't photograph well. However, beauty must be compared. When someone overwhelmingly wins, the past justifications for facial irregularities or puffiness become indefensible. Naturally, some people shine while others are just okay. The netizens won't be too harsh on these two categories, but if someone's not looking good and their fans still insist on their beauty, the netizens will lash out. At this time, Zhang Ziyu, who was constantly compared to others, became a tool, as netizens would always comment Zhang Ziyu dominated, earning him a new nickname, Zhang Miao Miao. This name, which severely exceeded the limits of mockery, was accepted with an inexplicable thrill by his fans. No matter what happens online, the artists on site must maintain a pleasant atmosphere to finish the night. If you offend Weibo today, tomorrow it might slap you back. Zhang Ziyu's seat this year improved by a row positioned on the edge of the second row in the middle. The fans shouting his name were more than last year, and the awards he received sounded stronger than before, namely the Best Popularity Award. As for why it was the best, Weibo's explanation was vague, but since it was awarded later and was an individual award, not a group one, it proved its value. Under the gaze of many, Zhang Ziyu treated the task of giving a thank you speech as acting and completed the award presentation seemingly effortlessly. After attending the event, Zhang Ziyu didn't rest for a moment. He removed the sponsored outfit by Luden and handed it to the stylist before heading straight to the plane back to the crew. For a production like Holding the Mirror Flower, every day of filming costs tens of thousands. As the lead, he naturally cannot afford to delay. Fans sending him off felt very sorry for the exhausted Zhang Ziyu, urging him to rest well. He obediently nodded, telling them to hurry back and sleep, then turned around and got up after just 4 hours of sleep to film. For actors and the crew, the most important rule is to respect the notion of time. When to arrive, when to leave, and when the staff can find them all have strict regulations. Coordinating the numerous actor scenes and planning what each actor needs to perform in every makeup and setting is an immense task that must be executed without omissions or mistakes. So even when signing contracts, Zhang Ziyu's manager Zhuang, he discussed leave time with the crew, yet the crew's arrangements still fell a bit short. At this point, there's no room for complaints. Get yourself ready and get to work. Welcome the sunrise today isn't. As the weather grew colder, the filming had to continue. There was a rumor in the film industry that dramas shot out of season tend to become popular. Zhang Ziyu was merely curious about how the crew could transform winter into summer. The summer in Holding the Mirror Flower might be like this, seemingly bright and sunny, yet in reality, it is chilling. Yidu's master noticed that Yun Yan had feelings for Yidu. One was the most trusted disciple, and the other was the daughter of an old friend. He believed that if these two were together, it could be considered a good ending. The master did not insist, but merely expressed his hope. Yidu did not want anyone to disturb him, and Yun Yan's affections were also measured. If they could maintain a distant attitude, it could be seen as heaven's favor, giving Yun Yan another chance. However, when one likes someone, even if they maintain physical distance, their gaze will unconsciously follow. Yun Yan was a very understanding child. She was entrusted to a friend by her father from afar, and naturally felt grateful for her father's friend's care. She often spoke and played chess with Yidu's master with a heart of filial piety, comforting him in his nostalgia for his old friend. Thus from time to time Yun Yan could see Yidu coming to visit his master. Yidu was courteous and calm every day, yet Yun Yan felt as if she could vaguely sense what his mood was like. Today he seemed rather bored. Was it because the sect ceremony was too long this morning? Or was he actually feeling happy today? What could be the reason? Today he appeared as joyful as a squirrel that had stored a hole full of nuts. Yun Yan watched Yidu's back, inexplicably charmed by her own thoughts. She discussed with a fellow cultivator whether something good had happened to Yidu today. The cultivator looked surprised, asking if Yidu had not always been so calm and unperturbed. Senior brother, Yi has noble character, a steady demeanor. A cultivator should possess the mindset of remaining unflustered even in the face of great adversity. We must continue our cultivation. Hearing others' admiration, Yun Yan felt a bit puzzled, yet secretly delighted. She thought it was as if she shared a one-sided little secret with Yidu. This girlish sentiment was like a few grains of sugar hidden at the tip of her tongue, known only to herself. She was lively and likable, able to converse amiably with most people in the competitive cultivation world despite her average talent. She busied herself with friendships and joy, yet at night, she missed her hometown and her father. Her heart held too many matters. Yidu was merely a sweet diversion appropriate for her age. This situation was disrupted by what seemed to be an ordinary conversation. That day Yun Yan once again saw Yidu at his master's cave. He was always courteous and respectful towards his master. When the master was preoccupied with something, he waited outside. Yun Yan waited with him, standing side by side, stealing glances at him. He had replaced his hair ribbon with a jade hairpin, and his clothes had a subtle bamboo leaf pattern. With his eyes lowered, the sunlight slanted and making him seem to glow. He seemed to be in a good mood today. Had something good happened? Seeing Yidu's slightly surprised expression as he turned his face towards her, Yun Yan realized she had inadvertently voiced her thoughts. Oh, it's just that you seem very happy. Is it because the ziying flower has bloomed? No, that can't be. Oh my god, what am I saying? Yun Yan stammered, her face turning red, but Yidu smiled, making her face even redder. The blooming season of the ziying flower is indeed recent, and there is a patch in the sect's medicinal garden, but I haven't been there. Why do you ask? His voice was melodious and his smile was charming. In response to Yidu's smile, Yun Yan answered dreamily, it's just a talent of the Penglai people, allowing us to vaguely sense what plants others have come into contact with. However, since you say you haven't been there, perhaps my perception has failed me. I apologize. Yidu seemed contemplative. The Penglai people have such abilities. Indeed, there is much I do not know about the world. I have learned something today. Miss Yun must not have sensed incorrectly. I just found a ziying flower petal in the library left by an ancestor as a bookmark and thought it interesting, so I took it out. He indeed pulled out a purple-blue flower petal from his sleeve. The ziying flower was a spiritual herb. The petal was of little use as it would not change color even when dried, making it quite suitable as a bookmark. This petal was dried and thin, almost seeming to allow light to pass through. Yun Yan felt as if she could still smell the dazzling fragrance of the ziying flower, enveloping her with its richness. She took the petal and heard Yidu's tone laced with admiration. It seems Miss Yun can even sense dried flowers, truly remarkable. He pretended to be troubled. I am not very skilled in the field of herbs. When I was young, my master had me study the herbal compendium, but I could never remember it, and would often be up all night trying to memorize it. This was a relatively intimate topic, yet Yun Yan did not notice. She simply felt happy to have spoken so much with the person she liked today. The distance between the two was broken by that petal. Yun Yan's affection for Yidu had always been clear, and it seemed that Yidu had also begun to treat her differently day by day. When the first autumn leaf fell, Yunyan and Yi-Du had agreed to meet in the library. She was a bit late rushing over, and the wind scattered her hair. In the library, sunlight streamed through the carved window frames, and the warm light shone on the oil paper illuminating the shelves. At first glance, Yunyan could only see him. There was no one else in the library. It was quiet, exuding the unique scent of wooden architecture and the fragrance of paper and ink. Yi-Du reached out gently, tucking a strand of her hair behind her ear. His hand only brushed against her hair, not touching her skin at all, yet Yunyan could feel his warmth, his pleasant scent, and his joyful and peaceful mood. It felt like the warm down feathers of a wild goose. Yunyan heard her own tumultuous heartbeat and saw the smiling eyes of the person before her. The lattice flowers behind her formed a hexagonal pattern, symbolizing an endless journey forward and the cyclical nature of life. As if bewitched, Yunyan took a step closer and gently kissed Yi-Du. He did not refuse. A few days later, during the continuous autumn rain, a servant in the sect discovered a skeleton in the medicinal garden. The skeleton was pure white, showing no signs of having been buried in soil resembling white jade, indicating it was fresh. This was quite strange, as there were no traces of flesh or blood found beside the human bones. Upon examination, the skeleton showed no signs of injury, nor was there any evidence of poisoning. They could not even determine who the deceased was because no one in the sect was missing. At that moment, people recalled that after the sect ceremony, among the guests from various sects, there seemed to be a cultivator who was attacked by a demon beast on the way back, and whose remains had vanished. Upon comparison, it was found that the cultivator attacked by the demon beast was indeed this skeleton. How could a missing cultivator appear in the sect at this time? Everyone was filled with dread. The first kiss between Yi-Du and Yunyan was vividly described by Zhu Pingping, highlighting Yunyan's shyness and bravery. But what about Yi-Du? What were his thoughts? Did Yi-Du fall in love with Yunyan at that moment? Probably not. Zhang Jiu carefully pondered Yi-Du. Yi-Du is truly a villainous character. While he claims to be ignorant of herbs, this is a lie. He is not only knowledgeable about herbs, but also specializes in the dark aspects such as sedatives, poisons, and madness-inducing drugs, having researched them thoroughly. In terms of saving lives and healing, however, he does not excel. Yet externally, Yi-Du always insists he knows nothing about herbs. Therefore, after concocting potions, he would use special methods to eliminate any traces of herbs on himself. However, that day, Yi-Du did not process the herbs, so he did not specifically remove any traces. Little did he expect that someone like Yunyan from Penglai would possess the ability to sense plants. Thus, Yi-Du initially approached Yunyan merely as a tool to detect whether the traces of herbs had been properly eliminated, finding her ability quite intriguing. However, Yunyan liked Yi-Du, and he clearly remembered her confession that night. In the eyes of most people, being close to someone who likes you and has confessed already signifies some affection. Yi-Du is quite adept at pretending. So does he actually harbor such feelings? Strangely, he does have some. Just like humans observing ants, one tends to pay more attention to the larger, uniquely colored ants. After Yi-Du brought Yunyan from Penglai to the sect, he began to see her as a red ant among a swarm of black ones. After she showcased her talents as a Penglai person, she became in Yi-Du's mind like a little dog that can smell. This change may seem significant, but in the eyes of someone like Yi-Du, the lives of ants and little dogs hold little difference. Feelings can develop through constant interaction, even for someone like Yi-Du, who pretends to be a good person, yet is somewhat deranged. He has no close acquaintances. Although he is praised by many, he always maintains a respectful distance from others. For Yunyan to get close to Yi-Du makes her special. As the physical distance between them shrank day by day, and with each instance of utilizing Yunyan's talents, one tends to unconsciously regard frequently used and closely approach things as mine. Thus, quite naturally, Yi-Du subconsciously regarded Yunyan as mine. This is why he would naturally touch Yunyan's hair. In her eyes, this was proof of their growing intimacy, while in Yi-Du's perspective, he was merely tidying up his belongings. Although this thing can move and smile, it is still just my possession. So what's the issue if my thing kissed me? In any case, Yi-Du had absolutely no problem with it. After Zhang Jiu sorted through Yi-Du's thoughts, he thought to himself that this person is truly deranged. Of course, the above may just be Zhang Jiu's personal interpretation, as the original author, Zhu Pingping, did not explicitly outline Yi-Du's thoughts. However, following this line of reasoning is coherent. When kissed, Yi-Du merely felt novelty. His reaction in the original text is quite clear. He gently lowered his gaze, the smile in his eyes never fading away. Faced with a shy girl who kisses with her eyes closed, if he liked her, one would expect at least a reaction during their first kiss. Yi-Du did not feel shy, nor did he show disgust, and there was no sign of happiness either. He might have found Yunyan a bit cute. From Yi-Du's perspective, as written by Zhu Pingping, Yunyan appeared as a rosy face, with translucent fuzz visible in the light, resembling a peach, evoking thoughts of some fuzzy little creatures. From this, it can be seen that Yi-Du began to develop some feelings for Yunyan. This my thing. Zhang Jiu's analysis received the director Wang Ziqi's acknowledgement, but he did not intend to clearly convey Yi-Du's deranged thoughts to the public right from the start. The director adopted a detective novel-style filming technique intending to disguise Yi-do the criminal as a good person, allowing the audience to accompany Yun-yin the detective in slowly uncovering the truth. And now the detective herself feels she is in a sweet romance, so director Wang Ziki naturally intends to film this kiss to be sweet. There is absolutely no intention to prank the audience. Thus in the set created in the studio, the lighting technician worked hard to shine the main lights through white oil paper-covered windows, casting the blurred shadows of the floral patterns onto the two leading actors. There is a sense of chiaroscuro. Zhang Ziyu is tall, and while acting with Su Ning, he would naturally look down, making his face appear slightly darker, while Su Ning looking up would have a brighter face. The composition reflects yin and yang with a sense of story and dramatic metaphor. The stylist has treated Su Ning's hair to be fluffy and well-shaped, resembling a relaxed look blown by the wind, which took a lot of effort, while Zhang Ziyu's half-up hairstyle looks very neat, presenting him as a refined gentleman. There is palpable tension and chemistry between the actors. Moreover, with a handsome male lead and a beautiful female lead after this scene airs, it will surely deceive many into thinking they are watching a sweet drama. Director Wang Ziki, upon imagining that scene, feels immensely satisfied. In the scene set in the library, there were no other people, yet around them were nearly 800 crew members, with Wang Ziki directing the actions through a loudspeaker. Su Ning make the kissing motion even lighter. It needs to be shy. The face should not appear too red on screen. Makeup artist quickly add more blush. Zhang Ziyu, don't flutter your eyelashes, keep your eyelids half closed, and maintain your gaze on Su Ning without moving. Ah yes, you can gently place your hand that touches her hair on her ear. Good, that feels right, let's do it again. After all, they filmed that kiss multiple times, and only when the script supervisor was exhausted did the director finally feel satisfied. Having already experienced this, neither Zhang Ziyu nor Su Ning felt shy. They seriously completed their work. When the director called for the end of the day, everyone present expressed genuine joy. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and the crew has a day off. This is a rare blessing. For a big production like Holding the Mirror Flower, the cost of filming for a single day is astonishingly high, and taking a day off means losing a day's worth of pay. The actors can also adjust their breaks based on their scenes, while many crew members had not had a holiday for many days. Initially, they thought there would be no break on New Year's Eve, but the crew announced a day off. How could this not be considered a pleasant? Everyone comfortably took a hot shower, crawled into warm blankets, and enjoyed a rare lazy sleep. After waking up, they would have some free time to do whatever they wanted. Those living nearby might even return home to have dinner with family and watch the Spring Festival Gala. Oh, what a blissful day. One by one, people in the cultivation world vanished without suspicion towards Yi-do, as everyone believed there was some hidden evil sect, thus forming a coalition to investigate the truth together. As the leader of the new generation, Yi-do naturally took on the responsibility of uncovering the truth. On that day, Yi-do stumbled back to the sect reeking of blood and utterly disheveled, unable to mask his sorrow as he reported that those who had gone out to investigate were killed, and he himself was gravely injured, yet even so he had not seen the identity of the murderer. Yi-do was indeed injured with a deep gash at his waist, crimson blood staining his light-colored robes, causing his master great distress, who then allowed him to rest within the sect. However, there were fellow disciples who had close ties with the deceased investigators and insisted on questioning Yi-do about how their friends met their end. In the dead of night, as Yi-do was already in a state of panic from the loss of his companions, he inadvertently injured the person who came to inquire. From Yun-yin's personal perspective, she felt deep sympathy for Yi-do. That night, she was inexplicably restless and rose to check on her injured lover, only to witness Yi-do wielding a sword and throwing someone out from their dwelling. Yun-yin hurried forward, and in a daze she seemed to glimpse a lingering crimson in Yi-do's eyes. At that moment, she did not take it to heart, merely thinking Yi-do was startled and had acted out upon seeing someone sneaking around. Looking into Yi-do's eyes, she saw confusion, as if he were silently asking who the intruder was. Yun-yin felt that this incident should not be blamed on Yi-do, but within the sect there were rules. Harming a fellow disciple regardless of right or wrong would result in 20 lashes. Usually Yi-do, being physically robust, would endure the lashes without issue, but now with his serious injuries, how could he bear such punishment? Yun-yin resolved to take the blame herself. She prepared to lie, claiming that she had seen an unidentified individual near Yi-do's dwelling, and fearing it was the murderer or an accomplice, had acted in self-defense with her sword. The sect's regulations only applied to fellow disciples. The person lying before her, though unconscious, was not severely injured. As a guest, Yun-yin would not need to face punishment, merely offering an apology once the person awoke. So one should not sympathize with men, as it leads to misfortune. Embracing a courageous mindset, Yun-yin felt she was protecting her lover. She was still a young girl, one who, if born in the present, would buy colorful romance novels at the school gate. A time of bravery and innocence, radiant and shining. Yi-do listened to Yun-yin's suggestion, merely gazing at her for a moment. In the moonlight, the injured man appeared pale like a white jade statue, and then the statue smiled a bewitching smile, as if spring flowers were blooming before his eyes. He did not clarify whether he would accept Yun-yin's suggestion, but spoke in a voice that was gentle and alluring like the soft rustle of feathers from a heart, inviting her to his side. Like a crocodile in water gripping the foot of a bird, Yun Yin received a kiss. A cold lip infused with the taste of blood, a kiss filled with infinite affection. This kiss was sweet in the moment, but in retrospect it carried the taste of rust and blood, waves of melancholy. Yun Yin thought her suggestion had been approved, yet she did not anticipate that by dawn the matter would vanish without a trace. Yi Du and the injured cultivator, like the night mist dissipating with the sun, completely disappeared under the sunlight, leaving no one to discover their whereabouts, as if that night's events had merely been Yun Yin's solitary illusion. Some said they were murdered like the recently vanished cultivators and would soon be discovered as mere bones. Yun Yin did not believe it, anxiously waiting until one day news of the two finally arrived. Someone outside the sect discovered the bones of the injured cultivator and witnessed with their own eyes that Yi Du was indeed the murderer. In an instant this news stirred a great uproar. Initially people could not believe that the honorable Yi Du could be a ruthless killer. However, as evidence mounted, people could no longer deceive themselves. Thus Yi Du fell from being the revered pillar of the cultivation world to a despised outcast, with cultivators seeking to hunt him down. Yet apart from a few, none of the cultivators who encountered Yi Du returned, leaving only gleaming bones behind. Yun Yin did not believe the words of those who escaped. She absolutely refused to believe her gentle lover could be a cold-blooded murderer. She requested her master to allow her to leave the sect in search of Yi Du, convinced that this was a misunderstanding and that Yi Du was framed. But the white-haired master disagreed, preferring to search himself. However, someone had to bear the responsibility within the sect. Since Yi Du's master could not leave, neither would he allow Yun Yin to exit. If she left the sect, he could not protect the daughter of his old friend. Yun Yin, feeling utterly helpless, snuck out of the sect one night with the treasure left to her by her father. Wrapped in a face covering and wearing a bamboo hat to conceal her presence, she traveled alone for a long time before arriving at a small town where cultivators gathered inquiring about Yi Du's whereabouts. In the town, Yun Yin caught a whiff of an unusual fragrance. In her daze, she realized it was an incredibly domineering drug. Before she could react, her limbs grew weak. The Penglai people can not only sense plants, but also resist many effects of drugs. As she regained consciousness, Yun Yin saw an ominous formation lighting up beside her, with pain gradually spreading throughout her body. She clearly saw the mastermind in midair, bearing a face she recognized all too well. A face she had caressed and kissed. How could she fail to recognize it? As her eyes threatened to burst open and her consciousness faded amidst the intense pain, Yun Yin seemed to see the crimson in that person's eyes, exactly the same shade she had glimpsed that night, red as the blood flowing from her heart. The person lowered their head towards the myriad of living beings, a mocking smile curling their lips. Yi Du, it's you. It truly is you. In that moment of losing consciousness, the rage of being deceived blazed fiercely, and an immense hatred erupted from the depths of her heart. As Yi Du felt the surge of power filling his body, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It couldn't be. She is in the sect, and her master wouldn't let her out. But when he looked down at the ground amidst the various postures of white bones, he instantly spotted one, its face covered and tightly gripping the life-preserving treasure left to Yun Yin by her father. Yun Yin had shown this treasure to Yi Du, who never forgot it, yet now the treasure was flawless, with no sign of having been used. Indeed, his drug was infallible. In this small place where cultivators gathered, no one could resist it. Why? After a moment's thought, Yi Du understood that she must have come to find him. He lovingly stroked the skull before him and gently removed the covering. I'm sorry for disappearing suddenly. You must have been very worried. It's all that annoying little bug's fault for discovering the truth. Otherwise I could have stayed by your side forever. Yi Du remained calm. The dark arts he had acquired allowed him to gain power from the flesh and blood of cultivators, and also to reshape bones with his own blood. The beings he created retained their thoughts while utterly obedient to Yi Du's commands. He had already tested this ability. Even those who had tortured him in life would have to obey Yi Du's orders upon being resurrected, no matter how they cursed him. Yi Du smiled, cutting his hand, his blood flowing towards Yun Yin's bones. Fortunately, he was using the drug today. Yun Yin would not feel any pain. What kind of body should he create for her? When she opens her eyes, what will she say? She will probably be angry after all he had left without a word. But she would forgive him. She would listen to his words, and she would forgive him. Recently, many boring people have been chasing after him. She is so weak. When she wakes up, he will teach her the cultivation methods. Perhaps she will struggle to learn, but that's all right. Yun Yin doesn't have to work hard. He can feed her with his own flesh and blood. However, why was it that after so long the bones before him remained just bones and Yun Yin did not awaken at all? Yi Du blinked in confusion. This small town apart from him had turned into a graveyard filled with bones where only the sound of his own blood flowing could be heard. Reaching out to touch the skull before him, Yi Du had once imagined what Yun Yin's bones would look like, and now found them even whiter than he had imagined. Blood smeared across the white bones, a stark contrast of red and white, yet Yun Yin remained utterly still. Yi Du fell into silence for a long while before softly speaking. Yun Yin, where have you gone? Zhang Ziyu felt as if he had become part of the play. Yidu, a character with quite a few screws loose, required Zhang Ziyu to maintain the facade of a morally ambiguous character every day. When Zhuang He came to visit the set, Zhang Ziyu glanced at him, languidly leaning back in his chair with a smile. Zhuang He furrowed his brows and looked at him. What's wrong with you? You seem odd. Zhang Ziyu. Confused yet dignified from this, it is evident that Zhang Ziyu himself was being thoroughly marinated in the character of Yidu, unconsciously adopting a smile that appeared gentle, but was upon closer inspection hollow and gloomy in his everyday interactions. The agent was not merely there for routine check-ins. He had many matters to discuss with Zhang Ziyu, the most crucial being the promotional work for the upcoming release of Tianshan Qinyunji. Indeed, this grandly invested and produced drama was finally set to premiere during the winter break. Prior to this, various promotions had already stirred up a frenzy online, with both lead actors attending press conferences, promotional variety shows, and media coverage ablaze. Sheng Yueping was a top-tier actress, and being a lead already garnered considerable attention. Yusu, a child star, had a high national popularity. This was the first drama he was starring in as an adult, and audiences were eager to see how he had matured without losing his charm. The two leads had already attracted countless eyes, and even the second male lead was a recent hot topic, with Harem having aired just 6 months prior, yet its popularity had not waned. The character Hung Wang still weighed heavily on the audience's mind, and before Zhang Ziyu had even finished one project, he already had another drama about to air. In an instant, Tianshan Qinyunji surged ahead in popularity across major social media platforms, standing out among other dramas scheduled for the winter break. In later years, many dramas that cast 1 or 2 popular stars could generate buzz before airing. Sometimes during the same period, there could be dozens of dramas, all claiming to be highly anticipated, but in reality, only the fans were excited with the show's hype, relying heavily on the painstaking efforts of data workers who manipulated likes and shares. In truth, when the dramas aired, their viewership often looked decent, but how much of that was genuine? Who could say? Aside from the fans, very few people watched, and only a handful managed to achieve a modest level of popularity. However, Tianshan Qinyunji was different. Though it was hyped, the attention it drew was palpable and substantial. It was not confined to the internet. In real life, one could genuinely hear conversations about it. On dinner tables, in casual chats between classmates, and in colleagues' conversations, the name Tianshan Qinyunji was mentioned time and time again. These developments had nothing to do with Zhang Ziyu, who was currently filming. To maintain his state, Zhang Ziyu had barely looked at his phone over the past 2 months. Becoming immersed in a role was a peculiar sensation. He knew he was acting, yet every move he made felt like it belonged to Yidu. Zhang Ziyu considered himself a relatively introverted person, often avoiding proactive communication with others. When interacting with others, he would only exchange a few polite words, and if the other party did not possess high emotional intelligence to keep the conversation flowing, silence would soon follow. Yidu was not like that. He held himself in high regard, but wore a mask of warmth when interacting with others, invariably greeting people with kindness. After Zhang Ziyu unconsciously memorized most of the crew's names, he realized that such a friendly demeanor was entirely not his style. He distinctly felt as if he had donned a skin, named Yidu, a layer that grew increasingly solid each day. Whenever Zhang Ziyu himself attempted to surface, the skin of Yidu would restrain his actions. Zhang Ziyu knew that everything he did now was a facade. He was merely playing Yidu, who was also perpetual. This state of immersion in a role is not easily attained. It is a feeling that actors find themselves irresistibly. However, this feeling can easily be disrupted. Whenever Zhang Ziyu scrolled through his phone and came across something amusing that made him want to laugh, he sensed that the layer named Yidu was subtly threatening to crack. Thus, Zhang Ziyu reduced the time spent on his phone. It was the quickest way to access the world outside the film set. By isolating himself, he found that the moments he slipped out of character became fewer, and filming became increasingly fluid. However, once Zhuang He brought news of the promotion for Tianshan Qinyunji, Zhang Ziyu instantly felt as if he had exited the character. His active brain conjured memories of filming Xie Gongxiu, a character that was fundamentally different from Yidu, a truly upright and righteous character. Promotional work for the drama had been predetermined, and Zhang Ziyu had no way to take leave from the set. However, he needed to cooperate in recording a couple of promotional videos, and Zhuang He had come to the set with the studio's videographer. "I feel like there's a shell on your face. Every time you speak, it seems like a piece is about to crack off," Zhuang He commented. Having just portrayed a murderer, Zhang Ziyu had to sincerely deliver the promotional lines for Tianshan Qinyunji. "Thank you for noticing him about to crack." Without mentioning how Zhang Ziyu regained his composure after recording the promotional video, Tianshan Qinyunji was launched to great anticipation. A drama with both popularity and investment along with strong buzz found it relatively easy to air on major networks. The broadcasting rights on online platforms were sold at a high price, not just to one platform. Tianshan Qinyunji was sold to all platforms in the domestic market, with some market share targeting VIP viewers without wasting any audience. Zhang Ziyu tried his best not to let his previous role affect him, but in the end, he was still influenced. One day, while getting ready to shoot, Zhang Ziyu suddenly received a call from Zhuang He. "Oh my, did you see? It's broken 7. Tianshan Qingyunji achieved a viewership rating of over 7 on its premiere. The joy in the agent's voice was unmistakable. I wanted to call you last night to tell you, but I was afraid it would disturb your sleep. Thanks, it would have been better to tell me last night, at least I'd have had a night to adjust my state. Zhang Jiu silently sipped his water listening to Zhuang. His cheerful voice, are you happy to hear this news? I didn't even buy trending topics on Weibo yesterday. The moment your character appeared, the entry shot up. Xia Gongqiu is a hit. You have no idea, when that white-clad figure appeared in the drama yesterday, the audience's eyes were glued to the screen. Zhuang he chattered away on the phone, sharing his joy. This promising start meant that Zhang Jiu had another standout role, solidifying his status in the industry. As an agent who could share in the success, how could he not be happy? However, the trouble was that the scene Zhang Jiu was to shoot today had nothing in common with the bright, upright feeling. The scene for today involved Yun Yin, who due to the Pine Lai people's nature of returning to their roots was resurrected in Pine Lai and joined the ranks of cultivators seeking to defeat Yidu. During the battle, her eyes exposed beyond her veil were recognized by Yidu, who crossed over the crowd to take Yun Yin away. Originally in this scene, Zhang Jiu's costume was designed to accentuate the contrast, appearing as a righteous and ethereal figure. It primarily relied on the actor's performance to convey the bubbling dark essence within Yidu's demeanor. Director Wang Ziki furrowed his brows, staring at the camera. The actor's movements were crisp and the emotions were relatively on point, yet something felt off. Jiu, are you perhaps acting too upright today? Yidu merely appears to be a good person on the surface. He isn't truly good. Your portrayal seems more like saving someone from a group of bad people rather than capturing them. Zhuang he was unaware of the significant impact his call had. He was only blissfully preparing to meet with the publicity department, as the public opinion surrounding Zhang Jiu was overwhelmingly positive. Naturally, the studio had to put in extra effort to push the character of Xia Gongqiu further into the audience's hearts. On his computer, the software for calculating data from various platforms indicated that the popularity of the character Xia Gongqiu was continuously on the rise. Is Zhang Jiu the most capable actor in the younger generation at creating hits? From Wei Yijuan to the recent Tianshan Qingyunji, has there been any drama that Zhang Jiu participated in that didn't become a hit? It's hard to judge. Tianshan Qingyunji just aired 2 episodes, and it's already predicted to be a hit. This promotional article for Ziwei Star seems too hasty. Did you not see the first day ratings breaking 7? That's a definite hit warning. Zhang Jiu can achieve a hit just by participating. Who else in the younger generation has that ability? The one upstairs is clearly being biased. There's no way to place all the blame on Zhang Jiu. We the fans know that in Tianshan Qingyunji the main leads carry the show, and Zhang Jiu's contribution is at most a quarter. A quarter is being modest. Although Tianshan Qingyunji is buoyed by the popularity of Shang Yueping, and Yu Su, Zhang Jiu's recent heat is indeed considerable. Not to mention the tag for Hung Wang's second creation has broken 10,000. How many drama characters can achieve that? At least 1/3 to 1/2 of the viewers were attracted to watch Tianshan Qingyunji because of him, and today's statistics from various platforms show that the segments featuring Zhang Jiu have the highest replay rates in the entire episode. It's not that he can create hits, it's just that he has good resources. Wei Yiju and Half City Roses and Harem, which one isn't well produced? You can clearly see that Tianshan Qingyunji has money behind it. Even if Zhang Jiu isn't the main character, he still gets good roles. In my opinion, it's still the ant's capability that shines, able to pull resources for people. I heard that initially the ant wanted to sign the actress for the role of Wei Yijin's maid, but she rejected because the ant's place was small. Now she's acting in a poorly styled lead role, and seeing Zhang Jiu succeed like this, I wonder if she regrets it. You made me laugh. The one upstairs wants to undermine Zhang Jiu, but just say it directly. He debuted getting good roles, but why can't others achieve that? The character Lin Yinha was almost cut by the ant as she admitted that it was sheer luck to keep Zhang Jiu. Otherwise, there are many similar sweet dramas featuring Mu Qing that have come out lately, but have you seen one that has exploded like Half City Roses? Honestly, whether one is popular or not is all about fate. Our resources are secondary. Besides, I don't feel that Zhang Jiu's resources are that good. In Harem, Hung Wang became that popular, but still played the second male lead. The aloof second male lead persona fits better. The first male lead is lively and a bit mischievous. I can't imagine Zhang Jiu's grand face engaging in childish banter. Indeed, he can carry dramas well. Any drama that Zhang Jiu has acted in can easily share half the popularity of other young actors, enough for them to last 2 years. Although it's impressive to have one hit after another, the roles Zhang Jiu has played could be hits even if someone else acted in them. I'm speechless. Do you have to put down our fish? Lin Yinha would have been cut without Zhang Jiu. There have been numerous similar sweet dramas featuring Mu Qing recently, but have you seen one that exploded like Half City Roses? As for Hung Wang, let's not say anything. If you can find another young actor from the current generation who can perform like Zhang Jiu, consider me defeated. We fans are just being modest, though I didn't expect someone would take it seriously. The truth is Zhang Jiu can carry dramas. Indeed, it feels like apart from Zhang Jiu, it's odd for other young actors to play these roles. It's comical that Fish fans are still hyping it up, with 4 productions since debut. 3 of them aired on mainstream channels. What else could this be if not being resourceful? You fish can only act in roles that die early to sell misery, which leads to predictions of ascension. The one upstairs is blind. Is Mu Qing's character early death? He won't die early even if you do. Resourceful actors are resourceful. Zhang Ziyu can handle it. Why don't you become resourceful? Is it because you don't want to, or is it that your wrinkled face is looked down upon by the industry? Don't engage with the one on the 16th floor. It's obvious they are envious of the main actors who can't even sell their own. This user has been muted. The neighboring floor just got shut down. I'm also watching the excitement. I can only prove that Zhang Ziyu is indeed very popular. The one upstairs spoke the truth, but I feel this thread won't last long. Zhang Ziyu is the type of young man who gets defensive when called resourceful. I'll withdraw first. This thread. Haha funny. The haters are getting defensive. Not utilizing Zhang Ziyu's face as a resource is a waste. If you want to be resourceful, go under the knife first. The sisters upstairs shouldn't fall into the trap of self-justification or let others lead them astray. Zhang Ziyu is not resourceful. Aside from his debut work, Harem was not well regarded at the time. It only aired on a minor channel. Half City Roses was funded by the studio to promote their new actor. Which of these roles is a good cookie? Where's the resource in any of this? I can only say that our fish has a good eye and is handsome, with each drama being a hit. Of course they get defensive. Which young man who only appears for one episode gets blown up like this? The male lead in Tianshan Qingyunji isn't Zhang Ziyu, right? I feel sorry for Yusu. It's really pitiful that his comeback project coincided with Zhang's fame. No need to pity. Yusu and Zhang Ziyu have a good relationship. They were seen playing together in the behind-the-scenes footage released by the crew today. Laughing to death, the haters have such a small brain, trying to stir trouble, but picking the wrong target. In just a few hours, several high-profile threads in the forum were shut down, leaving bystanders in awe. A first-tier actor is indeed a first-tier actor. Oh, just after the drama aired, the discussions have been intense. Fans facing the explosive trend of Tianshan Qingyunji felt a sense of relief as the show finally. During these past few months of promotion, many fans from other shows have come to mock, saying that Zhang Ziyu has become famous, but still hasn't landed a male lead role, making fans upset. In truth, these comments are meant to incite conflict between fans and the male lead Yusu. Although Yusu hasn't acted in years, how many viewers online didn't grow up watching him? His appeal is massive and comparable to an ordinary first-tier actor. If Zhang Ziyu's fans really fall for this and start fighting with Yusu, Zhang Ziyu will gain negative impressions from bystanders. Yusu has no true fans to counter, and they'll both suffer. Fortunately, Zhang Ziyu's major fans remain calm, keeping the fan community stable. Occasionally there are a few irrational comments, but they can quickly apologize and cut ties. However, it cannot be denied that since the promotional heat of Tianshan Qingyunji, Zhang Ziyu's fans have felt stifled. Now that it has aired and exploded, the pent-up frustration is finally swept away, and everyone is energized. Especially with Zhang Ziyu's portrayal of Xie Gongqiu generating extensive online discussion, and all of it is positive. His fans are overjoyed seeing bystanders praise him. On trending searches, the term Zhang Ziyu heroically saves Sheng Yueping, and Yusu prominently appears above the entry for Tianshan Qingyunji's premiere. Zhang Ziyu is truly handsome. Xie Gongqiu is really reliable. Is this my destined partner coming to save me amidst explosions? So funny, Xie Gongqiu actually blew open a tomb. Although the drama says it's a spiritual artifact, it still reminds me of this picture. Explosives are really effective. I watched the first 2 episodes right in front of the TV, and Tao Ruhua really is adorable. Kiss My Yu. Is when Xiangzhu really played by Yusu. He has grown so much. Compared to My Yue, he seems so much bigger. Xie Gongqiu is so reliable, effortlessly picking up My Yu. So amazing. Looking forward to the next episode. Zhang Ziyu is truly impressive. He can carry one while holding another and still run. He could definitely lift me too, making everyone feel warm inside. Sister Yu, can this thrilling rescue scene also be, or are you just that amazing? Who said it was sisters, eh? Oh, it's not. Turns out it's a bro. Marketing accounts in the entertainment industry quickly jumped onto the trend with a series of animated GIFs appearing hotly. With a star-studded cast, exquisite production, seamless special effects, and charming characters, it would indeed be strange if Tianshan Qingyunji did not become a hit. Even with just the first 2 episodes aired, the exceptionally high ratings and viewership ensure that Tianshan Qingyunji will leave a significant mark in this year's entertainment industry. As for whether it is a masterpiece or a failure, that will depend on future developments. In any case, ratings and viewership represent popularity, and this fervor is reflected online, with viewers passionately discussing the show. Tianshan Qingyunji has truly achieved a win-win situation. From the perspective of caste hierarchy, the leading female, star Sheng Yueping, was originally expected to take the lead, but Jiang Wenyu's first production has overshadowed her. It is rare for a drama to surpass 7 in ratings in the internet age, and reaching this level means it is disingenuous not to aim for first place. However, even if Sheng Yueping is unconvinced, she has no choice but to accept her second place behind Jiang Wenyu in the face of the data. Now that Tianshan Qingyunji has premiered based on its performance, Shang Yueping has once again received an entry ticket to compete with Jiang Wenyu. Moreover, audience reactions indicate that people have a fondness for Shang Yuping's portrayal of the little sister Tao Ruhua. Viewers do not find it off-putting that she plays a young girl at her age, instead they perceive her as youthful and energetic, her eyes sparkling with liveliness and charm. As actresses often fear being labeled as old, the audience's affection means that Shang Yueping can continue to thrive in youthful roles for several more years. As the second lead male, Yusu enjoys considerable popularity, but due to academic conflicts and family issues, he vanished from the audience's sight after achieving early fame. People still remember him as the small boy from childhood, but now he has suddenly transformed into a tall giant. This stark contrast is overwhelming for some, leaving them to sadly acknowledge that their childhood has truly passed. However, to be fair, Yusu possesses outstanding physical features. With his thick eyebrows and bright eyes, he carries a certain coolness when he sets aside his childhood image. Despite people's lamentations about the passage of time, they readily accept his vibrant and charming portrayal. Many child stars, even after growing up, still evoke images of childhood in the audience, yet Yusu upon maturing showcases a refined aura that straddles the line between youth and adulthood, evoking a sense of forbidden affection when he smiles and wields his sword on screen. In this discussion surrounding a prominent female lead and a national memory, Zhang Ziyu, who only makes his appearance in the second episode, manages to achieve an equal standing in popularity with Shang Yueping and Yusu, which is truly remarkable. His character Xie Gongqiu has genuinely captured the audience's hearts. Every time I am amazed. Zhang Ziyu is truly stunning. It's peculiar. Although Xie Gongqiu's entrance was dramatic, embracing one character and maintaining a close distance, he somehow exudes an aloof, ethereal quality. It feels like Zhang Ziyu carries a sense of restraint, yet the characters he portrays possess an air of nobility. Dressed in white, wielding a long sword, a single glance establishes the persona of a dignified and noble senior brother. It seems our Yu Baobao's acting is truly commendable. Do the sisters insist that Xie Gongqiu is aloof? This is only the second episode. Perhaps the character will experience a twist later. With two lively and noisy characters in the main cast, it's essential to have a stable persona to balance things out. In a situation where all three leads can generate buzz, Tianshan Qingyunji continues to deliver strong performances. The early episodes feature lighthearted and humorous storylines that elicit laughter while also providing thrilling adventures for the trio. As subsequent episodes air, audience enthusiasm for the plot has only intensified, leading to extensive discussions about each episode. I can't stop laughing when other dramas the male lead and second lead battle for the female lead, but this is the first time I've seen the female lead and male lead compete for the second lead's affection. The banter between Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu really reminds me of my twin nephews. They can't just give one gift, or there will definitely be trouble. No wonder Xie Gongqiu advised the junior sister not to speak of it. What kind of magical weapon can cause such an explosion? This must be gunpowder. Sending the junior sister a bomb. Xie Gongqiu, you are truly remarkable. Wu Xie Gongqiu dotes on the junior brothers and sisters so much. Oh, what a lofty senior brother, but he's clearly the gentle and handsome neighbor. Big brother, does anyone remember that Zhang Ziyu is the youngest among the three actors? He is only 20. Oh my, suddenly it feels like Zhang Ziyu has a mature charm. His portrayal seems so caring, even helping to tidy up the junior brother's clothes. When you put it that way, the aloof brother in front of outsiders is tender with you, showing preferential treatment among companions, secretly gifting you. How delightful. If a handsome guy like this were to help me organize clothes up clothes, I would definitely lean in and kiss him on the spot. With such a popular drama and all three leads boasting high attractiveness, it didn't take long for a horde of enthusiastic fans to emerge. They believe that Tianshan Qingyunji is simply charming. Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu are childhood sweethearts with a playful rivalry, and the dynamic between Xie Gongqiu as the gentle senior brother and the lively junior sister is delightful. Even the relationship between the first and second male lead can be appreciated. Strangely, many among them do not just ship one pairing, they actually ship all three together. Don't you think there's so much love among the three of them? It feels like if any one of them were kicked out, the remaining two would be heartbroken. It's quite touching. How about someone creating something for this? Now the cheerful and happy audience remains unaware that all gifts of fate have their prices marked in the shadow. The public's memory is like that of a fish lasting only 7 seconds. Faced with the heart-wrenching scenes involving Zhang Ziyu, they remain entirely unprepared, and when they see Xie Gongqiu being betrayed, they perceive it merely as a minor plot twist. Thus, suddenly the audience immersed in the joyful trio of siblings witnesses Xie Gongqiu's tearful recognition of his origins. Those eyes, filled with despair and about to shed a tear, tightly gripped the hearts of the viewers. The editing cleverly cuts the scene just as Xie Gongqiu closes his eyes, preparing to accept his punishment, revealing the anxious faces of Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu entering the scene. Then the screen fades to gray, slowly displaying the words, "Exciting revelations will be unveiled next week." Furious viewers pushed this shameful act of the production team to trending topics. What happened to Xie Gongqiu? Explosive. While the audience anxiously awaited the update of Tianshan Qinyunji, Zhang Jiyu and the others were also waiting. The crew members looked up at the sky, which was filled with clouds resembling torn cotton. So what are we waiting for? Someone finally couldn't hold back and asked. We are waiting for the sunset clouds. The sun finally set, igniting the sky with a fervent glow, the red flames shimmering as if they were about to drip blood under the camera's filter. In such brilliance, some very picturesque scenes could be captured from afar, with the reed flowers trembling in the wind and the autumn water shimmering, creating a poignant autumn landscape. A lot of thought went into the props. Of course, there were no reed flowers in early spring, so to reflect the desolate atmosphere, the crew worked overnight to set up a patch on the riverbank. The wind machine blew directly at Zhang Jiyu and Su Ning, and perhaps due to an unfavorable wind direction, it suddenly blew their hair into their faces. Who set this up to blow in our faces? Quickly adjust it to blow towards our clothes. The director commanded, and immediately staff rushed to adjust it. After some adjustments, the wind finally blew their garments gracefully. This scene depicted Yi Du and Yun Yin walking by the river. Yun Yin was from Penglai, and Yi Du had returned to his roots. On that day, Yi Du had actually succeeded in restoring her body, but the souls of the Penglai people would drift towards their homeland. So when Yun Yin awoke, the first sound she heard was the call of the unique Shu Wen bird from Penglai. At the familiar sound, tears fell from her eyes. After waking up, Yun Yin joined the ranks of cultivators seeking to take down Yi Du. One day, when the cultivators finally encountered Yi Du, even though she had her face completely covered, Yi Du recognized Yun Yin at once. He captured Yun Yin and took her away. While she struggled fiercely, Yi Du administered an amnesia drug to her. When Yun Yin awoke again, Yi Du falsely claimed that they were a newlywed couple. The gentleman before her was gentle and refined, and Yun Yin attributed her racing heartbeat and trembling coldness to the wind that happened to blow by. Her husband had a handsome face and appeared to come from a respectable background. He went out every day, and their family courtyard was vast with many servants, yet they all acted like the living dead, strictly following rules without uttering a word. Yun Yin felt very lonely. Her husband was thoughtful, always taking her out to relieve her boredom, yet she still felt bored. She insisted on having the right to go out even when Yi Du was not home. You can just put me in that study every day, and I'll watch the people below waiting for you to come back. After a few requests, Yi Du agreed, unable to resist his wife's charm. But you must sit quietly. You are weak, and when you come back you need to take your medicine properly. The medicine was prepared by Yi Du himself, and Yun Yin always sensed an odd metallic taste in it that she disliked, so she left it untouched. Yi Du would sigh looking at her with his gentle eyes, and at that moment Yun Yin could never resist obediently being fed the medicine spoon by spoon. Yun Yin exchanged her compliance in taking medicine for the right to go out alone. After a year of such ordinary days, one day, Yi Du came as usual to pick up Yun Yin, and she seemed very happy, suggesting they take a walk by the river nearby. The autumn wind wasn't too cold, yet it blew up the garments, intertwining them gently, with jade green and pale pink now tinted with a layer of blood color under the glow of the setting sun. Yun Yin stabbed the dagger that suppressed evil into Yi Du's abdomen. She had long remembered that moment when, facing the treasure left by her father, all the subtle discord in their interactions became clear. The person before her stood frozen, and surprisingly tears fell from his eyes. Yun Yin couldn't believe it. How could such a ruthless killer have tears? The contacted cultivators rushed in, working together to restrain Yi Du. As she saw chains wrap around his jade-like face, Yun Yin finally couldn't help but close her eyes in exhaustion, but when she reopened them, she felt only anger. That person had tears streaming down, yet was surprisingly smiling. The scene under the sunset could actually be created with special effects in a green screen studio, but realistic effects are too expensive. Ultimately, the actual scene might be better than the effects. The crew checked the weather forecast and found that after a few days of rain there might be a chance for sunset clouds, so they prepared to take a chance, and if it failed they would go to the studio. The crew had indeed great luck with 2 consecutive days of beautiful sunset glow. When Zhang Jiyu filmed the scene of being stabbed, he conveyed a myriad of subtle emotions, from confusion upon injury to the pain of realizing it was his lover's doing, and finally to a hint of secret joy upon seeing his beloved close her eyes, all captured in one continuous shot, with tears rolling down like beads from a broken string. Simultaneously, the filming time was quite brief. The crew could only shoot as long as the sunset lasted. Everyone in the crew awaited this moment, and the pressure naturally fell on the 2 lead actors. Su Ning started rehearsing with her assistant around 2 o'clock, and by the time they were ready to shoot, they had rehearsed no less than 30 times. Zhang Jiyu was the same. He practiced in front of the mirror over and over at the hotel. When it was time to shoot, fearing his emotions would waste away, he refrained from rehearsing in advance and read through the dog-eared script repeatedly. Fortunately, when they officially started filming, the emotions flowed surprisingly smoothly. Initially, Zhang Jiyu feared he wouldn't have enough tears to last, so he had prepared a tear stick, but in the end it all came out in one go. Su Ning and the extras were also in great condition, and the scenes captured by the camera were exceptionally beautiful and textured. In close-ups, the lighting was somewhat dim, and the lighting technician was very cooperative. Director Wang Ziki was overjoyed. Taking advantage of Zhang Ziyu's tears not stopping and the sun not having set, yet they shot a preparatory lance. Zhang Ziyu didn't know what was happening. He had already called cut and his emotions had long since left him, yet the tears wouldn't stop, making his eyes feel sore, as if the tears were uncontrollable. With a blank expression he cried because the crew's wind machine had tangled the garments of him and Su Ning together, and now they sat in a row waiting for their assistants to untangle them. Having spent so long together portraying a couple, Zhang Ziyu and Su Ning had finally become familiar with each other. Now sitting together it wasn't too awkward. One person was expressionless and angry while the other was expressionless and crying, which looked quite peculiar, and the behind-the-scenes camera captured this moment clearly. The director could tell at a glance that these two had not broken character. He came to personally deliver red envelopes to the two leads, especially for Zhang Ziyu, who was currently a hot and rising star. He certainly had to show more regard. Director, we haven't finished filming yet. Why are you giving out red envelopes? Su Ning asked curiously. Wang Ziki smiled. The main story ends here. The remaining scenes will be filmed as an extra. Moreover, the part where Yi Du is restrained and revived with the flesh and blood of those he killed is revealed through the dialogue of other characters without actual footage. This method was agreed upon with the original author Zhu Pingping. The scene filmed today where Yi Du gets stabbed also counts as his death scene. Zhang Ziyu finally managed to stop his tears. Just then the assistant also managed to untangle their garments, and he stood up to receive the red envelope, marking it as the fourth special red envelope he received in his acting career. 4 out of 5 times he died. I guess I'm somewhat fated with it. Zhang Ziyu sighed with the person next to him. The staff member packing up was puzzled. 4 red envelopes. That's not right. Many crew members actually don't follow the dramas because seeing the drama reminds them of the unpleasant work behind the scenes. However, this staff member was different. She had a masochistic tendency, loving to watch dramas after a long day of hard work to reminisce about her own tough life. She had watched most of the popular dramas out there and clearly remembered that the only characters Zhang Ziyu played who died were Li Nianhe and Hung Wang, right? Adding today's red envelope, there were only 3. Where did the 4th one come from? Perhaps he had privately played other characters. The staff member sighed, thinking that Zhang Ziyu was one of the kindest actors she had ever seen. She didn't expect him to be so dedicated and loving toward his work, producing one drama after another, and still managing to squeeze in time to take on other roles. However, recently, in Tianshan Qingyunji, the eldest brother Xie Gongxiu was indeed quite handsome. She loved this kind of cold exterior with a warm interior, a noble and handsome guy. She truly envied Zhang Ziyu's assistant, who served an artist that was both amiable and good-looking. Why couldn't she find such a good job? How could she get a signed photo of Xie Gongxiu? After wrapping up, the staff member happily lay on her bed and took out her tablet. Tonight was the update time for Tianshan Qingyunji. She had long since cast aside her confusion about the number of red envelopes. Xie Gongxiu, here I come. Premium member activate. As the main drama of Holding the Mirror Flower has been completed and the upcoming spin-off involves a reincarnation into modern times, the crew is changing filming locations. During the setup of the new scenes, Zhang Ziyu is finally granted a week-long vacation after a long absence. Having filmed for several months, Zhang Ziyu can finally enjoy a long break. He has long memorized the script of Holding the Mirror Flower thoroughly, and now, with no other tasks during the vacation, he can finally relax and rest well. However, after such a busy period, he suddenly finds himself at a loss for what to do. As an introverted person, Zhang Ziyu has no particular places he wants to visit or friends he wants to invite, so on a whim, he decides to watch all the dramas he has acted in. Although it hasn't been many years since he started acting, watching his first character still gives Zhang Ziyu an awkward feeling akin to finding an old elementary school essay while cleaning his room. Nowadays, all major video platforms have introduced bullet screens. Amidst the enthusiastic praise and flattery, Zhang Ziyu finds himself nervously biting his fingers. He is not biting his nails, as that would make his hands look unsightly, especially since he has to film again in a few days. Zhang Ziyu wouldn't act so unprofessionally. He is simply using his teeth to bite his own hand, leaving red marks on his fingers, forcing himself to continue watching through the pain. It's so embarrassing. His performance is so poor with so many little movements, yet the comments are still filled with praise. Only when Zhang Ziyu sees the latest episode of Tianshan Qingyunji does he feel a bit better. In this drama, the plot has just reached the point where Tao Ruhua and Wen Xiangzhu have worked together to rescue their senior brother Xie Gongxiu. Watching Xie Gongxiu on screen, Zhang Ziyu thinks that if he were to play this role now, he could do it better. For instance, Xie Gongxiu's expression should contain not only surprise and emotion, but also a bit of appreciation for his junior brothers and sisters. However, since the drama has already aired, Zhang Ziyu can't change the small shortcomings he notices. The comforting thing is that as he views the several dramas in chronological order, he can see his acting skills improve by the time of Xie Gongxiu, and that is enough. Zhang Ziyu takes on the same determination he had in high school, when studying his mistakes, jotting down his viewing experiences in a small notebook, critiquing his strengths and weaknesses. He then re-performs the parts he finds lacking, while recording himself on his phone for comparison, pondering over them repeatedly. Besides his own performance, Zhang Ziyu also watches other actors. After being in this industry, he gradually finds it difficult to fully appreciate a drama. Whenever he sees the various expressions of joy, sorrow, and anger on the faces on screen, he tends to analyze the subtle nuances of the actors' expressions and the rhythm of their lines. Acting is something like solving a test question. Poor performances feel like making mistakes, while good ones resemble studying from a textbook. As Zhang Ziyu compares himself to other actors, he realizes that in the early days, he only had a bit of flair, but by the time of Xie Gongqiu, he has managed to get the answers correct, yet there are still plenty of extra points left untapped. However, the audience doesn't see it this way. As long as someone can move them emotionally, they will recognize that person's acting skills. Moreover, the editing and music of Tianshan Xinyunji are excellent, capturing the hearts of the audience tightly. Look at these red-rimmed eyes, look at this moving expression. When the senior brother looks at his junior brothers and sisters, he seems to recall, when he was still a young lad holding the hands of two children tightly, the warmth and moisture in his palms reflecting the warmth in his heart now. Don't say too much, sisters, I already feel teary-eyed just from the imagery. Treating others with sincerity will yield rewards. The senior brother loves his junior brothers and sisters, and they love him back. How wonderful it is. To wander the world like this for a lifetime would be such happiness. Cried. Xie Gongqiu is tormented by demonic energy, yet pretends nothing is wrong to avoid worrying his junior sister. When Xiangzhu notices, and also pretends not to know, keeping it from Tao Ruhua, to reassure the senior brother. They both love each other so much, and they both care deeply for their junior sister. But it feels like the plot is quite tumultuous. There are clearly traitors within the Tianshan sect. I only hope the main characters can quickly uncover the truth and restore the carefree days of the past. I can't stand not seeing when Xiang's snarky remarks. Just hope they don't go overboard, a little cut is fine. Don't worry, most domestic dramas have happy endings, so the conclusion will surely be beautiful. Tianshan Xinyunji says you are mistaken. As Zhang Ziyu tidies up his feelings and prepares to restart filming the spin-off of Holding the Mirror Flower, Tianshan Xinyunji reaches a major emotional climax, the death of the sect leader. The actor playing the sect leader was also a handsome young man in his youth, captivating countless girls. Although he has aged, his eyes still sparkle, providing a stark contrast to some of the less capable actors today who have dull, lifeless gazes. His face still bears slight wrinkles which only enhance his mature and dignified appearance. Once he dons the ancient costume, he exudes the aura of an ethereal being from a prestigious sect. His acting is quite commendable, conveying a heartfelt love for his son. At the time on set, the three young leads were thoroughly absorbed in the performance because of him. Moreover, this actor has a good sense of timing. He distinguishes between the main and supporting roles clearly, and even though his acting is undoubtedly stronger than the leads, he never steals the spotlight. Thus, this segment is filmed with perfectly balanced emotions, moving the audience to tears. Woo! The sect leader is such a good master. I previously misunderstood the senior brother because of you, and even scolded you. I'm truly sorry. The sight of Master dying right before my eyes is just too painful. The actor portraying Master is actually Dai Lin. He was so handsome. When he was young, I used to have a crush on him. Handing out tissue paper to everyone, I check out the official blog of Tianshan Xinyunji for behind-the-scenes footage. Indeed, there are behind-the-scenes clips. The official blog has released videos of the three lead actors playing mahjong during filming. The mahjong was brought into the crew by Shang Yueping. It's quite miniaturized, each tile only the size of a fingertip. Since there aren't many entertainment options at the filming location, she enjoys bringing people together to play mahjong with no stakes involved. The loser just has to stick a note on their face. Zhang Ziyu usually doesn't participate. He doesn't know how to play. However, he was forcibly dragged in by Shang Yueping to make up the numbers, and as a result of beginner's luck, he won every hand, even though he still hadn't figured out the rules before Shang Yueping kicked him out. Faced with the confused expression of the handsome guy, the audience, who had just been emotionally devastated by the sect leader's death, began to laugh, heartily discussing topics like the beginner's protection period in mahjong, and how strong luck can be successfully turning around their sorrowful emotions. This behind-the-scenes footage was clearly released intentionally at this moment. After a heart-wrenching scene, the audience has cried too much. What will happen next with the upcoming emotional scenes? Perhaps it's best to help the audience save some tears if they might not have enough left at the end. They can always save some to cry during the finale. Hehe. Who knew that Tianshan Xinyunji would be so considerate? They could practically be nominated for the top 10 most touching people. Such thoughtfulness, of course, went unnoticed by the audience. Everyone merely expressed admiration for the good atmosphere among the crew, and how close the three lead actors seemed to be. Thus, as they awaited, the audience finally welcomed a delayed thunderclap of spring. Fans refer to this feeling as the sensation of peeking at the radiant star brother next door. Every time a picture is posted, it sparks a frenzy in the fan group, where they match Zhang Ziyu's outfit to the day and event, becoming a great source of enjoyment for the fans. Since the group consists of seasoned fans, they keep track of every event Zhang Ziyu attends, often identifying the name of the event at a glance, even better than Zhang Ziyu himself. Occasionally, the pictures also feature some direct eye contact. The night before the premiere of Tianshan Qinyunji, the studio released a group photo, showing Zhang Jiyu looking like he had just finished acting with a few strands of hair on his forehead dampened by sweat sticking to his cheek, smiling, gently staring at the camera, without tears, yet his eyelashes were clustered and damp. The outfit is one that the Tianshan Qinyunji crew had previously revealed, making it quite fitting for the release, and the fan group instantly erupted. Is the baby crying? Let me wipe his little face. Which baby is this good looking? This look is just too beautiful. I'm drooling. The photographer is truly amazing. If it weren't for the studio staff being fans, they could have earned 10 beachfront villas. Is this a crew photo? Did he just act in a crying scene? This clearly looks like he has cried. His eyes are so clean and beautiful. A tiny doubt is overshadowed by immense beauty, especially since Zhang Ziyu's new drama is set to premiere the next day, creating a blissful atmosphere in the fan group that feels as if they could spin sweet cotton candy with a mere flick of a bamboo stick. Every episode of Tianshan Qinyunji that airs sees the fan group engaging in a real-time live commentary, praising Zhang Ziyu's every look, expression, line, and gaze, without missing a detail, with compliments so extravagant that Zhang Ziyu would be embarrassed to watch even for a minute. However, it is impossible for Zhang Ziyu to join this group due to the activity requirements, as members are regularly cleared out, so if he were to join, he would be removed, effectively preventing the ending where he would be overwhelmed by compliments from his fans. Who on earth is this handsome guy that I'm a fan of? Oh, it turns out it's me. I'm so happy. Thanks to the assistant director from back then, and thanks to Zhang Ziyu for becoming an actor, allowing me to witness this level of beauty every day. This beauty is so pleasing to watch. I'm too happy. Watching Zhang Ziyu every day has regulated my cycle. The ancient outfits are truly beautiful. The white clothing suits him so well, radiating a celestial aura. This is what a cultivator should look like. Does anyone understand this feeling? Because Xiaoyu is younger than me, I always feel like there's a junior vibe, but once the character Xie Gongxiu appeared, I immediately felt a senior charm from him. While waiting for the drama to air, I rewatched Xiaoyu's previous dramas, and it truly felt different. He has improved so much, and I'm so delighted. Different flavors of Xiaoyu, I just can't get enough. Though I think the extensions look better, I still want to commend the crew. This wig definitely cost a fortune, unlike those rigid wigs, and they even used real hair for the transition. The crew is really dedicated. Sisters, I didn't even realize until you mentioned it. This hairstyle, with flowing ribbons, is so suitable for Xiaoyu, giving off a sense of elegance combined with grace. The discussions about the plot are also very lively, but since this is Zhang Ziyu's personal fan group, anyone who chats too much about other actors will be kicked out. As a result, some fans created a smaller group to freely express their thoughts. To be honest, I was a bit displeased when I first learned that Zhang Ziyu was playing the second male lead, but after it aired, I was convinced one must truly believe in Xiaoyu's vision. The second male lead in Tianshan Qinyunji is much stronger than the male leads in other ongoing dramas. Sheng Yueping and Yu Sugit feels like Xiaoyu is really good at selecting co-stars. The chemistry with each of them is so strong. If I weren't a loyal fan, I would have almost been swayed. My fish is truly amazing. Recently, there have been a lot of people shipping CPs, but shipping is fine. Both of them are quite well known, so there's no need to worry about being overshadowed, and they can give my fish a boost in popularity. The co-stars are both hot and good-looking. Xiaoyu really knows how to pick, but none can compare to my fish. Am I the only one who particularly envies Tao Ruhua? I want a big brother like Xie Gongxiu to give me little handmade trinkets. Envy +1. If a handsome guy like Zhang Ziyu smiles at me every day, I would be willing to enjoy a lavish life in my next life. Why can't the official team sell some merchandise? This explosive spiritual energy looks quite appealing. I want it. Whether in the small group or the big group, they're always the most active when Tianshan Qinyunji is updated, especially as the plot develops. A large number of people attracted by Xie Gongxiu have joined the Zhang Ziyu fan family. Old and new fans gathered together, creating such a warm and harmonious fan group. However, when Tianshan Qinyunji aired its grand finale, both groups fell into a simultaneous silence. It wasn't until a fan, tears flowing, nervously typed out "Woowoo," that this dreadful silence was broken. In an instant, cries erupted everywhere, turning the fan group into an ocean of tears. So devastating. This can't be real. This plot must be a dream. I don't believe it. There must be no updates today. This is definitely a prank by netizens. Zhang Ziyu, why did you die again? Running down the path of my white moonlight like this is going to make me cry blind. Ooh, my hands are trembling now. Why is this so torturous? I'm dead from the heartbreak. Damn it, how could Xie Gongxiu's last glance be so gentle? Baby, your tears didn't fall, but I've shed a whole tank. At this moment, someone recalled how malicious the studio's photo released the night before the drama aired was. I already said that the picture clearly showed he had just acted in a crying scene. However, Xie Gongxiu's crying scene in the plot was not in this style. It turns out they were waiting for me here. What a huge boomerang. Woowoo. WC Zhuang He, you are so cruel. How could you do this? It's just like when the senior brother smiled at me from the beginning and told me not to cry, yet I foolishly laughed all the way through. Sister, you saying this made me stop crying, but I couldn't help it anymore. Cruel husband. He's definitely behind, gloating over our misfortunes. Alright, I've cried really loudly. Are you satisfied now? My senior brother Wu, I said that day when I wished for merchandise of the spiritual weapon. The official account replied to me with a smile. I thought it meant to look forward to it, but it turns out it was this. Wu, the official team is so cruel. So sisters, do you still want the merchandise? I do. It feels so bad. The gentle senior brother, the one who smiles at me during morning classes, the one who sternly reminds me to practice diligently, and the one who gives me beautiful little trinkets has been killed by his own hands. If I were Tao Ruhua, I would feel so distressed that I would have to commit suicide on the spot. Sisters, don't say such things. You've just stabbed my heart again. I'm not crying, Wu Wu. Alright then, since you all are doing this, I won't hold back either. The situation of Wei Xiangzhu is quite heartbreaking. The most beloved person has killed the most beloved person. One can only watch from the side. And in the end, the senior brother says he will give his spiritual weapon to himself, but will never receive it. Has this evolved into an automatic search for heartbreak? My eyes are swollen from crying. It's hard to come to the group looking for comfort, yet everyone keeps shoving shards of glass into my mouth. At a glance, sisters, you must be new fans. I had the experience of the Hung Wong offline back then. I won't let the group's distress get to me wearing sunglasses with a crooked mouth. Take off your sunglasses. Tears streaming down my face. I hate you, Tianshan, Qingyunji official. I swear, I will only give you cold faces for a month when liking your posts. The official team drew props that were the same as those in the drama an hour ago. Did you all retweet and comment? Remember that comments need to be at least 15 words. Oh my, that was an hour ago. Why didn't the sisters mention it in the group? Are you afraid they'll lower the winning rate? So cruel. I was originally going to keep quiet about it, but since it has already gone viral, I feel like there's no chance, so it's fine to let you lower the odds a bit. Sisters, I'm laying my heart bare, but you're playing tricks on me. I'm feeling cold. So are we drawing? Remember to switch accounts more. Yes, let's draw. Wait for me to have 100 small accounts. I'll lower the winning rate fiercely. I have 200. Wait, I'll buy another 100. Even if I can't win, I can still use them to provide data for Xiaoyu. Ha ha, Tianshan Qingyunji is so wonderful. The ending is truly blissful. I recommend it to everyone. This was a frenzied audience member attempting to drag others down with them. However, recently Tianshan Qingyunji has exploded in popularity, trending 8 times in a single day upon updates. And when the finale aired, the internet was set ablaze, as everyone knew its ending was a tragedy. Even so, the comments below were all filled with deceptive praise. Really am not lying. Everything the blogger said is true. Tianshan Qingyunji is a very delightful little sweet drama with beautiful women and handsome men. The main cast enjoys their days, including a gentle and considerate senior brother, a cheerful and lively second senior brother, and a quirky junior sister. They live a happy life together. You should go watch it. The ending is so beautiful. The senior brother even set off fireworks for the junior brothers and sisters. It was so dreamy. Upon seeing this comment, netizens internally exclaimed how absurd it was. What fireworks? It was just a hellish joke. Nonetheless, one unsuspecting viewer was indeed deceived. Is it really that good? I haven't been following the drama due to a recent internet outage. Why is it trending so high? Yes, it's really that good. The plot is incredibly exciting, guaranteed to surprise you. The special effects are also outstanding. Let me share a screenshot with you. Wow, the special effects are so beautiful, just like real. I can't believe there are such impressive effects in our country. I have to start watching the drama now. A few days later, this viewer wept with swollen eyes and replied, "You bunch of liars." At that moment, the audience laughed heartily, reveling in their joy built upon the suffering of others. For now, major online platforms are flooded with discussions about this unexpected tragic ending. Tianshan Qingyunji, you really did well. I realized halfway through the finale that something was off. I felt someone was going to die, but I never expected such a cruel demise. Tao Ruhua's breakdown was so devastating. You realized it halfway through. I was still anxiously waiting for the 3 of them to defeat the Demon King and return home to lead a happy life. Tao Ruhua was already touching the spiritual artifact, and I was still staring wide-eyed for a solution, only for the senior brother to truly go like this. I cried to death. How could this be the ending? As someone who ships the love triangle of Xiaowan and Tao, I'm so crushed. When one person dies, it is the living who suffer. Tao Ruhua, and when Xiangzhu will never forget that figure in white standing alone with a sword. I don't understand, was this ending not happy? The female and male leads did not die, and the Demon King was also defeated. What are you all crying about? This is considered happy. Do you lack emotions? Although Xie Gongqiu is the second male lead, he genuinely plays a significant role in the story. In fact, much of the plotline does not rest solely on the male and female leads, but on him. With one of the main actors dead, can this still be considered a happy ending? It just feels like everyone can take a breather. Wasn't Xie Gongqiu's sacrifice voluntary? Although it is very sad, Xie Gongqiu should have felt fulfilled in the drama. Throughout his life, he had neither father nor mother, and only briefly experienced happiness in the sect. In the end, sacrificing his life to save the world was also his wish. Even though Xie Gongqiu was willing, their bond was quite deep, right? They were willing to risk their lives to save each other. To have the one you wish to protect die at your own hands, doesn't that hurt enough? In the end, Tao Ruhua activated the spiritual artifact herself, and when Xiangzhu could only watch helplessly. Even if they survived, what would it matter? Everyone please don't be too harsh, you're making my heart ache. The audience's tears for Xie Gongxiu could almost bring about a heavy downpour in the city, while the forum remained merely a gentle spring rain, hazy and indistinct. Zhang Ziyu is truly sprinting down the white moonlight track. Speaking honestly, I really like his face, but I am indeed a little disappointed Zhang Ziyu is once again playing such a tragic role. His comfort zone is a bit too narrow. Outside, the crying is almost suffocating the fish fans, but looking back at your forum, it remains the same dead state. How nice. I understand what the host means. You're just stereotyping Zhang Ziyu. How about Mu Qing from Half City of Roses? Stop pulling respect. Aside from Mu Qing, isn't it true that Zhang Ziyu's other roles show severe homogenization? This is sufficient proof of his narrow acting range. Besides Mu Qing, you truly know how to eliminate. The second in the annual broadcast was so lightly dismissed, who wouldn't say the tone from above is grand? Honestly, Zhang Ziyu's acting has been progressively improving. Although he plays the white moonlight often, he can make people shed tears each time. Perhaps this track is indeed his comfort zone. I agree with the above. I feel that the host doesn't have any other intentions. Having a comfort zone is good. Other young actors wish they had one, and when their ugly faces appear, it's a thorny path. Indeed, being able to portray a character type well is enough. The public's reception of the character of a beautiful, strong, and tragic white moonlight is vast. There's no need to worry about not finding roles. People in the forum should not think of narrowing Zhang Ziyu's acting range. In the forum, everyone is just pretending to be a star chaser, while I have only debuted for 2 or 3 years and still have plenty of time to try other roles. You made me laugh. It's so obvious you're praising him, but putting him down behind the scenes. Who can't see you're afraid Zhang Ziyu will compete with other young actors for roles? What do you mean by saying it's enough to play one type well? Zhang Ziyu can play a multitude of roles. Unlike some young actors who can only play monkeys with their sharp tongues. I support handsome guys trying various. Everyone please don't argue. I am just a passerby. If he fails, I won't mind, but I genuinely want to see Zhang Ziyu challenge other roles. That's why I posted this. Please don't scold me. Then why do you say Zhang Ziyu's comfort zone is narrow? How can the facts not be spoken about? Truly domineering. It's been said 100 times, the second most viewed Half City of Roses has been consumed by you. Going back and forth, isn't it just Mu Qing? Don't all the other roles seem the same? You might want to see an ophthalmologist if you can't differentiate between Li Nianhe, Heng Wang, and Xie Gongxiu. Speechless, how are these three different? Li Nianhe is cold and deep, Heng Wang loves passionately, and Xie Gongxiu is a chivalrous hero without a love interest. Apart from the fact that they all have tragic endings, what is the difference? Fish fans are just being stubborn. What stubbornness? At least make a bit of sense. Fans of those who fail are crying with envy. I would be content to have a role to play out every day. I just sit at home picking my toes while top-tier actors are still distinguishing themselves in their roles. Indeed, the roles Zhang Ziyu plays all have commonalities at first glance. I hope the handsome guy tries to play a few different characters. The roles he portrays all have a sense of calmness in them. I've never seen him laugh widely on screen. Are you crazy? Just when it was finally quiet, you brought this up again. I don't care anymore. I'm watching Zhang Ziyu's new drama instead, and the officials revealed that the drama he is currently filming still feels like a white moonlight track. I just say that forum users are amazing. The drama is still being filmed, and they can predict what type the role will be. If it's not the same track, then why did the Holding the Mirror Flower production team just release stills to ride the wave? What do you mean by riding the wave? Can you clarify your words? It's on Weibo, the official account released it themselves. In the photo, Zhang Ziyu is wearing white, and I thought it was Xie Gongxiu's outfit. Is he riding the wave of Tianshan Qinyunji, or what? At a glance, the style clearly indicates yet another gentle and aloof type. If you ask me, if Zhang Ziyu keeps playing this type, the audience will eventually get tired of it. Just one look at the style can reveal the character type. That's impressive. So if I wear a dragon robe, I must be the emperor, right? You'd better kneel to me. I advise fish fans to avoid being too defensive. You just observe the public's reaction. All the comments under that still are about Xie Gongxiu. Can't that indicate something? Indicate what? Indicate that Zhang Ziyu can make a character memorable enough for the public to recognize. That's a record you, the main lead, should be envious of. Watching an ugly male actor perform in a flop drama might trigger a defensive reaction. Don't say Zhang Ziyu wouldn't. Even if he spends his whole life as a white moonlight character, people will still watch. Unlike some others with no white moonlight, only mooncake faces. So Zhang Ziyu's fans should just admit he loves playing such roles, right? With two severely homogenized characters together, I think he's going to ruin his reputation. Indeed, while the online community mourned for Xie Gongxiu pouring out their emotions to the fullest, the production team of Holding the Mirror Flower quietly seized the opportunity. In the words of public relations, it was simply, since it's the same actor, what's wrong with a little coincidence? Therefore, the official account of Holding the Mirror Flower unashamedly released stills of Yidu and tagged Zhang Ziyu. On set, Yidu donned a white robe, his hair tied back with ribbons cascading over his shoulders, sitting gracefully in a grand chair, holding a teacup with one hand, while gently lifting the lid of the cup, revealing a reddish-brown tea brew inside. His eyelashes gently lowered, his expression soft, yet imbued with a hint of compassion for all beings. He appeared to emit a gentle glow against the dim background resembling white jade. Holding the Mirror Flower's official account, pure hearts bring peace to countless Buddhists. Actor Yi Du Zhangjiu. The most popular comment below read, "Isn't this just Senior Brother? How did you reincarnate into another production?" This comment garnered 90,000 likes. The heat from this incident was indeed well-timed. Audiences who had just suffered through the finale of Tianshan, Qin Yunji flocked to this Weibo post, quickly boosting the visibility of Holding the Mirror Flower, as many learned that Zhang Ji had a new drama awaiting release. Not to mention Yusu also retweeted this post. Yusu looking forward to Senior Brother's new drama. His popularity was already high, and with Tianshan Qin Yunji under his belt, he had appeared in numerous variety shows, his attention soaring like a jet. Yusu was particularly active online, often posting up to 100 Weibo updates a day, so it was only reasonable for him to retweet Holding the Mirror Flower's official account. Even Zhang Ji's most vocal detractors had nothing negative to say about Yusu's retweet. At that moment Zhang Ji was still on set. He only noticed Yusu's retweet during his break, contemplating for a long time what to reply, eventually sending an emoji. Zhang Ji handshake emoji. Yusu almost immediately replied with a handshake emoji. At the same time, a private message popped up on his phone. "What are you doing?" "Filming." Zhang Ji replied, and just as he typed those few short words, Yusu's message arrived, almost some, "I want to hang out with you." After less than half a minute, another message came. "When does filming wrap? I met Zhao Hui, whom you worked with before recently, on a variety show, and she." Zhang Ji replied one by one. "It might take 2 weeks. Zhao Laosher is quite nice. Did you both perform street acts together on the show? I got to watch." Still immediately replied, 2 weeks sure, when you're free, he'll treat you to a meal." This sounded a bit like Zhang Ji was being imprisoned. Facing the sudden invitation to dinner, he hesitated to refuse, but since he had a good relationship with Yusu, he felt it would be awkward to turn him down a second time. As he hesitated about whether to go and how to message back, Yusu sent 2 more messages. "By the way, director Huang Zhongmei also wants to meet you. She has a movie script, I read it, and there's a role that suits you perfectly." Now he truly couldn't refuse. Zhang Ji's eyes widened slightly. He knew director Huang, a renowned director in the country with numerous awards to her name, having attended many prestigious international film festivals. However, director Huang was now older, lacking the vigor and inspiration she once had, and had not prepared a new film in over a decade. Even when director Huang was prolific in her works, someone like Zhang Ji as a top-tier talent would still have to fight tooth and nail to land a role in one of her films. But Yusu had entered the industry early and had worked with director Huang as a child star, establishing a certain rapport. They were on friendly terms, often exchanging gifts during the holidays. Upon seeing Yusu returning to acting, director Huang had mentioned she had a script suggesting he come and try for a role. Of course, the script had a fitting role for Yusu, which was why director Huang had called him. After reading it, Yusu decided director Huang Zhongmei was not one to create artsy, obscure films. Her movies balanced mass appeal with artistic contemplation, a feat not easily accomplished by many directors. When it came to casting, director Huang was not like some directors who dismiss popular actors while coveting their fame, signing them on only to later express disdain for them. She prioritized the compatibility between the actor and the role. Moreover, what star power could possibly shine brighter than that of a well-known director like her? Thus, when it came to actors, Huang Zhongmei consistently chose those who fit best, investing significant effort in nurturing them to achieve her desired outcomes. Times have changed. Today's young actors are becoming less and less impressive, requiring more effort to find suitable candidates. Huang Zhongmei, having aged, could no longer muster the energy she once had after a serious illness, and lacked the motivation to sift through countless unfamiliar faces for the perfect one. Rather than newcomers, she preferred to work with seasoned actors she knew well. However, a role cannot simply be filled by pulling someone in, no matter how renowned Huang Zhongmei is in directing circles, or how many acquaintances she has. If the actor does not meet her expectations, they simply want to. Making do. That's out of the question. After being serious about her craft for a lifetime, she couldn't let her reputation take a hit in her later years. Moreover, the movie Huang Zhongmei wanted to create focused on the once thriving, yet now declining genre of martial arts. As a woman, Huang Zhongmei admired the blend of agility and strength in the heroism of martial artists. While she didn't necessarily require actors skilled in fight scenes, she did expect them to genuinely dedicate themselves to training rather than relying solely on camera tricks and special effects. And currently, the fight scenes of domestic actors. One cannot say they are all zeros, but their skills are largely in the single digits. It's not that experienced actors can't be used, but what about the younger roles in the script? One cannot have a man in his 40s play an 18-year-old boy. The age difference is just too vast. Furthermore, in Huang Zhongmei's script, there were multiple young roles to fill. This script was crafted by a longtime friend of Huang Zhongmei who was no longer with us. It was impossible to whimsically rouse someone in the middle of the night to revise the script as they once did. At this moment, having read the script, Yusu provided a candidate to Huang Zhongmei. Yusu immediately thought of Zhang Ziyu, who was quick to learn any action and could easily lift himself up. First, he was indeed a suitable choice, and secondly, he was his buddy. Why not take the opportunity to help a friend? A pie fell from the sky, fragrant and sweet. How could one resist? But this pie was a meter wide and weighed 100 pounds. When it came crashing down, it left people dazed. Zhang Ziyu had no idea how he ended the conversation. He was in a daze for a moment before calling Zhuang He. His agent had to repeat the question 3 times before he joyfully hung up the phone. You must understand, for a film directed by Huang Zhongmei, even Zhang Ziyu's boss Jiang Wenyi needed to stand on a stool just to audition. Now such an opportunity suddenly fell into his lap. Who wouldn't be stunned? Hearing Zhuang He's voice on the other end of the phone rising in pitch, Zhang Ziyu finally felt at ease. See, it wasn't just him being bewildered. This pie was simply too big and overwhelming. Zhang Ziyu was indeed happy, but more so he felt he had made a true friend. He didn't believe that a single meeting with director Huang Zhongmei would guarantee him a role. He was very self-aware. He was just an ordinary traffic actor, without the advantage of looks. His acting skills wouldn't even be considered top-notch in idol dramas. Fans and audiences praised his acting skills in various places, but those words were only to be taken lightly. One couldn't put too much faith in the flattery from fans. As for the approval of non-fan bystanders, that was merely because the audience had been consuming such subpar content lately. After feasting on coarse rice with fatty meat every day, encountering a refreshing stir-fry would naturally lead to exaggerated praise. If the audience shifted their gaze to those seasoned actors in established venues, they would see just how unremarkable his dish truly was compared to the gourmet delicacies. Zhang Ziyu hung up the phone, took the ice water from his assistant, and quietly finished it while sitting in a chair. The remaining half cup of unmelted ice was needed to refresh him after shooting night scenes yesterday and waking up early today. Shaking the ice cubes, Zhang Ziyu calmed his heart. Rather than dwelling on the pie hanging in midair, it was better to focus on finishing the meal before him. The side story of holding the mirror flower still needed to be filmed. Compared to the main drama, side stories were much easier to shoot because the content was set in a modern background. Though called a side story, it could also be seen as an extension of the plot, narrating the tale of Yidu and Yunyan's reincarnation and their love story in a modern context. Zhang Ziyu could only comment on how unfortunate Yunyan was to be entangled with a neurotic Yidu even in reincarnation. Setting aside the main storyline, the side story of holding the mirror flower could be considered a standard sweet drama. Yunyan, a female university student, attended a relative's wedding one day. Coming from a wealthy family, her relative's wedding was not like an ordinary hotel banquet. It took place on the lawn in front of a dreamlike castle, surrounded by white roses. Yunyan wasn't fond of such occasions. Everyone seemed to be smiling and chatting, but how many truly wished the couple? Her father spoiled her, allowing her to pursue her interests, so Yunyan generally didn't participate in such high society. Adjusting her pink dress, Yunyan took a plate of cherries and prepared to find a quieter place to rest. In the garden beneath the lush and fragrant flower arbor, Yunyan met that person. Yunyan didn't recognize the name of this flower, which was purple and blooming profusely. The large single-layer petals were delicate, and beneath the flower stood a man in a black suit, sunlight filtering through the broad leaves, casting golden spots on him. The man turned around, and unsurprisingly, he had a handsome face. For some reason, upon seeing this face, Yunyan's heart skipped a beat, and her blood felt like it was boiling. Who was this person? But that intense feeling lasted only a moment. The man before her clutched his chest and bent over in agonizing pain. Kind-hearted Yunyan hurriedly approached to support him, asking, "Are you alright?" The man's lips were pale, and he looked genuinely in pain. His dark eyes appeared vacant, but as he turned to look at Yunyan's face, they slowly focused. Yunyan felt a shiver at being stared at. She asked again, "Are you alright?" The man gazed at her intently, time seeming to stretch for a few seconds, or perhaps 1,000 years. He seemed to regain composure, lowered his eyelashes, straightened up, and then looked at her with a warm smile. Yunyan noticed the color returning to his lips. "Thank you," he said, his hand still resting on his chest, his voice hoarse. "What happened to you?" "I might have been anxious from staying up late these past 2 days. My chest hurt a lot just now." Yunyan finally noticed the faint dark circles under his eyes. "You should go to the hospital for this." The man smiled, his demeanor gentler than the sunlight filtering through the leaves. "I will go, thank you for your concern, and my name is Yidu." "My name is Yunyan." Yunyan held the man's hand, sensing that it trembled slightly. Although the crew was filming a side story, there was no hint of laziness. The scenery and makeup were meticulously crafted. During this particular scene, the hairstylist paid close attention to every strand of Zhang Ziyu's hair. Even for a mere background wedding, the setup was lavish, or perhaps they hadn't spent all of the budget before and needed to utilize more now. In such circumstances, the encounter between Yidu and Yunyan in their reincarnations was even more romantic than in the main drama. The two quickly became familiar due to this encounter. Unbeknownst to them, Yunyan often had chance meetings with Yidu in various places. He was handsome, gentle, approachable, and of an equally excellent background. After learning that they knew each other, the parents of both sides subtly tried to bring them together. Yunyan felt embarrassed, but Yidu was always patient with her, never refusing the invitations from their parents. During one deliberately arranged encounter, Yun Yin awkwardly suggested you can refuse. Yi Du's eyes were as beautiful as the stars in the sky. What if I actually like you? Yun Yin's face flushed. After they got together, Yi Du was like a model boyfriend, covering all expenses for outings and dates, bringing flowers every day and surprising her every so often. He was polite, fully respected Yun Yin's wishes, and was attentive and thoughtful in daily life. Their relationship grew quickly. In just a year, they were living together and preparing for engagement. One evening, Yun Yin suddenly felt like going for a walk. As they were holding hands and walking, it suddenly started to pour outside. They returned home drenched, but Yi Du took care of Yun Yin, first pushing her into the bathroom before tending to himself. By the time Yun Yin emerged warmed and refreshed, the ginger soup had already been prepared. Yun Yin didn't want to drink it. She looked at Yi Du, whose hair was still damp, urging him to take care of himself first so he wouldn't catch a cold. However, Yi Du just stared at her gently, encouraging Yun Yin to drink the warming ginger soup. Originally, it was a warm scene, but for some reason Yun Yin blurted out, "You didn't add your blood to it, did you?" After saying that, she felt she had said something ridiculous. Wanting to laugh it off, Yi Du bent down and took a sip directly from her hand. He hadn't even dried off from the rain and emitted a damp chill. His cool hair brushed against Yun Yin's hand, making her feel a tingling sensation. He sat back across from Yun Yin, presenting his hand perfectly to her. No blood this time. Indeed, his hands were long and clean, with distinct joints and rounded nails, not a single scratch, looking beautiful like a work of art. Yet in a daze, Yun Yin seemed to see flowing crimson blood on them. She blankly finished the ginger soup, set the bowl down, and only then came back to her senses. Fuming, she exclaimed, "How dare you scare me?" The man in front of her smiled even wider, reaching out to pat Yun Yin's hair, and walked into the bathroom. Here the warmth left by the previous bather lingered. He paused for a moment, turning to look at his smiling reflection in the mirror. "I've got you now." The side story of Holding the Mirror Flower is complete. At this moment, Zhang Jiyu has truly wrapped up filming for the crew of Holding the Mirror Flower. Zhuanga has been anxiously waiting these past few days. If you are already a top student guaranteed to get into prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida, you certainly wouldn't feel anxious about the admission results when facing the admissions office right after the college entrance examination. However, if you are just an ordinary student capable of entering a first-tier university, suddenly realizing you have the scores to get into a top university, you would definitely be anxious about the admission results, almost praying fervently morning and night for a favorable outcome. There is also a scenario where the student taking the exam is calm and composed, thinking that even if they don't pass, they can still enter a first-tier university, while the accompanying parent is anxiously pacing around, praying to the heavens for their child to become a student of Tsinghua or Beida. Currently, Zhang Jiyu is that calm student, and Zhuanga is the anxious parent. Zhang Jiyu thinks to himself, as a non-professional actor, being able to play the male lead in a big production drama within 3 to 4 years is already rapid progress. He just needs to treat every role with care, and opportunities will come in the future. As for Huang Zhongmai's film, if he doesn't get selected, then so be it. One cannot always fantasize about instance. Zhuanga is anxious because in his career, none of the artists he has worked with have ever landed a role in a film directed by a major director like Huang Zhongmai. Jiang Wenyi has just started to break into the film industry, but those so-called international directors together can't compare to even Huang Zhongmai. This is about resources, connections, and the ladder to reach the pinnacle of the entertainment industry. Zhuanga is quite concerned. He specifically inquired about what director Huang Zhongmai likes, hoping to curry favor during their meeting. But then he thought, for a major director who has lived this long, what kind of preferences could he not satisfy? Rushing to prepare at the last moment might backfire. Zhuanga began to focus on Zhang Ziyu's appearance for their meeting. Since it was Yusu who recommended Zhang Ziyu to director Huang Zhongmai, Zhuanga repaid the favor by passing some resources to Yusu's manager, who revealed that Huang Zhongmai's current film is a martial arts movie. Thus, Zhuanga began to brainstorm. Should I let you grow your hair long, wear ancient attire, and carry a sword? Or should I contact a martial arts instructor now for you to learn a set of moves to show director Huang? Zhang Ziyu felt a bit speechless. There's really no need. He thought it would be fine to go normally. If the director selects him, that's great, and if not, then so be it. If he were to follow Zhuang's extravagant suggestions, he would seem quite neurotic. However, despite Zhang Ziyu firmly rejecting any gimmicks, he still felt he shouldn't be too casual in appearance when meeting such a major director as Huang Zhongmai. Not knowing the specifics of the roles in Huang Zhongmai's film, Zhang Ziyu kept his style very understated. Even after carefully styling his hair, Zhuanga suggested, "Doesn't this look a bit too luxurious? What if you're playing a wandering hero? Let's keep it simple." At this moment, the experienced agent regained his composure. When Yusu personally took Zhang Ziyu to meet director Huang Zhongmai, Zhuang's expression was as warm as if he were seeing his own nephew, his tone very friendly, which Zhang Ziyu had only seen him use with his pet dog. Yusu shivered and nudged Zhang Ziyu with his elbow, who obediently tilted his head over. Yusu whispered, "What's up with Zhuanga today? I don't know, maybe he's in a good mood." Being treated with such affectionate eyes and a gentle voice by a big sturdy man is quite strange. Even someone as sunny as Yusu couldn't stand it, and he quickly led Zhang Ziyu to meet director Huang Zhongmai. This renowned director chose to meet at her home. For Zhang Jiyu, this was quite a challenge for a first meeting. Although Yusu is a bit careless, he is occasionally quite perceptive. Seeing Zhang Jiyu's nervousness, he comforted him. It's okay. Although director Huang hasn't made a film in many years, I remember, she is very kind and supportive of newcomers. These words calmed Zhang Jiyu a little. Having someone familiar with him made him feel less tense. When they reached the door of director Huang's house, he took a deep breath and watched Yusu knock. With a creak, the door opened to reveal an elderly woman with white hair looking similar to grandmothers Zhang Jiyu usually encounters, but her sharp eyes seemed to pierce right through him. Those eyes scanned Zhang Jiyu from head to toe, making him feel as if he were being dissected by a sharp scalpel, exposing every vein laid bare before her. Zhang Jiyu felt his back stiffen. Then the elderly woman smiled, and the atmosphere relaxed. Your appearance is even better than I imagined. This was the first thing director Huang Zhongmei said to Zhang Jiyu. The home of this elderly director is much simpler than Zhang Jiyu had envisioned. Having watched many of Huang Zhongmei's films, he knew this artist skillfully combines rich colors and traditional aesthetics, creating a beautiful, yet refreshing contrast, intricate, without being verbose, fully reflecting the director's profound aesthetic foundation. Yet in the most personal space, Huang Zhongmei has decorated her home unexpectedly plainly. An old newspaper serves as the tablecloth. Plain, transparent glass cups and green-painted checkered windows reflect a style from the last century. The vase on the windowsill is a common glass vase left over after the water-grown gentleman's orchid has wilted. It has been washed clean, holding a branch whose name Zhang Jiyu cannot recall, with tiny round leaves of tender green just budding in the spring. I found that this morning in the park, Huang Zhongmei said, holding the cup of water, transforming back into a kind and amiable elderly woman. This great director did not turn on the air conditioning, and she was dressed warmly, a common trait of older people who are sensitive to cold. Zhang Jiyu awkwardly greeted the elderly woman, and after a few exchanges found himself at a loss for words, resorting to a polite smile while listening to Yusu chat with her. Director Huang Zhongmei spoke at a steady pace, each word clear. Zhang Jiyu had read her profile and knew that when she was young and just starting her career, she had been assigned as a broadcaster and later by chance entered the film industry. Someone who has weathered storms carries a certain steadiness that commands respect. It reminded Zhang Jiyu of a quality his elementary school Chinese teacher had. He was already a sincere person, and now he sat up even straighter on the sofa, never once leaning against the soft cushions. Director Huang Zhongmei observed this well-mannered young man for a while and said, "Your face cannot portray a poor person." Zhang Ziyu's heart sank at once. Then director Huang Zhongmei changed her tone and added, "But your heart is very steady, grounded. That's quite commendable." Zhang Jiyu blinked in confusion. Was this a compliment? He heard the elderly woman continue to speak slowly, her voice carrying the weight of time. "But I need you to ignite a fire in your heart like sparks spreading into a prairie." The enormous opportunity felt like a heavy pie crashing down on Zhang Ziyu's head, leaving him momentarily unable to comprehend what the person across was saying. Only when he saw Yuzu's excited eyes did he confirm that director Huang Zhongmei was serious. "If you come to star in my film, I need you to clear your entire schedule for the year. Can you do that?" Of course. Zhang Jiyu nodded eagerly. Director Huang Zhongmei smiled. The warm elderly lady stood up, and it was evident that she was still quite strong. Then it settled. "Come, let me show you my collection." Although director Huang Zhongmei is well known, she rarely reveals her private life. Therefore, before arriving at her home, Zhang Jiyu found it hard to imagine that this seemingly amiable elder had a hobby of collecting various types of cold weapons. Swords, spears, sabers, halberds, and various forms of metal, all extracted from their raw mineral state, refined in fire and forged under a hammer, eventually emitted a unique luster beneath such a simple wooden door. Zhang Jiyu was brought into this room, not daring to move. He even caught a faint scent of iron in the air. These weapons were placed on tall shelves that seemed sturdy enough to bear such a heavy load. When I bought the house, this place wasn't the best, but I specifically chose the first floor to accommodate these items. Director Huang Zhongmei, like an elder proudly showcasing her beloved granddaughter's awards, said contentedly, "They are all real, not a single one is a prop." She casually picked up a large knife and raised it, saying, "I'm getting old, but I used to wield this big knife in the park, and it drew a crowd that cheered for me. But at your age, holding such a shiny and fearsome weapon seems quite concerning." Huang Zhongmei noticed the worry in the eyes of the two young men and playfully winked. "It's fine, they're all unsharpened. No one will get hurt." She handed the large knife to Yusu, who was a young man in the prime of his life, his wrist certainly much sturdier than Huang Zhongmei's. Yet when the knife was placed in his hands, Zhang Jiyu clearly saw him instinctively sink a bit under its weight. He looked at director Huang Zhongmei with admiration, thinking, "My goodness, you truly are a super grandma." Clearly Huang Zhongmei delighted in the shining admiration from the young man, and she cheerfully began to introduce her collection to Zhang Jiyu. There were simply too many weapons, many types of which Zhang Jiyu didn't even know the names. Director Huang Zhongmei casually picked them up to educate him. Zhang Jiyu watched as her wrinkled hands, now speckled with age spots, effortlessly lifted a pair of 4-foot-long square copper sticks, her speech showing no effort at all. "This is a flail often seen in novels. It lacks the elegance of swords or sabers, and it's quite difficult to wield. You rarely see it in film and television works. Huang Zhongmei set down the copper flail which clanged against the shelf. Zhang Jiu nodded in respect, indicating he had learned something, while Yusu thought for a moment before recalling. I remember this. I had one in the props from your film when I was a kid, identical, but it was made of wood. I was curious about what it was, and you even gifted me one. Yusu reminisced. I brought it to school, but my teacher confiscated it. He used that wooden flail as a teaching stick to bang on the blackboard. It was quite sturdy, though I used it for 6 years until I graduated from elementary school without it breaking. Among the array of outdoor weapons, Director Huang Zhongmei bent down and pulled out a long wooden box from the wooden box was made of deep black wood, and just by looking at its texture one could tell it was not cheap. The elder's now aging hands gently brushed off the dust from the box, opening the brass lock, revealing a slender antique-style sword lying quietly inside. Upon seeing this sword, Director Huang Zhongmei's gaze revealed a hint of nostalgia, yet she did not reach for it. Instead, she invited Zhang Jiu and Yusu to pick it up. After some polite gestures, Yusu lifted the sword. It was indeed heavy, feeling like it weighed around 10 pounds. Zhang Jiu gently removed the sheath, revealing a steady black color that shimmered with a faint blue sheen in the light. It was beautiful, beautiful, like truth, simple, yet stunning. In an instant, Zhang Jiu understood why ancient heroes pursued famed swords. Good things, when placed there, evoke a desire to possess them. Yusu was even more excited, while Zhang Jiu merely stood by admiring. Yusu was already eager to touch this fine sword. After receiving permission, he impatiently reached out to lightly touch the blade. The sword was not sharpened, but at the moment Yusu's finger brushed against the edge, Zhang Jiu's heart tensed. He felt as though this sword could effortlessly slice through hair and could easily slice off Yusu's finger like clay. Director Huang Zhongmei smiled as she watched these two young men treat her collection with admiration and appreciation. In her eyes, it seemed as if many years flashed by in an instant, then everything sped past her, leaving only the age itself and the vibrant lives of the young before her. This sword has no name. It was given to me by an old friend. The elder wore a relaxed smile. This idea has been in my heart for several years. I've contemplated it too much, and I still want to use it to make a film. The film will be titled Nameless Sword. The three of them chatted a lot. Director Huang Zhongmei was actually very good at communicating with people. Yusu could even chat casually with stones. In this joyful discussion, Zhang Jiu held his cup, not even realizing that his body had quietly relaxed, finally leaning against the soft sofa with an unconscious smile. Meanwhile, Zhuaheng, who was waiting in the car outside, was getting anxious. As the sun gradually set, the sunlight on the cement ground turned yellow, and the crescent moon quietly appeared in the clouds. Zhuaheng finally caught sight of the two figures. It felt as if a crazy cat was scratching at his heart, but with Yusu present, Zhuaheng couldn't directly ask. He could only glance at the sky. "Oh dear, it's about time to treat Director Huang to dinner," Yusu said with a smile. Brother Zhuo, we also wanted to treat her, but Director Huang mentioned that a friend she met during morning exercises at the park is having a gathering tonight, which is why we came out. It's indeed about time for dinner. How about I treat you both? I had initially arranged to meet Zhang Jiu, but he ended up. Zhuaheng was very familiar with his artist. What work? It was simply a reluctance to go out. His role as a manager couldn't even pull him out. But such artists are a relief. Zhuaheng covered for Zhang Jiu, saying, "How could I let you spend? What do you want to eat? He'll pick up the bill." Yusu didn't decline. He genuinely thought for a moment and said he didn't want anything fancy. He felt a bit cold sitting with Director Huang Zhongmei, and now he just wanted to eat hot pot. Then it was settled. Hot pot it was. Zhuaheng took the two handsome young actors who could attract crowds without masks to a well-hidden hot pot restaurant favored by insiders. Along the way, every time they stopped at a red light, Zhuaheng had to scratch his neck. Unfortunately, Zhang Jiu didn't understand his hints at all. He and Yusu were sitting in the back, quietly chatting. What were they talking about? Why not speak louder? Yusu, this young man seemed quite open. Why couldn't he just be straight? Zhuaheng felt resentful, but couldn't let others see it. So in the private room, he pretended to be casual and naturally struck up a conversation with Yusu. Zhang Jiu on the side quietly ate quickly. Such spicy, oily, and heavily seasoned food is not something an actor can indulge in too often. A day of healthy eating is manageable, but after months it could be quite deadly. Zhang Jiu wasn't picky. His natural conditions allowed him to eat without too many restrictions. However, hot pot was certainly not something he could have. Counting it out, he realized he hadn't eaten hot pot since entering the acting industry. Moreover, the quality of the ingredients in this restaurant was exceptionally high, making it particularly delicious. As he ate, he also helped the two speaking men with their food ingredients. However, as Yusu and Zhuaheng were busy chatting, they weren't eating as quickly as Zhang Jiu. By the time Zhang Jiu finished and elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin, the two were still engrossed in conversation. Clearly, Yusu had already said a lot while with Director Huang Zhongmei, and during the drive to the hot pot restaurant, he hadn't really stopped talking. Now was his throat not tired? It must be said that fans are truly remarkable. This time the three of them managed to escape even the paparazzi, yet a fan on the upper floor captured them while taking pictures of the scenery and excitedly posted the two on Weibo. "Sister, you live on the 17th floor. The fan remarked that even from half a kilometer away the handsome guy's face. The current smartphone cameras aren't that advanced yet, so the photos turned out quite blurry, but the subjects in the pictures were strikingly handsome, and even if the images resembled simple sketches their proportions were still excellent. When Zhang Jiyu saw this low-resolution photo, there were only about 20 comments below it, but as soon as he refreshed it instantly surged to over 300. Since that's the case, let's post a group photo. This was Yusu, whose cheerful nature had him glowing like a sunflower after a hot pot meal, just like when drinking his face was flushed from the heat of the pot. He has always loved sharing his thoughts and photos online. He had already introduced himself to a renowned director. What was wrong with posting a group photo? Zhang Jiyu had no objections. Thus Yusu took out his phone, revealing his bright white teeth, and flashed a peace sign. Zhang Jiyu glanced at the phone screen and fell silent. Although he wasn't a photographer himself, his aesthetic sense had been bombarded by big data, and Yusu's selfie skills were somewhat hard to describe. Originally an 8-point handsome guy, the photo turned him into a big fool. Is this how you take photos? What's wrong with this? Zhang Jiyu shook his head while Yusu retorted, then you take one. I can't take photos either. Zhuanghe, who was watching, suggested, why don't you two just record a short video instead? He truly admired the discerning eyes of fans. Even from such a distance they could recognize people. Now Zhuanghe could already imagine how the shipping fans would react. Currently Tianshan Qingyunji is incredibly popular, but it ends with a tragic conclusion. Oh, painful memories always last longer than happy ones. The three main characters can be shipped in various combinations, and the CP is gaining immense popularity. Although it hasn't broken into mainstream, it has become an undeniable force online. When they return Zhuang, he would need to find someone to tone down the heat marketing the friendship angle. If the CP becomes too popular, it could become troublesome. The popularity of the CP might be substantial, but Zhang Jiyu and Yusu don't need to indulge in this fast food. As for Yusu's poor photography skills, Zhuang, he didn't see it as a problem, it wasn't a flaw. Instead, the public tends to feel a sense of closeness from celebrities' imperfections, making it a valuable marketing memory point. However, if his artists aren't happy, Zhuang, he would naturally side with his own. If the kid wants to post a group photo, then let him. If he can't take photos, then just record a video. Zhang Jiyu and Yusu accepted the suggestion, setting up the phone to record. Yusu greeted the camera, waving his hand like a maraca. Come eat hot pot with friends. Zhang Jiyu smiled at the camera from the side. At least smile a bit brighter. We look like strangers here. Thus Zhang Jiyu lifted the corners of his mouth another 30 degrees. Yusu pressed the stop button, complaining about the difference between their smiles, then realized he had forgotten something important. He had just negotiated a phone endorsement, yet the phone he was using to record wasn't from that brand. Then I'll post it. Zhang Jiyu wasn't very active on Weibo, rarely posting his own photos. He preferred to share cloud sunsets and little flowers growing through brick crevices. Once he joined the filming, he would hand over his Weibo account to the staff for management. The staff would during this period post a photo from the photographer's stock every few days. Over time, fans could discern when it was the real star and when it was the staff, and they could also infer Zhang Jiyu's work status. It's hard to say which one to choose between sharing personal life and beautiful photos. Posting such a video from personal time was unprecedented. Fearing someone might pinpoint the location from the store's decor, Zhang Jiyu even waited until after leaving the store to post the video. At this point, Zhang Jiyu and Yusu secretly together had already been trending for a while. When Zhang Jiyu posted the video, it added fuel to the fire, quickly pushing the topic to the top. What a gentle, lovely, and heartwarming little fish during private time. Such a good boy. Let him do whatever he wants. When Xiangzhu has really flipped the script, commanding the senior brother, watch out for Xiagonqiu, he might just blow you away. Can we not stab me with a knife while everyone is so cheerful? With such high heat, Sheng Yueping also joined in the fun. Tao Ruhua, oh wow, senior brothers, you didn't bring me along for the meal. The online chatter was bustling, and Zhuanghe's heart was burning with anxiety. Do you think this is really happening? Zhuanghe parked the car by the roadside. According to his own words, he was worried that he might be too happy and accidental. Zhang Jiyu was calm and understated, not doing anything wrong. If he drove inappropriately and got caught, it would drag Zhang Jiyu down and tarnish Zhuanghe's reputation in the agent circle. Yes, it really is happening. Director Huang has asked me to keep my schedule open. Zhang Jiyu put down his phone, cheerfully repeating his fourth response. About a year or so, I've troubled brother Zhuang to help me arrange it. Once the news was confirmed, he began to chuckle softly. Zhang Jiyu caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, and he looked so much like a criminal suspect that it was somewhat frightening, making him tighten his coat and sit back further. Zhuang he had not yet noticed, but he felt a surge of ambition in his heart, believing that Zhang Jiyu was about to reach the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, bringing along his agent to survey all the mountains. Once home, he was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night, staring wide-eyed until dawn before finally feeling a hint of drowsiness. Just as he was about to close his eyes contentedly, a phone call came in. Hey Lao Zhang, it's me. We're soon contacting the crew to release some behind-the-scenes footage. Can you have Jiyu cooperate with some comments? It turned out that Sheng Yuping's haters were criticizing her for riding on the coattails of popularity, saying that she stirred the pot after broadcasting a hot drama, always referring to herself as the little sister. They didn't even look at their own age. This was utterly absurd. Sheng Yueping had fans too. They started arguing late at night, and other artist teams in the same arena took advantage of the chaos, making the situation escalate. By the time dawn approached, the rumors concocted by the haters had already climbed to the bottom of the trending list. It was clear that there were organized attacks involved, and the methods were sophisticated. The smear campaign mixed real events with falsehoods. Even if the bad things were fabricated, they were very convincing. As it approached the time when everyone would wake up, Sheng Yuping's manager wasn't idle either. They quickly contacted Weibo to suppress the heat, while also arranging for Tianshan Xinyanji to release a behind-the-scenes clip at 8 o'clock showcasing the good relationship among the three leads, coordinating with Zhang Jiu and Yu Su to use the drama's popularity to bury these malicious rumors. Alright then, Zhuang, he snapped back to reality from his ethereal dreams, returning to being a sharp and capable professional agent. Sure, we'll cooperate. On the other end of the phone, there were sounds of gratitude. After hanging up Zhuang, he suddenly realized that no matter what, Zhang Jiu had yet to appear in a film by director Huang Zhongmei. Even if he participated, his status would rise smoothly, but in the entertainment industry, he would still face false accusations like Sheng Yueping and would have to deal with them late at night, just like her manager. Zhuang, he understood. Even if the status changed, the work remained largely the same. What was there to be complacent? No wonder Zhang Jiu remained so composed and calm. He must have seen through all of this long ago. Zhuang, he laughed at himself for growing so old, while not being as insightful as a young person. Director Huang Zhongmei's film was certainly excellent, but the most crucial thing was still to focus on doing well with the tasks at hand step by step. Zhang Jiu himself was unaware of the high regard in which he was held in Zhuang Hexin's heart. He was merely stunned by such a large slice of pie mechanically repeating his past life. However, he quickly found it hard to maintain that mechanical routine. There was too much work, alas. Being an actor whose projects are always a hit means work is far more than others might imagine. Collaborations with various brands need to be coordinated and numerous events must be attended. Especially since Zhang Ziyu's schedule for the coming year must be cleared, he needs to accumulate more stock to maintain his exposure. Every day upon waking and checking his schedule, Zhang Ziyu felt as though the sky might collapse. He was busy and the staff around him were even busier. The artist only needed to attend events, while those planning the activities had to consider a multitude of factors. Especially Zhang Ziyu's styling team. When artists enter production, they only need to negotiate the styling with the production team, which is relatively relaxed. Now, after exiting the production team, Zhang Jiu appears every 2 days, each time requiring a new look and must wear various sponsorships. The costume designer wakes up each day thinking of outfits and falls asleep contemplating styles, busier than if they were playing a game of Miracle Nikki. At this moment, she particularly envied the makeup artists in the team who had a lighter and less demanding workload. Yet despite this, she still worked diligently and earnestly every day, putting a lot of thought into each outfit, striving to showcase Zhang Ziyu's appearance in various aspects and styles. However, while denim and leather jackets might suffice for casual events, formal occasions still called for the timeless dark-toned suits. Although male artist styles may be traditional, they have a significant advantage in cold weather. They need not expose large areas of skin like female artists and can wear much thicker clothing. The Feiyue Award is undoubtedly a grand event in the entertainment industry. No one would foolishly attend The costume designer paired Zhang Jiu in dark tones, but the style was different. Underneath, he wore a black turtleneck with a relatively loose suit on top, unbuttoned and adorned with a simple diamond necklace, where small stones were intricately set to form a delicate chain, radiating a sense of presence, stylish yet composed. This year, Zhang Ziyu's status has significantly improved. His role as Prince Hung has earned him a nomination for Best Supporting Actor at the Feiyue Awards. The Best Supporting Actor nomination carries substantial weight at the Feiyue Awards. Last year, the drama Wei Yijuan that Zhang Jiu participated in received the audience's favorite award at the Feiyue Awards, but that was merely a cold dish on a table adorned with delicacies far inferior to the Best Supporting Actor nomination. Although the Best Supporting Actor award cannot compare to the Best Actor and Best Actress awards, it is still considered a significant dish on the banquet table, akin to braised pork and lobsters. While braised pork is definitely cheaper than lobsters, there are still people who enjoy it. Zhang Ziyu's nomination stems first from the excellent theme of harem, second from Prince Hang's high popularity, and third among the young and popular actors. He is indeed among the better ones, prompting the judges to give a nomination to encourage the younger generation. See, we don't discriminate against popularity. If you perform, well, you can also be nominated. Of course, winning is utterly out of the question for 2 reasons. First, objectively speaking, Zhang Ziyu's portrayal of Prince Hung lacks the strength. Among the nominees for Best Supporting Actor, he is the weakest. Second, harem is both critically and commercially successful, garnering nominations for most of the Feiyue Awards, including Best Drama, Best Actress, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actress, Best Script, Best Score. Essentially, all the major awards have been nominated, whereas the one that should have been most likely to win the audience's favorite award was not nominated. This makes sense. If you take all the food from the table, you ought to leave some soup for others. With so many awards, it's impossible to win them all. Harem was well made, but not that good. There are other excellent dramas that are recognized during the same period, though they may not be as popular as Harem. Winning all the awards would not be convincing. The judges must make choices. In the three most prestigious categories, Best Drama, Best Actress, and Best Actor, Harem will likely only win one. If the top award goes to Best Drama, then the Best Actress and Best Actor will certainly not win. To maintain balance, the judges will likely award one of the Best Supporting Actress or Best Supporting Actor to Harem, and that certainly won't be Zhang Ziyu. The production team for Harem has submitted the actress playing the Shu Fei role as the Best Supporting Actress nominee, whose acting skills far surpass Zhang Ziyu's. Harem has more scenes for the female lead, making it unlikely for the Best Actor award to be won. Even though the actor playing the Emperor performed exceptionally well, the plot's focus is not on him. If the drama were to produce a Best Actress and Best Actor, it wouldn't make sense for them not to be the core of the story. If the Best Actress wins, then there's no chance for supporting roles, and the Best Drama award will definitely be out of reach. Perhaps Harem will win many other less significant, but professionally strong awards like Best Score, Best Cinematography, and Best Script, but the actors shouldn't expect to take home another award. This is the awarding pattern of the Feiyue Awards, fair and just. When there is no drama king able to fully dominate, more dramas are given opportunities, encouraging diversity and promoting ecological balance. After all this talk, the meaning is clear: Zhang Ziyu will definitely not win an award. But that's okay, our nomination itself is a victory. Especially among young actors in the same category, this nomination has boosted Zhang Ziyu's status significantly. How high has he leaped? Now, when attending Weibo's evening gala, Zhang Ziyu is qualified to sit in the front row. Fans, being a bit thick-skinned, can now boast about him being a capable actor. Zhang Ziyu's fans are, of course, celebrating loudly, so joyful that they want to shout in the streets and share this joy with the entire world. Other fans might not take this well, but Zhang Ziyu's fanbase is rapidly and steadily growing, and the general public's perception of him is exceedingly positive. There are no scandals to dig up, and his fans are harmonious and happy. The artist himself complies with the law, leaving other fans only able to vent their frustrations in private circles, while online, they can only make subtle remarks that don't hurt much. It's fine with the nomination for the Feiyue Awards. Fans don't care about anything else. A few of the more combative ones might retaliate, while the rest simply ignore the negativity. Under the premise of not winning an award, the public generally recognizes Zhang Ziyu's nomination and sees him as someone who simply participated. While some may have fantasized about Zhang Ziyu actually winning Best Supporting Actor, such an outcome would only lead to accusations of corruption in the Feiyue Awards. Originally, Zhang Ziyu had very few critics, but if he won an award, that number would surely increase. Yet if he did win the award and genuinely benefited from it, there would be no need to care about the critics. In any case, whether Zhang Ziyu wins or not, both sides are a win. Fans began celebrating as soon as the nomination was announced. When Zhang Ziyu revealed his red carpet look, their joy only intensified. Just look at that divine face. Compared to last year, this year Zhang Ziyu appears more composed, gradually shedding the slenderness of youth and stepping into the maturity of young adulthood. Previously, he was equally beautiful and handsome, but now he leans more towards the handsome side. His youthful naivety is slowly fading from his face, and his skin appears firmer. If in ancient costumes Zhang Ziyu resembled clear, transparent liquor at first glance, with a deeper observation revealing its fiery strength, then in modern attire, he first appears as rich red wine, its deep color intoxicating. The Feiyue Awards do not invite fans inside. They stand by the red carpet waiting, while the media armed with cameras gather to capture this highly popular young actor. Is this really a human face? It's almost too beautiful. Whether he is human, demon, ghost, or God, I'm just going to admire him first. Sisters ahead, I'll wait my turn, ha. These aren't the comments of fans, but rather the remarks of passersby, after Zhang Ziyu trended on social media, even more audacious than the fans. Not only domestically, but true handsome men gain universal recognition worldwide. In Asia, where there are no aesthetic barriers, there is a tradition of mutually introducing dramas. Without any deliberate promotion, Zhang Ziyu has already gained considerable fame across Asia through the dramas he has starred in. There are now dedicated accounts on Twitter that share news about Zhang Ziyu, and in the comments, terms like magnificent and great are piling up, resembling a rainbow of praise in various languages. Zhang Ziyu has two luxury brand endorsements. One is Aludang, focusing on menswear and perfume, and the other is Grandfu, a jewelry brand. Now both brands have claimed sponsorship of Zhang Ziyu on Weibo and Twitter, attracting many Western fans. However, Zhang Ziyu's focus remains on the domestic market. He doesn't pay much attention to discussions abroad. He merely monitors the public opinion on Weibo. This nomination is truly an unexpected joy, as if it fell from the sky. The studio never anticipated Zhang Ziyu would be nominated. Amidst excitement, the workload surged. The PR team, holding their breath, had already prepared a plan a week in advance for guiding public opinion after the awards. Even if he doesn't win, they must still guide public opinion, roughly stating that the nomination itself is recognition for Zhang Ziyu, who is a very serious and hardworking young man, and he continues to improve. Everyone should look forward to it. Anyway, the PR personnel believe they haven't spoken untruthfully. Isn't this 1,000 times better than an artist claiming they're just friends when photographed holding hands? Seating at the Fayue Awards is arranged by production teams. Regardless of their ranking, everyone from the same team sits at one round table. Zhang Ziyu hasn't seen director Wang Ji in a long time, and now he appears much more spirited than his previous disheveled self. Being praised and admired brings forth a certain radiance. This is what one means by the so-called red energy nurtures. Harem features more female actors and fewer male ones, with a few behind-the-scenes staff present as well. One round table is full with 2 extra chairs needed. The actor playing the emperor suggested that he and Zhang Ziyu, the 2 males, sit at a separate table. Coincidentally, Zhang Ziyu also knows 2 people at the other table: Jiang Wei, who played the general in Wei Yijuan, and Lu Wang, the female lead of Half City of Roses. That's how small the entertainment industry is. These 2 got connected, and netizens jokingly referred to them as the girlfriend of the goddess. White Moonlight is with me now. It's quite like the title of a viral novel. Though the 2 dramas they starred in weren't particularly popular, they were of good quality, and the actors were few. Their location was also adjacent to harem, making it just right to sit 2 people together. They were welcome there as well, sitting alongside the nominees for Best Actor and Best Supporting Actor, which would certainly garner a good number of camera shots. Although he clearly knew that he would not win any awards, Zhang Ziyu felt inexplicably tense. He was certain of his failure, yet he couldn't help but harbor a sliver of hope. It was like celebrating by buying a lottery ticket with a birthday number, knowing that the chances of winning were minuscule, but still holding on to a glimmer of expectation. He maintained a smile as he awaited the enormous screen on the stage, which flashed the faces of the nominees one by one. The final face was both unfamiliar and familiar, and before Zhang Ziyu could process who it was, his heart began to race, as if it were gripped by an invisible hand. The host's voice seemed to be separated from him by a barrier. The sound waves from the speakers trembled, slightly distant, yet near. Zhang Ziyu felt himself mechanically displaying a congratulatory smile, his hands instinctively applauding. It wasn't until the host began announcing the next award that Zhang Ziyu realized, it really was over, and the award winner was indeed not him. He didn't feel particularly sad. However, the sensation was vastly different from last year's disappointment with Half City of Roses, and Zhang Ziyu couldn't find a way to describe it. Was it because the weight of this award was greater? Because the benefits were more plentiful? Or was it simply because this time the nominee was him rather than the crew? Yet it felt as though his heart was shrouded in a thin film, suffocatingly heavy. The awards currently being presented had no connection to Zhang Ziyu. The camera surely wouldn't capture him, and there were no fans in the venue looking his way. In the moment when the lights dimmed between segments, no one knew what expression Zhang Ziyu wore. But a few seconds later, when the lights brightened, he still wore an impeccable smile. As Zhang Ziyu reflected on his inner feelings, he discovered that he had unknowingly harbored high expectations for himself. Now that those hopes had fallen flat, he felt a discomfort akin to returning to solid ground after a bungee jump. After coming to this realization, he suddenly found it quite amusing. What exactly was he expecting? Was he really hoping that a few compliments would make him feel like a prodigy descended from the heavens? Zhang Ziyu, have you been too carried away lately? You just learned to walk and already expect to win a marathon. He admonished himself internally. Meals should be eaten one bite at a time. Paths should be walked step by step. Progress should come gradually. If one is suddenly elevated to fame, they might suffer from altitude sickness. Having traversed this mental journey, only about 10 minutes had passed in reality, yet Zhang Ziyu's mindset had already returned to normal, and now the major highlights of the Leap Award were just beginning to unfold. His heart sank. He had been so immersed in his own world that he had forgotten to count how many minor awards the harem had won before this. Did the actor for The Noble Consort win Best Supporting Actress? He had been so absorbed in thought that all he remembered was raising his hands to applaud, and he couldn't even recall who won the award. Zhang Ziyu wanted to turn and see if there was an extra trophy at the table next door, but now the camera was sweeping back and forth among the various crews, and any sudden movements would be quite noticeable. The winner of this year's Leap Award for Best TV Series is. Zhang Ziyu truly didn't know whether the harem had won this award. He heard an unfamiliar name, and from the corner of his eye he saw Zhao Hu's eyes light up, her entire demeanor radiating joy, for this meant her chances of winning had significantly increased. Zhang Ziyu could not see the expression on director Wang Ji's face, but he could sense that the actor playing the emperor beside him, though maintaining a posture of applause, was also starting to get restless. He understood the emotion that Zhang Ziyu had just experienced. Although the chances were slim, what ifs do not exist. On stage, Zhao Hui was glowing with honor, her eyes reflecting genuine joy. No one wishes to go without recognition, no one wants to be overlooked. This award ceremony occupied a minor portion of Zhang Ziyu's life, yet he vaguely grasped some profound truths. Who wouldn't want to win? As the ceremony concluded, it was late. Zhang Ziyu stepped out from backstage. The city's light pollution was severe, and in the sky, he could only see the moon and a few bright stars. But Zhang Ziyu knew that these stars had not disappeared. They still shone brightly in the distant universe. Perhaps one of these stars, overshadowed by man-made light, served as the sun in another world. Sometimes Zhang Ziyu would fall into these poetic musings. The The calls of his fans pulled him back down to earth. The weather was getting warmer day by day, but the late-night chill always lingered. Fans who had waited for a long time saw the live stream ending on their phones, and after waiting and waiting they finally saw Zhang Ziyu appear, but before they could feel joy some began to express concern. Zhang Ziyu, hurry, and put on some clothes, don't catch a cold. Zhang Ziyu laughed. He wanted to reply that his clothing was cashmere and wouldn't make him cold, but he silently accepted the fans' kindness and put on the coat handed to him by his assistant. He took the initiative to approach the fans. His assistant followed closely. Zhang Ziyu saw the sparkling eyes of these girls like stars from underground. The Buddhist saying goes, a flower, a world, a leaf, a Bodhi. Is it possible that a person's eyes are a whole you? Some of the people Zhang Ziyu recognized, while others were new faces, yet amidst so many unfamiliar yet familiar individuals, he didn't know what to say. Should he show concern? Ask them if they were cold or tired? But such light words held little meaning. As for gifts, Zhang Ziyu had just attended an award ceremony and had nothing on him. Should he ask the assistant to buy something? Wouldn't that be too slow? Perhaps his brain had momentarily stalled, and Zhang Ziyu asked his assistant a question. Can I buy this necklace? Zhang Ziyu was referring to the necklace sponsored by Granville around his neck. The assistant nodded. Then that's fine. Do you have scissors? Zhang Ziyu knew that the assistant did, and they were good scissors. The assistant often said that small scissors were ineffective, so they carried around a sharp steel cutter that could cut through iron sheets. The assistant often praised how small these scissors were. While meeting security standards capable of cutting anything durable and effective, they could even serve as a self-defense weapon in emergencies. However, Zhang Ziyu had never seen him use them. The assistant took the scissors from his backpack and handed them to Zhang Ziyu. Zhang Ziyu softly said thank you, raised his hand to take off the necklace around his neck, and the assistant's eyes widened in shock. He actually used the scissors to cut the necklace. Although it was a luxury item, jewelry brand certainly ensured quality, and it was Zhang Ziyu's incredible grip that allowed him to sever the metal connecting the diamonds as easily as cutting through an aluminum can. The diamonds on the necklace were quite small, perhaps only 2 or 3/10 of a carat. Zhang Ziyu cut off a few and, like feeding birds, handed one to each of the fans in front of him. The fans first screamed, then covered their faces and cried with emotion. Zhang Ziyu knew that some of them could afford luxury necklaces themselves. Their emotional reactions stemmed entirely from the fact that the gift giver was Zhang Ziyu. As the gifts continued, the fans had formed a long line akin to college students queuing for meals. Fortunately, the fans waiting at this time were not particularly numerous, and thankfully the necklace was thin, requiring many diamonds for a string. Overall, they were barely enough, but by the time the last person received a gift, there were no more diamonds left. Just one short. Zhang Ziyu looked at his hand left with only the clasps at both ends, which he could not use to deceive. One fan whom Zhang Ziyu recognized well as a regular photographer excitedly expressed that she didn't mind taking the clasp. Zhang Ziyu still smiled at her, his gaze fixed on her face. I'll keep this as a memento for myself. You can extend your hand. The fan was struck by the beauty in close proximity and dizzily extended her hand. Not like that. I raise your hand and spread your fingers. She obediently followed his instructions. Zhang Ziyu took off a plain ring from his hand, remembering it was also sponsored by Granville. He bent down and quickly slid the ring onto the fan's finger. Since Zhang Ziyu's hand was larger than the fan's, it went on smoothly, and even in such an intimate gesture, there was no skin contact throughout. After completing all of this, the fans were still in a daze. Zhang Ziyu took a few steps back, adjusted his coat, and then for the first time revealed a radiant smile, waving goodbye to this group of lovely people. Go home quickly, it's late. After getting into the car, Zhang Ziyu felt exceptionally good, joyfully, like being slightly tipsy from drinking. He even began to hum a tune. Zhuang, he waited in the car, surprised. What happened? Where's your necklace? Zhang Ziyu turned his head to look at the car window and smiled without speaking. The assistant answered for him. He said he bought it and cut it up to share with fans, but in the end there wasn't enough left. He also gave away the ring. Zhuang, he was even more surprised, but not at all unexpected. He calmly said, all right, the necklace is 150 and the ring is 20. Well, deduct it from your next settlement. So cheap. The assistant was puzzled. But this is Granville. The unit is in 10,000. Wow. Zhang Ziyu remained silent, listening to the exaggerated tones of the people around him as they talked and laughed heartily. As the car moved, the scene around him rewound in his palm. The pain from overly exerting himself while cutting the necklace began to surface, and the small clasp he had held for too long gradually felt like it was heating up. I will continue to improve. Perhaps one day the stars and the moon will belong to me. Recently, a video surfaced showing the popular young star Zhang Ziyu proposing to a graceful woman in public after suffering a loss at the Feyuer Awards, causing fans to scream in excitement. This is a marketing account that usually lacks traffic, yet this Weibo post surprisingly garnered thousands of comments, all mocking and ridiculing fans. Wow, what's going on? Zhang Ziyu is so inconsiderate of his fans. I suggest you give me the ring and I will judge him. This is outrageous. Marketing accounts truly distort the truth. Can't they be more sensible? Yes, that's right, he proposed to me, and we're going to get our marriage certificate soon. How could you expose this? Transfer me 200 yuan as a gift, or I will sue you. Can we not joke around? Don't give attention to such marketing accounts, report them quickly. Soon under concentrated efforts, this Weibo post vanished. This also indirectly confirms Zhang Ziyu's recent popularity and the activity of his fans. On the night of the Fayuer Awards, amidst the fierce competition for Best Actor and Actress, Zhang Ziyu, a mere nominee for Best Supporting Actor, maintained a high profile, even briefly topping the search charts. Such popularity is indeed formidable. The reason lies in the cut necklace and the ring presented to some fans upon seeing their beloved artist never let go of their phones. That evening when Zhang Ziyu was distributing diamonds, one fan persistently recorded with her phone her steady hands capturing crystal clear footage, even providing a first-person perspective of receiving the diamond from Zhang Ziyu. She simply edited the footage and posted it on her Weibo. In the video, her distance from Zhang Ziyu decreased step by step, each advancement capturing him more clearly. Oh my god, this video feels no different from face-to-face. The distance is too close, I'm so envious. Seeing Zhang Ziyu from a first-person perspective, he truly is a handsome man with no angles to miss. How did the poster manage not to hug him? You can even see the veins on his hands. This guy really doesn't wear makeup. He looks amazing even without it. I almost cried watching this video. Walking towards you step by step. The distance between fans and artists is beautiful. The best little fish baby in the world. I'm just a bit jealous. Logging off now. There were also off-topic discussions about the type of scissors used. That necklace must have cost a fortune, and did he just cut it? Is the quality of glint such poor? The scissors used by him are the same as mine. Cutting wire is a breeze. Look at how red his fingers are from gripping the scissors tightly. Cutting the necklace is quite possible. True, but those hands are really beautiful. Let me blow a kiss. There were indeed some wealthy women commenting. I just found out I have the same necklace as the little fish. The strength in her hands is incredible. I struggled to cut mine, but now I also have the diamond gifted by the little fish. I'm preparing to buy the same ring at the store tomorrow. I looked up the price, it's over $1 million. The wealthy lady just casually cut it. She really has some power. This cannot be criticized. She's a true wealthy lady. However, the focal point of the discussion remained the fan who received the ring from Zhang Ziyu. This fan is quite famous in the fandom. She attends almost every event Zhang Ziyu is involved in, buys every endorsement, and has produced several well-known stunning photos, even trending multiple times for her shots. She doesn't seek fame or money. She even holds giveaways on Weibo when she's happy. Such a quality fan is desired by every artist. Yet today, she who usually posts frequently on Weibo only appeared several hours after the trending topic. Heartfelt little octopus. Hello, everyone, sorry for the wait. I'm the fan who received the ring. Before meeting Zhang Ziyu, I never imagined that one day someone would put a ring on my finger. Such luck and love I will forever cherish. When you meet the right person, you realize their worth. The accompanying image shows a simple band ring nestled among white roses under soft lighting. So it's heartfelt, sister. She's truly so lucky. I felt a tinge of jealousy after watching the video, and now it's even worse. This sister has probably spent several million on the little fish. I sincerely hope she finds the right person. Such significant events surely wouldn't go unnoticed by the forums. Li Tao, is Zhang Ziyu too good at charming? Shouldn't celebrities maintain a sense of distance? Wouldn't this make him lose his appeal? 2L. How can charming fans be criticized? Supporting handsome guys is just charming. 3L. Are you a masochist? Do you enjoy seeing the main character roll his eyes at fans? I was initially excited to see you, but now I find it absurd. 4L. From a bystander's perspective, it doesn't diminish his charm at all. I used to just admire Zhang Ziyu's looks, but now I'm considering becoming a fan. 5L. Feeling close diminishes charm because the artists you like lack inherent appeal, right? 6L. I was angry, but seeing everyone confront me in the comments reassured me. I woke up to my dorm mate, a fan, crying while holding her phone. What happened? LZ, I'm taking up the first floor. 2L. Are you offline? It's all over the internet. 3L. Check out Weibo Childhood Sea Urchin. The latest video is there. 4L. I came back after watching what shocked me. Zhang Ziyu was so generous, cutting $1 million necklace and gifting a ring worth hundreds of thousands. Is there still time for fans to catch up? 5L. Honestly, I can't afford such an expensive wedding ring. 6L. That's right, Zhang Ziyu is indeed a wealthy and generous man. 7L. To be honest, those who frequent the forums know that while celebrities make money quickly, they can also be stingy. I still remember my previous idol's birthday event tickets were $1,000 and the gift prepared was just a fake flower which was of lower quality than what I gave my teacher on Teacher's Day in elementary school. 8L. It's rare for an idol to treat their fans so well. I'm ready to get in line to join. 9L. I'm so envious. If my idol could personally put a ring on my finger, even if it's a $2 toy, I would cry tears of joy and love him to death. But he could never do that, sigh. 10L. Did anyone from the forum attend the scene? I've never seen such a spectacle. Can someone share their feelings? 11L. I'm quietly popping up. I was at the scene and I was too excited to remember my feelings. I'm still shit. 12L. Is that person upstairs for real? Can you prove it? 13L. Image 14L. Wow, this diamond is so shiny, but it's no wonder it's a glint diamond. One must cost a fortune. I'm so envious. 15L. Broken diamonds aren't worth much, it's all about the brand. But I'm not sure if Zhang Ziyu remains popular, maybe someone will pay a lot to buy it. 16L? I've always wondered, isn't it just a broken diamond? Why is it worth $1 million? And why is that ring so expensive? Isn't it just a plain band with some patterns? 17L? Because it's Glenf. 18L? Exactly because it's Glenf. 19L? I'm a bit worried, will Zhang Ziyu anger the brand by cutting the necklace? Glenf won't be angry, of course. Initially, the possibility of the necklace being cut might spark a debate over quality issues, but after some netizens tested the scissors, it turned out that the scissors were simply too strong, not that the necklace was of poor quality. In no time, the sales of the same scissors skyrocketed. The factory that originally produced them was just an unremarkable small factory, but now the orders are flooding in. Scissors are inexpensive, but Glam's jewelry is not. The number of people who can afford this brand is extremely limited worldwide. Originally, Glamf had better jewelry sponsorship for Zhang Ziyu, but the stylist, when coordinating outfits for Zhang Ziyu, prioritized the harmony of the look and chose less popular styles. However, within a day, 5 identical necklaces were sold out at domestic boutiques, completely clearing the inventory. There are also matching rings, which were initially just accessories for popular items, but now they are hot sellers themselves, selling 10 in a single day due to their lower price. It's not that fans can only buy so many, but rather that Glamf's capacity for service is limited. There are only so many salespeople, and appointments are already booked in the next week, many of whom specifically request to buy necklaces and rings. No matter how high-end or stylish a brand is, opening a store is about making money. Given this trend in consumer power, Glamf's domestic account praised Zhang Ziyu for sharing the necklace with fans. Diamonds are a symbol of love, and Mr. Zhang sharing love aligns perfectly with our design intention. Speaking nonsense with eyes wide open. In an attempt to capitalize on this wave of marketing, or perhaps Zhang Ziyu's actions truly inspired the designers, a few days later the designer announced on Twitter that Glamf would launch a new series in the next quarter. The brand's rhetoric is beautifully extravagant and convoluted, but in summary, it conveys just one message: I want to launch DIY-friendly accessories. Each small accessory will have a movable clasp allowing for free combination and assembly. The accessories will be fixed styles that can be connected to form necklaces or bracelets, or used individually as pendants. The designer claims to have received inspiration from Zhang Ziyu, thus allowing the jewelry to be shared, conveyed, and exchanged just like love. How to put it? It's a case of going in opposite directions yet still trying to connect them. Moreover, he anticipates launching different birthstone accessories every month, with 12 accessories perfectly matching the length of a necklace. Will this be more artistic? Won't it just sell for a higher price? From the designer's sketches, the accessories are based on Glamf's classic cross-star design, which is a symbol of the brand. Seeing this design immediately brings Glamf to mind, so sales will undoubtedly not be lacking. However, the price of such an accessory is already enough to buy a classic necklace from the same brand at a lower price point. Now, just buying one accessory means you have to spend extra to buy a chain. Glamf's chains are not cheap either. To assemble a full necklace, the price becomes even higher, so one could only say the advantage is that it doesn't exploit the poor. The brand has already contacted Zhang Ziyu's manager Zhuang, he wanting to retake some promotional photos. It was a fortunate timing. If it had been a week later, Zhang Ziyu would have started the film training with director Huang Zhongmei. For an actor, a contract with a major brand and training from a renowned director are obviously not comparable. If it weren't for Glamf's enthusiastic approach, once Zhang Ziyu began training, it would have been impossible to take a leave. Glamf was determined to catch this wave of popularity and worked with incredible efficiency, completing the collaboration plan in just a few days. However, the completion of the new products took longer, so, to expedite the process, Glamf personally airfreighted the crafted samples. Now the long necklace, made of Glamf's classic cross-star design, which can be freely disassembled and reassembled, is worn around Zhang Ziyu's neck. This is the first one produced, and it is the only one in the world. Although it is not considered high-end jewelry and belongs to Glamf's affordable line, being the first to wear it globally still holds significant weight. The stylist intentionally layered it with the diamond necklace that Zhang Ziyu wore that day, featuring a white suit paired with a black satin shirt, no tie, and 2 buttons undone to showcase the necklace around his neck even more strikingly. Glamf was very pleased, already envisioning the birth of a bestseller. After the shoot, Zhang Ziyu only took a day off. Before the next day, he was off with his luggage to the filming location of Unnamed Sword. Director Huang Zhongmei requested him to reserve a year for the project. Within that year, only 4 months were allocated for shooting, which is relatively short. When Huang Zhongmei was younger, she had even required actors to undergo 4 years of training before filming. Upon arrival, the first thing director Huang Zhongmei asked Zhang Ziyu to do was to spend the entire day in ancient. Although you have acted in some period dramas, the time spent actually wearing ancient clothing has only been during filming. Only by truly living in loose robes for a while can you genuinely experience the life of ancient people and form an unconscious habit. The second task was that director Huang Zhongmei arranged for Zhang Ziyu to have 2 assistants, plus the one he had brought, making a total of 3. She instructed that these 3 assistants should take care of Zhang Ziyu like ancient maidservants. While it wasn't that he had to be served in everything from dressing to eating, each morning they needed to bring a basin of water for Zhang Jiyu to brush his teeth and wash his face. And at noon, there had to be someone to set the chopsticks and serve the rice, making it seem like a feast, even if there were only 3 dishes. Throughout the day, except when sleeping director Huang Zhongmei required these 3 assistants to take turns on duty, ensuring Zhang Jiyu was never alone. She also reminded Zhang Jiyu that this was training to cultivate an aura of treating subordinates as tools, and for any troublesome tasks, he should call the assistants, for which she tripled their salary. Zhang Jiyu also had to attend etiquette and martial arts classes daily. These weren't surprising, as he had also taken them while filming Harem and Tianshan Xingyan Chronicles, and the time spent on these wasn't short. However, the etiquette class arranged by director Huang Zhongmei was entirely different. The etiquette teacher, she found, had graying hair and a warm, gentle demeanor, yet was able to make people comply without question. This etiquette teacher started by teaching walking. She examined Zhang Jiyu from head to toe several times, then had him perform a few actions, finally asking him to walk around the room a few times. Just barely passing the standard, she said gently. Your walking posture isn't holding you back, but it still falls short of the requirements. However, your muscle control is decent. You should be able to change in a month. After one lesson, Zhang Jiyu learned for the first time that walking has so many intricacies. Changing habits built over many years isn't easy. Under the direction of the etiquette teacher, Zhang Jiyu felt like a small baby, just learning to stand, distracted by a toy held by an adult wanting to move his legs, but unsure how. Indeed, one can empathize only when immersed in the experience. The knowledge learned in childhood feels like a bullet that has been delayed for 10 years, hitting right at the brow. Zhang Jiyu now understands better than anyone what learning to walk in Handan truly means. Is Ziwexing's resource portfolio strong or weak? Any resource that achieves popularity must be exceptional. This is an indisputable truth. Resource quality must be assessed comparatively, within the same tier. Compared to extras earning 100 yuan daily, even modestly recognized entertainers in the industry enjoy outstanding opportunities. So, is Ziwexing's resource portfolio strong or weak? Well, if you're referring to Ziwexing, someone must champion him. Even Chang'e required celestial elixirs to ascend. Let's discuss this rationally. It's quite impressive, but not extraordinary. If the person in question is whom I imagine, his credits include his debut drama as lead, one entire leading role and one steer supporting role, a viral hit, was serendipitous and thus excluded from assessment. This trajectory is undeniably formidable, yet still falls short of true resource prodigies who land cinematic leads straight out of training. After all, he signed with a boutique agency and hails from an ordinary background, so this level of opportunity is already remarkable. Ziwexing's strength lies particularly in fashion. Indeed, his magazine covers and headline placements far surpass those of his peers. His team may operate on a smaller scale, yet their industry connections, forged over years, are undeniable. Is it solely the agency's influence? Even fresh staff members at other agencies cannot match Ziwexing's fashion access, though theirs remains respectable. Why? Because his commercial appeal is extraordinary. Affluent female fans alone have propelled multiple luxury launches to sellout status. One flirtatious campaign ignited demand so fiercely that resale prices surged across secondary markets. So his film and television resources are solidly above average, while his fashion portfolio is top tier. Top tier? Hardly. He performs admirably domestically, but globally elite fashion brands favor international faces. Ziwexing's overseas recognition stems largely from his striking visage, which has carved a niche abroad. His fashion success may well be fueled more by international buzz than domestic clout. After all, these are foreign labels. Remarkable, even for a boutique agency, to secure such placements. They've done Ziwexing no disservice. Don't mention it. The thread erupted into chaos. Astounding how fiercely they argued without naming names. Perhaps the Ziwexing referenced isn't even the figure they assume. Who else besides him could possibly merit the title Ziwexing these past 2 years? I am the original poster, and yes, you guessed correctly, it is him. Yet after all this debate, I remain baffled. Are his resources truly strong, or not? Initial consensus leaned positive, then detractors claimed they were lackluster. I'm utterly lost. I simply seek clarity. The unvarnished truth. His trajectory is genuinely impressive. Disregard the naysayers. His roles have ascended steadily, from a tier lead to steer supporting part, now culminating in an upcoming steer lead. Each step reflects deliberate, measured growth, a commendable, grounded ascent. Measured growth. He once appeared regularly on variety shows. Now he's vanished entirely from them. Is that steady progress? Clearly his marketability has declined. He's simply no longer invited. Your fixation on variety shows leaves me speechless. Do such appearances define professional worth? Perhaps he simply chooses not to participate. Why would anyone decline? I'd refuse admission to Tsinghua or Peking University too. Absurd. Comparing a variety show to China's most elite universities, that's your forum intellect. This thread has been locked. Today's forum check-in complete. Another post on him has perished in the flames. Popularity equals power. How I wish my own charge generated such fervor. While he's been idle at home for half a year, Zywexing surely navigates a relentless whirlwind of engagements. Opie, you struck me right in the heart. Painful. That blow came without warning. What's happening? Huh? He hasn't held any offline events for 6 months. The last studio-released photo dates back to last year. Truly masterful archival discipline. Surely not. He promoted a new endorsement just days ago. Yes, the Grandview campaign. But that deal was sealed long ago. It's merely being unveiled now. Doesn't his studio post updates every few days? He must be filming. Whose production maintains such absolute silence? Since that legendary mesmerizing performance, Zywexing has vanished without trace. Not a single new image has surfaced in 6 months. The project remains shrouded in secrecy. Not even Weibo posts betray its existence. He's become utterly invisible. I confirm this is true. Lured in by that viral fan video, I've never once glimpsed him, like marrying a ghost. Yet his studio, his in-laws, treats me kindly enough that I stay. That analogy is bizarrely apt. Has this thread devolved into a casual sisterly chat? Zywexing is extraordinary, daring such silence during his ascent. Whatever production he's joined must be clandestine indeed. Its secrecy rivals Spy Rendezvous. Honestly, if his studio didn't issue periodic updates, I'd assume he'd left the industry entirely. Could he be held captive by his studio? They send updates solely to conceal criminal activity. Whoa sis, don't terrify me. No joking please. I'm covered in goosebumps. After 6 months of intensive seclusion, Zhang Zhiyu's hair had grown long enough to be tied into a neat bun. Though vigorous movement still loosened shorter strands, letting them escape. Once the martial arts instructor called for a break, Zhang Zhiyu immediately removed his hair tie, and his assistant swiftly handed him a sweat-wiping cloth. This was director Huang Zhongmei's explicit instruction to cultivate in Zhang Zhiyu an unconscious expectation of being tended to. As she put it, his appearance already exudes aristocratic refinement. His conduct must embody it too. At first, Zhang Zhiyu struggled profoundly. Some performers instinctively delegate every task to assistants, but he was not one of them. Still, when the director demanded it, he complied. Now he accepts such care with quiet ease, offering his assistant a warm, appreciative smile. The director declared this demeanor ideal and instructed him to maintain it. Zhang Zhiyu, however, remained puzzled. He hadn't even seen his script yet. Were it not for his profound trust in director Huang Zhongmei's integrity and mastery, he would never have signed the contract. After wiping away the sweat, his throat burned with thirst, but 6 months of etiquette training held firm. Accepting the water bottle from his assistant, he drank deeply, swiftly yet with unmistakable grace. At that moment, another assistant burst through the door, his expression a vivid mosaic, flustered, incredulous, and barely suppressing laughter. He blurted, "It's bad. Fans have filed a police report." Huh? Did director Huang Zhongmei isolate the actors for training? Actually, no. She only requested that the actors minimize their use of electronic devices during training and keep the film's information confidential. Zhang Zhiyu held himself to high standards. He rarely chatted online with others, and now focused and tranquil, he basically avoided electronic devices except for daily communication with his parents and discussions with his agent. Strangely enough, this was the first time since having a mobile phone that Zhang Zhiyu successfully quit it, thanks to the professionalism of the teachers invited by director Huang Zhongmei and the very reasonable schedule they arranged. The variety of books assigned to read was also extensive, otherwise it wouldn't have been so easy. Why aren't those wealthy individuals addicted to their phones? It's because their lives are richer, and director Huang Zhongmei replaced the time Zhang Zhiyu spent on his phone with other activities, naturally allowing him to quit. But Zhang Zhiyu did not forget his fans. Interestingly, after cutting the necklace and distributing it to the fans that day, he suddenly felt as if a warm bridge had been built between his spirit and that of his fans. It was as if in a moment of laughter the hazy veil that had pressed upon him was lifted by someone clarifying the previously blurred world. Though the veil was light, once it was lifted, Zhang Zhiyu felt an immediate sense of relief. He realized that he had been carrying an invisible weight on him, a burden he had grown accustomed to but only recognized after it was gone. But what was this weight? Zhang Zhiyu himself was unclear. This uncertainty did not hinder him. The bridge of the heart was already built, its mission solely to spread warmth. However, with his film shoot approaching, Zhang Zhiyu contemplated numerous ways to maintain contact with his fans while fully dedicating himself to work. Thus, in the days leading up to the shoot, he frantically searched for images on his phone. Now Weibo's web version had launched a scheduled posting feature. Zhang Zhiyu prepared his messages and photos in advance, timing them to greet his fans. Normally, Zhang Zhiyu didn't enjoy taking selfies. His phone's photo album was filled with various landscape pictures, predominantly clouds. Posting clouds daily felt rather dull. Aside from the default camera app, Zhang Zhiyu had no photo editing software on his phone. He intentionally downloaded one to compile a year's worth of sky photos into a collage, sharing it all at once with the caption, "Sharing last year's sky with you all." This was just one trivial Weibo post among many he planned to share weekly. Before joining the film shoot, he spent his free time working on these posts. He knew that fans generally preferred selfies from artists, but his skills were lacking. Therefore, he arranged with the styling team to cover the overtime costs himself, creating several looks that had not been publicly revealed and recording monthly greetings. Initially, fans were very pleased, but once someone jokingly suggested on the forum, could he be kidnapped? They began to feel uneasy. Wait a minute. I didn't post that frequently before. Why now that I'm in a group is there no news about what group I'm joining yet my posts are so regular? It's obvious it's stock footage. Don't ask how the fans know it's stock footage. Their discerning eyes, having diligently scrutinized every detail in the entertainment industry, honed their skills to a fine point. At first, fans were just playing around, but soon some began to examine the photos so closely that they resorted to using my. Zhang Ziyu recalled that in the video he posted this month, his hairstylist suggested that having the same hair color every day was dull. Since it wasn't for a big screen and was merely for fans, why not try a temporary hair dye spray? Zhang Ziyu readily accepted the proposal. The stylist didn't start with a bold approach, as she simply used a brown dye spray to test the effect. The outcome was quite good, but it happened to be a cloudy day and the studio's lighting was broken. It was evening, so under the lighting the brown was very subtle. When recorded on the phone, it looked as if he hadn't dyed it at all. Originally just a test, but now that the effect was verified, the stylist didn't plan to do anything further. She intended to add blue the next day for the main event. However, since dyeing had already been done, not recording it would be a waste. Zhang Ziyu went ahead and filmed a video with that style. However, when fans scrutinized the video closely, they noticed a dark bruise on Zhang Ziyu's arm. This caused quite a stir. Fans, often akin to full-time mothers sending their children to kindergarten, included some who were particularly sensitive. They viewed the studio with the same suspicion as a cruel teacher featured in the news and began to raise alarms. What's going on? We can overlook the child being seen, but how could there be injuries on him now? Oh my God, have you harmed? Oh dear, how could this studio act so ruthlessly? Our child is destined for Tsinghua or Peking University. How can you harm him? How are we supposed to live? Some in the fan community have this mentality, and as such someone really called the police. Zhang Ziyu felt puzzled. How did that bruise appear? He remembered not getting injured. The hairstylist suddenly remembered and exclaimed that it must have been the hair dye spray that accidentally got on him. Oh no, this is a big blunder. Things escalated. The police called directly after confirming Zhang Ziyu was fine, advising him to post a video to clarify, as the incident had gained considerable attention online. Some people were laughing at the spectacle, while others had genuinely fallen into conspiracy theories, believing that the dark and decayed entertainment industry had ruined another young person, demanding a thorough investigation. Given the circumstances, I'll apply to Director Huang for a live broadcast. This was what Zhuang he said as he scrambled to get things done. Zhuang he completely disbelieved it was an accident. A leading male star suspected of being abused and going missing is not good news for either the studio or the artist. Right now he couldn't care less about identifying which colleague had maliciously done this. In such a despicable situation, the most crucial task was to quickly prove that this was false and to rapidly reduce the heat of the situation. Zhuang he was gnashing his teeth in anger, declaring, if I find out who did this, I will definitely take revenge. Director Huang Zhongmei was quite agreeable and readily approved Zhang Ziyu's request for a live broadcast, with just one condition: he could disclose that he was filming, but should try to avoid revealing that it was her film. Otherwise there will be a swarm of paparazzi lurking around. Clearly Director Huang Zhongmei had suffered from such issues. Clarifying the situation only requires Zhang Ziyu to show his face, but rumors spread faster than the truth. Once an artist is associated with negative news, it becomes extremely difficult to completely shake off the impact. Zhang Ziyu tidied his hair a bit. It was his first personal live stream, and he never expected the reason to be so. He did not think that the fans were being overly dramatic. They merely reported the situation out of simple concern, but there were also unseen hands stirring up trouble. Having debuted for so long, Zhang Ziyu's personal life had been smooth sailing, yet he knew that countless hands wanted to pull him down. It was the excellent public relations skills of his fans and agency that protected him. Zhang Ziyu remained calm. After greeting the fans during the live stream, he quickly pressed the end button, but the big data on Weibo was clever and a comment caught his eye. The avatar frame of this comment was gaudy, and the nickname was a string of unrecognizable English words. It appeared cute, but the words were vicious in Zhang Ziyu's eyes. Laughing to death, the brain of those who are 80 fans of other artists has shrunk, and they have called the police on their own artist. The first to attract negativity for the artist might well be the protagonist cursing those fans. It was just funny to think about. Accompanied by a few meaningless emojis and a picture with a strange vibe, it was brazenly posted in Zhang Ziyu's personal super topic. Upon seeing this Weibo post, Zhang Ziyu felt a buzz in his brain. He had seen worse insults while observing the fan circle from a secondary account, but never had he felt such anger ignite within him like a fire today. This person's blatant malice pretended to be from Zhang Ziyu's perspective, yet he knew he could never blame these fans who acted out of genuine concern. Zhang Ziyu understood that after this incident, the fan who reported it would feel guilty thinking they had caused him trouble. She must have been in great pain. Why would this person use sharp words to hurt others? What right did this person have to casually speculate and accuse? Why use language to harm others so openly? Just because they liked a different artist? Just because there was a screen between them? so they could release malice without restraint. It was precisely because there was a screen that Zhang Ziyu's anger could only be suppressed within. He had rarely felt so furious before. Even his assistant calling him several times went unheard. He couldn't let innocent people feel his anger. Zhang Ziyu forced a smile and handed the phone used for the live stream to his assistant. The door creaked open, revealing director Huang Zhongmei. As a director, she was quite satisfied with an actor like Zhang Ziyu, obedient, hardworking, and perceptive. These qualities are not uncommon in the entertainment industry, but they are not universal either. As far as she knew, Zhang Ziyu's path had always been smooth, and this was the first time he encountered such a significant public opinion storm. Thus director Huang Zhongmei came to see how her chosen actor would handle this situation. Hearing the door open, Zhang Ziyu looked up and saw the sharp eyes of director Huang Zhongmei scrutinizing him. Despite the anger bubbling within, he quickly repressed his emotions in front of a respected elder, as if closing the glass door of a roaring fire. He stood up and greeted director Huang Zhongmei with a smile, but the elderly woman merely observed his face without responding, looking around for a long time before finally speaking. I know you rarely get angry, but you should remember this feeling. For an actor, this is also a kind of life experience. Zhang Ziyu understood her meaning. One cannot imagine situations they have not experienced, and it is challenging to portray emotions they have not felt. Director Huang Zhongmei did not wait for his response, and continued, "Now your state is sufficient. I will have someone show you the script shortly. In 3 days, submit a character analysis to me." Thus Zhang Ziyu received the first script since his 6 months of training, and he finally learned part of the story of the script given by director Huang Zhongmei was incomplete. It briefly described the story of an old woman who sharpens knives by the river and an orphan she raised who one day saves a wealthy-looking young man in the river. Director Huang Zhongmei did not tell Zhang Ziyu what role he would play, but based on the training content from the past 6 months, Zhang Ziyu guessed that he would probably play the rescued rich young man. However, director Huang Zhongmei did not reveal the truth. She merely asked Zhang Ziyu to choose a character from this part of the script to write a character analysis. After pondering for a while, Zhang Ziyu followed his heart and began to analyze the rich young man. The old woman sharpening knives by the river was unknown to people by her name. They only knew she made a living by sharpening blades. Over a decade ago, she brought a baby here, and when others asked her name, she only said her surname was Li, so everyone called her Aunt Li, the knife sharpener. The baby raised by Aunt Li also had no name, people just called him Little Li. He grew up by the river, and gradually he was no longer a child, but was still called Little Li. Others called him that, and he did not refute at accepting the name. Aunt Li seemed indifferent to the child she had raised. Little Li grew up, and Aunt Li did not care about his life events, allowing him to play around all day long. In their simple dwelling, the sound of metal scraping against stone filled the air every day. But one day Little Li returned soaked, carrying a young master on his back. Aunt Li looked at the young master, and could tell he was either rich or noble. Although he wore ordinary clothes, the shoes he wore were lined with cowhide. In this dynasty, killing cows was forbidden, and cowhide and tendons were materials for making bows and arrows. Where would an ordinary person get cowhide? Moreover, this person's hands clearly bore calluses from years of writing and wielding a sword. Being able to attend school indicated they came from a wealthy family, and being able to study while also learning a weapon meant they were likely from a royal or noble family. Why would someone from such a family wear ordinary clothes and be drugged and thrown into the river? There were many doubts, but Aunt Li said nothing. She had always refrained from commenting on Little Li's actions, remaining as steady as a rock. However, at night, Aunt Li quietly dealt with 2 people in dark clothing from the martial world. The next morning, she continued sharpening her knives as if nothing had happened, watching the wealthy young man wake up and thank Little Li and herself. Then in a few words, he fabricated a story about being robbed by water bandits. The wealthy young man claimed his name was Zhou Wan. He was very clever. Noticing the shoes that had been taken off by the bedside, he realized he had been exposed. He said he was running away from home for a journey, wanting to experience the life of ordinary people, but unexpectedly encountered water bandits. Luckily, he met kind-hearted people. While expressing his immense gratitude, Zhou Wan hoped Aunt Li could temporarily take him in, so he could copy books to earn his way home. When he returned home, his elders would surely reward her handsomely. Little Li, who grew up wild and knew little literacy, was very eager to learn. He agreed, and Aunt Li also consented with the condition that during Zhou Wan's leisure time, he would also teach Little Li to read. And thus the story began. Recently, a fan from the opposing side foolishly reported something, causing them to go live. I took a glance initially just to mock, but I found their leader quite handsome, leaving me momentarily stunned. Now what should I do if I can't adjust? Looking back, I initially thought he was incredibly handsome, but now I can't help but feel that his face looks awkward. I'm struggling to remain a fan. Instantly decoding, I let out my first burst of laughter today. All I can say is that the original poster shouldn't feel too burdened psychologically. The opposing face is objectively better looking than all the young talents of the same period. Either the original poster should switch allegiances, or once you've seen something good, it can be hard to go back to the bad. When attacked by others, the best defense is to strike back. However, in the entertainment industry with so many people, even professional managers cannot quickly identify which artist's team instigated this farce. It's also possible that there is more than one team involved as several are competing for the same fan base. But it doesn't matter, since it can't be figured out who it is. Why not just go for a scattershot approach? Zhuang He knows well that among male artists someone like Zhang Jiyu is a rarity, while everyone else has some dirt on them. In the same circle, who doesn't know a bit of gossip? Besides Zhuang, he also has contacts with paparazzi teams. With a small sum of money, reaching out to some online trolls can quickly stir things up in the entertainment industry. Some teams known for their underhanded tactics have begun to leak negative stories about their male artists, such as bodyguards pushing fans to the ground while the artist pretends not to see, or faking degrees to sell the image of a studious persona, and even more disgusting acts like urinating in public, spitting, and smoking in public areas. These scandals are neither small nor large enough to truly ruin an artist, but they can definitely cause significant harm, leaving teams scrambling to manage the fallout. It seems they are genuinely busy. The trolls have more work to do now. Those marketing accounts that appeared at midnight have stopped posting harsh criticisms against Zhang Jiyu and have started writing soft articles to clean up the image of other young talents. Because there really are no scandals on Zhang Jiyu, these marketing accounts can only make vague insinuations. Zhuang He usually doesn't bother with them, only sending legal notices to a few rumor-mongering accounts periodically. But now he finds it amusing as they churn out all sorts of literary nonsense claiming that a certain young talent, due to strict family rules, is still single at 28. This young talent clearly started getting plastic surgery at 18 to cling to wealthy women, yet now he dares to claim he is an innocent young man. Zhuang He enjoys watching these marketing accounts spin tales. These artists can't even keep their own pants up and can't point fingers at others. During yesterday's meeting, the PR team said they had a lot more free time. Seeing other artists losing fans, Zhuang He feels that his meal tastes even better. Currently, he still has two newcomers in his hands, and their popularity is slowly rising. Zhuang He manages the newcomers less directly and leaves more to his assistants. The studio is expanding day by day, and he who once struggled alongside Jiang Wenyi has now become an executive with significant decision-making power. Jiang Wenyi is now taking fewer roles and is busier with capital matters. From once being a star, she is becoming more like a boss, and the assistants around her are gradually stepping up. Zhuang He is merely a big-name manager for her, with his focus still on Zhang Jiyu. Zhuang He thinks he needs to visit the set tomorrow. To gain an artist's trust, a manager can't rely solely on professional skills. Personal relationships must also be nurtured. Zhang Jiyu, besides attending classes daily, has also added another task: writing character analyses from various perspectives and then reporting to director Huang Zhongmei the next morning. Director Huang Zhongmei has a habit. She doesn't just look at the character analyses submitted by the actors, but she requires them to read their work aloud in her presence, followed by discussions and questions. In this process, both the director and the actors can gain insights. Everyone has different thoughts and perspectives. The shallow stream and the deep abyss can reflect the same beam of sunlight in various ways. Although the process resembles a college student's project presentation, Zhang Jiyu writes earnestly each time. Director Huang Zhongmei asks questions gently and provides answers. A good student who hasn't made mistakes isn't nervous when facing the teacher, so their interactions are quite pleasant. Every time he talks with director Huang Zhongmei, Zhang Jiyu feels like an empty granary being filled spoonful by spoonful with golden grains. The feeling of gaining rewards becomes addictive once experienced, as Zhang Jiyu writes more seriously with each passing day. Director Huang Zhongmei provides the script in segments like rewards for clearing levels, and it takes Zhang Jiyu a month to nearly finish his script. The main perspective of the Nameless Sword is that of the seemingly ordinary Li Gugu, who possesses a sword capable of changing the world. Li Gugu, who wields such a sword, is no ordinary person. The child she adopted, Li Xiaohai, is also not from an ordinary family. Li Gugu's name in her youth was Li Yurong, a renowned hero in the martial world. Her master was the brother of the late empress, and she was the close friend of the late empress. The late emperor is now the cousin of the current ruler, who was once the Prince of Jin. The late emperor was foolish and tyrannical, burdening the palace maids who could no longer endure the suffering and set the palace ablaze at night. As the flames raged, the late emperor seized the opportunity to usurp military power. The Prince of Jin, kept in the capital, led 1,000 riders into the palace to extinguish the fire. Unfortunately, the fire was fierce, and very few survived in the palace, including the emperor-empress and the newborn prince, all perishing in the blaze. With the late emperor leaving no heirs, the Prince of Jin naturally ascended to the throne. No one knew that Li Yurong's master had gone to the palace to visit the empress and the newborn prince. No one knew that Li Yurong, carrying the young prince, watched her master turn back into the sea of flames, never to return. From then on, she bore the weight of two precious treasures, the young prince and the sword left by her master. Li Yurong, carrying these two treasures, settled next to the Wushuan River for over a decade. Others called her Li Gugu, and the former young prince was also known as Li Xiaohai. Zhou, when saved by Li Xiaohai, was not his real name. He was the child of a former subordinate of the current emperor. His father died saving the emperor, and he was taken in by the emperor. The emperor did not change his surname. He kept the name given by his biological father Zheng Shuda. His father was posthumously honored as Duke of Zheng, and Zheng Shuda naturally inherited his father's title. Zheng Shuda was raised in a prestigious family excelling in both studies and martial arts, earning the emperor's trust. The late emperor was foolish, and local officials were corrupt. Although the emperor wished to rectify matters, his position was precarious, so he had to endure for many years before finally sending out an imperial envoy to investigate. On the surface, the imperial envoy feasted lavishly wherever he went, accepting bribes from officials without any intention of investigating. In truth, he did nothing at all. The one truly gathering evidence in secret was the real imperial envoy, the young Duke of Zheng, the emperor's adopted son, Zheng Shuda. The content that a film can present depends on the director's skills. However, given the limited runtime, especially with the Nameless Sword having two storylines. One storyline reveals that someone in the martial world has spread the rumor that Li Yurong's master possesses a treasured sword and a legendary sword manual. When combined, they can forge a world-class divine sword, making one the number one in the world effortlessly. Many people from all walks of the martial world are eager to obtain it, and those who come to buy with heavy sums are of noble character, but there are also many unscrupulous characters trying to steal it. However, Li Yurong has long concealed her identity for over 10 years, yet various people can precisely find her whereabouts by the riverbank of Wushuan, indicating that someone must have intentionally spread the news. Only the current master of Chuanhui Mountain Villa in Jinling knows about the sword and Li Gus' residence. Li Gus' junior brother, the leader of the martial arts alliance Chunfeng, Yijian Fu Yuding. Li Ziahai's identity is special. Li Gu, unable to bear the daily disturbances from martial artists, decides to relocate her family, taking the opportunity to confront her junior brother in Jinling. Naturally, they encounter many obstacles along the way. In the other storyline, coincidentally, Zheng Shuda, who is using the alias Zhou, is also heading to Jinling. His target for investigation is there, but the local collusion and the clash of blades can easily catch him off guard, causing him to faint despite his martial prowess. Unexpectedly, the person who saves him is also a hidden martial artist. Officials rarely associate with the martial world, akin to the saying of well water, not offending river water. Zheng Shuda quickly decides to follow Li Gu and Li Xiaohai to Jinling, taking advantage of the invisible rule that officials do not interfere with martial artists. He uses the pretext that his family also resides in Jinling, hoping to travel with his benefactor, claiming he has learned martial arts at home and would not be a burden. Li Gu, of course, sees through his ruse and roughly guesses his purpose, but given that local officials are indeed corrupt and oppressing the common people, she worries that Li Ziahai's origins might be exposed. Nevertheless, the common folk genuinely need an imperial envoy to uncover the truth. After several hesitations, she ultimately succumbs to Li Ziahai's pleas. Li Xiaohai, with a pure heart, has long regarded the person who taught him to read as his brother. He has secretly been instructed in martial arts by Li Gu since childhood, aware that his background might be complex, and he knows that this person calling himself Zhou is lying. However, he chooses not to pursue the matter. He believes that this person named Zhou is kind-hearted and harboring a touch of youthful arrogance, feels that he and Li Gu, with their superior martial skills, will face no danger. Thus, he agrees to accompany Zheng Shuda. Thus, the two storylines unfold simultaneously, following the journey of the three. Naturally, the storyline in the martial world has more screen time, and after all, the film is titled The Nameless Sword, with the investigation as a subtle subplot appearing in minor details. In the script, Zheng Shuda plays the role of Zhou, a pampered individual of noble status, yet he clumsily trails behind Li Gu and Li Xiaohai, frantically handling various tasks, often being pushed aside by Li Xiaohai for being too slow, while maintaining a sheepish smile. Zhou serves to create comedic moments in everyday life, amusing the audience, while he and Li Xiaohai form a duo of mischievous children being tugged along to Jinling by the reliable and composed Li Gu. The highlights occur when they encounter malevolent martial artists along the way, showcasing their formidable skills. And ultimately, when he reveals his identity in front of the officials, he stands tall and imposing, frightening the governor into a frenzy, with just a few words fully displaying the aura of Duke Zheng. Director Huang Zhongmei, sipping tea, smiled and said to Zhang Jiyu, "This is what you young people call a contrast cuteness. Even we older folks understand it well." She flipped through the character analysis submitted by Zhang Jiyu, revealing an appreciative expression. "You wrote here that Zhou is spirited while Zheng Shuda is perpetually angry. Why is that?" "Because he is a kind-hearted young man willing to work for the people. During the day, he sees the common folk exploited by the officials, and at night, he witnesses the corrupt officials. He looks coldly at the governor's son who squanders money, and when he encounters a beggar, he instinctively reaches for his last copper coin. Even knowing it's a beggar gang, he still treats them kindly. By the lakeside, he forcefully cuts off a willow branch. I believe he is angry, but this anger must be suppressed in front of Li Gu and the others." Director Huang Zhongmei nodded. "You're absolutely right, but why does he need to suppress it?" "Because Zheng Shuda must conceal his identity as an imperial envoy. But an ordinary wealthy young man like Zhou can also express dissatisfaction with the corrupt officials." Zhang Jiyu fell silent, struggling to comprehend. Director Huang Zhongmei slowly guided him. We must consider the historical context. A person cannot detach themselves from the environment they were born into. Zheng Shuda is the emperor's adopted son raised with top-tier education. What is ancient top-tier education? It is to view oneself as a steward of the state, to believe they bear the mission of the nation's rise and fall. This mindset of a leader is different from that of an ordinary person. In ancient times there were classes. The ordinary wealthy young man, the officials, and the emperor's adopted son represent three different classes. Among them, the wealthy young man is the lowest, while the emperor's adopted son is the highest. Jiu, do you think the anger of someone of a lower status towards someone of a higher status is the same as the anger of someone of a higher status towards someone of a lower status? It should be different, Zhang Jiu replied. How is it different? One views the exploiter, while the other aims to eradicate pests in their own home. Director Huang Zhongmei smiled in satisfaction. Your metaphor is quite apt. Now think, would someone who regards the rise and fall of the nation as their class responsibility display their anger at household pests to martial artists of a completely different class? Watching Zhang Jiu deep in thought, Director Huang Zhongmei remained silent, continuing to sip her tea. Zhang Jiu lifted his head and said to Director Huang Zhongmei, I think I understand now. I will write another analysis for you in 2 days. His words were interrupted by a knock at the door, and Director Huang Zhongmei's expression changed drastically. She no longer sipped her tea and hurriedly urged Zhang Jiu to hide the script and character analysis he brought. Zhang Jiu had become accustomed to wearing ancient attire over the past few days, easily folding the character analysis and tucking it into his sleeve. However, the script was too large to fit, and his assistant, quick and sharp, snatched it and placed it under the cushion. Once everything was hidden, Director Huang Zhongmei quietly reminded him, do not discuss your script with other actors. Only then did she call the person in. When Zhang Jiu saw the newcomer, he recognized the face, but the skin tone. Yusu, how did you get so tanned? The newcomer was indeed Yusu, who used to be very fair. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen by the director to be a child star for his cuteness. But now his complexion had darkened several shades. His features still stood out, but skin tone greatly impacts a person's aura. Yusu had transformed from a bright and cheerful city boy into a simple rustic village youth. So what exactly is going on here? Zhang Jiu could roughly guess what role Yusu was going to play. Through these days spent with Director Huang Zhongmei, he could also infer the kind of training Yusu would undergo. However, he was simply curious about how Yusu could get so tanned. If Zhang Jiu was like a bright light bulb among the crowd with his pale complexion, Yusu belonged to a slightly warmer shade, his fair skin, giving him an exquisite and well-cared-for appearance among Asians. But now Yusu's skin had turned brown. Yusu hadn't answered yet when Director Huang Zhongmei began to scrutinize him. It seems a bit too dark. Let's do this, Yusu, just cover up for a bit. If you're too dark, your teeth will look too white, which is inappropriate. Then Director Huang Zhongmei started to usher him out. Jiu, your martial arts teacher, is waiting, hurry up. In reality, there was still a whole hour before the scheduled time, but Zhang Jiu's emotional intelligence was not that low. He greeted Yusu and left. It wasn't until the evening that Zhang Jiu saw Yusu. Long time no see, huh? You seem like a different person. This remark coming from Yusu, who had changed so much, piqued Zhang Jiu's curiosity. What have I changed? You seem to have become more upscale, you know. Although you already looked upscale, now you seem even more so. This description, though vague, was still understood by Zhang Jiu. Isn't that obvious? The etiquette teacher holding a small bamboo stick looked at people with a forced smile, and even if one knew that the stick wouldn't hit them, they still had to practice hard. After 6 months, of course, one's temperament and figure would differ greatly. Zhang Jiu remarked, aren't you the same? Looking at Yusu's tanned face and his shiny teeth, it was indeed a mismatched combination. Zhang Jiu tentatively asked, may I ask what Director Huang had you doing this past 6 months? You can ask. Director Huang didn't ask me to keep it a secret, Yusu replied. I was experiencing rural life, every day chopping wood, lighting fires, and even taking swimming lessons outdoors. You have no idea how scorching the sun was where I stayed. If I can't get back to being pale, I won't be able to make a living as a young handsome guy. Hey buddy, do you think I can succeed if I go for the muscular handsome route? Zhang Jiu carefully scrutinized him and evaluated with his critical eye. I don't think that's quite right. It's not that your features aren't fine, but it's just that your temperament is too youthful. Like an elementary school student. Better than that, more at the early high school stage. Yusu immediately deflated, and Zhang Jiu comforted him. It's okay. If you can't get back to being pale, you could go for a wild youth look, which would suit you pretty well. Good-looking people have a certain authority when evaluating others' appearances. If a handsome guy praises you for being suitable, then you surely are. Yusu perked up and asked Zhang Jiu, what have you been up to these past 6 months? Before Zhang Jiu could respond, he continued, you've gotten the script right. I think you're definitely playing that character Zhou Wen, the rebellious rich kid who runs away from home. This must be your first time playing such a role. It seemed he really didn't know the script, so Zhang Jiu just brushed it off. Perhaps because his acting had indeed improved over the 6 months, Yusu didn't notice getting led off topic without realizing it. In our movie, who knows if you're the second lead, or I am? You wouldn't believe it, my agent brought this up with me this morning. Yusu immediately threw his agent under the bus. I said it depends on how the director divides the roles. He got so mad, he wouldn't talk to me. This person is really interesting. If it weren't for Sister Kong retiring, I wouldn't want him as my agent. Yusu complained to Zhang Ziyu that Sister Kong was his agent since he was a child, but she retired and returned to her hometown 4 months ago. His current agent was newly hired and still trying to adjust. Zhang Ziyu didn't engage with that topic and changed the subject. So who is our lead? I still haven't met the actress for Li Gu. Yusu actually knew he had spent half a year with her. It's teacher Su Qingying. Seeing Zhang Ziyu's unfamiliar expression with the name Yusu continued to remind him she was the female lead in that classic series Qianli Liuxing that aired when we were kids. Qianli Liuxing is a very classic martial arts drama, and this show aired regularly on TV when Zhang Ziyu was in 6th grade, even though it premiered 3 years before he was born. Later it seemed there were rumors about the lead actor getting into some trouble, and the show was taken off the air. However, the image of the heroic Hongxia swordswoman left a profound impression on Zhang Ziyu's childhood. To be honest, he once wore his mother's bright red bedsheet to play that role. The memories came flooding back. After starring in Qianli Liuxing, Su Qingying fell in love with the male lead and married him. The male lead was an actor from across the strait, and after their marriage, she followed her husband to live there. She still wanted to be an actress, but in a foreign place without connections. Her husband seemed to ignore her like she had died after they got married. Time passed 3 years like this, and Su Qingying got divorced, wanting to return to the mainland. The audience in the mainland still remembered her face, and Su Qingying got some opportunities. But at that time a melodramatic event occurred. 3 months after her divorce, while preparing for the opening ceremony of a film, she fainted after leaving the makeup room. Upon being taken to the hospital, it was discovered that she was pregnant. This news caused quite a stir, making headlines in many newspapers. For some unknown reason, Su Qingying chose to give birth alone, and from then on she faded from the public eye. She did consider making a comeback after the child grew a bit older. With her fame from Qianli Liuxing, even though Su Qingying was older, she could still land roles. However, at this time her ex-husband started causing trouble publicly, making some politically incorrect statements leading to his ban in the mainland. Although Su Qingying was innocent, she was also implicated. In society's eyes, a woman's worth is judged by a man several times over. The public not only looks at her, but also at the man she chooses. Once a woman selects a poor partner, her reputation will be affected. Just because of an inappropriate marriage, Su Qingying's prime youth was wasted. She had always been beautiful, born into a wealthy family with loving parents, and was an excellent student who could have lived a happy life even without acting, yet she was unwilling. Unwillingness doesn't change much. Many things in this world cannot be altered just by feeling dissatisfied. Even though her child bore her ex-husband's blood, Su Qingying still cherished her child. She diligently learned how to educate a child and how to be a good parent. Throughout her child's growth, it was as if she relived her own life. The child grew day by day, not as smart as Su Qingying was at that age, but a kind, noble, and life-loving child. Watching her child smile and wave at her at the university entrance, Su Qingying pressed the shutter while subtly pressing down the end key to her dreams. The career of an actress had long passed, almost feeling like a matter from a past life. The moon was about to set, the insects had lost their voices, and the people running home late at night were also heading back. At that moment, director Huang Zhongmei reached out an inviting hand. The streetlights were about to go out, the sun's rays were casting white light in the east, and distant roosters crowed, breaking the long night. Su Qingying took that hand. When will Zhang Ziyu's new drama be released? A little girl who loves watching handsome guys is almost dying from waiting. So why is Zhang Ziyu's new drama Holding the Mirror Flower still not out? The forum is buzzing again. Today's check-in 21. The fans explain it's normal that it hasn't aired yet. Usually dramas take 2 to 3 years to broadcast after filming, and we are also anxiously waiting, sobbing. Didn't the previous dramas from Ziwei Star release quite quickly? But Holding the Mirror Flower seems to not have been finished filming for long. Didn't Tianshan Xinyanji just finish airing not long ago? Are you confused about the timeline? Tianshan Xinyanji has already finished airing for more than half a year. Has it really been that long? Surprised, just a reminder, in 3 months this year will be over. Oh, my time flies so fast. Will we be able to see the handsome guy's new drama this year? As the original poster, I'm very anxious. Please don't derail the topic. I'm in the industry, and I heard that the Optical and Electric Bureau is reviewing it. It should be soon. I hope the Optical and Electric Bureau releases Holding the Mirror Flower soon. I'm just a pure little girl who loves watching handsome guys. What wrong have I done? It was only 6 months after Zhang Ziyu accepted the film directed by Huang Zhongmei that he met another main character's actor, the one playing Li Gu, Su Qingying. Looking at it this way, the actor Zhang Ziyu is working with this time are all of the I grew up watching your performances type. When Zhang Ziyu was little, he was quite enamored with the Red Cloud Swordsman. He thought the big sister in the red dress was very beautiful, and for a time little Zhang Ziyu believed that when he grew up he would look like her. Looking back now, he has indeed reached that level of attractiveness, it's just that his gender has changed. The young Su Qingying has bright and lively eyes with delicate eyebrows that curve like the willow leaves just sprouted in February. Back then, the entertainment industry didn't favor skinny beauties, and Su Qingying, who appeared in Qianli Liuxing, had a round face with thin red at her cheeks resembling the rosy clouds at dusk. With a slender, shiny silver sword, she embodied the spirited Red Cloud Swordsman. But now the person standing before Zhang Ziyu is a composed middle-aged woman with the passage of time etching gentle lines on her face and the sunlight during training, giving her an earthy simplicity. Yet in Zhang Ziyu's eyes she remains beautiful like mature wheat with its fragrant grains. When the wind blows, the wheat ears reflect a golden light under the sun. Zhang Ziyu stood quietly next to director Huang Zhongmei, stealing glances, then looking away, then glancing again. Unable to contain himself, he approached Su Qingying with excitement and greeted her. Unexpectedly, after all these years, Su Qingying's voice hadn't changed at all. Even after a long time away from acting, when she spoke, it was distinct from ordinary conversation. Her voice was steady, clear, and her words rolled off like pearls. Unlike the precise articulation of a host, Su Qingying's words carried the essence of life. Listening to her speak felt like witnessing a sheathed sword. It wasn't kept high and dry. The owner used it to catch fish and chop vegetables, yet that did not diminish its sharpness, rather it proved to be a useful sword. Upon hearing Su Qingying speak, Zhang Ziyu knew that the overall tone of the movie Nameless Sword was already Su Qingying was very easy to get along with, as she cherished her hard-won opportunity. Many staff members present had watched her performances when they were young and rushed to ask for photos and autographs. Su Qingying graciously agreed to all, even suggesting beauty filters for those who asked for photos. Just as Zhang Ziyu was eager to join the queue, director Huang Zhongmei called off this fan meeting. Seeing director Huang Zhongmei walk in leisurely, Zhang Ziyu felt a bit regretful. Director Huang Zhongmei's films certainly lacked neither investment nor connections. The script reading before filming gathered excellent talents from all walks of the film industry. Otherwise, how could one say that a renowned director is like a massive resource mine? Just a little leak would be enough to feed the small actors below. But no matter how impressive the figures are, everyone still has to sit on plastic stools for the script reading. Director Huang Zhongmei avoids all the fluff. Even if she doesn't lack resources, she insists on using her funds wisely. Everyone gathers in a circle, plastic stools serving as the simplest red stools holding scripts. If they weren't reading lines, it could easily resemble people gossiping at the village entrance, each with a bag of sunflower seeds. Zhang Ziyu's demeanor these past few days is not something practiced in vain. Unconsciously, his spine is naturally straight, not stiff, as if a steel plate were strapped to his back, with his gaze slightly lowered, looking at the script in his hands. Director Huang Zhongmei's gaze was centered, scanning over him, secretly nodding in approval. This kid has indeed managed to avoid being pulled down by such a humble chair. But in reality, Zhang Ziyu was quite nervous. Unlike previous script readings where everyone read their scripts individually, the other actors brought in by director Huang Zhongmei could command the room with their voices. Even without performing, their tones could draw people into the story. Of course, since the actors received different scripts, some scenes would be privately held for small groups by director Huang Zhongmei. This session was only a general overview. Even if it was just a general overview, these actors were too impressive. Most of them could even perform without the script directly conveying emotions through their lines, which director Huang Zhongmei seemed accustomed to. It was truly intimidating. Is this what a major director's film is like? Although Zhang Ziyu had already memorized, when it was his turn, Zhang Ziyu's heart raced like a drum, but his voice remained steady. His expression quickly fell into place as he slowly raised his eyes, a mix of confusion and hidden vigilance. Where is this place? Yisu quickly replied, "It's Tiyang City by the Shun River. Am I still in the mortal realm? Yes, I carried you here. That's truly a good thing worth celebrating. What is your name, benefactor?" After this line, Zhang Ziyu felt he had done well. Listening to the other actors read their lines, he secretly let out a sigh of relief. Director Huang Zhongmei looked at the script expressionlessly, not even lifting her eyelids. This child is nervous. Remember to give him more practice during the first scene to help him adapt. After a group of people finished reading the script, 4 days had already passed. During these 4 days, Zhang Ziyu was not only shocked by the other actors' lines, but also memorized the faces of the various character actors, lighting, photography, and crew members, and he smoothly followed the overall storyline. Then he was taken by director Huang Zhongmei to form small groups. Director Huang Zhongmei would quietly assemble 3 to 4 small groups in a day, and Zhang Ziyu would probably participate once or twice a day. The hidden nature of the role of Zhou when becoming apparent. Of course, in these small groups, Zhang Ziyu never encountered Yisu. Time passed quickly during the fulfilling days. Just as Zhang Ziyu finally got familiar with Su Qingying and obtained her autograph, and photo filming for the movie Nameless Sword was about to officially start. Click to see Zhang Ziyu's stunning blue-haired look. So handsome that I feel like a cockroach rushing into your home, devouring all the rice in your pantry and exploding in the sky, releasing a small firework inscribed with Zhang Ziyu is so handsome. Don't come over, mouthy. Sisters shouldn't be like this, although Zhang Ziyu is indeed handsome. The new video released on Zhang Ziyu's Weibo indeed doesn't seem like blue hair. It looks a bit purplish and clearly appears to be a temporary hair dye. I thought it was a light shade of blue when I saw it. But it looks really good. This color is simply a perfect match. Indeed, I dream of having a cute fish as an idol. Then I could see many handsome guys with different hair colors. Today's forum thread on Zhang Ziyu is on fire. 13th checking in. The reason a great director is a great director is that there are reasons behind it. A good director must be a good leader. On the set of Nameless Sword, everything was orderly, with everyone fulfilling their roles. In many theaters, if 30% of the shots filmed in a day are usable, it's considered efficient. But director Hwang Jong-mei is different. In her youth, she was able to produce excellent films quickly because nearly all the shots she filmed were usable as long as they didn't require reshooting. The filming location is a village that director Hwang Jong-mei found from who knows where. Though not in the mountains, it is still quite desolate, and there aren't many people left in the village. In late autumn, there are only a few large trees, and the ground vegetation is yellow-looking as if it's about to wither. Next to the village, a great river flows slowly. It is here that director Hwang Jong-mei set the scene. To be honest, the scenery here is not beautiful. At least Zhang Ziyu cannot see its beauty. He thought director Hwang Jong-mei would choose a more picturesque location that fits the impression of Jiangnan's water towns. But director Hwang Jong-mei said that ancient vegetation was not rich. Especially in bad years, people need firewood to eat and wood to build houses. When one can't survive, they end up owing money and getting taken to court. Even the wooden boards are made from trees. How could so many trees be left? I'm shooting a movie, not a travelogue. Building a set from scratch in such a place cost a lot of money. Besides the investment from capital, the local government also provided many incentives. Now is a time of rapid social development. In a year and a half, the subway will come through here, and the buildings left by the crew can be planned into an entertainment venue. We're just in time. In 2 years, there won't be such a suitable place anymore. Once the subway opens, this place will quickly become prosperous. In Zhang Ziyu's first scene, his outfit is not at all wuxia-like, with no flowing robes or wide-brimmed hats. The clothes he wears are the least appealing and most ordinary of all the roles he has played. Because he is in a play within a play portraying the character Zheng Shuda, who pretends to be a runaway young master. This young master's persona has just been robbed by water bandits, and is penniless, having only earned a little money by copying books, with his clothes entirely supported by Li Xiaohai. Zhang Ziyu's clothes, apart from a decent pair of shoes made of leather, consist of linen or cotton, with colors only in natural shades and varying depths of blue, because blue dye was the cheapest in ancient times. He wears a natural-colored inner garment and an indigo outer coat that doesn't reach his knees, with deep blue pants close to black and his legs wrapped in bindings, a very standard peasant outfit. His hairstyle is not neatly arranged, with a smooth branch twisted into a bun, looking a bit messy. The only thing that doesn't fit the impoverished look is the straight knife at his waist, which a poor person could not afford. Indeed, in the movie titled Nameless Sword, Zheng Shuda uses a knife. This knife, which Zheng Shuda alias Zhou when falsely claims to have brought from home, was retrieved alongside Li Xiaohai from the water. In the story, it is just an ordinary knife, not very valuable, so Li Xiaohai believes him. However, even in such an outfit, Zhang Ziyu wears it with ease and grace. Returning Yusu, while getting his face powdered by the makeup artist, looked sideways at Zhang Ziyu and exclaimed, "Hey, isn't this what they call Jingchai Bu-kun, unable to hide your national beauty? If you don't know how to use idioms, just shut up." Zhang Ziyu sometimes speaks quite directly, especially after getting familiar with someone. Zhang Ziyu feels extremely comfortable in this outfit. In the previous dramas he acted in, except for one modern play, the other historical costumes were splendid, but made with synthetic fabrics that were not comparable to the wearing experience of natural materials. Soon he no longer felt comfortable, as if ants were crawling all over him. He had to retake his first scene 9 times. Before Zhang Ziyu, it was the scenes of Li Gu and Li Xiaohai. While watching, Zhang Ziyu felt his heart tremble, hearing director Hwang Jong-mei continuously call for a retake, but even so, Su Qingying and Yusu only had to retake 6 times. When it was his turn to act with Su Qingying, he had 3 additional retakes, which made Zhang Ziyu uncomfortable. This segment is not particularly important, but also not simple. Li Gu and Li Xiaohai set off towards Jinling. In modern times, this distance can be covered with a train ticket and a nap, but in ancient times it requires several days of continuous travel. A hero may have lightness skills, but they are not used casually, especially when carrying luggage. Zhou Wen follows these two, having learned martial arts from the pampered Zheng Guogong, but he has always traveled by horse, never relying solely on his legs like this. Therefore, among the 3, Zhou Wen feels slightly fatigued, while the other 2 are more composed. The composed Li Xiaohai takes the initiative to fetch water, leaving only Li Gu and Zhou Wen. Li Gu is already wary of this young man, and Zhou Wen also senses that this knife-sharpening woman is not ordinary. When alone together, the atmosphere becomes quite tense. "I know what you're here for. Once we reach Jinling, just leave quickly." Li Gu is wise, who I do not wish to disturb further. "I am just passing by, and I owe Li Xiong a life-saving favor that has yet to be repaid." "How will you repay him?" "There is nothing of value at home, only a little gold and silver to offer." "No need. The Jianghu should not be tainted with court money." "What is Li Gu talking about? Zhou Wen is just a commoner. How could he be involved with the court? Li Xiong is merely an ordinary person raised by the river. What does he have to do with the Jianghu?" Li Gu's face turns pale, her tone icy. "It's best if it is as you say." Zhou Wen smiles without answering. Zhang Ziyu had actually prepared for this segment for a long time, rehearsing with his assistant over 30 times. But when it comes to filming, nervousness is inevitable. Even though Zhang Ziyu has acted in 5 dramas, it's like a teacher who is usually proficient suddenly becoming nervous when the principal enters the classroom. In such a situation, Zhang Ziyu finds it hard to achieve the visuals and performance that director Huang Zhongmei wants. Director Huang Zhongmei doesn't scold. Instead, after a retake, she calls the actors over and gently discusses the scene with them. Her calm and gentle tone gradually eases Zhang Ziyu's emotions and helps him regain his state. Then comes another unforgiving retake. Fortunately, director Huang Zhongmei doesn't just say, "It doesn't feel right, oh, let's do another take," like some stream of consciousness directors. She can clearly point out what the actors need to improve, and each discarded shot helps the actors progress a bit. Finally, after passing this shot, Zhang Ziyu looks at the monitor in disbelief, unable to believe that such natural acting was displayed by himself. Director Huang Zhongmei points at the screen with her pen, smiling as she says to him, "This time was good, come on, let's keep this take." Zhang Ziyu, after watching the monitor, gains great confidence. Alright. Good news, holding the mirror flower has finally passed the review. Soon the fresh Zhang Ziyu will make a vibrant appearance, and after half a year of silence in the entertainment industry, it's time to prepare for a new round of upheaval. All this, you better be acting. We the fans never said such a thing. This person must be a disguised antagonist. Our little fish hasn't reached a level of fame that warrants such a lone explosion. As soon as the drama passed the review, someone rushed over to criticize it. What has Zhang Ziyu done to offend you? No, didn't the original poster say it correctly? There really haven't been any new dramas these past 6 months, and many people are looking forward to Zhang Ziyu's new drama, which is bound to exceed 1 billion views. Alright, I agree with the above. If the view count doesn't reach the expected level, the above can pay to make up for it. The previous post was also an act. Fans shouldn't reply to this thread, just report it directly. This post is suspected of inciting conflict and has been banned from replies. Otherwise, how can we say that director Huang Zhongmei is experienced? After Zhang Ziyu finally passed his first scene, the next shot was immediately arranged with 3 people in a long-distance shot. At this moment, Yusu had already rested for a while, full of energy and ready to jump around, while Zhang Ziyu and Su Qingying, who had not rested all day, appeared very fatigued. This perfectly matches the setting that Li Gu is older and has declining stamina, while Zhou Wen has never traveled far since childhood. Moreover, director Huang Zhongmei deliberately did not remind the 2 actors to express fatigue here, as there was no need for intentional performance. The actors' genuine feelings were already perfect. The great director's meticulous arrangement of the scenes has been vividly reflected. Director Huang Zhongmei felt secretly pleased. Such clever arrangements are reflected in many aspects. For instance, during training, Zhang Ziyu had subconsciously become accustomed to having someone around and suddenly needing to do things himself. While filming, his acting skills weren't good enough to express naturally in front of the camera. Now, with his hands stiff and his demeanor tense, he naturally conveyed the discomfort of a young nobleman who had never engaged in manual labor, suddenly facing the life of lower-class individuals. This feeling lays the groundwork for Zhou Wen's true identity to be revealed later, and with Zhang Ziyu's current acting skills, such subtle details cannot be naturally expressed. Previously, he had only filmed television dramas, and now moving to the big screen, the enlargement of the screen can better showcase the nuances of the actors' performances and will also highlight some of their minor flaws, as if viewed under a microscope. Zhang Ziyu's strength lies in his nuanced facial expressions, which have an advantage in films. However, if he deliberately tries to act out trivial details, it might work better on the small screen of a television drama, but could easily become excessive on the big screen. Director Huang Zhongmei utilized such timing arrangements and the different states of the actors to enhance their expressiveness on camera. As Zhang Ziyu gradually gets used to the camera and regains the feeling of handling his own affairs, he will be able to fully embody the process of a young nobleman adapting to civilian life. The differences between filming for television dramas and movies, though not insignificant, are managed by a guiding director who ensures the actors do not transition too painfully. After completing a scene, director Huang Zhongmei would specifically call Zhang Ziyu over to explain in a few words on the monitor why this scene passed and which aspects were worthy of praise. Everything must have a beginning process. Zhang Ziyu's talent is excellent. After a good filming experience, the knowledge will naturally be stored in his body. Even if his mind does not fully comprehend why the performance details should be handled this way, muscle memory and subconsciousness will guide him towards better places. A director who can teach well is rare in the entire domestic film and television industry, and even globally, making it no wonder that actors who have filmed with director Huang Zhongmei wish to continue collaborating. Every day of filming is fulfilling for Zhang Ziyu, and he is making progress. He wonders who says the world is just a huge amateur theater. A great director's movie is definitely not an amateur production. While he quietly films here without alerting the outside world, the name Zhang Ziyu is gaining traction online. In fact, even if Zhang Ziyu has only made a public appearance once during a ridiculous live broadcast, his popularity has never dropped. Zhuang He, do you think I earn my millions in salary for nothing? The materials he saved before joining the crew have maintained good exposure, not to mention that actors with a blockbuster in hand are unlikely to be forgotten by the public in a short time. Every time Zhang Ziyu's preset Weibo post is released, it stays in the trending searches for a while. Although most of it is bought by Zhuang He, buying trending spots also requires skill. First, use official fans to heat up the topic within the fan community, then contact a couple of influential marketing accounts to carry the topic, and finally, after attracting bystanders, buy a mid to low trending position. With such meticulous planning, the public will genuinely believe that Zhang Ziyu's popularity has always been high, which is why it trends. In reality, if you don't pay for the waves, how can the waves let you trend for free? It's already good enough to receive a bit of black popularity without charging. At the same time, it's important to avoid social hotspots and holidays and not to trend too high right away. If it hangs for a few hours, it must be withdrawn quickly to prevent the public from becoming bored and developing a rebellious mentality. However, today's high popularity of Zhang Ziyu is not stirred up by Zhuang He. The trending searches don't even mention Zhang Ziyu's name. Once the announcement of holding the mirror flower was released, it quickly soared to the top. With a first-line popular young actor participating and the double support of a high-profile author and screenwriter, every sentence of anticipation in the trending searches is from real people. After experiencing the previous alarming event that shook the fan community, Zhang Ziyu's fans underwent significant internal changes. They began to intensively patrol various public opinion platforms, striving to quash any negative fan remarks before they could ignite. Then they discovered, why do bystanders express more anticipation for this drama than the fans themselves? Would the fans dare to say that it would cause an earthquake in the entertainment industry? Of course not. Isn't this just a form of backhanded praise? Report it, report it, report it all. A prominent fan sincerely called for action on Weibo. Dear Fish fans, since Little Fish debuted, he has been attacked for taking on a certain role. Thankfully, he proved himself, and Li Nianhe became a sensation. At that time, bystanders spoke up for him, and he gradually established himself in the entertainment industry, leading us to cross paths with him. Those who understand him know that although Little Fish is popular, he is a quiet person who does not compete or strive. Many hands wish to pull him down. Those who were working against him during those days know how fortunate we were to persevere together. Now, with Little Fish's first major production drama about to air, I know everyone is very happy and looking forward to it. However, beneath the glamour lies the hidden hands of others. We Fish fans are the most rational and kind-hearted fan community I've seen in my years of chasing stars. Our circle has the best atmosphere. But while being happy, we also need to do something for the little fish who brings us joy. Now that holding the mirror flower is scheduled, Ocean Purification Station is in dire need of people. Although we have controlled Weibo, public opinion platforms are not limited to Weibo, Tieba forums, certain groups, certain sites, and certain apps all need everyone. Here I sincerely call on everyone to join in and create a better environment for Fishy. For fans who are unwilling to join the group, it's fine. Just pay attention when you see any backhanded praise and report it with a quick tap of your fingers and actively screenshot it for Ocean Purification Station to handle. The tags are Ocean Journey, Little Octopus, Protecting You, Starlight, Shining Zhang Ziyu, Happy Birthday Zhang Ziyu. This. Even the paid fans from the studio fell silent. This prominent fan are you in the same field? Why do you seem more professional than us? But it's just right. Zhuang He indeed feels that he accidentally inflated Zhang Ziyu's popularity too much, and it has become somewhat uncontrollable. It's a good thing that fans are spontaneously cooling it down. No wonder artists enjoy teasing fans now. Look, since the last alarming incident, fans have evolved faster than Pokemon. What a huge gain. However, with virtue comes loss. Such teasing of fans should have its basis in truth, otherwise if manipulated intentionally, it will definitely invite backlash. The most painful moment of chasing stars lies in the perpetual distance between fans and their idols. The spatial distance can be bridged, but what about the temporal one? Sometimes sincere fans who chase stars think I know your news, but I have to wait until everything is over. Although no one loves you more than I do, your pain and joy are not witnessed by me firsthand. Although the initiative to leave always lies with the fans, those who love more find themselves in a more vulnerable. In such circumstances, if one deliberately creates heart-wrenching scars in this unequal relationship, Zhang Ziyu would feel like the worst person in the world. Therefore, while maintaining work communication with his manager, Zhang Ziyu clearly stated that he did not want to torment his fan. There is no need to harm them for such trivial benefits. Compared to the lives of most people, I have nothing to be pained about. Brother Zhuang, I am already content. Pain indeed lasts longer than love, but he would rather use happiness to create lasting memories for them. Zhuang He chuckled, you don't trust my character, but you should at least believe in my professional ability. You're not an idol who relies solely on fan economics. How could I arrange things like this for you? Zhang Ziyu knew Zhuang He's words were sincere. He had never even sold himself as a boyfriend. Such short-term benefits were not enough to attract an ambitious manager. Zhuang He merely treated this as a joke while talking to Zhang Ziyu. He did not value fans as much as he valued the market and capital, and in this regard, he was indeed somewhat arrogant. Realizing his mistake from Zhang Ziyu's serious demeanor, he shifted the topic back to work. The promotion for holding the mirror flower is currently underway. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Ziyu felt inexplicably down. The relationship between fans and idols is too strange. To get close, one cannot approach too closely. To love, but not beyond a threshold, to utilize, yet the source of utilization must be sincere. Hey Zhang Jiu, do you want to eat the fish we grilled during filming? Yisu called him. Yes. The filming set is stable, and everyone is performing their daily work. Everyone has signed confidentiality agreements, and no one would risk offending the big director by discussing the movie with outsiders. Every day Zhang Jiu wakes up to come to the set, either observing others act from the sidelines, or performing himself, or being guided by director Huang Zhongmei through scenes. Over time it felt like returning to high school, where worries about food and drink were non-existent, and waking up was merely about learning. Moreover, he genuinely learned a lot. Not to mention the improvement in acting skills. This martial arts film also had a martial arts instructor with real skills. Director Huang Zhongmei does not advocate flashy stunts. Scenes of actors suspended in the air performing acrobatics would never appear in her films. She prefers the sharp sounds of blades clashing and the authentic collisions of moves, allowing the audience to experience the thrill. This requires actors to have sufficient martial arts foundation. Zhang Jiu originally had good control over his body and had experience in action scenes from TV dramas. The other actors found by director Huang Zhongmei also possessed some strength. Even Su Qingying, who had not acted for decades, maintained a long-standing habit of exercise and diligently studied during training. Therefore, in the Nameless Sword, the fight scenes are an important highlight. Director Huang Zhongmei does not like showy tricks, but she also places great importance on the visual appeal of action. Over a decade ago, martial arts films were all the rage, and the entertainment industry had many capable martial arts instructors and extras, all waiting in line for work. With a good opportunity, a director with both fame and strength would naturally bring out real skills when settling payments. During the training and filming of The Nameless Sword, Zhang Jiu learned many techniques that couldn't be learned elsewhere, such as how to draw a sword in a way that looks cool and natural, how to strike so that it appears powerful without causing pain, how to wield a knife in a way that seems like releasing water, how to engage in sparring, and what truly threatens lives. Let's drop the last one. In summary, Zhang Jiu feels that he now possesses the potential to be an ancient swordsman. Luckily, he does not have an antisocial personality, otherwise thinking about it would be quite terrifying. Isolated from the outside world, the environment brimming with fruitful experiences is like an ivory tower built by director Huang Zhongmei, gently enveloping everyone, allowing every actor and staff member's aura to be fully immersed in the film shooting. It feels as if the person named Zhou Wen, who had briefly left the unseen swordplay of the court, has come to the real swordplay of the martial world, resulting in a sense of tranquility instead. Next to Li Gu and Li Xiaohai, Zhou Wen feels somewhat more at ease, even though he is constantly on guard against Li. This won't do. You're too obedient now. You can be calm when facing those two. Director Huang Zhongmei pointed to the distant Su Qingying and Yusu reciting lines, and then pointed to an extra playing a poor person. However, Zhou Wen's true identity is Zheng Shuda, a feudal ruler still harboring ideals. When facing these people, he should feel an anger that seeks to root out parasites and change the world. These extras have yellowish powder on their faces, making them appear dull. Their clothes are also heavily worn. Some have cleaner clothes patched over and over, while others have dirtier clothes with holes worn out without care. Each of their outfits is different, but they all share a common characteristic: the colors are very dull. These dark tones are merely embellishments at the edges of the film screen, but director Huang Zhongmei puts in a lot. Just like you wrote in your character analysis before, this anger is hollow and powerless. As long as the ruling class exists, the source of anger will never be resolved. But this does not mean Zheng Shuda's anger is false. This anger is important. Among the main characters, others have long coexisted with the lower classes, becoming numb, while Zheng Shuda is different. He has never seen these before, feeling a high and mighty pity. Director Huang Zhongmei took out the paper filled with words and handed it to Zhang Jiu, encouraging him. You wrote very well. Express this emotion. It shouldn't be too obvious or too intense. This light anger is like a cloud that won't settle. No matter how much Zheng Shuda pities the lower class, Zhou Wen would still avoid the dirty hands of beggars after giving them a couple of coins. In the overall tone of the film, it seems that the character played by Zhang Jiu stands out with nobility and brightness, but he is merely a part of the same oppressive class that weighs down on the lower people. After collecting the crimes of the governor, when Zheng Shuda kicks open the doors of the government with his soldiers, the golden threaded brocade clothes he wears shine dazzlingly in the sunlight. His anger resembles a storm that has been building, striking down the towering tree of the governor that has ruled over the people. But the roots of the tree remain. Perhaps in a few years new branches will sprout, bearing the sunlight that the owners should. Meanwhile, in the dark underground palace of Chunlai Mountain Villa, the negative rain lamp that lured Li Gu here welcomed the true royal bloodline. Li Xiaohai stands alone with a sword, facing this seemingly righteous leader of the martial world. Negative rain lamp tempted him. You were supposed to be the one sitting on the throne, yet you've lived in such a dilapidated place for so many years. Don't you feel discontent? No one is truly meant to be above everyone else. Li Xiaohai responded calmly, extending his sword, the hand holding it still dusted with ashes from the fire. Li Gu raised me, and she is like my mother. Since you are her junior, you are also like my uncle. Release my mother. And Negative rain lamp laughed. Sounds like you are a filial child. When you become emperor, you can grant Yurong a top-tier title. Isn't that good? My senior sister had already darkened her face when she was beautiful. After being blown by the wind and sun, she raised you by doing the roughest work of sharpening knives for the coarsest men. Shouldn't you strive for a better life for her? Li Xiaohai said nothing but charged forward with his sword. The nameless sword is a good sword, but it's not as magical as the rumors suggest. The sword technique is an extraordinary skill, but Li Xiaohai being young cannot master it. Negative Rain Lamp lured Li Xiaohai here to use his background to attract forces for rebellion, naturally not intending to harm him, and the two ended up in a fierce struggle. Just as Li Xiaohai was about to fall, Li Gu broke free from her restraints and appeared. Junior brother, what's the difference between an emperor, a leader of the martial world, and a knife sharpener by the riverside? Everyone will die under the sword's edge, and sharpening knives is also sharpening hearts. Didn't the master say these words? Did I forget? I haven't forgotten how the former empress and my master died. It was clearly you, senior sister, who forgot. It was the Jin Wang who killed them. This is nothing more than an excuse for your ambition. If not for the former emperor's incompetence, the palace maid would not have set that fire, nor would there have been any subsequent events. All the evil consequences stem from the former emperor, who has long been dead. The wicked leader has fallen. I advise junior brother to reconsider. Even if everything originates from the former emperor, what kind of person has Jin Wang turned into? Senior sister, having lived in the marketplace for so many years, have you not seen the suffering of the common people? Once someone schemes for rebellion, this place will be thrown into chaos, and the common people will only suffer more. Negative Rain Lamp's words were rebutted one by one. Furious, he became fiercer, while Li Gu, who had not fought with anyone for years, and Li Xiaohai struggled together against Negative Rain Lamp. In the dim candlelight, another person burst in, and the three were momentarily stunned. Li Gu recognized the visitor's face and was taken aback. It was Zhou Wen. How did he come here? What did he hear? This man is Zheng Shuda, who after turning the governor upside down was reminded by the beggar gang to come to assist. Seeing the fear on Li Gu's face and the joy on Li Xiaohai's, Negative Rain Lamp sneered. Since when did the court intervene in the affairs of the martial world? This breaks the rules. Zheng Shuda replied, I don't know what the court and the martial world are. I am just Zhou Wen here to repay a favor. What does it matter now? You are obviously wearing the clothes of an imperial envoy. Seeing the genuine surprise on Li Xiaohai's face, Zheng Shuda avoided his gaze, speaking with unwavering words. What of the imperial envoy? What of Zhou Wen? You were the one who first sought to rebel. For both public and private reasons, you should be eliminated. The three combined their strength, and Negative Rain Lamp naturally could not contend. As he turned, he distanced himself from Li Gu and Li Xiaohai. This person is from the court. Even if I am eliminated, he will definitely come to capture you. The former emperor and the prince have long been buried. Why would the court come to capture innocent citizens? Zheng Shuda retorted, his hand wielding the knife steadily. Hearing his words, Li Gu felt slightly reassured, and Li Xiaohai's eyes brightened. The three worked together to trap Negative Rain Lamp. Knowing that his senior sister was reluctant to kill him as he was about to say something nice, Zheng Shuda took advantage of the moment to thrust his knife into Negative Rain Lamp's heart. This person speaks nonsense, mad and unpredictable, likely to cause trouble for Li Gu and brother Li. Li Gu remained silent for a long time before reaching out to close her junior brother's eyes. When did you ever play an imperial envoy? After finishing the shoot, Yusu asked Zhang Jiu. I almost missed the scene. Zhang Jiu smiled at him at the beginning. Yusu was surprised, then understood. No wonder Director Huang always kept me away when discussing scenes with you. Now it makes sense. Director Huang Zhongmei arranged for the ending of the Nameless Sword to feature Zheng Shuda bidding farewell to Li Gu and Li Xiaohai from the city wall. Initially, Zheng Shuda was not on the same path as them. Like flowing water in the green mountains, they parted ways. Zheng Shuda stood on the city wall watching the figures of the two fade into tiny dots at the end of the road, while a soldier approached to report with a bow. No need for that, let the archers return. Zheng Shuda waved his hand, his thoughts a tangle. Had he betrayed the emperor by letting go of the last bloodline of the previous sovereign? Would this nameless sword one day cut through the veins of the court? All remained unknown. As director Huang Zhongmei leisurely called out, cut. Thunderous applause erupted on set, marking the successful completion of the filming. After wrapping up, a film is considered half complete, especially since the Nameless Sword was shot with live sound, eliminating the need for post-production dubbing. For the cast and crew present, this was a job worthy of being recorded in their life resumes, and everyone smiled broadly, their hands red from clapping. Zhang Jiu also smiled. It was a cloudy day, and a cold wind swept across the city wall, where they filmed, causing his cloak to flutter, which he quickly grabbed. In the distance, Yusu and Su Qingying were seated in an open-top crew vehicle heading back. Yusu saw everyone applauding, took off his costume hat, and waved it with his hand, shouting loudly, hey. Su Qingying beside him laughed heartily, secretly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. The crew joyfully enjoyed a wrap party, and director Huang Zhongmei took the initiative to request a group photo, wanting to post it on Weibo. Indeed, although director Huang was older, she had a Weibo account with a considerable following, numbering in the millions. To prevent any disturbances, we kept it a secret, but now we can promote it. Then everyone began to move, preparing to pose for the group photo. Huang Zhongmei definitely took the center position with key staff and several veteran actors beside her, so Zhang Jiu naturally stood toward the back. Seeing him move to the back, Yusu felt he should also stand a bit further back due to his youth, so he squeezed in behind. Huang Zhongmei reached out to Su Qingying, pulling her next to her while beckoning. Yusu Jiu, come over here. At this moment, Huang Zhongmei appeared nothing like a famous director, as she resembled a caring elder, saying, I know you two probably don't want to sit in the front row, so you can stand behind me. After arranging the positions, she reminded those standing behind, remember to step aside, these two boys are quite tall. Thus the two young men standing on either side of Huang Zhongmei resembled guardian deities, especially since one wore white and the other black. From a distance they exuded an impressive aura. A large crowd posed for the group photo, and the faces in the picture looked like tiny sesame seeds. However, in the era of smartphones, there is a magnificent feature called pinchtism. Huang Zhongmei's Weibo username was her professional name combined with her real name, and she stylishly added a plum blossom emoji at the end. With her glasses on, she typed quickly using the 9-key input method. Director Huang Zhongmei Flower, my film The Nameless Sword has wrapped. Without any unnecessary words, she immediately posted the group photo. In her own words, after half a lifetime of making films, if she had to worry about promotional language, then that half a lifetime would have been in vain. After the photo, Zhang Jiu and some other actors immediately contacted their agents. As for how others' agents operated, he didn't know. However, Zhuang, he was lounging on the couch sleeping. Upon waking up, he quickly contacted public relations, ensuring they bought exposure as soon as Huang Zhongmei released the photo. At this time, most people had already finished work and were either done eating or preparing to eat, enjoying a bit of leisure while scrolling through their phones. Huang Zhongmei's fame was well known. When her film wrapped, it immediately set the internet ablaze. Netizens zoomed in on the image, and to their astonishment, the two young men behind Huang Zhongmei were the popular first-line stars from recent years. If one were to say which male star was the hottest in recent years, Zhang Jiu would undoubtedly be on the list. He gained fame through hit dramas, his acting skills were solid, and he had no scandals. He was genuinely good-looking, earning him a favorable public reception. As for Yusu, he started as a child star with a wide fan base. His first drama as an adult was a hit, and viewers were pleasantly surprised to see that he hadn't grown unattractive. They loved him even more. Both were definitely top-tier stars, and while they had been low-profile for a year, it was merely because Yusu had a larger general audience and his fan base couldn't match Zhang Jiu's, hence there were no absurd incidents like fans calling the police. So they had been secretly filming with director Huang Zhongmei all this time. The netizens became enthusiastic. So happy. Fish fans are truly blessed. Zhang Jiu is about to star in an S-grade male lead drama, and now I find out he has been filming a movie with a big director during his year-long absence. Is this happiness for real? I can't be dreaming, right? I said after Tianshan Xingyunji aired, the two male actors would be rolling in dough, but they suddenly went silent. Turns out they weren't out of work, but the projects were just too big. The big director has also fallen, only casting these popular stars for bad films. Without even airing, you can tell it's a bad film. You're truly amazing. Ha ha ha, you acted in a big director's film, wow. You acted in a big director's film. Every film by director Huang Zhongmei is of high quality. Oh, I love watching them, having rewatched several times, looking forward to it. Wrapping means filming is complete, right? That's impressive. The big director has character, only announcing it after wrapping. What are the paparazzi doing? They probably kept the news under wraps to avoid paparazzi. But will this movie be released this year? I'm waiting to buy a ticket to watch it. Can these two young heartthrobs act well? Regardless, Yusu and Zhang Jiu are considered decent actors among the new generation. We should trust director Huang's vision. She has never made a casting mistake. Giveaway. Fish fans are offering a 300 yuan grand prize on Weibo, along with countless exquisite gifts. Just like and repost this Weibo while including the hashtags Zhang Jiu holding the mirror flower and Zhang Jiu the nameless sword to participate in the 300 yuan lottery. Those in the comments who haven't criticized Zhang Jiu can also join in the lottery. The netizens and fans, while astonished, did not forget to zoom in on the photos, scrutinizing every detail. This scrutiny brought back memories. In the blink of an eye, director Huang Zhongmei's hair has turned completely white. It's quite a sentiment. When I was young in my village, we would often watch movies with a piece of cloth. The most frequently shown film was director Huang's The Blade in the Ring. Now director Huang has aged, and so have I. There are no more movie screenings in the village. The person sitting next to director Huang Zhongmei looks so familiar. Who recognized them? I think every actor looks familiar. They all seem like old faces. Wait, the fourth person from the left in the second row, isn't that the character who played the male protagonist's father in the drama I recently watched? Isn't Feng Xingyun here? He was always in the martial arts films I watched as a child. How come he has gained a few more wrinkles over the years? Hold on, isn't the actress sitting next to director Huang Zhongmei the Red Cloud Swordsman from 8,000 Miles of... It can't be her. That actress was banned in the mainland for making inappropriate comments, wasn't she? The one in front, the one who was banned, was her ex-husband. She had already divorced him 800 years ago. Oh my god, it truly is her. I absolutely loved 8,000 Miles of Journey, having watched it no less than 5 times. When it was taken down, I angrily cursed her ex-husband for several days. I would never mistake the face of the Red Cloud swordsman. Goodness, she has changed so much. Director Huang Zhongmei must have her sit next to him, so she should be the lead, right? Don't rain on my parade, she has been out of the spotlight for over a decade. Does she still have acting skills? If she has no acting skills, would director Huang Zhongmei have cast her? We must trust the judgment of great directors. Not necessarily. There have been quite a few bad films from major directors in recent years, not to mention that there are two popular stars this time. Rest assured, the lead in that film, which earned director Huang Zhongmei international awards, was also criticized for her acting before collaborating with him. But director Huang has the ability to train actors and still win awards. Moreover, although these two young stars are popular, their acting is quite good. Indeed, the Red Cloud swordsman was amazing back in the day. Yu Su also started as a child star. His collaboration with Zhang Ziyu in the Green Clouds of Tianshan clearly shows his acting skills are guaranteed. As for Zhang Ziyu, I've had a favorable impression of him since his role as Hung Wang. I think he acts quite well. Fans of you are here to promote Zhang Ziyu. His acting is really good. If anyone has doubts about him, his upcoming project Holding the Mirror Flower will be released soon. Come and check it out. On Weibo, the public has high expectations for this film by director Huang Zhongmei, and all the expectations are positive. Regarding the actors chosen by director Huang, there is a general attitude of affirmation. Director Huang has used the good reputation he has built up over the years to give Zhang Ziyu an impression of good acting in the hearts of some. However, in forums densely populated by fans where anonymity reigns and no fixed accounts exist, some people are thoroughly exposed. Zhang Ziyu's resources have been confirmed, right? Previously, the forum defended him, saying he was not a resource star. Now, after only 2 or 3 years in the industry, he is in a major director's film. How can some people still defend him? A resource star is a resource star. The original poster is so excited. I wish you all the best, and hoping he is not a resource star. I angrily clicked in and laughed at the comments on the first floor. I also wish that all the artists the original poster likes are not resource stars. The first two are really shameless. I am shameless, but I have my own. I have beauty and talent, and even took a photo with the great director. Do you have any face? Do you have any of these? I wish Zhang Ziyu all the best. Haha, she's broken down. What's wrong with being a resource star? Zhang Ziyu has a hit with every film, and his performances have received great acclaim. Is it better not to let such an excellent young actor be a resource star, and instead choose the ugly child of a capitalist? What if the original poster's favorite is just an untalented, ugly child? Not only untalented and ugly, but also possibly without resources. Haha, this is even funnier. Where's the original poster? Why did they stop talking after cursing? Let her be. The star she chases is disappointing. Look how Little Fish is doing so well, and now the original poster is getting anxious. Just a reminder, if you are still peeking, then the good things about Little Fish will only increase, which is not beneficial for your jealousy. I suggest you log off. Our Yujia is still kindly giving advice to the sour grapes. There's nothing to be done. When the child excels, the parents will naturally be calm. Amidst the jealousy of other fandoms, fans of you are truly celebrating. Just think about it. The explosive success of resources is a beautiful dream every fan has had. Now that the dream has come true, why shouldn't we celebrate? The happiness of fans can't be concealed, so they decided to share their joy. In addition to various wealthy fans on Weibo holding grand giveaways, you fans frequently come to the forum to show off. Congratulations to Zhang Ziyu for his first film collaboration with a major director. You fans wish Zhang Ziyu's career continues to prosper. Wishing Little Fish many more days like today and many more moments like this. Wishing Little Fish to be a resource star every year, every day. This symbol indicates that this reply has already been reported and deleted. Zhang Ziyu, you better lock yourself in the position of a resource star so that others can be envious. We can't say our Little Fish is just a resource star. He has worked his way up step by step. No matter how bitter other fans are, we you fans know this. I speak plainly. If any you fan says again that Little Fish is a resource star, I'll directly curse at them. He worked so hard to be noticed by the major director, it would be a disservice to his efforts to call him a resource star with just a casual comment. Support some you fans are really foolish. I'm the original poster. For such a good thing, let's not fight among ourselves. All comments that argue will be reported. Also, our anti-black team has already stated that fans who erase Little Fish's efforts by calling him a resource star will be reported as disguised fans. Please take note. It's not that I want to pour cold water on everyone. Little Fish is currently very popular, and there will be fans pretending to be you fans deliberately causing trouble. Our fan community has always been harmonious, but there have been a few arguments recently which is suspicious. Everyone should be careful with their words and actions and not add trouble to Little Fish. The jealous fans are really annoying, coming to look at my fan every day. What did they die? In joyful threads, let's not mention any other fans. Wishing Zhang Ziyu's Holding the Mirror Flower and Nameless Sword to be huge hits. In the new generation of young stars, Zhang Ziyu ranks first in viewership ratings, endorsements, Weibo popularity, and fan count, and collaborates with top directors. What do people think? I jokingly said, Fish Emperor, please ascend to the throne, don't scold me. The screenshots show that the next fan died for. I enjoy seeing those shamelessly self-proclaimed rivals trying to defend their own idols, thinking about how they are so sour on Weibo. Last time I saw a certain big fan who had always been sarcastic towards Xiaoyu, now they have to anonymously criticize him and even have to set it to fan-only visibility. It makes me particularly happy. Sorry Xiaoyu, but you're on fire now, or just hold back any insults. When one becomes popular, there are many controversies. Among the fan base, there is a category known as famous person fans who like whoever is trending. Zhang Ziyu currently has the highest popularity among young stars, so many peculiar fans are flooding in. Some fans previously liked other artists, and not being first love fans, they apply their experiences from previous idol pursuits to Zhang Ziyu. In this mixed crowd, the fan base resembles a muddied pot of water. Previously, to control the situation, professional fans and Water Army members mingled within the ordinary fan base. The support club also kept the studio's contact information. Once director Huang Zhongmei released a group photo, things began to spiral out of control. Fans have started to become crazy. This isn't really a big deal. There's a saying that outsiders don't involve themselves, and those who can argue with Fish fans how many are true outsiders. The public perception of an artist is completely different from what the fan base and true outsiders feel. Sometimes the misdeeds of an artist have already spread throughout the fan community, and as long as the media keeps it quiet, true outsiders will only say, oh, that person, he's quite handsome. So it doesn't matter if they get a little crazy. Moreover, Zhang Ziyu's fans aren't blindly praising him. Other fans should reflect on their own idols. Have they acted well over the years? Is their appearance being managed properly? Gold will shine, but shit won't. Zhuang, he pretended he wasn't starting to recruit new professional fans. No one in the studio expected Zhang Ziyu to reach this point. Recently, Zhuang He and Jiang Wenyi discussed in a meeting about raising Zhang Ziyu's contract conditions. He felt he had known Zhang Ziyu long enough, and based on his years of experience concluded that Zhang Ziyu would not suddenly jump to a big company one day. Although now if Zhang Ziyu wanted, there are capitalists willing to pay his breach of contract fee. A person's character determines their principles. Just like infidelity, a person who would cheat will cheat, even if they would die for their spouse. A person who wouldn't cheat no matter how much they want to kill their partner will not cheat. Zhuang He believes that as long as the studio doesn't stir up trouble, even if Zhang Ziyu wants to switch companies, he will inform them in advance. Zhang Ziyu's character is evident. However, people's hearts cannot withstand grinding. Good people are not fools. If Zhang Ziyu doesn't bring up a raise, the studio should be aware of it. After wrapping up, Zhang Ziyu didn't think about this at all. He only felt that not seeing the fans for too long wasn't good. Didn't they worry enough to call the police before? He still needs to engage more. After living in the limelight for so long, Zhang Ziyu has grown. For the pre-broadcast promotion of Holding the Mirror Flower, aside from genuinely not wanting to attend variety shows, he went to all interviews and events he could. Some interview questions were too trendy, some memes are still fashionable now, but to Zhang Ziyu, who has gone through this period, they seem a bit awkward. Reporter, do you think you are a little milk dog or a little wolf dog? Zhang Ziyu. Honestly, the first thing that came to Zhang Ziyu's mind upon hearing this question was the memory of being shocked by comments like XX, I am your dog under a certain anime, before his rebirth. Looks like being someone's dog has always been quite popular. No matter which option he chooses, it feels shameful, so Zhang Ziyu decided to turn the tables. Are you on team dog? Why is there only dogs in the options? Zhang Ziyu, little cats, little horses, little cows, little sheep. There are many types of animals to choose from, right? Reporter, then what kind of little animal do you think you are? Zhang Ziyu. I am human. Sorry to the artist whose answer I borrowed. This question is too awkward. Would anyone naturally compare themselves to a certain animal? Saying seriously that one is a little milk dog is really being abstract, isn't it? Sorry, but I guess the term abstract hasn't been coined yet. The interview received a very positive response. Fans were surprised, not expecting the handsome guy to tell cold jokes, feeling like they got to know him a bit more. Zhang Ziyu, can the reporters not use memes when they talk? I feel like my awkwardness is about to come up. Just like that, the day of Holding the Mirror Flowers broadcast quickly arrived. In fact, if it were just about pursuing online views, Holding the Mirror Flower could have met the audience long ago, but the production team has bigger ambitions, wanting to air it on television. In recent years, it has become increasingly difficult for dramas to air on major networks. To avoid censorship, the editing team put in a lot of effort, ultimately deciding to remove the last 3 episodes' content from the TV version, making the TV version more concise, while placing more content in the DVD version. This way they passed the review, but to maintain the integrity of the plot, the editors had to work overtime. However, getting the drama on air is a good thing. I heard that in a nearby production team, they edited the show, sold the broadcasting rights, and the lead actor was taken away by the hat-wearing comrades. Who can they complain to? Shooting a drama nowadays is like gambling, betting on whether it can get approved if the actors won't get into trouble, and ultimately if it can be released. A single loss results in everything being in vain. Holding the Mirror Flower has invested so much money, and with such high popularity among the actors and writers since it passed the review by Bayou Network, that bought it naturally won't waste it. From 8 to 9:30 every night is prime time for the TV station. Bayou Network has reserved a spot for Holding the Mirror Flower, just waiting for good results to come in. Holding the Mirror Flower is highly anticipated by many fans of the actors, readers of the writer Zhu Pingping's books, and passersby attracted by the promotion. Since it's being aired simultaneously on TV and online, everyone is eagerly waiting in front of screens of various sizes, anticipating the same sound to ring out. The opening theme song is clear and ethereal, while the color tone of the edited clips is somewhat dark. However, the excited people did not mind such small details. Only Zhang Ziyu's diehard fans and marketing accounts were busy taking screenshots and editing. The scene begins with flowers blooming vibrantly, all things bursting with life under the brilliant sunshine. A small rabbit escapes from the pursuit of a wolf, grooming its fur after surviving the ordeal. The production team handled this segment exceptionally well, blending real scenes with special effects seamlessly without looking fake at all. Excellent lighting made the characters appear as if they would shine through like thin porcelain in the next second. Even real sunlight couldn't achieve a better effect. I don't know how many people held their breath in front of this pure and beautiful scene. At the same time, big fans and marketing accounts tirelessly pushed Zhang Ziyu at first sight to trending topics. Big fans, my beauty can be appreciated later. If it doesn't trend, it will expire. Fish fans charge. The premiere of Holding the Mirror Flower has occurred. Without discussing ratings, what does everyone think? Objectively speaking, Zhang Ziyu is truly stunning. It makes sense that someone like her can become a star. I'm impressed that such a face can shine. She looks great. The actors' performances are quite natural, and Zhang Ziyu's beauty remains consistently high. Is the female lead played by Su Ning? I remember her playing the second female lead in a previous drama, and I didn't think she was that pretty then. In this drama, she looks particularly beautiful, almost like an elf. The chemistry between the two leads is also palpable. I'll continue watching. I find Zhang Ziyu's face truly fascinating. When she's in a frame with male artists, she completely overshadows them, but when she's with female artists, her stunning face somehow makes them look better too. What a natural pairing. I must say this drama is clearly well funded. The rabbit at the beginning doesn't look like CGI at all, although the wolves seem a bit fake. The overall production quality feels substantial, unlike last year's XXXX, which despite a similar budget felt cheap and gave the impression of money laundering. Personally, I feel the storyline is mediocre, but a typical sweet and warm drama has that charm. The visuals and pacing are quite good, and I enjoy the pairing of the gentle jade-like young man and the woodland elf girl. I think I'll keep watching. Wait a minute, why are so many people seriously discussing this? In a drama centered around star power, what else is there to talk about? Are you all just hired commenters? Quickly report and kick out that comment above. Ew, I said no fighting. I feel like Zhang Ziyu's new role is just the same old routine. What does director Huang see in her? I had a lot to say, but after entering the thread I just laughed. Another person who's upset that a small fry is working with the big director. You fans of fish are the ones who are amusing, always labeling someone as a fan. Even if I like someone, I would only like your previous star, okay? Alright, the host's reply is even more classic. Just another upset small fry. I'm just a passerby, okay? I am just a passerby, okay? I've found a forum thread. How could there be any passerby? It's even more amusing, host. I only like female stars, okay? Fish fans refuse to admit the fact that their idol plays the same role over and over, and instead just throw labels around. Fish fans say the same thing. Whether it's a routine or not is subjective, but objectively speaking, the roles Zhang Ziyu plays are loved by the public. Holding the Mirror Flower has just aired. Host, you could come back later to question director Huang Zhangmai's choices. Why bother engaging with her? It's obvious she's just jealous that Xiao Yu is working with a big director. Zhang Ziyu's new drama's ratings are declining. It feels like she's losing her popularity. If you only look at appearances, audiences will tire of that. That's a fact. You're telling me a rating over 5 means she's lost popularity. Then the domestic entertainment industry is finished. Didn't it decline? Tianshan Qingyunji had nearly 7 on its premiere. That itself is a decline. Isn't that acting? No way she didn't add a dog filter. Holding the Mirror Flower had such a huge promotional push with a renowned author backing it. How could its premiere not surpass Tianshan Qingyunji? The trending topics aren't as plentiful as before. Isn't this a decline? It's really not acting. My goodness, encountering a true 300-50. Not to mention back then Tianshan Qingyunji had the added popularity of Shang Yueping and Yusu. In Holding the Mirror Flower, only Zhang Ziyu is shouldering the drama. Host, can you find me any drama in the past 3 years that premiered with a rating over 5? Oh my, why mock the ratings? Other fans know that aside from looks, the top thing about Z-Way Star is the ratings. Host, just looking at the TV station isn't enough. Holding the Mirror Flower airs simultaneously online. Do you understand that the first day viewership reached 48.32 million? Do you realize that this is the highest first day viewership on the internet in the past 2 years? Where's the host? Why have so many people been educating her and she has gone silent? Sisters, don't educate her anymore. Someone like her will just drool even after being cured. The official celebration poster has been released. Hurry and go share, like, and comment. Holding the Mirror Flower was highly anticipated before its premiere, and the data it has shown has not let down the expectations. In addition to achieving good ratings on its premiere, the subsequent ratings and viewership have steadily increased. Many viewers have expressed that while the plot isn't particularly innovative, the story flows smoothly, the actors' appearances and performances are commendable, the pacing is well handled, and the visuals are aesthetically pleasing, making it a well-crafted drama. On some video platforms, Entertainment Circle commentators have lamented that audiences are often not that picky. As long as you put in the effort and the actors genuinely perform without deceiving the audience, everyone will be on board. Some commentators have even begun to predict that as long as the plot doesn't collapse, this drama could maintain a rating of over 5% until the end. If no dark horse emerges midway, an online viewership, Holding the Mirror Flower is very likely to become the online broadcast champion of the year. As long as you take it seriously, even a simple plot can tug at the heartstrings. It depends on how the director and actors present. Seeing that everyone is praising it, Fish fans are like parents being complimented on their child waving their hands and saying no while their smiles are harder to suppress than an AK. Only one small commentator suggested that the subsequent direction of Holding the Mirror Flower might differ from expectations. Her fan base isn't large and her videos are just starting. As a newcomer commentator, each popular drama receives honest reviews. She hasn't been able to pinpoint what's wrong, but feels something is off. She noticed the oddities in the atmosphere, camera language, and music. She humorously pointed out these discrepancies in her video. Everyone says the lighting in this drama is good, and that's indeed correct, but in some places it doesn't fit well. For example, here when Yi-do and Yun-yen are warming themselves by the fire, the lighting on Yi-do's face is a bit off. The lower half of his face is too dark. This type of lighting makes Yi-do look less like a proper young master and a bit more sinister. Look, if I darken the tone a bit, doesn't it feel like a horror film? Of course, this mistake isn't significant. It's not that dark on screen, and the actors have done a great job of handling the lighting, making it look quite handsome. When I first saw it, I thought it was done intentionally. Of course, since Holding the Mirror Flower hasn't finished airing, who knows, Yi-do might really be a villain. Haha, I'm just joking. After she posted this video, her company suddenly started working overtime. Being a commentator is just a side job that doesn't earn much, as she still has to prioritize her main work. After 2 weeks of hectic work, she logged into the website she hadn't visited for a long time and was startled by the 999 notifications. Her video has surprisingly surpassed 2 million views. What happened? Was she attacked online? Up is indeed professional, but the lighting isn't a mistake, it was intentional. I was really foolish. I felt that the atmosphere of Yi-do was a bit off for a long time, yet I remained oblivious to it. You made a big move with Holding the Mirror Flower, roughly depicting the audience's emotional journey. Beginning this sweet drama is quite well produced, with the male lead played by Zhang Ziyu truly handsome. I feel the female lead is also charming, like a little fairy, adorable. The female lead's father is really great. Even as he faces death, he entrusted his daughter away. Didn't he just send over a son-in-law? He am shipping during the ambiguous phase. As things progress a bit, Yin-yen, my brave daughter, you're so sincere. To save Yi-do, you entered such a dark forest alone. A sincerity truly can touch people. See, Yi-do is moved, but why does the atmosphere feel a bit off? Never mind, let's just ship it. Charge. They arrived at the sect. What a youthful couple. With every encounter, your appearance captivates my gaze. My heart rejoices for you. This drama's perspective from the female lead is done exceptionally well. How can Yi-do be so good looking? After the Ziying flower incident, the little couple made progress. So happy. Yi-do's charm is overwhelming. Such a gentle and beautiful handsome guy is also being pursued by Yun-yen. I usually don't go for this type, but when Zhang Ziyu looks at me with those smiling eyes, all I can think is wow, so handsome. So sweet. I knew we'd get to the kiss. Yi-do is clearly trying to seduce Yun-yen, right? Otherwise, why would he touch her hair? As a valued VIP user, I admit I've been enchanted by you. I reward you with 100 kisses in the next episode. After the appearance of the white bones, is this where the plot starts to unfold? It feels quite thrilling and scary, so captivating. Oh no, Yi-do is injured, but he looks so cool even in battle damage. Why is this person breaking in at night for no reason? Crazy. Fortunately, Yun-yen is there to comfort Yi-do. Yi-do took the initiative to kiss Yun-yen. Oh mom, my ship is complete. At this moment, the viewership and streaming numbers of Holding the Mirror Flower reached a peak, with various platforms flooded with clips of the kiss scene from this episode. Initially, when the first kiss scene appeared, it sparked considerable discussion and excitement, with everyone marveling at the courage of the female lead Yun-yen for taking the initiative to kiss. Under the sunny atmosphere, the audience's hearts felt as though they were soaked in a honey pot. And Yi-do's kiss under the night sky, while evoking sweet sentiments, also carried a thrilling sensation that left viewers feeling dazed. The handsome youth under the moonlight has a complexion as white as snow, with pale lips, dressed in light-colored clothing that feels as cold as ice. Yet his beauty is vibrant, like the shimmering scales of a siren under the moonlight, his black hair cascading down softly, inviting yet hoarse. In nature, things that are exceedingly beautiful are often toxic, irresistibly drawing one in while the brain is frantically sending commands to retreat. This kiss, though not overly explicit, strikes deeply at the heart. After this episode aired, the GIFs fans captured went viral, and the trending topic stayed at the top for a full day and night. before gradually dissipating on the video site. Users subscribing to Holding the Mirror Flower reached an all-time high for a single show. Oh my hands and feet feel tingly. How can someone be so good-looking and enchanting? I swear this shot will definitely become a classic in 10 years. If not, let me kiss Zhang Ziyu. Is this even a human face? Is this really a face shaped by Nuwa from Yellow Earth? Zhang Ziyu is so tall, when he held the actress' face to kiss it felt like his body could envelop her. The height difference is fantastic. Oh heavens, I can't die without experiencing something like this. Not only in domestic entertainment, after this episode aired, the high popularity allowed foreign bloggers who specialize in domestic entertainment news to feast. Well, several original images, shared as GIFs instantly, went viral across Asia, and anyone who watched this clip couldn't help but watch it more than once. OMG, I saw this handsome guy while browsing, and then bumped my head into a street lamp. If this face smiled at me, I wouldn't even notice if the people around me died. This is Zhang Ziyu, the most popular actor in his 20s in China. He was already quite famous in our country, and now his fanbase has exploded. Thank you, Ziyu, for your beautiful face. I feel so energized after seeing it. Ziyu was already handsome enough, but in Holding the Mirror Flower he is simply on another level of heart-throbbing heart emoji. The capital's entertainment industry is getting more ruthless. As long as it can make money and generate buzz, they'll import any drama. Holding the Mirror Flower was already in talks for overseas rights, and now everything has been put on fast track. Amidst such a massive buzz, Holding the Mirror Flower reached its update day. Before the update, Zhang Ziyu particularly posted a Weibo. Zhang Ziyu v. Everyone, don't be too surprised by today's plot. Note, the plot has nothing to do with the actors. The accompanying image was a still of Yidu with the young man smiling towards someone off-screen. As the update time approached, Zhang Ziyu's Weibo post was rather abrupt. Fans focused on data could only offer rough compliments on their own beauty, hastily breaking 10,000 comments in a minute before rushing off to watch the update. 2 hours later, Zhang Ziyu had just finished shooting an advertisement for a Luden, washed off the hair gel, sat on the hotel bed, opened his phone, and smiled genuinely at the shocking comments flooding in. After watching tonight's update, all I can say is Yidu is the villain. Did he clean out those skeletons? How did he do it so neatly? Since today's update, I've been shocked. I share the same mindset as Yun Yin, never believing Yidu could be the murderer, and when I finally saw the truth, tears fell down my face. This can't be real. Am I dreaming? How can Yidu be the murderer? He's so noble and gentle. How could he practice evil techniques? No way. The production team must be doing this on purpose. After Zhang Ziyu played the senior brother, I've always had a good guy filter for him, yet that filter shattered so easily. Little fish, when did you start playing a villain? Isn't Yidu the male lead? Didn't he just have a sweet romance last episode? How could he lightly kill so many people today? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Holding the Mirror Flower, give me back my loving couple. I want to see kisses. I want to see seeing others feel joy from the character he portrays. Perhaps today, he's indeed in a good mood, or maybe it's because after finishing today's activities he has a day off tomorrow. Zhang Ziyu whimsically decided to post another Weibo. He fiddled with the camera for a while, ultimately choosing to record a video and take a screenshot afterward. Thus, the shocked and frenzied audience and fans on Weibo came across this photo. In the photo, the young man's hair, half-length and damp, was pushed aside, revealing a smooth forehead, bright eyes, and he made a yay gesture with his hands. Celebratory gesture, yet the text is understated. Zhang Ziyu v. just saying, don't be too surprised. Although there are cries and howls online loudly accusing Holding the Mirror Flower of deceiving them, where is the promised trust? Where is the noble and upright young master? Who is this guy that kills so many without blinking? Zhang Ziyu, it's definitely not me. But the louder the audience howls, the higher the heat rises, and the higher the heat, the more people are attracted to watch. Chinese people are inherently fond of watching the excitement. You mention a well-produced sweet drama. I'm a bit interested, but won't watch it immediately. You say the male lead is a major villain and the audience is left in shock, so I must see the joke. In the end, I became the joke myself. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Yidu must have his reasons. There must be more to this story. Yes. Look how he cut his hand and bled so much to save Yun Yin. He must not have done it on purpose. The real villain must be coercing him from behind. This is just a small couple's emotional setback. Just wait, it will definitely turn around. The show hasn't finished airing yet. Who is so malicious as to label the male lead a villain? Can't you be a bit patient? That's how the Chinese are. They have no composure at all. Look at the Sakura girls. They never act like this. They gently comment and look forward to the next episode. Where does the rarity come from? Who said the Sakura girls don't break down? Do you want me to show you screenshots from anonymous forums on the foreign internet? Online, it's a bloody battle between those who say Yidu is the major villain versus those who say he has his reasons. The audience's enthusiasm translates to solid data and results. Holding the Mirror Flower breaks the circle of popularity. From this episode onward, the performance of Holding the Mirror Flower was like a fire burning fiercely and penetrating half of the entertainment industry. Fans of Zhang Ziyu were filled with pride online. That year others mocked him as the purple star, and I didn't refute it. In retrospect, perhaps it was right from the beginning. I liked him the moment he debuted. When Half City Roses was airing, I felt particularly upset, His first male lead drama was so popular, but unfortunately, it was overshadowed by the drama he starred in. Later he played supporting roles, and when discussing achievements there were always some stubborn fans. Now finally Xiao Yu has a major hit drama. Of course those who are stubborn will always be stubborn. Still bragging. Can't you see? You can only play the villain to become a major lead. The plot sensationalizes and employs some underhanded tactics. The fans of Zhang Ziyu are truly amusing. Such comments only get more intense the more you engage. The fish fans have started training to not giving an inch in their gazes, directly reporting and flagging, ensuring it doesn't gain any traffic. As a top star, the fans must maintain their dignity and not act like a powder keg ready to explode. It will only invite backlash against the star. What they care about now is, why is Holding the Mirror flower not updated yet? This question isn't just urgent for fans, the audience is also anxious. It's obvious. Otherwise, how could Yidu cut his hand and bleed on Yun Yan's bones? It's precisely because he bled to save someone that it looks more like a villain's act, right? Which righteous person would do something so bloody? Stop arguing, it will be updated soon, and once it updates, everything will come to light. Exactly. Why does it matter whether Yidu is a villain? I came to watch a romance. He even used his own blood to save Yun Yan. Doesn't that show the bond between the couple? What kind of logic is that? Yun Yan was even willing to suffer punishment for Yidu. This time, Yidu directly killed Yun Yan. Isn't that an equitable relationship? How is it not equitable? He's willing to bleed. Really crazy. The previous values are absolutely astonishing. I hope you meet a boyfriend like Yidu. I told you not to argue. Zhu Pingping is really amazing, no wonder she's a great author. A light touch of her hand can leave the audience arguing for half a day. So can't Holding the Mirror flower be aired weekly? Support the person above. The official account won't update more, they will only release celebratory posters. The young man in white still wore his usual clean and dignified attire, but he turned back expressionlessly with a deep gaze revealing a hint of blood. The background was a lotus composed of pure white bones emerging from the dark water interspersed with scattered. Thus the audience debated vigorously about the blood effect in Yidu's eyes in the poster. Was it because he was a villain, or because he was being controlled? Meanwhile, because this poster was truly beautiful, it also attracted a large number of admirers of good looks. Among those watching the drama, there were two factions: those who cared about the plot, and those who only cared about visuals. The plot-focused audience argued heatedly, like a debate, while the visuals-focused audience were capturing every frame with excitement. Once again, I'm amazed at how exceptional Zhang Ziyu's hands are. Director, you understand hand aesthetics. Those hands dripping with blood create an extreme contrast of white and red with overwhelming visual impact. Yidu walking towards Yun Yan's white bones is truly graceful. I replayed it multiple times to savor it. Is there an issue with the scale of the skull prepared by the props team? Why did Zhang Ziyu cover his face with one hand while touching it? But the size difference is quite awkward. It should be fine. I specifically replayed the part where Yidu touched Yun Yan's face. It's the same scale. It's just that Zhang Ziyu has big hands, or Su Ning has a small face. Fish fans came to answer. A fan had asked Zhang Ziyu this question offline. He directly took a ruler from his assistant to measure his palm length, 21, width 12, truly big hands. Why does Zhang Ziyu's assistant bring everything? Wasn't the popular scissor from last time also brought by his assistant? Is that the focus here? Big hands I really hope I didn't instantly understand what the sisters above meant, but if I hadn't I wouldn't have encountered you all under this trending search term. That's right, this trending search term is Yidu Gu Ren's iconic scene. There are quite a few people whose values follow that. To confuse the audience, the official production team deliberately released behind-the-scenes footage 2 days later. It's apparent that this is actual footage of the shoot, specifically the scene where Yidu bleeds. In the behind-the-scenes, the white-clad Zhang Ziyu stands in front of a skeleton surrounded by disorganized cameras and modern-dressed staff, gently caressing the skull, with affectionate intent, looking like someone who walked out from another world. After the director called cut, the young man stood up calmly, maintaining a dignified smile, looking at the behind-the-scenes camera. Everyone remained silent, and the scene was quiet. He raised his blood-dripping hand. It was too quiet, and the audience seemed to hear the sound of blood droplets hitting the ground one by one. What should I do? I've got blood on the costume. Can I still wear this for filming? The young man's eyes suddenly became lively, his voice tinged with a hint of panic, causing everyone to laugh. A staff member with a blurred face rushed over to check, and Su Ning, bundled in a down jacket, smiled and spoke to him. This vastly different scene from the plot eased the audience's anxious anticipation for updates. The number of people urging updates on the official Weibo account suddenly decreased significantly, and everyone rushed to the bottom of this behind-the-scenes footage to laugh heartily. What a good baby, it's fine, this costume is no longer needed. If we had dressed in dark clothes like other shows while turning dark, our baby wouldn't have panicked so much. Instead, he wore all white. If this behind-the-scenes footage hadn't been released, I wouldn't have noticed. Zhang Ziyu truly portrayed Yidu exceptionally well. The audience's uproar is all because he maintained the same style throughout, appearing upright and elegant. Who would say he's a bad guy? Yet Zhang Ziyu can portray that kind of elusive villain's aura. The difference between Zhang Ziyu acting and not acting is truly significant. In the first half I was still conflicted about whether he was a bad guy or a good person pretending to be bad. In the second half, who cares about good or bad? Isn't this my little fishy baby? Such an innocent and handsome face, a living pure male lead. How could he play a bad guy? The official is undoubtedly hinting that Yi-Do has his reasons, I'm telling you. 3 days later, the audience supporting Yi-Do having reasons looked at the scene where Yi-Do forcibly took Yun-Yin away and suddenly felt a bit of pain in their faces. Not bro, are you truly a villain? How could you still engage in forced acquisition? What a trashy drama casting a villain as the male lead. I'm not watching anymore. You ask me what I'm watching on my phone while not following the drama. This I've paid for the membership, so isn't it a waste not to use it? You ask me why so many people say they aren't watching yet the views increase instead of decrease. How would I know? Hurry up and go, don't disturb me while I watch the drama. Although a few years later some online novel forums scoff at themes like forced love from the enduring myth of Apollo chasing Daphne, it remains one of the audience's most loved emotional themes aside from the overbearing CEO and delicate flower. Moreover, the author Zhu Pingping made slight adjustments to the male lead's character, making this theme not outdated. Furthermore, this segment of the plot also incorporates amnesia tropes, enhancing the already tense and thrilling storyline. Zhang Ziyu's portrayal of Yi-Do captures that eerie feeling amidst a calm and warm life perfectly, just like running on solid ground 1 second and sinking into a soft muddy pit the next, the person rendered powerless, wide-eyed, and unable to speak, falling into this abyss of darkness. Good works stimulate creative desires, and the sickly sweet villain trend quietly gains popularity across major female-oriented literary platforms. In the domestic scene, the audience for the Yandere villain archetype cannot be described as niche nor as mainstream. It is rather a popular type, while the true male lead still belongs to the domineering ice gold CEO. Which country's people love dark male characters the most? It must be Japan. If you don't believe it, just take a look at the TL manga produced by Japanese artists. Regardless of the anatomy flaws, the male protagonists are often portrayed as brooding Yandere types in 7 out of 10 stories. Within Asia, the quality of period dramas produced in China is unparalleled. There are quite a few audiences in Asia, and everyone shares similar aesthetic standards. Zhang Ziyu originally had many fans overseas, while the character Yi-Do perfectly fits the sweet spot for Japanese audiences, allowing Holding the Mirror Flower to break free from its niche in Chinese drama and soar like a bird. Initially, the entertainment industry in China was indifferent as the domestic market was already substantial, not concerned with. However, just as the popularity of Holding the Mirror Flower reached its peak, a well-known manga author plagiarized its poster for their own comic book cover. This manga gained significant popularity in China. It is a shoujo manga featuring a love triangle between 1 girl and 2 boys, leading to intense faction disputes with characters ready to brawl upon meeting. The two-dimensional world also has a fan culture, and the fans are quite discerning. The manga author's depiction was quite subtle, and her rise to fame in China was due to her unique art style. If caught, she could easily claim it was a coincidence. However, she released a major plot twist in her latest update that enraged the supporters of the second male lead. At first, there were subtle digs and fan-made creations which were naturally discovered by the first male lead supporters, leading to heated arguments. One side argued that such digs were unacceptable, while the other claimed they weren't, overstepping their boundaries. Both sides believed they were justified, and this exchange involved numerous fan creators and artists. As the conflict escalated, both sides lost all rationality, intent on destroying each other. A wealthy fan with a building of male lead supporters directly orchestrated a trending topic to expose the manga author's plagiarism. At this moment, people suddenly realized how immensely popular Zhang Ziyu had become overseas. Out of a sense of simple national pride, many began to spectate without taking sides. Netizens capable of bypassing restrictions started sharing comments about Zhang Ziyu from overseas. They soon discovered that it was indeed a haven for two-dimensional fans, with many cherry blossom-themed artists involved. Initially, Zhang Ziyu's fans were merely spectators, but suddenly they were inundated with a flood of information akin to watching an old lady feed ducks. So bewildering, so thrilling, so delicious. Oh, I managed to step out of the country with such ease. Unbeknownst to them, screenwriter Zhu Pingping had already sold the film rights for Holding the Mirror Flower to several countries and was just waiting for the domestic airing to conclude before promoting adaptations, which would certainly demonstrate the show's popularity throughout Asia. In a decade or so, people will be editing comparisons of Yi-Do's character across various national versions and commenting that Zhang Ziyu's original portrayal is a classic that cannot be surpassed. But that is a matter for the future. For now, Holding the Mirror Flower is merely an ordinary drama expected to dominate the annual ratings. People today cannot fathom that during a future when global aesthetics decline, such a drama lacking in depth could become a classic. They would wonder, where lies the classic quality? Is it Zhang Ziyu's face? That cannot be criticized, it truly is top-notch. Haven't you seen that even the most acerbic anonymous forums have started calling Zhang Ziyu the Asian grass? And not in a derogatory sense. An anonymous forum user commented that a drama featuring grass easily breaks through cultural barriers like a child failing a test. This teacher has inadvertently revealed their profession. As Yun Yin slowly regains her memories, the atmosphere between her and Yi Do becomes increasingly perilous, a suffocating tension akin to taut spider silk, which paradoxically enhances their interactions. Viewers oscillate daily between the mindset of this can pass the review, and also the boundaries aren't so strict. While there are reasons tied to the two lead actors' capabilities, the editing and cinematography also play crucial roles. Even Zhang Ziyu, the actress playing Yi Do, finds it remarkable. She merely placed her hand on the female lead's shoulder, yet the editing made it look as though Yi Do had just finished killing 10 people. More than a year has passed, and he has completely forgotten how he once painfully watched antisocial psychology. In such a grand atmosphere, the finale of Holding the Mirror Flower arrived unexpectedly, appearing calm and uneventful. However, the audience's reaction was anything but calm. You mean Yi Do was just taking a walk with his wife when she stabbed him? All the hard work he put in and everything is back to square one. Oh, what do all those years of love and hatred mean? Even if he doesn't face retribution, the broadcasting authority will seal him. This is absurd. To pass the review, they can't film it like this. Why let Yi Do be ambushed and killed by his beloved without a proper burial? I feel so heartbroken. It's surprising that someone feels sympathy for a murderer. I think this ending is good. It aligns with moral values. Yi Do got what he deserved. Ew, I love the character of Yun Yin. You all are arguing, but am I the only one who thinks Yi Do's final gaze was captivating? Zhang Ziyu's acting truly excelled. Without a single line, she conveyed the feelings of heartbreak and madness, and this crying scene could stand out even among skilled performers. Fish fans rushed in to praise Zhang Ziyu's acting. Thank you for the compliment, Xiao. Yes, progress is evident. I hope everyone pays attention to his acting, not just his looks. So many people are arguing. Then let me promote Zhang Ziyu's upcoming movie directed by Huang Zhongmei titled Nameless Sword. Everyone please look forward to it. Some find this ending good, others think it's terrible, with opinions divided. The heat surrounding Holding the Mirror Flower only intensified after its conclusion. Women are always very forgiving towards handsome male characters, a tendency dictated by sexual orientation, as under the blood-soaked sunset the youth appears to be unrealistically beautiful, with flowing garments and tearful eyes stirring the audience's innate compassion. The trend of yandere male protagonists in women's literature has just begun, and the redemption stories rescuing yandere villains are on the rise. Not only that, but there are also works written by female fans of Yi Do where the protagonist's love is boundless. Facing Yi Do, who was stabbed by Yun Yin, she rushes up for a hug, crying out, "She doesn't love you, I do. She doesn't know, but I do. You are such a gentle and good child." Do or forget about Yun Yin. After reading, one can only say that abstraction truly requires talent. Despite the simplicity of such works, they surprisingly garnered over 10,000 collections, with a significant number of sincere tears shed in the comment section, which sufficiently demonstrates the broad audience of Holding the Mirror Flower. Any notion of niche viewpoints has support. While everyone was busy editing, drawing, and adapting into stories, eVideo quietly released 3 episodes of an extra series. Exclusive offer, not 1,800, not 998, just $10 for members to take home. Still feeling regret over the tragic ending? Come and watch the modern sweet romance between Yi Do and Yun Yin. I've already subscribed to the premium membership, yet you're still charging me 10 yuan for bonus content. Does isekai truly believe its VIP status grants it such audacity? Is greed really so insatiable? Such brazen monetization naturally drew widespread online condemnation. Yet as streaming platforms increasingly exploit viewers' wallets, isekai restraint, refraining from premature pay-per-view or 25 model during the broadcast of The Mirror Flower, was already considered commendable. Though audiences grumbled, many still paid willingly, and within 5 minutes of the bonus episodes released, The Mirror Flower soared to the top of the real-time sales chart. It remained there for 2 full weeks, far outpacing the second-place entry. I've been hesitating. Has anyone bought it? Is it worth it? Absolutely worth it. As a devoted fan of the series, no bias, I can attest the production is exquisitely crafted, anything but shoddy. Yi Do and Yun Yin's modern-day styling is equally impeccable, rare high-fidelity artistry in today's romantic dramas. Fans tuned in for Xiao Yu's long-awaited return to contemporary screen aesthetics, yet were utterly absorbed by the narrative. Zhang Ziyu's portrayal of Yi Do exudes an ethereal, almost surreal charm. Thus, when his mask finally fell and reality settled, I found myself exhaling in startled relief. In short, setting aside fandom bias, I wholeheartedly recommend it. It's genuinely compelling. Can those who purchased confirm whether isekai marketing tagline, "A sweet tender romance," holds any truth? I simply don't believe it. Believing it makes you a gullible fool. Didn't The Mirror Flower tout itself as a cozy, light-hearted rom-com from day one? Didn't it? Actually, the plot is rather sweet. True, the platform didn't lie. What they filmed is indeed a couple's tender, everyday intimacy. Audiences betrayed by the main series refused to believe it. Come on. Online edits of Yi Do smiling directly into the camera have surpassed 10 million views. Look at that atmosphere, those unervingly unreflective eyes, that quintessential expression of Yi Do feigning innocence. Would anyone honestly believe he hadn't just committed murder? We've learned our lesson. We'll never trust a single word from drama fans again. Yet, Zhang Ziyu's modern-day styling is undeniably striking. Across the web, bonus clips flicker in fleeting 2-second bursts, a youth's smiling gaze, fingertips brushing fingertips, prompting cries of the mirror flower, you master of deception. You dare pose as a pure-hearted boy while playing a deranged killer. Yet Yidu gently presses Yuan Yan's hand to his own cheek. Behold that chiseled visage, that deliberately vulnerable demeanor. It's strangely magnetic. Netizens who'd sworn not to fund UA video found themselves opening the app at midnight, impulsively spending 10 yuan after scrolling through just a few clips. Then came the frantic outcry, I knew I shouldn't have trusted you liars. We watched the series together. So tell me, where exactly is the sweetness? Not sweet. Of course not. It's a horror film. Actually, I found it quite sweet. If I'd only watched this bonus content, never seen the main series, I'd assume it depicted a perfectly normal loving couple. Normal, loving, couple. Every word fits. Yet something feels profoundly unsettlingly askew, isn't it? Yuan Yan has no memory, and Yidu, having faced justice, no longer kills. In this fragile equilibrium, their happiness feels genuine. Indeed, Yuan Yan lives blissfully raised and kept by the very man who once murdered her. My goodness, your insight cuts straight to the heart. That's precisely what felt wrong. In an instant, the idol drama pivots into a courtroom documentary. In reality, legal channels exist, but leaking paid bonus content violates copyright law. Enforcement remains lax in practice, provided violations aren't flagrant. Within 2 weeks, all 3 bonus episodes had been sliced into 1-minute segments and uploaded across platforms, freely accessible to all. This exploits legal gray zones. Yet with such content flooding the web, UA video had already secured its first fortnight's revenue. Pursuing individual takedowns would be prohibitively labor-intensive, so periodic removal requests suffice. As more users access the paid content for free, curiously, official purchases on UA video remained robust. This is the essence of fan-driven economics. Zhang Ziyu commands a fiercely loyal following, many drawn purely by his appearance, unconcerned with monetization. His livelihood rests on substantive acting work. Neither his studio nor himself dwells on such metrics. Artists chasing view counts and sales figures operate behind an inherent barrier. Yet some fans care deeply. From Wei Yijun's modest debut to the Mirror Flower's explosive success, Zhang Ziyu's fandom has grown exponentially. With record-breaking ratings and streams, his triumph is assured, and his bonus episode stands unrivaled as the year's most celebrated. The cultural resonance and commercial value generated by the Mirror Flower alone rivals an entire year's revenue for South Korea's entertainment conglomerates. Even as a genre piece, a conventional period romance, such Pan-Asian phenomenon cements Zhang Ziyu's status as a top-tier icon. Moreover, Zhang Ziyu transcends the idol drama actor label. His upcoming film Nameless Sword quietly earns him recognition as a rising talent of profound artistic merit. A self-sustaining idol of such prestige demands unwavering excellence from his fans. No missteps permitted. Each UA video account may purchase a given paid title only once, yet nothing deters fans from inflating sales. Affluent supporters host Weibo giveaways, gifting bonus episodes to lucky followers who've never criticized Zhang Ziyu. For less affluent fans, 10 yuan is negligible. While Zhang Ziyu wears Aladdin and sports grand full luxuries beyond reach, they'll buy milk cartons bearing his likeness for family visits. Now a small fee delivers both drama and devotion, 2 birds, 1 stone. Though these are grassroots initiatives, Zhang Ziyu's vast, passionate fanbase ensures staggering sales figures, prompting his studio to deploy professional fans and digital operatives monitoring fan communities around the clock to preempt any controversy. The fire burns fiercely. Add more fuel and it ignites wildfire. His studio's first signing, now a phenomenon, leaves executives awestruck and terrified. One misstep could shatter everything. People cherish their firsts, even capitalists. Like childbirth, a firstborn charming and well-behaved receives boundless affection, meticulous care, and constant consideration. The second child differs. As numbers multiply, individual value diminishes. After expansion, the studio signed several newcomers, some never even meeting CEO Jiang Wenyi, let alone receiving the personalized resource investment Zhang Ziyu enjoyed during Half City Rose's launch. Resources cascade downward, like designer garments too large for the eldest, passed to younger siblings, still warm and serviceable. Some newcomers receive roles at all. Career trajectories hinge entirely on junior agents' diligence, thus secondary talents are entrusted to managers like nannies. Studio head Zhuang, he finds the growing roster overwhelming. Background checks ensure no major scandals, and though none replicate Zhang Ziyu's meteoric rise, all steadily accumulate momentum. Talent varies. Zhuang, he never expected to clone Zhang Ziyu's stellar trajectory. Yet with volume comes complexity. Having just spent heavily to suppress a newcomer's leaked romance photos, he finds Zhang Ziyu increasingly endearing. Today Zhuang, he summoned Zhang Ziyu to the studio to announce a pivotal opportunity. Tang Xinyuan, a renowned director who helmed National Spring Festival galas and studied under Huang Zhongmei, had extended a role invitation. A preliminary warning: this chapter contains some frustrating plot lines for the protagonist necessary for the story's development. Zhang Ziyu has heard of Tang Xinyuan's reputation. This middle-aged man, considered young in the director's circle, is well liked by two types of video bloggers, one from the editing community and the other from the critique community. His ability to become a great director with a rare talent for aesthetics, filming techniques, and storytelling is an once-in-a-century genius. If he chooses the right story, the film produced will be a masterpiece. However, Tang Xinyuan's story selection ability is utterly lacking. This leads to his works being either divine or terrible. The editing community praises the magnificent landscapes, stunning beauties, and unexpected compositions in his films. The critique community lambasts the absurd storylines that could drive a sane person mad and the convoluted relationships between movie characters. Before every release of Tang Xinyuan's films, there are forums predicting how many awards his movie will receive and whether the ratings will be below 5 or above 9. This unpredictable quality, oscillating between brilliance and mediocrity, has made Tang Xinyuan a subject of much debate, with genius and madness separated by a thin line, ensuring his works are never lacking in topics and buzz. If the work is good, people will praise him, elevating him to divinity. If it's bad, they will start questioning whether he has a split personality or has merely found a way to cheat the system. Regardless, there will always be viewers, whether he serves a feast or a pile of trash. Everyone is willing to come and taste the outcome. Moreover, Tang Xinyuan is adept at socializing. Filmmaking is not his greatest talent, but rather his ability to curry favor and research everywhere, which is easier for him than making movies. Flattering influential figures is as simple as breathing for him. Coming from a small place without a background and lacking formal education, one can only imagine the hard work it took for him to apprentice under a great director and carve out a niche in the film industry. Some netizens commented that rather than letting Tang Xinyuan freely choose scripts and serve the public a series of cinematic blind boxes, it would be better for him to film his own experiences into a series of movies, which would undoubtedly be more reliable than his script selections. Sitting in Zhuang He's office drinking tea, Zhang Ziyu does not remember whether Tang Xinyuan's movie at this moment is divine or resembles some brown-colored bodily excretion. He continues to drink tea calmly. It's afternoon, and consuming too many stimulating substances will hinder his sleep. Zhuang He has poured him plain water. Middle-aged people value health. The water is somewhat hot, and Zhang Ziyu sips it slowly, remaining silent. His silence makes Zhuang He a bit anxious, unable to urge him to drink faster. Zhang Ziyu has mastered the art of acting, appearing expressionless, which makes Zhuang He, who is tapping his fingers on the table, seem like a dim-witted bodyguard. Zhuang He sighed and said, "Let me give you a heads up. Regardless of whether director Tang's film is good or bad, we can't refuse this offer. In this world, there are always those who possess unimaginable power. They can bring international superstars to support her, and director Tang is customizing a script just for her. Our studio is leveraging their influence, specifically requesting you to act. How can we refuse this?" At this point, Zhang Ziyu understood not only what was being implied, but also recalled which work of Tang Xinyuan's this was. In one sentence, it could be described as a massive object lavishly crafted with gold and diamonds, and costing an exorbitant amount. Of course, Zhang Ziyu has not seen the plot, but he remembers the critiques from bloggers. The youthful-looking female lead international film stars brought in as supporting characters. Wasn't this the critically panned film Shanghai, with a rating of only 4.1? This film starred international heartthrob Henry as a foreign mercenary alongside the financially powerful female lead, playing a pure college girl who obtains a key to the world of the Shanghai Jing and embarks on a fantastical journey. Just by looking at the cast, it's evident this is a film designed to elevate the female lead. Henry, who has a significant standing internationally, can only stand beside the female lead on the movie poster. During the film's release, discussions revolved around how terrible the plot was and how beautiful the scenes were, while questioning the background and significance of the female lead, a resource level rare even in the global entertainment industry. Today, Zhuang He revealed that Zhang Wenyu's ability to go independent and open her studio, and why no one dared to target Zhang Ziyu after he became popular, is all due to the backing of the capital and the connection to the female lead of Shanghai, revealing a layered relationship. In other words, the background of the female lead in Shanghai is the background of Zhang Wenyu's studio. This truly makes refusal difficult. Didn't even the international superstar Henry refuse it? Otherwise, why would he travel all the way from Hollywood to participate in domestic entertainment films? He certainly doesn't lack for great directors or high pay. Zhang Ziyu calmly asked, "Why specifically me? The female lead you are to support likes you." Seeing Zhang Ziyu's suddenly grim expression, Zhuang He hurriedly clarified, "Not that kind of liking. The female lead is married with children. She's just here to fulfill a star dream. I heard her husband invested in this film, and Henry was also specifically requested by her. If it were that kind of liking, would her husband agree? Even if he agreed, she wouldn't look for two at once." When director Tang asked her who she wanted to work with, she mentioned she liked that Hollywood Henry, and also said she particularly liked your TV series. "It's really not that kind of meaning. It's quite surprising as Zhang Ziyu never thought that he could suddenly rise to a level comparable to an international superstar simply because of a lighthearted expression of liking. Can't I refuse? Probably not, Zhuang, he sighed, but don't worry, Director Tang is also a student of Director Huang. You have connections with Director Huang Zhongmei, and Tang Xinyuan won't make things difficult for you. His reputation in the industry is good, although he is meticulous, he never engages in any messy business. If it weren't for Yu Su recommending you to Director Huang Zhongmei, our studio wouldn't have been able to provide you with film resources in a short time. But this time is different as she is bringing her husband and children and wants to meet you. Knowing you are shy, our boss is going in your place. After this, it will be much easier for you to get film scripts. Zhuang He's words were vague, but Zhang Ziyu understood that it certainly involved some resource exchanges and trades behind. Seeing that Zhang Ziyu still remained silent, Zhuang, he comforted him. I know you have principles and don't want to take on bad films, but Director Tang does have standards. There's a 50% chance of a masterpiece. The odds are also considerable. However, Zhang Ziyu already knew the ending of film rated 4. One is bound to fail. Zhuang he continued to comfort him. Moreover, with Tang Xinyuan's reputation and the female lead supporting it, even if the film is terrible, the blame won't fall on you. Director Tang's aesthetics are reliable. The film's release period isn't long, just 3 months, and they are generous with the pay. Just consider it participating in a reality show. Only 3 months. Just 3 months. Really? If you want to shoot for a longer time, the female lead doesn't want to work that long. Well then, considering the short duration and high pay, Zhang Ziyu nodded. Otherwise, the conditions are already good. A great director's film collaboration with a Hollywood star, and extraordinarily high pay. If it weren't for already knowing it's a bad film, which domestic star wouldn't be delighted to accept such an offer? The female lead experiencing life is named Gucci, and Zhang Ziyu met her a week later. At that moment, Gucci was sitting on a lounge chair covered with a thick plush cushion, gently swaying as she spoke with Director Tang Xinyuan, who was seated on the adjacent sofa. Her clothing did not appear particularly luxurious, lacking any brand tags. She wore a plain velvet sweater and well-tailored trousers with disposable hotel slippers on her feet. Yet this simple attire projected a sense of comfort and appropriateness, much like Gucci herself. From head to toe, she emanated a gentle aura, her gaze steady and warm, the kind of eyes that belong to someone who has never endured hardship. Upon seeing Zhang Ziyu, her eyes lit up, and she looked him over with an appreciative gaze. Generally, such scrutiny might make one feel uncomfortable or offended, but Gucci's gaze was different. She regarded Zhang Ziyu as one would admire a piece of art, her eyes lightly brushing over him like a feather. Her voice was soft and sweet with a higher pitch that didn't quite match her age but suited her demeanor, resembling that of an adorable little girl. Gucci cheerfully exclaimed, as if greeting an old friend, "You're here. Come sit down." In typical films, the director usually takes the lead, yet here, he smiled, watching as Gucci treated Zhang Ziyu like the host. It was evident from her demeanor that Gucci was someone who had never been spoken to harshly or faced social setbacks. She genuinely seemed to like Zhang Ziyu, pulling out 2 grapes from a small metallic bag to offer him. "My daughter really likes you. Today I told her that mommy is meeting brother Ziyu, and she specifically cut 2 grapes from her grandfather's garden for me to bring to you." With that, she carefully presented the 2 grapes to Zhang Ziyu, as if cradling a treasure. Before Zhuang he arrived, Gucci had already briefed Zhang Ziyu. Although it was unclear why the true princess wanted to experience the life of filming, it was evident that Gucci was not a woman who solely relied on her husband. She also relied on her parents. Gucci's daughter's grandfather was indeed someone not to be trifled with. When she saw Zhang Ziyu accept the grapes, Gucci naturally leaned closer, taking out her phone. "Look, I recorded a video of my daughter cutting the grapes. She really likes you." In the video, the little girl, dressed like a true princess, was in a quaint courtyard struggling to cut 2 grapes with a shimmering silver pair of scissors. Though she was attempting to cut them, the girl couldn't manage. The grapes were plucked without stems and looked a bit stale, but Gucci treasured them and presented them to Zhang Ziyu, clearly showing her love for her daughter. She also wanted to shoot a video of Zhang Ziyu holding the grapes to show her daughter. Actually, Zhang Ziyu, who had been unsure about his social interactions since entering, held the grapes in both hands and instinctively smiled for the camera. Gucci, not appearing as a mother at all, cradled her face like a little girl, innocently exclaiming, "Oh Ziyu, you are really..." Director Tang Xinyuan, sitting to the side, had been relatively quiet, observing Gucci and Zhang Ziyu's interaction like a transparent figure, displaying a friendly smile when Zhang Ziyu glanced at him. In the room, Gucci was the most vibrant. She wasn't an exceptionally beautiful girl, but her face was indeed suitable for filming, with standard proportions, a healthy jawline, smooth skin, and lustrous black hair, making her fitting to play a college student. After the release of this poorly made film, few criticized her looks. Her innocent and carefree demeanor matched the character's personality perfectly, and people only remarked on her rough acting skills. Even with a movie rating of 4.1, hardly anyone blamed her as the leading actress. The public discourse focused entirely on director Tang Xinyuan, and is producing another flop, with questions about whether the good directors he had previously worked with were imposters. The film's downfall lay in the plot, which even Zhang Ziyu's acting could not save. Despite the inevitable outcome of starring in a bad film, Zhang Ziyu did not intend to treat it lightly. Gucci had the backing to avoid criticism, but if he just went through the motions he would end up being blamed, when before everyone would just criticize the director. Zhang Ziyu pondered this as he maintained a warm conversation with Gucci. He had been uncertain about how to interact with such a high-profile resource person, but now he realized that he didn't need to talk much. Just smiling made Gucci look at him with sparkling eyes. It was the kind of gaze one would have when encountering beautiful scenery. After a while, the international star Henry Veit also arrived. Zhang Ziyu noticed Gucci looking at Henry with that same sparkling gaze. Veit, who was rated as the perfect man by foreign media, was actually not taller than Zhang Ziyu, but he was more robust, and he was over a decade older than Zhang Ziyu, no longer in his prime. Yet he still exuded charm with golden hair, azure eyes, and a face shaped like a perfect Greek David sculpture. His smile, incredibly captivating. When not speaking, Gucci covered her mouth as she laughed, her eyes darting between Zhang Ziyu and Henry. Henry was significantly more talkative, and as it was their first meeting, engaged in a pleasant conversation with Gucci. They spoke in English, while Zhang Ziyu felt like he was trying to understand a level 4 listening exercise, unable to comprehend anything, maintaining a composed smile while sitting beside director Tang Xinyuan. Gucci seemed eager to include everyone in the conversation, occasionally switching to Mandarin to speak with Zhang Ziyu, and the director prompting everyone to cooperate. Henry even brought a translator, and Zhang Ziyu managed to exchange a few simple words with him. It was probably just a brief self-introduction. Though both were entertainers, Zhang Ziyu's status in the domestic entertainment scene was not particularly low, yet compared to Henry it was vastly inferior. Henry had been nominated for an International Film Best Actor award, and without Gucci's specific mention, Zhang Ziyu likely would never have had the chance to collaborate with him. Let alone collaboration, or just being in the same frame, felt like a cross-dimensional experience. Thinking this way, what reason did Zhang Ziyu have to be unhappy about acting in a bad film? Henry, with such a high profile, still had to come and accompany the young lady in experiencing life. Now he found himself enjoying the same treatment as Henry, which elevated his status. Zhang Ziyu's mood lifted instantly. After all, he wasn't meant to be part of Shanghai. How would director Tang Xinyuan insert him into the film? He had never acted in a poorly made production. Zhang Ziyu's works had an average rating of 7.4, and even the major historical drama Wei Jun had a rating of 5.9. How could such an epic disaster of a film bolstered by a major director and superstar come to fruition? The reason a bad film is of course for a reason. Firstly, the filming schedule of the movie Mountain and Sea is completely different from other films because the most important person in this movie is not the director, and the most important thing is not to make a good film, but to let Gucci experience the life of making a movie. It's like a summer camp for kids. It's not really about living a certain profession, but rather a vacation resort under the guise of a certain professional experience. Anyway, Zhang Ziyu has never seen a filming set in the domestic film industry that operates from 9 to 5 with week. Once a movie starts shooting, the daily budget is calculated in the thousands. Who is so wealthy as to give actors? Mountain and Sea is indeed that extravagant. It is extravagant because it has capital. Gucci took out 3 months of her own time to participate in the filming, which is short, and the content to be filmed cannot be too long. Director Tang Xinyuan would not be so blind as to drag Gucci through repeated training. A scene would be shot at most 4 or 5 times. Moreover, it has money. To realize her dream of making a movie, Gucci personally invested 1/3 of the funds, which is just a drop in the bucket for her. Her parents and husband also contributed some, and friends with good connections invested as well. These investors are not in it for profit, they simply want to win Gucci and her associates' favor. So although the investment in Mountain and Sea is not top tier, it possesses a quality that sets it apart. It does not pursue profit, or rather it is not aimed at making a profit. Not pursuing profit naturally allows for extravagant capital. Despite director Tang Xinyuan being silent, when they first met, he would undoubtedly be privately indulging Gucci. With low pressure for profits from the film, although the investors have certain expectations for this movie, featuring an international star and domestic top-tier talent, with Gucci involved, everyone indeed did not have a mindset of needing to profit, and even incurring losses would be acceptable. Isn't this a great opportunity for Tang Xinyuan to showcase his skills? After years of ups and downs playing mind games with the shrewd and mean investors, shaping himself into a smooth stone, it is finally time to return to his original form and let the audience see just how radiant Tang Xinyuan can be. It seems he took credit for all the high-rated films he had made and blamed the awful ones on the annoying investors. Such an unrestricted opportunity is rare, and director Tang Xinyuan is gloating, completely forgetting the numerous arguments he had with screenwriters over the years. Today he will create the script himself, showcasing his artistic foundation and the charm of traditional culture. After finishing this film, please do not call him director Tang Xinyuan, call him an artist. The only flaw is that Gucci, who brought this opportunity, is indeed a novice in acting. No worries, Tang Xinyuan will tailor the most suitable role for her, deciding to cast her as a wealthy university student who loves traditional demon culture. With this idea, Tang Xinyuan could almost applaud himself. His inspiration surged. Gucci mentioned her admiration for the two male stars Henry and Zhang Jiu, so the plot would be arranged as follows. A female university student, Gucci, studying abroad, accidentally discovers a jade pendant that allows entry into the world of Chinese demons while browsing an antique market, so she teams up with her childhood friend Zhang Jiu, who came to visit her abroad to explore. The gates to the demon world can only be opened in places that are rarely visited and rich in spiritual energy, so the two suddenly thought of heading to the deep mountains and forests. However, these two inexperienced youths found the primitive forest too dangerous, so they came up with a brilliant idea to hire a mercenary. Yes, this mercenary would be played by international star Henry. At this point, the plot already has many points to criticize, and there are more to come. In the primitive forest, the three encounter a gigantic, 3-meter-long leopard. In a moment of crisis, Henry protects his employer and engages in close combat, with a short dagger successfully wounding the leopard. The enraged leopard lunges at the childhood friend who has never practiced martial arts and surprisingly manages to control the leopard. Henry steps in to finish off the leopard. Isn't this a protected wild animal? And he discovers that the leopard's skin is remarkably tough, leading him to deeply suspect that the childhood friend's identity is not simple. Zhang Jiu, upon reading this part of the script, already wanted to close his eyes. What is there to say? A 3-meter-long leopard, even if its skin isn't tough for a university student to control, it is already quite miraculous. However, the mercenary is also quite impressive, able to spar with this large leopard with just a dagger, indicating that his identity is not ordinary either. While the two men are battling the leopard, what is the female lead doing? That's right, the female lead has found the place where the demon world's gate can be opened and is acting as a translator between the mercenary and the childhood friend. Indeed, one of the roles of the female lead in this movie is to act as a translator. As expected, the identities of the mercenary and the childhood friend have hidden stories. One is a werewolf hybrid, and the other is a demon hybrid, meaning that although there appear to be three people in reality, there is only one. The only human upon entering the demon world is dazzled by the beautiful and magical world of demons, utterly unaware of the abnormalities of the two towering men beside her. The mercenary wants to steal the treasures of the demon world to rid himself and his family of their werewolf heritage. Just as he and the female lead acquire the treasure, the childhood friend, who had unknowingly split off, suddenly appears, sporting 2 dragon horns on his head, scales growing by his eyes and neck, and using demonic magic to demand they hand over the treasure. It turns out he is a hybrid of a dragon and a human, having appeared in this world long ago, deeply detesting humanity's destruction of the earth. Zhang Jiu was also impressed by this part. This can actually tie in humans and nature, and indeed environmental protection is a hot topic now. Director Tang Xinyuan, who is rigidly sticking to this hot topic, has arranged for Zhang Jiu's storyline to be that the childhood friend grew up with the female lead because of her special identity. Only she can use the key to open the gate to the demon world, because she was born at the moment of Een. This also involves the 8 characters of her birth. He came to the demon world to leverage the power of the treasure to restore the time when humans and animals. As a result, he starts fighting with the mercenary played by Henry. Zhang Jiu, reading the script, is filled with questions. Wait, aren't you supposed to be adept at demonic magic? Why are you engaging in close combat? In short, it is a spectacular fight scene combining Western fighting and Chinese kung fu, of course a film made by Chinese people which showcase kung fu as superior. Moreover, there is the villain's 3-point victory rule. The mercenary indeed cannot defeat the Eastern Dragon, but amidst the chaos, the female lead, who has had fluctuating presence, obtains the treasure and tells the childhood friend controlling the mercenary to stop. With heartfelt words, the female lead begins to recount their beautiful childhood memories, and the childhood friend, who has lived for thousands of years and harbors deep hatred for humanity, is of course moved. He takes the treasure from the female lead's hands, and she really gives it to him. This person was still the villain a second ago. The childhood friend uses the treasure to heal the mercenary's wounds, and then as he releases it, the treasure suddenly disappears. So this treasure that can destroy the world and grant wishes just flew away. Childhood friend, you spent so much time looking for it, and just let it go after releasing it. Aren't you passionate about nature? Wouldn't it be great to wish for a breakthrough in research related to environmental protection? At the end of the story, the 3 protagonists standing on the street promoting environmental protection and vegetarianism happily become friends. Vaguely behind the mercenary on the female lead's left, a wolf tail flashes on her right. The childhood friend's dragon horns are displayed, and they openly showcase themselves in the crowd, with someone coming to ask, and the female lead enthusiastically replies, "Oh, this is a prop for promoting animal protection." Her smile is radiant, and she playfully winks at the person who asked. Zhang Jiu put down the script with a blank expression. This final plot arrangement should express the idea of accepting one's true self, as the mercenary has always despised his werewolf heritage in the script. But Zhang Jiu cannot reconcile with it. He painfully rests his hands on his head, arms leaning on the table, feeling as if he is about to grow horns. What a terrible script. No wonder it scores 4.1. Do we really have to act? Should we go ahead? What would be the cost of tearing up the contract and offending Tang Xinyuan and Gucci? To discipline the Monkey King, one must summon Master Bodhi. Zhang Jiyu was deeply conflicted but ultimately decided to become the person he had despised as a child, calling his parents. Who is the parent of director Tang Xinyuan? Of course it is his teacher-director Huang Zhongmei. Zhang Jiyu spoke very tactfully on the phone, not mentioning his dissatisfaction with the script at all, simply saying that he happened to be filming under director Huang Zhongmei, and that he was incredibly lucky to be selected by director Tang Xinyuan, all thanks to director Huang Zhongmei for bringing him into the film industry. His words were polite and appropriate, but director Huang Zhongmei immediately recognized it. When did Zhang Jiyu become so good at flattery? He must have prepared a draft in advance. Upon learning that Zhang Ziyu's new film was directed by Tang Xinyuan, it became clear. After hanging up on Zhang Jiyu, Huang Zhongmei, who was still involved in the post-production of Nameless Sword, immediately called her student. Bring me that script to take a look. Director Huang Zhongmei's words were concise, but they made the once confident Tang Xinyuan tremble with fear. Having been Huang Zhongmei's student for many years, he dreaded surprise checks on assignments. Every time he handed in a script-related task, he would be mercilessly scolded by Huang Zhongmei, who was already a great director by then. In Zhang Ziyu's eyes, director Huang Zhongmei was a kind and approachable elder, a person of profound wisdom, who was eager to impart knowledge. However, in her younger days, Huang Zhongmei's temper was not so forgiving. Tang Xinyuan sent the script over, and within half an hour the shrill ringtone echoed. He nervously answered the phone. What is this you've written? Director Huang Zhongmei rubbed her temples on the other end of the line. Now take out your pen, turn on the phone's recording. There are too many places you need to revise. It was the familiar formula, the familiar taste. In an instant, Tang Xinyuan went from being a renowned director back to that nameless junior who once ran errands behind Huang Zhongmei. He weakly protested, we can't change too much, we've already set up the scenes. Huang Zhongmei was silent for a moment, and the sound of flipping script pages and a pen marking on paper resonated from the other end, making Tang Xinyuan's heart race. In just half an hour, the teacher had already printed the script and made corrections. This indicated that director Huang Zhongmei was quite dissatisfied. Was the script really that bad? What scenes have you set up? Director Huang Zhongmei's voice sounded devoid of the world of demon gods. Upon finishing his sentence, he heard a cold laugh. You even wrote about demon gods. His skin tightened like an octopus scalded by hot water. This reflects traditional Chinese culture. There was no reply from the other end. After a flurry of page-turning sounds, director Huang Zhongmei's icy voice came through. Turn to the fourth line on the first page of your script and start marking from here. The handsome foreigner Henry had no idea why this well-funded film, which had already set its shooting schedule, was suddenly postponed by 3 days. But who cares? His schedule was already set. Now he had 3 unexpected days off, so he decided to enjoy himself first. After all, he had just finished filming a movie and had been called in by his manager and boss without a single day off. Come on, this is a capitalist country. It's fine for individual contractors, but signed actors and companies who would let you rest too much if you could make money. When he returned from vacationing in a foreign country, the script that should have been handed to him was finally delayed. The staff explained that the original script was in Chinese characters and the translation took time. Henry Vitter accepted this explanation and opened the script for a quick read. Wasn't it said that the director of this movie was a great director? The script was just ordinary. Well, it was clearly a film meant to please the young lady, so it didn't need to be too good. However, the parts related to traditional demon god culture were still quite interesting. If he had seen the original script, he might not have had such thoughts. Instead, he would have marveled at how skilled the script reviser was, transforming a pile of rubbish into chocolate in just a few days, while barely altering the story framework. Although this chocolate wasn't delicious either, being the cheap kind at $3 a bar. But to achieve a qualitative transformation of material in just a few days, what a remarkable skill. Director Huang Zhongmei first guided Tang Xinyuan to revise the character settings of the 3 protagonists. Her original words were, since 2 roles were no longer human, adding 1 more wouldn't be too jarring. Thus, the female lead's character changed from an ordinary girl to a half-demon girl who had grown up abroad. When she came of age, her childhood friend brought her back to the world of demon gods to celebrate her half-demon adulthood. Coincidentally, they encountered a group of jungle explorers where the werewolf hybrid met the full moon just in time to encounter the childhood friend of the female lead, who opened the gate to the demon god world on the night of the full moon. Although the opening wasn't too good, at least the logic was smooth. Following this, director Huang Zhongmei heavily cut down the subsequent plot sections. She told director Tang Xinyuan, Xiao Tang, don't get caught up in trivialities, recognize your strengths. Director Tang Xinyuan's strength lay in his marvelous imagination and excellent scene expression ability. His fantasies about the world of demon gods merged with the ancient text Shan Hai Jing, containing the wisdom of predecessors, so this segment was still watchable. Director Huang Zhongmei required him to double the budget for the special effects of the demon god world, striving to express the wonders of another world. The female lead, raised in the outside world, and the foreign hybrid werewolf had naturally never seen such a fantastical place. They were in awe, and the childhood friend noticed the werewolf's longing for this world and his hatred for his mixed blood identity, casually mentioning that there was a treasure in the demon god world that could grant any wish. He belonged to the dragon clan and governed the waters using the pearl of the mermaid to confuse the foreigner's heart, inciting him to covet the treasure. With a gentle adjustment, director Hwang Jung-mei established the correct character setting for the protagonist. The hybrid werewolf was not actively stealing the treasure, but was being controlled by the antagonist. To ensure the plot's rationality, director Hwang Jung-mei added a setting: the barrier protecting the treasure was established in ancient times, capable of repelling domestic monsters and humans. Since no foreigners had ever entered the demon god world, this bug had never been fixed. Otherwise, how could one explain? A foreigner could easily obtain such a treasure in a place full of monsters. However, the female lead was a nine-tailed fox, which in Shanhai Jing has the ability to dispel enchantments. Originally, when the foreigner obtained the treasure, he was intent on finding a place to use it, but upon encountering the female lead, he suddenly regained clarity. At this moment, the childhood friend appeared. He stopped fighting and honestly performed various beautiful hand seals to cast spells, first restraining the female lead. After all, having watched her grow up, he couldn't bring himself to harm her, so he decided to tie her up, allowing the foreigner to fight fiercely. The foreigner, injured, fled into the barrier to hide. In the barrier protecting the treasure, once one enters, they cannot use spells, and pure-blooded monsters will revert to their original forms. As soon as the childhood friend entered, he transformed into a little dragon, and the two naturally engaged in close combat. This was the smooth action scene that director Tang Xinyuan insisted on keeping despite his teacher's major revisions. A seamless fight scene is every director's dream. Dream on. Director Hwang Jung-mei wanted to scold him like this, but the child had grown up and had pride. If he wanted to shoot an action scene, let him shoot. After all, his previous works were good. Just when the childhood friend was about to control the injured foreigner, he didn't realize that in a moment of crisis, the female lead had unexpectedly passed her comingafage period. She used her spells to break free from control, not recklessly joining the battle, but running to call the elders of the demon god world. Before the elders, the childhood friend confessed his thoughts. He didn't want the beautiful mountains and rivers where they once lived to be gradually diminished. He wanted the demon gods to occupy the mainstream of the world. But the elders said the treasure was fake and would be useless. If such immense power truly existed, wouldn't the fading demon gods be able to preserve it? It was merely a testament to the ancient agreement between demon gods and humans to coexist peacefully. The childhood friend felt disheartened. Had all his years of resentment and persistence been in vain? At this moment, the female lead stood up and spoke eloquently, acknowledging that humans had also made mistakes, and they were also protecting and restoring. This time you just got caught in a dead end, and we will all forgive you. Then the childhood friend atop the high platform of the barrier shed a tear that fell to the ground, and the story concluded. Director Hwang Jung-mei told Tang Xinyuan, since the antagonists have worked this hard, why not simply set it up so they are defeated by the protagonists? Tang Xinyuan insisted that it wouldn't work. Having directed the Spring Festival Gala, he had professional habits. The ending must be a reunion, and since Gucci liked Zhang Jiyu, he couldn't let anyone die. Thus the story changed to have the childhood friend shed a tear, then directly black screen, leaving an open ending for the audience to imagine. Tang Xinyuan was not willing to give up. He thought his previous ending was quite good. Director Hwang Jung-mei said, then you can add an Easter egg, just don't include it in the main film. Tang Xinyuan reluctantly agreed. After anxiously waiting for a few days, Zhang Jiyu received the new script, quickly flipped through it, and let out a long sigh of relief. Director Hwang Jung-mei, great, no words needed. Although the script had been revised and wasn't particularly brilliant, some places still showcased director Tang Xinyuan's imaginative ideas. At least it wasn't too terrible. Now he could act with peace of mind. Hello everyone, I am the second-generation cat person. Many friends have privately messaged me to evaluate the renowned director Tang Xinyuan's new film Shanhai. However, the previous video was an advertisement for the client, so how could director Tang appear in a sponsored video? Therefore, out of respect, I recorded this video again after completing the sponsored content. This video has no advertisements throughout, and I hope everyone will support it with a triple click. As we all know, movies directed by Tang Xinyuan are either divine masterpieces or utter failures. Before Shanhai, I noticed several bloggers predicting the film's score based on the trailers, but this time, it was truly unexpected. After a week of release, the rating surprisingly remained at 6.3 points. This rating is quite ordinary for an average film. For other movies, it would be unremarkable, but for director Tang, it is particularly rare. His films typically score above 8 or below 5, making a score starting with 6 quite unique. So is this film worth watching? My evaluation is definitely worth watching. The video suddenly displayed two handsome faces accompanied by passionate background music, and the voice of the second-generation cat person became excited. Look at these perfect faces from the east and west, the exquisite little dragon horns, the fluffy big tail, the dazzling dragon costumes, the shirt cuffs, the tall stature, and those impressive shoulders. If I could score the actors' looks, I would give them a full 10. The comments below the video were filled with laughter. The cat person gets excited seeing handsome guys. How can you say he isn't gay? It's not surprising the guy was watching the film with his girlfriend in the theater, a 100 straight man. The moment those two faces appeared on the big screen, his lips couldn't help but lift into a smile. The theater was filled with gasps. They were truly stunning, and it's not an exaggeration to say they have perfect faces from both east and west. I am a fan of fish. Although I've always known that Zhang Ziyu's looks are top tier, seeing that face on the big screen truly amazed me. He is not at all inferior to top Western handsome men. In fact, I think Zhang Ziyu looks even better. This film has already grossed over 100 million in its first week. The plot is rather bland, making it hard to argue that these viewers aren't attracted by the actor's looks. A film must have something to draw people in. Director Tang Xinyuan's films usually perform well at the box office, balancing between the divine and the awful to create a compelling desire to watch. However, this time he seems to have discarded his original selling point. The bland plot does not attract much interest. But the plot may not be captivating, but great looks can be. To be honest, Henry and Zhang Ziyu could both rank in the top 5 of my male beauty scale. The moment I heard about this epic cross-dimensional collaboration, I knew I would definitely pay for this movie. A barrage of Me Too comments floated by. Besides the handsome faces being a highlight, director Tang Xinyuan's consistently stable visual aesthetics are also reasons why this film is worth watching. The special effects and artistic effects in the Demon World segment are genuinely impressive. While it may not reach international top-tier standards, it can be considered first-rate domestically. Watching it on the big screen offers a really good visual experience, and I recommend seeing it in 3D for an even better experience. I won't give away too much about the plot. There's nothing particularly bad or standout about it. However, the pacing is decent, and the combination of handsome faces and special effects prevents it from being dull. For me, it qualifies as a passable film. This brings me to criticize director Tang's earlier film Tian Shang. I was so cringed that I wanted to leave within 10 minutes. Is it a story? Just shoot it. Is it a film? Just release it. Can't you just make a story that's straightforward? Why must you disgust the audience? Anyway, I digress. The second-generation cat person quickly brought it back. Some friends have asked me to comment on the acting skills of the movie's cast. After all, when international star Henry is combined with domestic celebrities, many people immediately think of poor acting. I had the same concern at first. But in reality, despite being a celebrity, Zhang Ziyu's acting has always been quite solid. As a content creator in the film and television sector, I've watched every one of his dramas. It's evident that he was a bit green at the beginning, but he has consistently improved. By the time of Holding the Mirror Flower, his acting truly amazed me, portraying the character Yi Du with great depth. As we all know, the performance styles of movies and dramas are different. Some actors excel in dramas, but struggle in films, while some film actors perform poorly in dramas. However, Zhang Ziyu adapts exceedingly well. His nuanced performance shines beautifully on the big screen. In comparison, Henry's Hollywood-style acting becomes even more apparent. Although both are handsome men, their acting styles differ. While both can pass, I find that Zhang Ziyu's acting resonates more with me. In summary, Shanghai is a decent film to enjoy as a popcorn flick. It is worth watching for looks and special effects, but if you are seeking depth, that money may not be worth spending. Wouldn't it be better to wait for Zhang Ziyu's new film Wuming Jian to release? Director Huang Zhongmai's carefully crafted work releasing at the end of the year is both profound and features handsome men. How delightful is that? This concludes this video, and I kindly ask for everyone to support with a triple click. I am the second-generation cat person. I'll see you all in the next episode. As the top content creator in the film and television sector, every time the second-generation cat person updates, a flood of likes and comments follows. Shanghai is a summer blockbuster, and the view count for this video has been skyrocketing, climbing up the daily rankings. Simultaneously, Shanghai's ranking on the box office chart is also rising. The domestic film market has not yet fully opened up. A box office of 100 million in the first week is already impressive. On opening day, it had the highest box office of the day, firmly claiming the top spot. However, the summer season is when many films compete fiercely. It couldn't maintain its champion status for long. A week later, a popular children's animated film was released, and Shanghai was knocked down to second place. Within a month, another comedy film was released, and Shanghai remained entangled with these three films taking turns. The combination of an international star and a major director's work seems to create a paradox, but with the addition of domestic celebrities' status, the reputation of Shanghai has surprisingly reversed. What about the female lead? After watching the film, viewers may ask, who was the female lead? Indeed, in this film, Gu Qi's portrayal of the female lead miraculously lacked presence. There is a reason for this. The young lady filmed for over a month, but found the work exhausting and decided not to continue, completely abandoning her dream of the entertainment industry. After reluctantly finishing to avoid being recognized while shopping in the future, she deliberately asked director Tang Xinyuan to reduce her presence in the film, and subsequent promotions were not allowed to mention her. Thus, what appeared before the audience was a resourceful actress with no presence. Quite remarkable, isn't it? Although Shanghai scores are not high and the plot is rather mundane, while it has many small issues, it is as though a 5 steak was hastily cooked with leftover ingredients from the fridge. Initially thought to be a waste of good ingredients, it turned out to be unexpectedly edible, a pleasant surprise. However, such a meal is only good for once. Not many people would want to eat a whole bucket of popcorn and then crave it again the next day, which leads to many viewers, but surprisingly also returning customers. Bro, you are overlooking the fans. The support that fans give for their idols is magnificent, selfless, and moving. Don't mention just going to the theater for a second viewing. It's not uncommon to see them going for third, fourth, fifth, or even 20th viewings. Moreover, there are quite a few wealthy fans who book entire screenings. The fans' efforts in supporting the film coupled with its decent performance bring them joy. They are immersed in the domestic celebration, completely unaware that on the other side of the mountains and across the seas, an even greater surprise is on its way to them. Oh my, is this overseas data real? Shanghai actually grossed $200 million in its first week overseas. $30 million. Is that true? Can someone from the Western Circle tell me what level this is? Is it true? When was this data released? I don't understand the Western Circle. If we are talking about the overseas box office for domestic films, this would be the highest breaking records. I just checked, and it's actually true. Shanghai is impressive. Does this mean our continent's industry is not just about TV dramas, but films are also making a name for themselves? Congratulations. Is it starting to blow up already? What a big face. This is all thanks to Henry. His previous film had 4 times this amount in its first week. Do you really think 200 million is that high? They are spending in dollars. What are you raining on the parade for? Isn't it great for domestic films to go abroad? If a film like Shanghai can represent domestic films going abroad, then Chinese cinema is doomed. I support the above as Shanghai is such a bad film. While I agree that Shanghai doesn't represent domestic films, calling it a bad film is excessive. What about those movies rated in the 3s and 4s? I feel like the overseas box office is all about Henry. I checked foreign ratings, and Shanghai actually has an 8 for points. Are foreigners really so into this kind of story? Isn't it? Is it really so high? I even think domestic scores starting with 6 are inflated by fans. Do foreigners have no taste? How dare you say Shanghai has no taste? Can't you see the shining face of the handsome guy? Can't you see the spectacular special effects? Can't you see Henry's wolf ears charm, and Zhang Zhiyu's adorable little horns? If you can't see it, I can only say farewell, you blind thing. What's wrong with giving a handsome guy a high score? Is the person above a hater or a fan? I surfed over the wall, and it seems it's not entirely about Henry. Although Henry has some films with high box office, didn't his last film flop too? Yeah, it seems foreigners really do like Shanghai. The edits of the Demon God World are quite popular on YouTube. This film has genuinely gone abroad. So is Shanghai really popular abroad? Well, it's not considered a blockbuster, but if this box office were for a local film, it would be just average, yet it's quite popular on social media. Coordinates from abroad confirm that Shanghai has been moderately hot lately, quite explosive in certain small foreign circles. It's ranking first daily on some Western fan websites. This fan website won't say that. Exactly what you think. Wow. Then it really is quite popular in some small circles. In the aesthetic of Caucasians, the standard for men is like Henry, blonde, blue-eyed, tall, and strong with a face resembling that of David's statue. This is the archetype of a handsome man. The flower boys admired by Eastern women are not the mainstream in the West. Although Zhang Zhiyu doesn't fit into the softer flower boy category, compared to Henry, his features are indeed more refined and delicate. People tend to have some face blindness towards different ethnicities, but the impact of absolute beauty is different. Even Westerners who can't distinguish Asian faces will be unable to suppress their astonishment when they see Zhang Zhiyu emerging with scales at the corners of his eyes. Is he an elf? To be fair, Zhang Zhiyu is even a couple of centimeters taller than Henry. He doesn't resemble some domestic male stars who are purely skin and bones. He has a regular diet and fitness plan. After adulthood, he isn't built like a bullfrog, but is definitely not too thin. After all, the mainstream aesthetic in the country doesn't favor overly muscular physiques. However, to Westerners used to muscular men, compared to Henry, whose shoulders are almost bursting out of his shirt, Zhang Ziyu's physique seems tall and slightly lean, along with his more delicate features fitting more with the legendary descriptions of elves. Oh my, isn't the Chinese dragon supposed to be fierce and powerful? Although the character Zhang Ziyu plays is indeed very fierce when fighting. The fighting scene that director Tang Xinyuan forcefully retained from the teacher was quite popular among the public. The fight scenes in the movie resemble a form of dance more than martial arts, making it not easy to perform beautifully and smoothly. Globally, Chinese cinema is strong in this aspect. After experiencing a series of special effects that look as magical as those in Harry Potter, the foreigners finally come to their senses when lucky flowing fight scenes appear, nodding in approval. What a fantastic kung fu. They know that. After leaving the cinema, they were still a little dazed, unsure of what the movie was about. But they knew the Demon God World was truly amazing. The handsome guys were stunning, and the fight scenes were really cool. Plot. What was the plot again? I think it had something to do with environmental protection. Good. Politically correct. Thus, in a miraculous turn, Shanghai's overseas rating was actually much higher than at home, leaving many film critics puzzled. Could it be that my taste is the problem? Shanghai is actually a good film. The foreign monk chants well. The ratings for Shanghai abroad even raised the domestic scores by 0.5 points. One can only say that people in the country are not very confident right now. Once they see more of the indescribable political correctness abroad, they won't think like this anymore. However, in the eyes of some people now, if foreigners say it's good, it must be good. Zhang Ziyu, due to his looks, was already considered a top idol in certain Western circles, and now he has officially broken into the mainstream. This is only the first week of the film's overseas release, and his name has appeared on global trends twice. On Twitter, there are people from every country: Asia, Europe, Africa, and even Antarctica. Within Asia, since Zhang Ziyu exploded with holding the mirror flower, he has become incredibly popular. When he posts on Weibo, it can trend across multiple Asian countries. Now, due to the wall, people in the country are unaware that Zhang Ziyu's popularity has already risen in the West, but people from other Asian countries know, and they are enthusiastically promoting him to the world, sharing all kinds of colorful stills and screenshots under discussions about him. These screenshots and promotions have garnered numerous likes, comments, and shares. Thank you for sharing love from XXX. So beautiful boy heart X3, a love love love. Such a response was completely unexpected for Zhang Ziyu. He originally thought this film was doomed and had discussed with his agent many times about how to respond if, after director Huang Zhongmei revised the script, Shanghai still sparked widespread criticism. Plan A was to push the blame onto Tang Xinyuan, saying it was his fault anyway, and Plan B was to find internet users to praise Zhang Ziyu's acting, focusing on the narrative that the film was bad, but the actor was good. This is also the usual response from the public after director Tang Xinyuan's films receive poor reviews. Unexpectedly, this time, not only did the domestic reviews of the film receive less criticism, but it also garnered positive reviews abroad. Originally, he hadn't paid much attention to foreign Asian fans, but unexpectedly this time, they actually played such a role in promotion. Seeing Zhang Ziyu's popularity in the West rising day by day, there are even quite a few who have crossed the wall to comment on his Weibo, asking him to open a Twitter account. He keenly seized this opportunity. He aimed to use the rainbow farts from these foreign fans to hype Zhang Ziyu domestically. If utilized properly, not only could Zhang Ziyu completely shake off the negative impression of Shanghai's plot, but his standing could even rise. In the entertainment industry, there exists a remarkably effective method of publicity. As mentioned earlier, a foreign monk reciting scriptures is more appealing. An artist only appreciated by their own countrymen seems less impressive, and it is essential for people from other nations to exclaim, "I love you." Only if people from other countries admire this artist can their taste be deemed sophisticated and discerning. Some cunning companies will create hype for their artists abroad, massively promoting them as the hottest stars of the new generation, implying that there are niche fans among foreigners who admire an artist from a distant land that is relatively unknown back home, which they perceive as a mark of sophistication. Once they have accumulated a niche following of this kind abroad, the artist's management company will promptly start capturing screenshots and gathering flattering comments from foreigners to launch a grand marketing campaign at home, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness. XXX is surprisingly famous abroad and foreigners actually like him this much. He truly is a rare gem in domestic entertainment." After several rounds of such marketing, they will surely attract a large group of misled fans who believe that if foreigners like it, it must be something good. Then the company will continue to leverage domestic popularity to create buzz internationally, using the fame they generate abroad to boast domestically, effectively exploiting the information gap between the two realms, and it really is possible to elevate someone to the top tier. Note, among the three major entertainment companies in the neighboring country, there are those adept at employing this tactic. However, Zhang Ziyu's situation is different. He is genuinely on the verge of becoming a superstar domestically, and there is indeed a certain level of popularity abroad, but currently there is just a wall separating them, and not many know about him on either side. As the saying goes, work without leaving a trace is equivalent to not working. Not promoting achievements is akin to being at the bottom of the rankings, and he keenly seized this opportunity. This wave of public opinion can also help wash away any negative influence Zhang Ziyu may have incurred from the film Shanghai. Although the public's perception of Shanghai is relatively positive at present, one can never be too sure. Public sentiment can be unpredictable, and peers might always be plotting against him. The female lead Gu Qi is not afraid, because she has capital, and the foreigner Henry is also unafraid, but can Zhang Ziyu afford to be fearless? He originally felt guilty and apprehensive about having Zhang Ziyu take this role. He had read the unaltered script beforehand, and it could be said that it was as terrible as rural roads after rain trampled by a herd of cattle. If it weren't for Zhang Ziyu cleverly reaching out and leveraging his connection with director Huang Zhongmei, he could hardly imagine what the current public opinion would look like. However, it's not possible to simply refuse to act. The situation has developed to the point where it seems like they are forcing Zhang Ziyu to act in this movie. He is generally considered ethical in the industry, and his studio is not the kind that engages in unscrupulous practices, but regarding this matter, there is a subtle feeling of coercion. With this mindset, the correctness of the terminology matters less. Thus, for this promotion, oh no, this publicity, he is truly putting in a significant effort. Consequently, the narrative online rapidly shifted to him currently in North America, and Zhang Ziyu is incredibly popular here. Overseas students are moved to tears upon seeing familiar faces from home. Shanghai is really a hit in Europe. The other day, I was at the Central Square and was genuinely shocked to see the promotional posters. Foreigners truly enjoy this vibe. A white girl I know has already watched it 8 times. When I asked her, she said she was there for Zhang Ziyu and was thoroughly enjoying the subtitles. "Oh, our handsome guys are really popular." Such comments flooded domestic websites, and when Zhang Jiu saw them, while scrolling on his phone his brows furrowed. He messaged Zhuang He. Don't overdo the marketing. There are no stars without publicity. Zhang Jiu has surfed the internet enough to witness a plethora of emerging marketing tactics. He is aware of the studio's marketing strategies and can quickly discern genuine fans from hired commenters amidst a pile of flattery. However, this time he felt it was genuinely too cringeworthy. Zhuang He felt wronged. These comments were not from his arranged commenters. Please, the hired commenters he engaged were quite costly, and each one was professional, so how could they possibly post such comments? These are authentic comments from foreign netizens. This kind of unjust accusation will not be cleared until years later when Weibo discloses user IP addresses. Nevertheless, regardless of how it unfolded, this marketing campaign was exceedingly successful, and Zhang Jiu's image in the public eye transformed from an inconspicuous domestic idol to the most favored new generation actor among foreigners. Do not underestimate the distinction between public perception of idols and actors. Although Zhang Jiu has the backing of the drama harem and some labels of capability, he has also acted in numerous popular idol dramas, and a significant number of people look down upon idol drama actors. Even though he starred in director Huang Zhongmai's Nameless Sword, it has yet to be released, and its reach is not expansive. The only film released, Shanghai, received a low rating initially and was tagged as a commercial film. Although one cannot say it was entirely unjustified. Director Tang Xingyuan, you had it coming. However, after such a round of publicity, everyone knows that foreigners also like Zhang Jiu, and the fact that foreigners like him must stem from unique taste. Aside from the superficial reason of our handsome guys being good-looking, there must be other admirable qualities that attract them. This mentality during this period even became a societal mainstream. The author does not agree. It was like this several years ago, and those who have experienced it will understand. Thus, those who originally had little regard for Shanghai and Zhang Jiu suddenly began to scrutinize for merits with a microscope. Zhang Jiu is not to be mentioned as he is a handsome and capable young actor, but some of director Tang Xingyuan's brilliant ideas in the plot of Shanghai were surprisingly extracted for deeper meanings. Shanghai has already broken the box office records of domestic films overseas, with major media outlets competing to report on it, and some tabloids even boasting that Shanghai is the new generation representative work of Chinese cinema. Dude, you are a print media, not an online marketing account. Can you please speak with some factual basis? Among the main actors of Shanghai, Henry is a foreigner. The female lead is unknown, leaving only the pure and innocent Zhang Jiu. What was originally a disadvantage unexpectedly turned into a blessing, and under this wave of public opinion manipulation, Zhang Jiu has clearly transcended the ranks of many young idols rolling in the drama industry and ascended to become a capable film actor. There is a hierarchy within the entertainment industry as clearly marked as the realms in male-oriented novels, who under the same level of popularity film actors can look down upon those who act in dramas, which seems to be a kind of natural rule. From now on, Zhang Jiu has already reached the next level. Zhuang He observed that the hype had been sufficiently built. Moving forward, he worried about the backlash of being undeserving of his position, not for Zhang Jiu, but because Shanghai truly is unworthy. He planned to pull back, but unexpectedly a piece of news arrived, igniting the flames of public opinion once again. Nameless Sword has been nominated for 2 major awards at the upcoming Little Flying Man Film Festival in November. The Little Flying Man Film Festival is one of the 3 most authoritative global film awards. Once the news returned, it instantly exploded across the internet. Domestic films once shone brightly, with the best moments occurring over a decade ago. During that time, almost every year outstanding films were nominated for prestigious awards overseas. However, the internet atmosphere in the country at that time was also at its worst, with the emergence of various voices, public intellectuals, and those who idolize foreign cultures, creating a chaotic mixture online. Even celebrities expressing patriotic sentiments would face online backlash. Yet despite being poisoned by various opinions, the public's inherent patriotism could not be extinguished. They yearned for their country to gain international recognition. This mindset reflected in the entertainment industry, where the public held great expectations for every movie. Such expectations were dashed many times. After experiencing many events and changes, domestic films seemed to decline with each passing day, receiving fewer nominations, leading people to lament that the golden age of domestic cinema had passed. However, now veteran director Huang Zhongmei has stirred everyone's enthusiasm again, as the long-awaited nominations for the domestic film Little Flying Man Award have greatly invigorated the audience's praise for the Nameless Sword. Oh my, it's the Little Flying Man. How long has it been since domestic films were nominated? It must be director Huang Zhongmei. I can't wait to see it. Since it has been submitted for awards, it must be finished. Hurry up and release it. I'm so excited. What's going on with domestic films? Are there no rising stars? It's only after an old director comes back that we get nominated. Really? The fishy undercurrent still exists, and my fish has somehow been nominated for the Little Flying Man Award. The film industry was indeed shaken with excitement, and fan communities were equally caught in this tremor. Internationally recognized awards are like golden elixirs. Even a slight touch seems to elevate one to the heavens, separating them from the mundane. Once the news of the Nameless Sword being nominated was released, the greatest beneficiaries were not the already renowned director Huang, but the actors who were boosted by the nomination. One was a top-tier star who had just transitioned into acting through hype. Another was a young actor, a former child star, making a comeback after many years. And there was also a middle-aged actor who had been affected by a bad relationship and had stepped back from the industry for years. Together, none of them seemed like actors associated with the prestigious Little Flying Man Award. But overnight, the public suddenly began to praise them intensely, as if pearls had been cleansed of their impurities, shining brilliantly for everyone to see. Zhang Ziyu was unaware of the current situation of Yusu and Su Qingying, but Zhuang He had just created a significant buzz for him, and a bigger wave was about to arrive. If this continues, a tsunami is imminent. Zhang Ziyu felt he needed to slow down, but those around him were caught in a strange euphoria, their faces beaming with joy, as if it were a festival. Everyone he met in the studio greeted him with congratulations. Who could have imagined that ancestral graves could produce such fortune? The studio has produced an actor nominated for the Little Flying Man Award, something Jiang Wenyi herself never dared to dream about. She had initially focused on Zhang Ziyu's looks, hoping to guide him along the path of a capable idol. Jiang Wenyi had not acted for a year or two, her studio had signed 5 or 6 people, and aside from Zhang Ziyu, the other artists were already progressing well, with the best among them reaching the status of a second-tier female star. In this context, Jiang Wenyi's social identity gradually shifted from actress to boss. Bosses are generally heartless, but Jiang Wenyi happened to retain some sentiment. For Zhang Ziyu, a veteran of the company, he received the best treatment and became the most popular. Thus in the studio, only Zhang Ziyu had a professional team, while the other artists shared resources. The Nameless Sword has been nominated. Winning an award is a matter for the future, but nomination itself is the greatest honor in the country. Director Huang Zhongmei is seasoned and unfazed by changes. Jiang Wenyi lacked such composure. She directly organized a celebration banquet and distributed large red envelopes to everyone on Zhang Ziyu's team. Zhang Ziyu himself was directly transferred ownership of a house. Jiang Wenyi understood that to retain talent, one must provide both emotional support and benefits. Even if Zhang Ziyu only participated in the Nameless Sword and the actual awards had little to do with him, as long as he had this experience, he would have smooth sailing with entertainment companies both domestically and internationally. Thus, she directly transferred ownership of a small villa in the city that she had purchased years ago to Zhang Ziyu. This house was not too expensive when bought, but now it was quite valuable. Jiang Wenyi had no business acumen in her youth, being ensnared by the hedonism of the industry. She wanted to stay true to herself, so she invested her earnings in real estate, not expecting to reap great rewards. While filming Wei Yijuan, she had sold several properties, and this villa, due to its prime location, she had been reluctant to part with, but now she directly transferred it to Zhang Ziyu without any regret. She always felt that Zhang Ziyu lived very simply, not buying luxury goods or indulging in extravagance. His hobbies seemed to be acting and reading scripts, and he donated his money, but was unwilling to use this for hype. The only property he owned was bought in his hometown. Jiang Wenyi heard that Zhang's parents still worked daily, and with such a star child, their biggest expense was actually building a new house back home. Jiang Wenyi, who preferred living in big cities, found this hard to understand, but she maintained respect and distance, not asking too much. However, after all these years, Zhang Ziyu seemed to have no intention of buying a house in a big city. After gaining fame, he often faced paparazzi and fans, so he moved out of his apartment and now lived in hotels, changing locations whenever his room number was exposed. Jiang Wenyi thought that the villa area had good security and Zhang Ziyu's family could also stay there. She hadn't renovated it since buying it, so giving it to Zhang Ziyu was perfect. Thus, when Zhang Ziyu came to the company to discuss whether he should tone down his popularity, feeling that the online hype was too much and that he was suffering from a sense of inadequacy, he was unexpectedly pulled aside to transfer ownership of a house. Is the boss really that wealthy? Why does it feel like you all are more excited than the netizens online? Jiang Wenyi was still enthusiastically introducing reliable designers and renovation teams to Zhang Ziyu, her eyes shining, as if she were a parent discovering their child scored 700 in an exam. However, burning dry leaves may ignite quickly, but extinguish just as fast. The deeper one delves into an industry, the more self-awareness one gains, feeling their own shallowness. Zhang Ziyu knew that in the realm of acting, he was not the type to score 700. Countless future examples would prove that those elevated to the pedestal, if lacking true skill, would eventually expose themselves and fall hard. Hearing Zhang Ziyu's request, Jiang Wenyi's expression became complex. She carefully observed Zhang Ziyu from head to toe, as if she were seeing him anew. Then she made a call to summon Zhuang He from the studio. Are you sure? Aren't you excited? That's the nomination for the Little Flying Man Award. In the office of Zhuang He downstairs, Jiang Wenyi could hardly believe her question while waiting for him to come up. When she first entered the industry, she was about the same age as Zhang Ziyu when he debuted. The experience of rising to fame overnight made Jiang Wenyi not just arrogant, but also very proud at that time. In her youth, she also dreamed of being an actress, dreaming of being noticed by a great director, dreaming of her film winning international awards, dreaming of becoming an international superstar. However, over time such dreams were gradually eroded in the daily grind of working on sets. But now a young person stands so close to Jiang Wenyi's former dreams, yet displays an indifferent demeanor. How could that not astonish Jiang Wenyi? I don't think the Little Flying Man Award is anything special. If it represents honor, director Huang Zhongmei certainly deserves it, and so does the acclaim from everyone. But Sister Wenyi, I don't think I deserve it. I am merely a passenger who happened to board a fast ship. I am not the captain. This was Zhang Ziyu's truth. He does not hold excessive longing or illusions for those foreign awards, nor does he think that a nomination for the Little Flying Man Award is particularly remarkable. What is remarkable is the film itself, directed by Huang Zhongmei, not the fact that it was nominated for any award. Even though foreigners often say culture knows no boundaries, can they truly be fair? In countries with different races, thoughts, and factions, how can foreigners possibly be impartial? Currently, the domestic mindset still holds too many illusions about foreigners. Zhang Ziyu has already gone through the phase of breaking those illusions, and in the future the various strange operations of these foreign awards will thoroughly demystify these authoritative awards for the people. That day will eventually come. Indeed, Zhang Ziyu does not believe that his performance in Nameless Sword is anything subpar. Having passed director Huang Zhongmei's scrutiny, his performance is naturally excellent, but can such a performance truly withstand the adulation of the public? The public is currently just intoxicated by a little flying man, but when the time comes, and they see that this little flying man shrouded in light is not that noble, what will happen to him when the tide recedes? It remains to be seen. Jiang Wenyi and Zhuang He understood Zhang Ziyu's request. Although they did not comprehend it, in the entertainment industry the voice of popular artists holds significant power. Even if they felt that Zhang Ziyu was being overly cautious, they still complied. Thus a post appeared on an anonymous forum. Is Zhang Ziyu's team dead? If they can't do their job, they should resign. As the title suggests, I would like to ask Miss Jiang Wenyi and Mr. Zhuang He, what kind of promotional treatment should Zhang Ziyu be receiving these days? How could you be so oblivious after a celebration party and not know who is who? Zhang Ziyu's status has risen, yet your workload has decreased, right? Support, let the studio get to work. You aren't providing the promotional treatment that should be given. Why waste such a good opportunity? Let me tell you, with a talent like Zhang Ziyu, if you don't seize this chance, will you encounter another like him in the future? Stop just supporting those mediocre artists in the studio. I heard that the studio's XXX's previous variety show resources were all taken from Zhang Ziyu. Goodness, I was wondering why Zhang Ziyu has had so few variety show opportunities over the years. They have all been taken by your mediocre artists. I'm disgusted. This studio is awful. The comments under this post were all cursing the studio. Logically, the studio and team have always provided Zhang Ziyu with promotional treatment that fans can clearly see. This time it was just a slight shift in strategy and shouldn't have faced such fierce criticism. Zhuang He understood that there were people trying to poach talent. Some of those in the comments were indeed true fans, while others were professionals hired by large companies. However, this also reflects that Zhang Ziyu's fanbase is rapidly expanding, and the influx of newcomers has become unmanageable for the studio. Fame is a double-edged sword. Sometimes the collective is blind, and when the heat cannot be controlled, the artists themselves can be swept along by the fans. Fortunately, this time, it was just in an anonymous forum, which inherently attracts extreme individuals. What if next time it's on Weibo? If uncontrolled fans truly believe the studio is starting to neglect Zhang Ziyu, what might happen under such? Although Jiang Wenyi, the boss, has connections in the vast entertainment market, they are merely a small studio, not even publicly listed. In a scenario where large companies intentionally create public opinion, will fans really be satisfied with Zhang Ziyu staying here long term? Now the studio is beginning to feel the pressure. Failing to reduce the heat, the current fervor will only make the fanbase harder to manage. Reducing the heat, however, plays right into the hands of those operating in the entertainment industry, leaving them in a dilemma. In short, treat it coolly on the surface, while privately sending out more staff and hired commenters, and get in touch with the major fans. Zhuang He's workload doubled, yet Zhang Ziyu's condition remained unchanged, or in fact, he seemed to have less work. Although now, every time he goes out, the number of paparazzi following him has doubled. The professionalism of an actor allows him to completely ignore these cameras. There is nothing he is doing that cannot be filmed, and on good days Zhang Ziyu even thinks of comforting these paparazzi. Sorry I made you capture a guy who isn't out for entertainment. However, his social skills haven't reached that level, and these paparazzi can't be driven away, nor can he shake them off, but Zhang Ziyu can only continue to ignore them. Anyway, when he has no work, Zhang Ziyu seldom goes out. He basically only goes to the studio, making the paparazzi's efficiency quite low. These paparazzi are indeed quite dedicated, waiting every day without much to capture. When Zhang Ziyu boarded the plane to the Little Flying Man Award ceremony, he surprisingly felt familiar gazes the moment the plane landed. Do the paparazzi's plane tickets get reimbursed by their boss? While thinking about such trivial matters, Zhang Ziyu tidied up his somewhat messy hair from sleeping on the plane and disembarked in casual attire. Then he was startled by the enthusiasm of the fans at the airport. In a foreign land, no matter how many true fans greet him at every arrival, the numbers shouldn't be this large, right? Upon closer inspection, he noticed that among the cheering and crowded crowd, a significant portion were foreigners. Zhuang He, who was beside him, patted his shoulder and said, "Told you you're popular overseas." He skillfully approached the media waiting at the airport for interviews and photos, many of whom were domestic, but some were foreign. Zhuang He, along with security, smoothly turned them all away. Seeing that they couldn't get an interview, the media set up camp on the spot with shutters and flashes going nonstop. Since it was daytime, the flashes weren't very noticeable. Zhang Jiyu paid little attention, focusing instead on greeting and smiling at the fans who came to pick him up. Fortunately, he had tidied his hair before disembarking. Zhang Jiyu thought with relief. The award ceremony abroad feels quite similar to that in the domestic setting. In terms of procedure, the Little Flying Man Award includes an additional banquet. The banquet is lavishly decorated, exuding a sense of opulence unique to capitalist countries. Silk feathers, sequined embroidery, and jewelry that refracts dazzling light create a fashionable silhouette. Various Western dishes are elegantly arranged on the table, resembling decorative items. Few of the attendees are eating. Everyone holds gracefully curved champagne flutes, gently swaying golden champagne or rich red wine, sending ripples of artistic arcs as laughter and lively conversations mingle. After all, the film industry professionals present are in a sense competitors. However, in one corner the atmosphere feels distinctly different. Director Huang Zhongmei arrived in simple attire reminiscent of a primary school principal from Zhang Ziyu's past. There were people trying to engage her in conversation, but they were quickly dismissed by her few words. Su Qingying is quite nervous. She hasn't attended an entertainment industry event in a long time, especially not such a grand occasion. However, she acts composedly, putting on a facade of calmness. If it weren't for the slight tremor in her gloved hand as she raised her glass, her disguise would have been perfect. Yearning to taste the wine at the Little Flying Man Award banquet is Yu Su. His drinking capacity is not great, and thus his yearning is gently quelled by a glance from director Huang Zhongmei. Yu's hair and attire are quite mature, yet his mouth cannot stay still as he continues to chat with Zhang Jiyu. On the surface, Zhang Jiyu seems to be listening intently, but his mind is completely elsewhere. After disembarking from the plane, he was immediately whisked away for styling, which took quite a while. However, he ended up in the usual black suit, with the only distinction being a pair of sapphire cufflinks sponsored by Glamf. In any case, these cufflinks are quite expensive. Even more so is the brooch that the designer personally pinned to Zhang Ziyu's chest, a classic dragonfly brooch by Glamf encrusted with diamonds and sapphires. The centerpiece is a royal blue sapphire weighing approximately 20 carats deep in color with a hint of purple. The quality of the gemstones alone is worth tens of millions. The watch on his wrist is also a recent business acquisition. Zhang Jiyu recalls Zhuang He wearing one that would cost around $1 million. It is said that the parts for these luxury watches are mostly manufactured domestically, allowing counterfeiters to create fake watches using identical components. If that's the case, how do appraisers distinguish the genuine from the fake? Zhang Jiyu pondered such matters unrelated to the banquet, feeling a bit hungry. So on a whim, he absent-mindedly speared a piece of salmon adorned with gold leaf from the platter and popped it into his mouth. There was also some topped with caviar, but he had heard that European caviar suffers from significant heavy metal contamination and is less safe than domestically farmed varieties. For the sake of his health, Zhang Ziyu's instincts guided him away from that choice. As he chewed the food, Zhang Jiyu suddenly snapped back to reality. This salmon is raw, and it is incredible. Can raw salmon really be that fishy? How do foreigners manage to make something so unpalatable? Zhang Jiyu held the piece of fish in his mouth for what felt like an eternity. Ultimately, in order to maintain his image, he swallowed it without chewing. Externally, he maintained a perfect composure with hardly anyone noticing his distress. If it weren't for a camera from a domestic media outlet filming in the corner of the banquet hall, those watching the video with a microscope back home would be laughing uproariously. Ha ha ha, is it really that bad? I had only seen Zhang Jiyu in dramas before, but in person he is so charming. That shouldn't be the case. The salmon looked quite good to me. I was wondering why so many delicious dishes were untouched. Are the actors all trying to maintain their figures? So it really is unappetizing. No wonder the director and others aren't eating. It's no surprise director Huang has been to the Little Flying Man banquet before, yet she hasn't touched a bite. The fishy taste completely robbed Zhang Jiyu of his appetite. However, being alive means one will inevitably feel hunger, and hunger sharpens one's sense of smell. The blend of various perfumes, foreign body odors, and the scent of alcohol from the guests' glasses. Wow, it truly was an unforgettable olfactory experience. This is exactly why I dislike attending foreign events. Zhang Jiyu maintained a faint smile, while a hint of despair began to grow within him. Finally, after enduring the banquet, the official premiere was upon them. The audience first walked down the red carpet to enter the cinema, followed by the various film production teams who walked down the carpet in order. This is the entire process of the Little Flying Man Award red carpet. Before they proceeded, Zhuang He specifically reminded Zhang Jiyu not to walk too fast. The red carpet is less than 100 meters long, and if one walks too quickly it will be over in seconds. I don't expect you to be shameless like some celebrities who linger for dozens of minutes, but do remember not to walk normally. When you encounter photographers, pause for a moment to greet them. If they happen to catch you, it would be awful to get just a blurry shadow in the shot. This outfit costs a fortune and at least a few good photos should be captured. Zhang Jiyu merely nodded, but in the end, he only walked for 3 minutes. The red carpet was too short, and with so many people walking it would be too awkward for him to stand still, and normally, he can cover this distance in under half a minute. Moreover, being stuck there creates a moral guilt of impeding conversations. After stepping off the red carpet, Zhang Jiyu glanced at his watch and noticed Zhuang He appeared somewhat inexplicably nervous, while his manager was all smiles. The official live broadcast gave you a 14-second close-up. I need to call and arrange trending keywords for you. Not every star gets an official close-up on the red carpet. It's filled with movie stars, many of whom have much higher statuses than Zhang Jiyu. Being granted such a shot is indeed a pleasant surprise for him. However, wasn't it agreed to tone down the heat? Zhuang He was unconcerned. The official red carpet footage of the Little Flying Man Award is a marketing opportunity that shouldn't be missed. Toning down the heat is one thing, but marketing is another. Aren't these two entirely separate matters? He even recorded the official 14-second clip for Zhang Jiyu, but Zhang Jiyu had no time to watch as the premiere of Nameless Sword was about to begin. Though he knew the plot, watching Nameless Sword on the big screen felt entirely different. The frame-by-frame analysis of the cinematography, the smooth and vibrant narrative structure, and the starkly simple ancient scenery imbued the film with a grand emotional tone tinged with melancholy. At first, Zhang Jiyu wondered why it hadn't felt this way during filming. Gradually, he found himself unable to distinguish any extraneous emotions. Director Huang Zhongmei possesses this remarkable talent, making the audience cry when they should and laugh when appropriate. Especially towards the end, as Zhang Jiyu watched Zheng Shuda standing atop the city wall, gazing at Li Gu and Li Xiaohai departing. The ancient Chinese city wall, a monumental structure capable of accommodating horse-drawn carriages, embodies the strength of humanity. Yet this desolate world is even larger. The earthy yellow soil dominates the palette, and the overcast sunless sky casts a dull gray hue, causing the two to disappear into such a world. They can no longer be seen. The black background with white text signaling the end appeared on the screen, and Zhang Jiyu suddenly came to his senses, touching the corner of his eye, feeling 2 tears. He was unexpectedly moved to tears by the film he starred in. Before Zhang Jiyu could react, thunderous applause erupted. Director Huang Zhongmei smiled and expressed her gratitude to the critics who had come to watch. She beckoned the participating actors to come forward and bow to the guests together. Hearing the applause grow louder, Director Huang Zhongmei stood tall, a hint of pride on her face. In her heart, she quietly said to someone, "Old friend, we have a new work released." The poster shared a moving image capturing a young man smiling composedly and calmly within a span of several seconds. From his smooth forehead to his well-defined brow, his side profile was nearly perfect. The bustling crowd in the background seemed to blur. Before the mass of cameras, he appeared to sense something slowly turning around, his tranquil eyes meeting the lens. The poster was evidently very excited, their restrained words barely concealing their pride. Zhang Jiyu made his debut on the red carpet, appearing in the official close-up shot, gaining 10 seconds of screen time. He wore a high-fashion suit from Iluden, where high fashion refers to unreleased clothing from the next season, which is often more luxurious than current offerings, adorned with a glint jewelry brooch, and on his wrist a SIG watch officially priced at $340,000. His ensemble was well coordinated, receiving widespread acclaim, a complete spectacle. The trailing expressed the poster's excitement. Fans quickly gathered in the comments section of this post to celebrate. Congratulations to Zhang Jiyu for stepping onto the international stage. Applause. Such treatment truly deserving of being the top newcomer actor in the country regardless of gender. Congratulations to Xiaoyu. Zhang Jiyu is an international star. He looked incredibly handsome in the official shot. Looking forward to the Nameless Sword. In the comments of this post, the first 2,000 to 3,000 replies were almost entirely fan blessings. They responded rapidly, and in this forum, which did not have particularly high daily traffic, they built a towering thread in less than an hour. Of course, there were always a few annoying voices popping up making comments like, "When did the forum start controlling reviews?" Fans skillfully ignored them, and soon such comments were reported and removed. Wherever Zhang Ziyu's fans went, they turned into a sea of flowers, flooding every corner of the internet with various expressions of goodwill. This phenomenon showed that fans were still quite restrained. There were few irrational people commenting randomly. It was just that Zhang Jiyu had been quite popular recently, and the fan base was too large, coupled with his good rapport with the public, which explained their omnipresence. Zhang Jiyu is so popular, let's tolerate the little haters at home. In this atmosphere of drums and firecrackers, the only trending topic that felt a bit out of place was about how to eat salmon. The timeline for trending topics provided by Weibo was as follows. The creative team of the Nameless Sword attended the Little Flying Man banquet. Zhang Jiyu looks so handsome. Zhang Jiyu found the salmon served at the Little Flying Man Award to be inedible. Zhang Jiyu managed to swallow the salmon. Is salmon really hard to eat? A comprehensive guide to salmon cooking and flavors. Zhang Jiyu himself was quite taken aback by this series of trending topics. Looking at Zhuang He with a puzzled expression. Zhuang He quickly shook his head. I wouldn't buy into such topics. Do you think my cooking methods are that crude? This is all pushed up by the netizens themselves. How could netizens let such a trivial matter trend? Are people's mental states already spiraling out of control this early? Indeed, if it were an ordinary star trending for such reasons, many would surely start to criticize. But standing before you now is a television and film actor, the owner of several blockbuster dramas, a participant in the highest-grossing film in the domestic market, and one of the actors nominated for the Little Flying Man Award, the young Asian sensation Zhang Ziyu. Thus there were no objections. Mainly, if one wanted to occupy public resources without criticism, they should first assess who they were and whether they had good public rapport. Moreover, the final trending topic was already largely unrelated to Zhang Ziyu himself. The discussions mainly revolved around, is salmon good to eat? Is salmon best grilled or sashimi? Could sashimi carry parasites? How is it that foreigners can make salmon taste bad? Even when Zhang Ziyu left the venue for the hotel, a fan waiting outside loudly asked him just how inedible the salmon at the Little Flying Man banquet was. Zhang Ziyu brushed off the fan with a smile. Back at the hotel, opening his phone to send a reassuring Weibo post had become a routine. Zhang Ziyu hadn't rested for over 10 hours since getting off the plane and was so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open. After painstakingly selecting 9 photos from those taken by the studio, he posted on Weibo and immediately closed his eyes, falling asleep at once. However, the day's end did not mean his work was finished. On this trip abroad, besides attending the Little Flying Man Film Festival, Zhang Ziyu also had to participate in Luden's advertising campaign. As his first luxury brand endorsement since entering the industry, Luden's recognition of him was continually on the rise. Zhang Ziyu's title as an ambassador has escalated from domestic regions to Asia and finally to global brand ambassador. The duration was not long, although he hadn't yet received the most prestigious ambassador title, considering that Luden's previous global ambassador was an international film queen. The disparity in status was significant, leading to the conclusion that the title of ambassador was indeed not unworthy of him. After all, Zhang Ziyu had yet to receive any authoritative awards. However, Luden had always treated Zhang Ziyu very well, providing him with generous clothing, and on several occasions the designer personally coordinated outfits. Fans suggested it might be better to refrain from such arrangements, as they couldn't appreciate the master's aesthetic. He mostly wore current season outfits, and there were also quite a few from the upcoming seasons. The promotional advertisements were also very effective. Overall, fans were very satisfied. This satisfaction was reflected when the frontline fans learned about Zhang Ziyu's overseas schedule. They felt quite relieved. That's great. Although The Little Flying Man is wonderful, Xiaoyu can't win Best Actor, so it's a good opportunity to work while attending. How professional. Luden, please make me look good in the ads, thank you. Is there a new promotional push coming soon? I'm ready to buy my ticket. No one expressed dissatisfaction with Zhang Ziyu's dual workload on this trip, except for the paparazzi, who were called out by Luden on set. The results of the Little Flying Man Award would take time, roughly 10 days, and after Zhang Ziyu finished filming the advertisement, he still had plenty of time left, so he happily ordered Chinese food over the phone every day at the hotel. Hurry up, and in the film festival, the Western food is too hard to eat. Time flew by, and a few days later many predictions about the Little Flying Man Award began appearing on major websites, with the Nameless Sword frequently listed among the nominees for Best Film and Best Director. The ranking of the Little Flying Man Award's prestige is as follows: Best Film, Best Director, Best Actor. There are also nominations for actors in the Nameless Sword, with someone predicting Su Qingying's name for Best Actress. However, her chances are slim, as the Nameless Sword has a greater likelihood of winning in the first 2 categories. But does winning depend on nationality? In awards hosted by foreigners, if a local goes, they are considered a foreigner. If the big awards can be given to their own, why not keep it within their circle? Thus, during the same period, an art film directed by a filmmaker from an artistic nation was fiercely competing with the Nameless Sword. And according to various predictions on major websites, this art film had a better chance of winning the prestigious Best Film Award at the Little Flying Man Film Festival. As for the quality comparison between the two, it can only be said that the hierarchy in art is not so easily judged. Moreover, politics is the guiding force in artistic works. Currently, it seems that the relationship between European countries and our nation is not very good. This is already a very bad omen. Aside from director Huang Zhongmei herself and Zhang Ziyu, who had already debunked foreign awards, the other members of the Nameless Sword creative team appeared tense and dejected. Some even expressed their disbelief at the extraordinarily high odds for the Nameless Sword in the foreign betting markets for the Little Flying Man Film Festival, eager to throw money at it only to receive a stern reprimand from director Huang Zhongmei. Losing the award is fine, but one cannot behave like a lawless person. She spoke earnestly. I won Best Director 20 years ago. As for Best Film at my age, I don't really care. I'm here win or lose to support domestic cinema. If domestic films are only made in isolation without understanding the outside world, they will only stew in their own juices and become increasingly rotten. Since I have brought everyone out, we must show the world our vigor. Everyone should bring their spirit. With director Huang Zhongmei's encouragement, everyone's previously low spirits began to lift considerably. In fact, everyone was just a bit dazed by the good feedback received by the Nameless Sword. Initially, they were merely happy to participate in the film festival, but now that desire had grown larger, reaching a point where losing would be quite difficult to bear. However, this was not entirely without benefit. Among the creative team that came this time, in addition to the actors, there were many young filmmakers. Director Huang Zhongmei exposed them to the world and nurtured their ambition. One day the seeds that have witnessed grand occasions will sprout, becoming a new force in the domestic film industry. Let's hope that when the time comes they won't be too devastated upon encountering foreign actors with the plastic bag gender of Walmart while holding the trophy they once deemed out of reach.